Chapter 1. The Godfather's Journey Through the Childhood of the Demon Lord. In the heavenly sea garden of Demon City, at Villa Number 1, the sudden blaring of medical alarms reverberated within the villa. Outside the entrance, numerous distinguished figures froze, their bodies trembling. Even battle-hardened warlords, accustomed to the chaos of gunfire, crumpled to the ground, drenched in sweat from sheer shock. These elite tycoons, military leaders from the Middle East, and underground magnates formed a queue before the villa, their gazes somber and their hearts heavy. The atmosphere was thick with silence, so palpable that one could hear a pin drop. They appeared to be waiting for something momentous. Inside the villa, a frail patient, ravaged by illness, slowly closed his eyes, concluding a life filled with grandiosity. Even in death, the commanding aura of his visage remained formidable. After a prolonged silence, a nurse in white knelt, trembling as she leaned forward to check for his breath. "Chairman has passed," her quivering voice echoed from within the villa. At the entrance, the gathering of magnates immediately bowed deeply, some even collapsing to their knees, weeping uncontrollably. The chairman was gone, leaving behind a vast global commercial empire. What were they to do now? 10 minutes later, the United Nations issued no formal statement, but lowered flags to half-mast in tribute to the Godfather. The Eagle Nation declared a nationwide internet blackout for 3 days of mourning. In the Iron Nation, the sound of gunfire echoed for 3 days in honor of the renowned Iron-willed man. It was said that on that day, locked away in his chamber, someone heard him weeping. In the empire on which the sun never sets, a royal princess willingly jumped into the sea to accompany him in death. This day sent shockwaves across the globe. Upon closing his eyes, Chu Tian felt himself enveloped by an endless darkness, as if submerged by a relentless tide. He sighed inwardly. Was this how it was to end? Given another 20 years, he would wish to sit atop a rocket and explore Saturn, to gaze into the outer cosmos and uncover the truth about extraterrestrial beings. After all, on this planet, there was nothing left to trouble him but illness. Suddenly, a youthful, crisp voice, laced with fury, pierced the silence. "Chu Tian, I command you to return this instant and retrieve the fruit of the sacred vein flower for me. Who dared issue him orders?" At the sound of the voice, Chu Tian opened his eyes, only to find himself atop a mountain, surrounded by drifting clouds that seemed within reach. Before him stood a little girl clad in a delicate white dress, her lips a vibrant red, her teeth a brilliant white. She appeared to be no more than 8 or 9 years old. Her cherubic face, already betraying signs of extraordinary beauty, was contorted with rage. "Chu Tian, you fool! I have told you before that Yi Fan saved my life, and I intend to repay him with everything I have. Since you are my fiancé, you should wholeheartedly assist me in this endeavor. Moreover, Yi Fan's background is tragically pitiful. He was born with his meridians shattered, and only the sacred vein flower holds the hope of restoration. Do you not possess a shred of compassion? Return immediately. I do not care how you do it. You must bring back the fruit of the sacred vein flower, or I shall ignore you henceforth." Compassion? Chu Tian furrowed his brow. It had been ages since anyone had spoken to him using that term. At his level, everything revolved around transactions of benefit. To invoke compassion would be a source of mockery. Such notions belonged to children. But who was this girl? His fiancée? Looking down, he realized he had indeed transformed into a child, clad in a tight black suit, appearing much like her around 8 or 9 years old. It seemed he had truly regressed into childhood, as if he had traversed time and space. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his mind, inundating him with a torrent of information. I have crossed over into the unfinished narrative of that wretched author's novel, he murmured. The Heavenly Emperor? The great hate demon Lord Chu Tian, the Heavenly Emperor Yi Fan, the sacred goddess Lu Yan. A smirk crept upon his lips. How intriguing. Even as a godfather, having navigated both the underworld and the world of business, he had once indulged in the whimsical fantasies of youth. During his high school days, he had devoured a novel titled The Heavenly Emperor, spending sleepless nights engrossed in its pages. Yet, upon reaching the final chapter, he discovered the author had abandoned it for 2 long years, an unsatisfactory conclusion that incited his ire to the point of vowing in class to toss that author to the sharks should he ever attain success. As fate would have it, he was subsequently expelled from the classroom by an irate English teacher. Though it was a distant memory, it lingered vividly in his mind. After all, as life unfolded, he often found solace in recollecting those fervent days of youth, lamenting that he too had once known innocence. The persona he now inhabited was none other than the adolescent incarnation of the great hate demon Lord Chu Tian, the arch-villain of the unfinished novel. To have transmigrated into this unfortunate character, whose family was slain, whose fiancée betrayed him by entangling herself with the son of Fortune Yi Fan, ultimately losing everything and succumbing to the dark path self-proclaimed as the great hate demon lord, pursued relentlessly by the sects of the entire Hung Tian continent. A subtle twitch graced Chu Tian's lips. In the narrative, the great hate demon lord was undoubtedly the most tragic figure. Born with a silver spoon, his father was an emperor, one of the mightiest beings in the Hung Tian continent, and the vice master of the Sacred Heaven sect. The Sacred Heaven sect was among the 7 premier sects of the Hung Tian continent, and the Chu family was its founding lineage, having co-established the sect with the current master, maintaining a legacy that spanned over 1,000,000 years. This generation marked the zenith of the Chu family's power, as his father had wed the celestial maiden of the ancient sword god clan, achieving the pinnacle of his career. After 3 daughters, he finally bore Chu Tian, the sole male heir. From birth, Chu Tian had awakened the supreme physique of the chaos demon god, causing a stir throughout the Hung Tian continent, hailed as its greatest prodigy. He had been betrothed to Lu Yun, the daughter of the prestigious Lu family, renowned across the continent for her innate Dao body, whose birth had resonated throughout the realm. However, due to the Lu family's decline, they sought the Chu family, proposing a marriage alliance for their 2 prodigious children. With extraordinary talent and a remarkable lineage, Chu Tian seemed destined for greatness from the moment he was born. Yet, at the tender age of 3, Lu Yun fell into the water, saved by the notorious good Fornothing Yi Fan, and vowed to repay him with all she had. Thus began the tragic saga of the great hate demon Lord Chu Tian, marked by betrayal and despair. When a fiancé becomes entangled with the son of fortune, what villain can expect a favorable outcome? It was merely the base expectation for him to descend into darkness. Had it not been for his overwhelming talent and formidable background, he might have met an untimely end much sooner. In fact, among the villains in various narratives, Chu Tian was rather exceptional, his story arching throughout the tale, and due to its abandonment, he had yet to be vanquished by the protagonist. Truly, the divine favors me. I am indeed fortunate, Chu Tian mused, a faint smile gracing his lips, when suddenly a gentle and melodious voice resonated in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have bound the supervillain plunder system. By seizing the fortune of the Son of Destiny, you shall receive rewards of fate. Chapter 2. An invincible background and exceptional talent. What justifies it? Do not be overly concerned or despondent, a gentle female voice softly reassured. The purpose of this system is to assist you in overcoming the child of destiny and to ascend to the pinnacle of life, ultimately becoming the sole chosen one. Rewards included a grand package for transmigration, a tome of chaotic creation, a token of the heavenly emperor, and a creation elixir. Strive hard, the voice encouraged. Seize everything from the child of destiny to earn destiny points, which can be exchanged for goods in the system's marketplace. Indeed, we're these so-called children of destiny. They are but trifles before you. The system's gentle voice cheered for Chu Tian. How true that is, Chu Tian mused, assimilating his identity in this lifetime, his eyes glinting with a terrifying coldness. What gives them the right to lead him astray with their invincible backgrounds and exceptional talents? Who possesses such qualifications? All these children of destiny, including the female protagonist, are mere trifles. As a revered patriarch, he feared nothing. The only constraints he faced were lifespan and illness. Given that the capricious deity had granted him a second chance, he resolved that in this lifetime, with prolonged longevity and the absence of illness as limitations, he would tread upon these so-called children of destiny and ascend to the zenith of all realms. O pitiful and wretched demon lord of hatred, you are both unfortunate and fortunate. Since I have been reborn, let me rewrite the tragic fate of your family. With a shift in thought, he opened the system panel. Host, Chu Tian realm, 7th layer of bone forging possessing 700,000 pounds of divine strength, comparable to a young ancient beast. Physique, Chaotic Demon God Body Cultivation Technique. First layer of chaotic creation, supernatural powers. None treasures. Heavenly Emperor's Arrival Token, granting 10 minutes of Imperial Combat Prowess. Creation Elixir, which, upon consumption, enhances the host's realm by 3 layers without any side effects. In the Chu Tian continent, realms are categorized as blood condensation, bone forging, spirit refining, integration, divinity, heavenly divinity, true divinity, divine king, and emperor realms. Chu Tian condensed blood at the age of 3, capable of lifting small mountains, and at 6, he broke into bone forging, wielding 100,000 pounds of strength, akin to a young, ancient, ferocious beast, illustrating his extraordinary talent. Now, merely 2 years later, he had already reached the 7th layer of bone forging, possessing 700,000 pounds of divine strength, able to lift a mountain with one hand. The terror of his chaotic demon god body was evident. Chu Tian sensed that the chaotic creation was autonomously circulating within him. In a brief moment, it enhanced his physique by 10%, enveloping his skin in a layer of chaotic divine light, significantly increasing his defenses, likely impenetrable even to spirit-refining realm practitioners. Glancing at the system panel, his strength had reached 800,000 pounds. Truly, the system produces nothing short of excellence. Such formidable capabilities. If the chaotic creation were to be revealed on the continent, it would undoubtedly incite a bloodbath among the sections. Without hesitation, Chu Tian took out the creation elixir and consumed it. Precious as it may be, external substances pale in comparison to the enhancement of one's strength. As the elixir dissolved, a warm current surged through him, akin to a tsunami, fervently transforming his body. The sound of bones cracking echoed violently, reminiscent of thunder, as sound waves reverberated, and clouds shifted dramatically. In an instant, Chu Tian's realm surged 3 layers, reaching the pinnacle of bone forging, with his strength now at 1,500,000 pounds. At the age of 8, standing at the apex of bone forging with 1,500,000 pounds of strength, such figures, if disseminated, would cause a sensation across realms. It is known that even the young of ancient beasts possess only around 1 million pounds of strength in their youth. Humans at the spirit refining realm would tremble at their sight. Yet at 8 years old, Chu Tian could contend with the young of ancient beasts. The resounding booms drew the attention of formidable sect members, with patrolling disciples arriving. However, upon seeing the figure clad in black, they instinctively recoiled, hiding within the clouds to offer silent protection. Wasn't this young saint following his father, the heavenly emperor, to hone his physique? How did he end up in this desolate place with Miss Lu? The atmosphere seemed quite tense. The affairs between these two were beyond their purview. Unless they wished to court death. Chu Tian, are you ignoring me? Lu Yun's delicate face flushed with anger, her voice sharpening. You've made such a commotion. Are you trying to attract the sex strong to your aid? You refuse to help me gather the sacred vein flower's fruit. Very well, since you are unwilling to assist. Do not seek me out in the future. I shall ignore you completely. Suddenly, Lu Yun's voice faltered, her once porcelain-like face turning ashen. For just a moment, Chu Tian snapped back to reality, glancing at her. His gaze, icy, merciless, domineering, and fierce, left her at a loss for words. That single glance sent chills through her, as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. It felt as though, should she utter another word, her life would be forfeit. It was reminiscent of the gaze of the sect leader she had encountered once, a gaze that could instill terror and compel submission. Yet, the sect leader's gaze seemed to lack the ferocity of Chu Tian's. Is this the sacred vein flower? Chu Tian spoke calmly, retrieving a black box from his chest and opening it to reveal a fiery red fruit, gleaming brilliantly within. The fruit was half the size of his fist, adorned with intricate, net-like patterns, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy. The sacred vein flower, one of the supreme divine medicines of the Holy Heaven sect, bears fruit only thrice every century, inaccessible to elders below the heavenly divinity level unless they have made significant contributions. It is awarded during monumental breakthroughs, making it exceedingly precious. The sect's divine medicine garden is overseen by his father, the heavenly emperor. The child of destiny, Yi Fan, had been rendered incapacitated due to poisoning, and the sacred veinflower's fruit could restore his meridians. The original host, being naive, did not withhold the fruit. He believed it was his duty to aid a childhood companion with whom he had a betrothal, repaying a life-saving favor. Yet, he felt discomfort seeing his fiancée so devoted to the useless Yi Fan, repeatedly coaxing him to steal precious elixirs and divine materials. This discomfort prompted him to feign ignorance about the fruit, hoping to tease his fiancée. Little did he anticipate that it would provoke Lu Yun's ire, accusing the original host of lacking understanding and compassion. Chu Tian found himself at a loss. To him, the original host had exhibited remarkable kindness and empathy, tirelessly assisting Lu Yun in repaying her debts, while witnessing his fiancée entangled with other men, clamoring to repay every favor. It seemed unjust that Yi Fan, not his fiancée, was the one receiving all of her devotion, while he was burdened with the task of searching for spiritual medicines to create a persona of gratitude. From the original storyline, it was clear that even years later, Lu Yun continued to maintain this pretense, mingling with Yi Fan, while any dissatisfaction from the demon lord of hatred was met with accusations of being cold-hearted and ungrateful. Yet, Lu Yun was viewed as the pure and virtuous holy maiden, her reputation echoing throughout the Hung Tian continent, heralded as the goddess of the holy heaven. Many believed that the seemingly ruthless Chu Tian was unworthy of her. Eventually, when her family perished, the enraged Chu Tian succumbed to the path of darkness, yet it was too late to turn back. Ironically, Lu Yun and Yi Fan became a couple, inheriting all that belonged to Chu Tian. Otherwise, the formidable demon lord would not be affectionately referred to as the Great Wronged One by countless readers. The supreme divine medicine, the sacred pulse fruit, the disciples and powerful beings concealed amidst the clouds inhaled sharply, finally grasping why the young saint and Lu Yun had clandestinely convened outside the sect. The sacred medicine of the sect is not to be acquired without great merit from its formidable members. Yet, Chu Tian had procured it, undoubtedly relying on the authority of the heavenly king emperor to infiltrate the medicinal fields and steal it away. At present, Chu Tian had merely reached the physical refinement realm, rendering the sacred pulse fruit useless to him. This left only one explanation. It was pilfered for Lu Yun. However, even so, no one dared to confront him openly. This matter was beyond anyone's jurisdiction, and no one had the audacity to intervene. The eldest son of the Chu family had purloined a sacred pulse fruit. Who would dare to voice condemnation? At most, sect disciples might whisper in private, deeming it unjust, which could indirectly tarnish the reputation and prestige of the heavenly king emperor. After all, the supreme divine medicine, the sacred pulse flower, was the property of the sect, not belonging to any particular family or individual. Chu Tian, what do you mean by deceiving me? Upon witnessing Chu Tian produce the fruit, Lu Yun, having come to her senses, was not merely displeased but infuriated. What was this fellow scheming? He had clearly brought it forth, yet chose to mislead her, deliberately orchestrating such a commotion. Chapter 3. Is your life, Lu Yun, truly so precious? You are utterly ridiculous, little wretch. Chu Tian gazed at Lu Yun, his eyes cold as ice, harboring a faint glimmer of murderous intent. My holy heaven sect governs vast expanses of land, with over 1 million disciples in the inner sect alone and countless powerful figures. Why should a worthless individual devoid of cultivation and achievements be entitled to the sacred pulse flower? Just because she saved your life? Is your life truly that invaluable? Do you even deserve it? Chu Tian, have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Yun's face flushed crimson as she cried out, unable to believe that Chu Tian would utter such words. Chu Tian's expression remained frigid. He was not the original master, nor was he a sycophant. He spoke indifferently. Xingnu, come forth. As his words fell, the space distorted. A girl clad in a pale yellow maid's attire, her face obscured by a snow-white veil, gracefully knelt before Chu Tian. Your servant is here. Please give your command. She was an orphan raised by the heavenly king emperor, 10 years older than Chu Tian. Trained from a young age, she was a loyal assassin nurtured by the Chu family. accompanying Chu Tian since his childhood and protecting him before he had the ability to safeguard himself. These assassins bore no names, only titles prefixed by the word servant. Among them, sun, moon, stars, and the primordial earth represented the highest rankings. Having just reached adulthood, Xing Nu ranked third among the formidable assassins of the Chu family. An impressive feat that hinted at her exceptional talent. Extend your hand. Chu Tian placed the sacred pulse flower in Xing Nu's palm, aiding her to rise. Cultivate diligently. I assure you, there will be a place for you among the higher echelons of the Holy Heaven sect in the future. In the original narrative, after he fell into the demonic path, Xing Nu was the only one who vowed to remain by his side, known then as the Ugly Servant. Approximately a decade later, when Yi Fan fell into the forbidden land of divine fire, Lu Yun disregarded all warnings and rushed in to rescue him. At that time, Chu Tian was in seclusion, on the verge of a breakthrough, and sent Xing Nu to assist. Although she successfully extricated Lu Yun, the latter insisted on rescuing Yi Fan, resulting in Xing Nu becoming engulfed in the hellfire of the Forbidden Land, her body charred beyond recognition, resembling a ghastly specter. From that moment on, she was referred to as the Ugly Servant. After Chu Tian descended into the demonic path and fled the Holy Heaven sect, he was relentlessly pursued by sects throughout the Hung Tian continent. With no escape in sight, it was Xing Nu who, at the cost of her own essence, opened a passage connecting the Hung Tian continent to the outer realms, allowing the great hate demon lord to escape. In her final moments, she was fatally pierced by an enraged Lu Yun sword. Master, I am unworthy of receiving such a divine herb. I would rather die than accept it. Fear was evident in Xing Nu's beautiful eyes, as she feared Chu Tian intended to dismiss her. She had witnessed him enter the divine herb garden and pluck the sacred pulse flower, a grave offense within the Holy Heaven sect, making her reluctant to accept it. The future mistress had always expressed discontent towards her presence and had repeatedly spoken ill of her to Chu Tian. Even though Xing Nu had never uttered a word against the future mistress and kept her secrets, Chu Tian's dissatisfaction with her was palpable. Having grown up in the Chu family, she owed a great debt of gratitude to the master. If Chu Tian were to dismiss her, death would be her only means of repaying that debt. This is a reward from this young master. Take it. Chu Tian, with keen insight, immediately understood Xing Nu's concerns. He then addressed the seemingly empty heavens. I am the designated holy son of the sect. According to sect regulations, upon reaching adulthood, one is entitled to 2 sacred pulse flowers. This flower is deducted from that allocation. The sacred pulse flower is an asset of the sect, and while it is precious, the Chu family possesses similar divine herbs and would not sully their reputation or that of the heavenly king emperor for such a trivial matter. In the original narrative, Chu Tian's reckless actions for Lu Yun had offended many, tarnishing the reputation of the heavenly king emperor and the Chu family. Yi Fan, unrestrained, acted as he pleased, while Lu Yun exploited the Chu family's name to clean up after him. Chu Tian believed that, were he in Yi Fan's position, he could achieve similar results. Thus, when the Lu family slandered the Chu family as traitors, the once mighty Chu family, which had flourished for 1,000,000 years, crumbled with surprising ease. The heavenly king emperor was besieged and imprisoned, with few sect strongmen willing to speak on his behalf. Before the downfall of the Chu family, the situation was already one of betrayal and discord, with many powerful figures dead or having turned traitor. Having been reborn, Chu Tian would not gamble his reputation for such insignificant gains. As a leader, he understood the delicate balance of relationships and the paramount importance of resource distribution. Sacrificing the authority of the heavenly king emperor or damaging the Chu family's reputation for a trifling resource was an unwise trade. The young holy son is indeed generous. The disciples and strong men of the sect, concealed within the clouds, gasped in astonishment. They looked at the sacred pulse flower in Xing Nu's hands with a mixture of envy and resentment. The fruit of the supreme divine herb held boundless potential, coveted by even the mightiest of deities across the continent. Chu Tian's explanation instilled a sense of comfort among them, as if they stood on the same plane as him. Despite his immense background, even with the sacred pulse flower in his possession, no one dared to challenge him. Yet, He clarified that it was taken from his rightful share, not an act of indiscriminate appropriation of sect property. The young holy son was affable and genuinely kind. "Master, your servant." Xingnu, veiled yet visibly blushing, could barely contain her tears as she trembled while holding the sacred pulse flower, ultimately bowing deeply to the ground. "Your servant's life was saved by the Master. How can I ever repay such a profound grace? Congratulations, host. You have altered Xingnu's fate. Reward, 500 destiny points." The system's gentle and melodious notification echoed in Chu Tian's ears. Taken aback, Chu Tian realized that it was not solely by suppressing the children of destiny that one could obtain destiny points. It was merely that such actions yielded more than those derived from other means. In the original narrative, although Xingnu protected him closely, his indifference toward her meant that she received little recognition from the Chu family. Bestowing the sacred pulse flower was, in effect, a tacit acknowledgement of Xingnu as his close ally. This was pivotal, as her status within the Chu family would rise significantly, granting her access to various resources and fundamentally altering her fate. "You wretched servant! How dare you take my divine herb?" Lu Yin shrieked, her voice laced with fury as she rushed forward to snatch the black box from Xingnu, kicking her over as she did so. She was incensed, feeling that something that belonged to her had been taken away, which left her feeling quite uncomfortable. Furthermore, the sacred pulse flower was intended for Yi Fan. How could this wretched servant dare to accept it? It was not that Xingnu was unable to react. Her talent, while perhaps not on par with Lu Yun's, was not far behind. However, the disparity in their ages and cultivation levels made her hesitant to resist. After all, status was of utmost importance. Lu Yun was Chu Tian's fiancée, a fact known throughout the Hung Tian continent since birth. Chapter 4. Chu Tian, I detest you, young mistress. I acknowledge my transgressions. I acknowledge my transgressions. Xingnu crawled to her feet and fervently bowed her head in apology. Suddenly, Chu Tian raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Lu Yun's distorted face, sending her flying over 100 meters and shattering a 3-meter-high boulder into pieces. In that instant, it felt as though the very air had ceased to flow, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Those hidden within the clouds of the sect gaped in astonishment, their pupils contracting in fear, wishing to turn and flee at once. Such a scene was beyond their purview. A minor saint and the future matriarch of the Chu family, possessing an innate Tao physique, her potential boundless. What they witnessed here would undoubtedly become blackmail material should Chu Tian and Lu Yun ascend to the heights of their sect, or even the pinnacle of the continent. Would they be silenced before the truth could emerge? Moreover, the young saint had always treated Lu Yun with great kindness, obedient to her every whim. Why then, for the sake of a mere maid, had he suddenly struck her? If this were to spread, how could Lu Yun continue to live with her dignity intact? As the black box containing the sacred vein flower flew from his grasp, Chu Tian caught it deftly and then assisted Xingnu to her feet, placing it gently in her palm. "Xingnu, remember, you belong to this young master. Henceforth, aside from myself, the master and the mistress, no one has the right to make you kneel, nor to strike you." Chu Tian calmly instructed before turning his gaze toward Lu Yun, a flicker of ruthlessness crossing his youthful features, utterly at odds with his innocent appearance. The onlookers in the clouded sect couldn't help but rub their eyes, feeling as though the young saint had transformed into an entirely different person. Cold, merciless, domineering, and fierce, his imposing presence commanded respect and made it impossible to meet his gaze directly. If this demeanor belonged to a seasoned warrior or a deputy sect master, it would have raised no eyebrows. But this was a mere child, barely 8 years old. "Chu Tian, you scoundrel, to strike me for that wretched maid. Do not seek me out again. I wish to have nothing to do with you." Lu Yun cried out, emerging from the ruins, half her face swollen and blood streaming down. Her eyes bore a resentment that belied her age. As an innate Tao physique, although she was not Chu Tian's equal, she was not far behind. Such a slap would not end her life. Yet, she seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. "You should count yourself fortunate that I have deemed you of some use. I only used 1% of my strength. Otherwise, your head would have burst open." Chu Tian remarked as he approached, his expression serene. Now tell me, who informed you that the sacred vein flower in the divine medicine garden had matured and could aid Yi Fan in unblocking his meridians, prompting you to seek me out? The sacred vein flower was a supreme divine medicine of the sect, its maturity a closely guarded secret known only to a select few. In his memories, even the original owner had never learned of it. It was indeed a rarity that a young girl like Lu Yun had come to possess such knowledge. A flicker of panic crossed Lu Yun's eyes as she quickly lowered her head, unable to meet Chu Tian's gaze. I discovered it myself, wanting to repay Yi Fan's life-saving grace. As my fiancé, you should be thinking of joining me in showing gratitude, yet you suspect and slander me. Chu Tian, I detest you, Lu Yun declared loudly. With that, she turned to leave in haste, but in the next moment, a shadow enveloped her as Chu Tian blocked her path. Towering over her, with less than a fist's distance between them, his cold, domineering gaze seemingly intent on consuming her whole. Lu Yun's petite frame trembled violently, as if plunged into an icy abyss, her face devoid of color. Speak, who is it? His voice thundered in Lu Yun's ears. Boom! Despite her cunning, she was ultimately just a young girl of 8 or 9, her willpower far inferior to that of an adult. In an instant, she quivered, her mind blank, and instinctively blurted out, "It was Ju'er who told me." The moment the words escaped her lips, Lu Yun immediately realized her mistake, her body freezing in place as she stammered, "No, it's not." But Chu Tian had already fallen into contemplation, ignoring her feeble attempt at denial. "Ju'er?" he murmured, memories of this individual surfacing in his mind. During Lu Yun's second birthday, the Lu family had hosted a grand celebration, inviting powerful figures from the sect and prominent families. This Ju'er was a maid specially trained by the Yi family, akin to Xing Nu, a lethal servant gifted to Lu Yun as a birthday present. Naturally, this Ju'er's talents were far inferior to those of Xing Nu. The Yi family was another founding clan of the Sacred Heaven sect, established alongside the Chu family's ancestors. The current sect leader, Yi Xiong, was the patriarch of the Yi family and a prominent emperor-level expert on Hung Tian continent. Revered as the heavenly hero emperor, he shared a brotherly bond with Chu Tian's father, Yi Tian Wang, who was the vice sect master, both having grown up together, earning them the title of the heavenly twin heroes. The duo had elevated the Sacred Heaven sect to the pinnacle of Hung Tian continent, establishing it as the foremost sect in the realm. Yi Fan, the son of destiny, hailed from this Yi family but was infamous as a waste. Born with severed meridians and overlooked by his clan, scorned by all, Yi Fan was even a direct descendant, requiring him to address the sect leader as uncle. Reflecting on the original plot, where the Chu family fell into disgrace and was despised by all, and how Lu Yun, the pearl of the Lu family and an innate Dao physique, had mysteriously fallen into the water only to be rescued by this waste from the Yi family. One couldn't help but wonder, was this all merely coincidence? How intriguing, truly intriguing, with a gaze that belied his youthful appearance. Chu Tian murmured to himself before looking down at Lu Yun, coldly stating, "To force your fiancé, a young saint, to steal the sect's supreme divine medicine for the sake of so-called gratitude is a crime grave enough to warrant the extermination of your entire clan. Yi Fan, relying on his life-saving grace, threatens the fiancé of the sect's saint to aid him in obtaining divine medicine. This is a crime deserving of the most severe punishment. You, Lu Yun, are unworthy of being the future matriarch of the Chu family, and even less deserving of being my fiancé. Lu Yun, I present you with two choices. 1. I shall personally end your life and eradicate your entire Lu family. 2. You shall bring Yi Fan to me, and I will flay him alive, displaying his remains atop the sect's main peak as a warning. I may then consider leniency in your case." With that, Chu Tian turned and descended the mountain with Xing Nu, his icy voice echoing across the summit. Xing Nu, the supreme divine medicine, the sacred vein flower, is a closely guarded secret of the sect. Its disclosure is unacceptable. Immediately take the law enforcement team and capture that wretched maid, Ju'er, interrogating her thoroughly to uncover any ulterior motives behind this incident. Understood, young master. Xingnu and Chu Tian quickly vanished from the mountaintop. Chapter 5. The Celestial Rankings. System Tasks, and the villain's lack of discretion. That's not how it is. Chu Tian, please let me explain. Lu Yun's face turned pale, overwhelmed by fear. As she collapsed on the mountain peak, weakly shouting towards Chu Tian's retreating figure. She could not fathom the drastic shift in Chu Tian's demeanor towards her, and even towards Yifan. Were the Lu and Chu families not intertwined by fate? What was wrong with her lending a helping hand to Yifan? Yet, her keen intuition warned her that she might have stirred up a significant crisis, one that could potentially threaten the existence of her family. The disciples and powerful figures of the sect, hidden among the clouds, were paralyzed with fear. The involvement of the young saint and the Chu and Lu families rendered them hesitant to intervene, even to assist Lu Yun. They quickly departed the scene. Soon, the events that transpired on the mountain spread like wildfire throughout the sect. The so-called worthless Yifan, leveraging his past rescue of Lu Yun, coerced the young saint into stealing the sect's sacred medicine, the holy vein flower fruit. In a fit of rage, the young saint slapped his fiancée, Yi, and ordered her to personally capture the worthless Yifan. He even declared that Lu Yun was unworthy to be the future matriarch of the Chu family. Within less than half an hour, Xingnu received authorization from the Heavenly King Emperor and led the sect's enforcement team to forcibly invade the Lu family, apprehending Lu Yun's maid, Ju Heir. The Holy Heaven sect was thrown into turmoil. Shortly thereafter, the Yi family announced that they had captured Yifan and were conducting a thorough interrogation, assuring the Chu family that if the charges were substantiated, there would be no mercy. On the mountain, it was not until much later that strong figures from the Lu family arrived to escort the traumatized young lady Lu Yun back. Congratulations, host. You have suppressed the fated daughter Lu Yun. Reward, 2,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host. You have suppressed the fated son Yifan. Reward, 3,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host. The fated daughter Lu Yun now harbors intense fear towards you. Reward, 500 destiny points. Congratulations, host. The fated son Yifan now harbors profound resentment towards you. Reward, 1,000 destiny points. As he returned to the sect, the system's gentle and melodious notifications echoed in Chu Tian's ears, and in a brief span, his destiny points had already surpassed 10,000. Chu Tian was in no rush to return to the sect. After descending the mountain, he instructed Xingnu to head back first to capture Ju Heir. This was the territory of the Holy Heaven sect. Who would dare lay a hand on him unless they were courting death? Chu Tian pondered the internal dynamics of the Holy Heaven sect. With a legacy spanning over 1,000,000 years, the position of sect master alternated between two founding families, maintaining a delicate balance. However, in this generation with his father, King Chu Tian, marrying a divine woman from an external celestial race, the Chu family's influence surged, and despite being the deputy sect master, his authority began to overshadow that of the Yi family. Moreover, his birth as a chaotic divine body and the prospect of an alliance with the innate Tao body elevated their standing to its zenith, inducing a profound sense of crisis within the Yi family. He recalled his father's frequent admonitions to remain low-key, to navigate cautiously through the treacherous waters of ambition, and to avoid ostentatious displays of power. It was evident that the deputy sect master had sensed the precariousness of the situation and sought to preserve internal unity within the sect, hence advising him to keep a low profile to avoid provoking the already sensitive Yi family. The original host had been obedient. Despite being a young saint with power rivaling that of ancient behemoths, he had refrained from overt displays of strength, maintaining a grand reputation while achieving little in terms of accomplishments. It was common knowledge that powerful immortal clans and top-tier sects would begin training their prodigies from a young age, honing their skills to cultivate an indomitable spirit. It was indeed a curious anomaly for someone like Chu Tian, endowed with an exceptional physique and a prestigious background, to remain relatively obscure. The outside world speculated whether Chu Tian had fallen into mediocrity or made some grave error in his cultivation, which had begun to tarnish the reputation of the Chu family. Even in the original narrative, the conflict between the Chu and Yi families reached a boiling point, yet King Chu Tian prioritized maintaining sect unity until the very end, trusting his sworn brother Yi Tianxiang. Otherwise, with the Chu family's millennia of heritage, even if they face betrayal, a full-scale retaliation could severely wound the Holy Heaven sect. Jeopardizing its status among the top sections, one cannot retreat without consequences. Retreating even a step could lead to the relinquishment of ancestral legacies, Chu Tian mused. As a figure of authority, he firmly believed that a single punch thrown could prevent 100 from being thrown at him. True influence is forged through strength, not through concession. Ordinary individuals may possess the luxury of discretion, as they have little to boast about, but for the Chu family, positioned at such a height with immense power, the notion of developing quietly is utterly bizarre. Although King Chu Tian was unrivaled in strength, he evidently underestimated the brutality of struggles that could threaten the family's very existence. The situation with Zhu heir starkly indicated that the Yi family had indeed begun to strategize, possibly orchestrated by Yi Tianxiong himself. Otherwise, how could a mere worthless individual repeatedly gain access to the Lu family's cherished jewel, the future matriarch of the Chu family, thus disrupting the cultivation of the young master of the Chu family? The system has issued a task. The villain shall no longer remain inconspicuous. The gentle voice resonated in Chu Tian's ears. As the supreme antagonist and the destined son of fate, he was destined to shine like the stars and instill fear across the realms. This task is a continuous storyline endeavor. Phase 1. Attain the first rank on the celestial rankings in the body refinement realm by suppressing all prodigies of the same realm to earn substantial system rewards. Even the system understands that as a prodigious talent, one must command respect and assert dominance across the realms, while his father stubbornly clings to the notion of low-profile development, inadvertently leading outsiders to believe that the Chu family is in decline, inviting them to take advantage. Upon hearing the system's task announcement, Chu Tian smiled slightly, a glimmer of cold determination flashing in his eyes as he gazed ahead. At the entrance of the sect stood a towering golden monolith, reaching a height of 100 meters, with the words Celestial Rankings shimmering at its pinnacle. The Celestial Rankings were a collaborative creation of many top-tier sects in the Celestial Continent, enduring through the ages, predating even the existence of the Holy Heaven sect. Each top sect and noble family in the Celestial Continent would erect a monument to it. The Celestial Rankings were divided into 3 categories: the Heavenly Rankings, the Earthly Rankings, and the Realm Rankings. The Heavenly Rankings bore the names of the most formidable beings in the Celestial Continent. The Earthly Rankings cataloged prodigious talents under the age of 30, ranked by their potential. The Realm Rankings recognized those who excelled in combat within a specific realm, serving as a crucial basis for evaluating the Heavenly and Earthly Rankings. To be inscribed on these lists meant eternal glory, a mark of distinction within the Celestial Continent. The monolith was adorned with countless golden characters, each representing prodigies who had left their mark on the rankings throughout the ages. The top rank in the Heavenly Rankings was held by the Celestial God of Heaven, the most powerful being in the Celestial Continent, who had thwarted the invasions of the outer demonic gods, safeguarding countless lives. Ranked 96th on the Heavenly list, the Heavenly King Emperor, Vice Master of the Sacred Heavenly Sect, held a place in the top 3 of the Earthly list for 27 years, second in Bone Refinement, first in Spirit Refinement, and third in Fusion Realm, first in Divine Realm. Ranked 97th, the Heavenly Hero Emperor, Master of the Sacred Heavenly Sect, also maintained a position in the top 3 of the Earthly list for 27 years, first in Bone Refinement, second in Spirit Refinement. It is undeniable that the rivalry evident from the Hung Tian list between the brothers in arms, King Chu Tian and Yi Tianxiong, is intensely fierce. They have engaged in a love-hate relationship for decades, contending with one another, each claiming victories and suffering defeats. This rivalry symbolizes the ruthless struggle between the 2 founding families of the Sacred Heavenly Sect. However, this delicate balance was abruptly shattered when King Chu Tian married the broken sword goddess from the ancient Sword Divine clan, Jiankong Zhu, and they bore 3 daughters and a son. Looking up, King Chu Tian saw the 28th rank on the Heavenly list, the wife of the Heavenly King Emperor of the Sacred Heavenly Sect, who single-handedly vanquished the demon sovereign of the Forbidden Land. Indeed, Jiankong Zhu not only far surpassed the two sect masters, but also achieved her position with merely a brief introduction, having slain the demon sovereign with a single strike, propelling her into the 28th rank of the heavenly list. The Hung Tian list records only the strong of the Hung Tian continent. Jian Kongzhu ascended the rankings only after her marriage to King Chu Tian, thereby solidifying the sacred heavenly sect status as the foremost sect in the Hung Tian continent. Her astonishing feat of entering the top 30 with a single strike underscores the ferocity of the formidable demon lord. With such a formidable hand, the Chu family's influence reached unprecedented heights, only to plummet drastically, leading to their decline and eventual annihilation in less than 30 years. From a perspective of Chu Tian, a discerning patriarch, such irregularities inevitably hint at underlying anomalies. The most significant anomaly, however, lies within his own father, King Chu Tian, and his three sisters. After all, it is not the godlike opponents one fears, but rather the foolish allies. External threats, like the Son of Fortune, Yi Fan, and the Divine Maiden of the Sacred Heaven, Lu Yun, are not pivotal in Chu Tian's eyes. Fortresses invariably begin to crumble from within. Chapter 6. How can such an invincible mother remain low-key? With an invincible mother possessing the supreme physique of the chaos demon god, maintaining a low profile becomes an impossibility. Chu Tian internally ridicules his father, King Chu Tian. In the original narrative, the incompetence and fury of the great hate demon lord played a significant role in the destruction of the Chu family. But the lion's share of the blame rests squarely on this father figure. A hand of excellent cards was squandered, and he stifled the potential of his wife, Jian Kongzhu, and son, Chu Tian. A genius who remains hidden for too long truly risks becoming an ordinary talent, which Prodigy does not reveal their extraordinary nature from a young age. Chu Tian gazes downward at the Hung Tian ranking. At the top of the earth ranking stands the Tsihong sacred sect, with the Holy Maiden of Willian, born with divine grace, condensing blood at 1 year, refining bones at 2, and cultivating spirit at 4. She once ranked first in blood condensation, second in bone refining, first in spirit refinement, and first in the fusion realm. Scanning further down reveals a series of astonishing accomplishments. Though he momentarily overlooks the Holy Maiden Huilian, who is indeed formidable and strikingly beautiful, a crucial female character, she is destined to be the nemesis of the protagonist, Yi Fan, who is likely still a waste at this point, not yet having made his entrance. He decides to deal with her later. Next, he notices the name Yi Feng, son of the Tianxiong Emperor, who once ranked 3rd in blood condensation, 5th in bone refining, and Yi Feng, a glimmer of cold light flashes in Chu Tian's eyes. This individual is the betrothed of his older sister, Chu Yunshang, and epitomizes cruelty and cold-heartedness. Chu Yunshang would later be labeled the heartless demoness, scorned by the Hung Tian continent and pursued by major sects, all for him. Ultimately, Chu Yunshang met her demise at his hands, sacrificing her own partner in a quest for reputation. In this lifetime, I shall not permit such tragedies to befall my family. As Chu Tian contemplates Yi Feng's name, a terrifying murderous intent flickers in his eyes, finally settling on the 5th name in the bone refining rankings, Yi Chong, Yi Fan's elder brother. Despite Yi Fan's ineptitude, he remains within the Yi family, supported by this elder brother. Following the tragic demise of Tian Wang Emperor and the annihilation of the Chu family, it was Yi Chong, with his honest demeanor and indomitable spirit, who committed the most heinous acts, sparing not even the infants of the Chu family, while telling Yi Fan that one must eradicate the roots of evil lest it regrow. This dirty work was left for him to do. Yi Chong is also currently the strongest in the Saint Tian sect bone refining realm at 12 years old, wielding a colossal strength of 300,000 pounds, capable of slaying 10 ancient mammoths in a minute. The first place in the bone refining rankings is occupied by the Holy Maiden Hui Mei of the Tsihong sacred sect, boasting a strength of 900,000 pounds, while others from the Saint Tian sect, including Lu Yun and Yi Tian, follow closely in the rankings. The names of the Yi family frequently grace the various rankings, while the illustrious Chu family, the founding clan of the Saint Tian sect, has remarkably few names appearing, almost non-existent. To avoid inciting the Yi family's jealousy, King Chu Tian has not only urged his son to maintain a low profile, but has also forbidden any Chu family members from competing with the Yi family. The speculation surrounding the decline of the Chu family is not without cause. A cold gleam flickers in Chu Tian's eyes. A fierce beast that hides its fangs and claws will inevitably be perceived as old. This situation is perilous and must not continue. With a preliminary plan for the future forming in his mind, Chu Tian strides into the sect, opting not to return to the Chu family, but to head towards the Heng Tian Palace. Upon entering the Heng Tian Palace, Chu Tian is met with gasps of astonishment and waves of flattery. In just 30 seconds, Yi Chang has already slain 15 ancient mammoths. By 40 seconds, the count rises to 20. Is Yi Chang aiming for the top of the bone, refining rankings? Apart from the worthless Yi fan, the current generation of Yi family is formidable. Could it be that the tradition of alternating leadership within the Saint Tian sect is about to be disrupted, allowing the Yi family to maintain domination? In 50 seconds, he has slain 25 mammoths, and with only 10 seconds remaining, the count reaches 28. Chu Tian looks up and sees Yi Chang's name climbing the rankings, reaching 30 ancient mammoths before the minute concludes. Upon the completion of the minute, Yi Chang's tally stands at 33. Almost every 2 seconds, he has felled a mammoth of immense strength, nearing the threshold of instant kills. Yi Chang's ranking instantly rises to 3rd in the bone refining list. Suddenly, the Heng Tian and Earth rankings illuminate, and Yi Chang's name appears at the end, ranked 99th. Within the palace, numerous disciples of the Saint Tian sect cast envious and jealous glances. Among the 1 million inner disciples of the Saint Tian sect, fewer than 10,000 make it onto the rankings, and it takes years for someone to appear on the Earth ranking. Attaining a position on the Earth ranking signifies entering the sect's focus for cultivation. Even a last position carries immense honor and endless resources. A swirling vortex appears on a golden boulder, and a robust young man dressed in coarse gray fabric steps out, sporting a buzz cut. He catches sight of the so-called pseudo-favored son of fortune, Yi Chang. A gentle yet melodious notification resonates in Chu Tian's ears. System. What is a pseudo-favored son of fortune? Chu Tian inquires. The favored son of fortune possesses immense luck, and those close to him are enveloped by this aura, growing alongside him. Hence they are designated as pseudo-favored sons of fortune. The system explains, then adds, in regard to pseudo-favored sons of fortune. They fall under the category of suppressing the favored sons of fortune, significantly impacting their luck. At this moment, as Yi Chang steps out of the golden vortex, he immediately notices Chu Tian at the entrance, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. Chu Tian, you dare to slander my brother and not hide within the Chu family. Yet you have the audacity to come to the Heng Tian Palace. Yi Chang's eyes flicker with a heavy, murderous intent. Having rushed to the Heng Tian Palace upon learning of his brother's capture by the sect, only by excelling can he ensure his family spares his brother, Yi Fan. However, his greater ire is directed at Chu Tian. His brother is already in a pitiful state, and this individual shows no sympathy, instead slandering his own brother and putting him in peril. Yi Chang recognizes Chu Tian from a previous encounter when Chu Tian visited the Liu family, seeking Liu Yun, where Yi Fan happened to be present. Chapter 7. You are unworthy, yet you come forth. Chu Tian. Is he the young Saint Chu Tian? Within the palace, numerous disciples were taken aback, their gazes fixated on Chu Tian. Although Chu Tian was renowned, having shaken the entire Heng Tian continent upon his arrival, he led a reclusive life, rendering most inner disciples incapable of recognizing him. The recent events concerning the 2 founding families had already spread throughout the Sheng Tian sect, even reaching the ears of ordinary disciples. Boom! Yi Chang's eyes turned icy. He leapt forward, his towering frame creating a deafening sound as he descended like a meteor towards Chu Tian, casting a dark shadow over him. Chu Tian, why do you slander my brother? Yi Chang's question remained unfinished. Bang! Suddenly, Chu Tian moved, unleashing a punch with the swiftness of lightning, driving his fist directly into Yi Chang's abdomen. Puff! Yi Chong coughed out a mouthful of blood, caught completely off guard, and was sent hurtling backward at a speed even greater than his approach, crashing heavily against the golden stone of the bone forging ranking. With a thunderous sound, the impact reverberated, seemingly shaking the entire palace. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanying this were the sounds of Yi Chong's bones fracturing and shattering. He slid down from the bone forging ranking, collapsing in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open and bloodshot as he struggled in vain to rise. At this moment, the atmosphere was suffocating. All present gaped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. No one expected that the young Saint Chu Tian would be so overpoweringly fierce, launching an attack without uttering a single word. Even more astonishing was that Yi Chong, who had just entered the third position on the bone forging ranking, was utterly crushed by Chu Tian, with no opportunity to retaliate. They were all bewildered. This young saint, who appeared to barely reach Yi Chong's chest and bore an innocent visage, harbored such terrifying strength. Chu Tian then took deliberate steps toward Yi Chong, an invisible and terrifying pressure causing the air within the palace to stagnate. Many disciples feared that Chu Tian intended to finish Yi Chong off completely, considering he was Yi Fan's brother. However, to their surprise, Chu Tian did not even spare Yi Chong a glance. Walking past him in the bloodied pool and stepping into the golden vortex of the bone forging ranking, the crowd was astonished. Throughout the entire exchange, Chu Tian had not responded to Yi Chong with a single word. He merely threw a punch without even acknowledging him. They were at a loss for words to describe the sensation. It seemed as if Chu Tian's attack on Yi Chong was merely an afterthought. Had Yi Chong not approached him, Chu Tian might not have felt compelled to engage him at all, for Yi Chong was simply too weak to be considered a worthy adversary. It was as if Chu Tian had come to the Hung Tian Palace solely to challenge the bone forging ranking, with Yi Chong foolishly seeking a confrontation. One punch, and he had obliterated the third-ranked Yi Chong, who possessed a massive strength of 500,000 pounds. This could not be a dream. Even a young, ancient beast like the golden-winged roc could not possibly annihilate a peer of the same rank so easily. The top-tier prodigies of the Hung Tian continent were not to be underestimated. Was the bone-forging ranking malfunctioning? Was Yi Chong's ranking a fluke? All the disciples were dumbfounded, their discussions fervent, utterly forgetting about Yi Chong, who lay struggling in a pool of blood on the verge of death. With all his bones shattered by Chu Tian's single punch, he would not only be dead, but would also be left permanently disabled. At that moment, a name suddenly appeared on the golden stone of the bone forging ranking. Chu Tian. 1 second, 10 mighty mammoths. The numbers quickly jumped again. 2 seconds, 30 mighty mammoths. What? In an instant, everyone was left in a daze. In the testing space, thousands of ancient mammoths trumpeted thunderously, their ivory tusks gleaming menacingly as they charged towards Chu Tian like small mountains. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Tian's expression remained calm, moving like a bolt of lightning through the herd of mammoths, effortlessly demolishing them with every movement. Blood mist erupted around him as he navigated through the chaos. He had once led a mercenary company against an army of 10,000, traversing mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. This scene, though grand, was not enough to sway him. Chu Tian's current might was terrifying. With the chaos demon body and the true classic of chaos creation, he possessed an astounding strength of 1,500,000 pounds. Even a young true dragon would not wield such power at the bone forging stage. With such strength, a single punch from Chu Tian could obliterate a small mountain. The mammoths, possessing only a strength of 100,000 pounds, seemed as fragile as tofu in his hands. Chu Tian surged forward, resembling a tank of lightning, slaughtering through the herd, leaving no remains behind. With each movement, he shattered several mammoths. At that moment, the atmosphere outside was eerily silent, as if the Hung Tian Palace were devoid of life, with even the sound of breathing having vanished. On the bone forging ranking, the last digits beside Chu Tian's name fluctuated wildly. Chu Tian, 10 seconds, 365 ancient mammoths. 15 seconds, 500 ancient mammoths. 20 seconds, 675 ancient mammoths. 30 seconds, 1,000 ancient mammoths. Buzz. The bone forging ranking trembled suddenly, Chu Tian's time stopped at 30 seconds, with a total of 1,000 ancient mammoths. The entire place fell into a deathly silence, all eyes bloodshot, fixed on the numbers in disbelief. In the pool of blood, Yi Chong trembled violently, his eyes wide with fury as he coughed up blood. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A heavy, beast-like breathing began to fill the palace. As all present seemed to lose their sanity, their eyes turning crimson. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be foul play. Even slaughtering ordinary wild beasts couldn't be this simple. These were ancient mammoths, possessing a strength of 100,000 pounds, not mere chicks. Many at the bone-forging stage found it incredibly challenging to kill a single ancient mammoth, often risking their own lives in the process. Everyone was left in a stupor. Was the bone-forging ranking truly at this level? In the testing space, Chu Tian muttered to himself, furrowing his brows as he gazed at the empty expanse before him. He had held his breath, intending to unleash a grand display to astonish the Shung Tian sect and the Hung Tian continent. However, he had taken it too seriously. By the time the time limit had not yet expired, all the appearing mammoths had already been dispatched. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, a series of earth-shattering dragon roars and piercing cries resounded through the vast space. 10 nine-clawed golden dragon cubs, 10 golden-winged rock cubs, and 10 true howler cubs appeared simultaneously, their beastly eyes cold as they charged at Chu Tian. The dragon roars shook the heavens, and the whipping of their tails sent tremors through the air. The golden-winged rocks moved with lightning speed, their wings flapping as if teleporting, their dark golden claws tearing toward Chu Tian's face. The howler's roars were almost tangible, akin to a sonic attack, causing Chu Tian's eardrums to throb, sending his mind into a dizzying whirl. 30 ancient beast cubs, a sight so fearsome it was beyond imagination. Each possessed the capability to slaughter the most elite of human prodigies, and now they appeared all at once. Chapter 8. Battling the true dragon is as simple as dining. Are you human? This is precisely the effect desired. Chu Tian, far from being daunted, let out a low growl. His hand, shrouded in flowing chaotic black radiance, lifted and seized the talons of the young rock, tearing it apart with a fierce motion. Splatter. The young rock was torn asunder, golden blood spraying forth. Chu Tian roared, his blood energy soaring, a chaotic glow swirling around him, as the tail of the true dragon youngling struck his back. It merely left a faint mark, failing to penetrate his defenses. Chu Tian turned and delivered a punch, causing the head of the true dragon youngling to explode. With a swift kick, the true roar youngling detonated in place. Meanwhile, outside the bone-forging rankings, time resumed its flow. Chu Tian, at the 10th level of bone-forging, annihilated 1,000 ancient mammoths in 30 seconds. In 3 seconds, he dispatched a young rock and a true dragon youngling. In 10 seconds, he obliterated 2 true dragon younglings, 3 young rocks, and 1 true roar youngling. Am I seeing things? Is it not only after reaching the divine refinement realm, or even the fusion realm, that ancient fierce beasts appear in the tests? Battling true dragon younglings. Are these actions truly human? For the human race, engaging ancient beasts in physical combat is the pinnacle of human capability, is it not? 1 every 2 seconds? As time ticked away, the numbers continued to fluctuate, and the heavy breaths within the hall grew increasingly labored, akin to the panting of cattle. Were it not for the uninterruptible nature of the celestial trial process, they might have rushed into the testing space to ascertain whether Chu Tian was cheating. Soon, as the time reached 1 minute, the test concluded. Chu Tian's name instantaneously soared to the top of the bone-forging rankings. Chu Tian, at the 10th level of bone-forging, wielding a titanic strength of 1,500,000 pounds, slaughtered 1,000 ancient mammoths, 10 true dragon younglings, 10 young rocks, and 10 true roar younglings in 1 minute. The second place, from the Compassionate Navigation Sacred Sect, was the Wise Mei, also at the 10th level of bone forging, with a strength of 900,000 pounds. In 1 minute, 1,500,000 pounds? Am I hallucinating? Someone mumbled, glancing at the person beside them to inquire. What did you see? 150. I saw 150 as well. Chu Tian, in the realm of bone forging, possesses a strength nearly double that of the ancient beast younglings? Is the chaotic divine demon body truly so extraordinary? Is this the holy son of the sacred heavenly sect? Cough, 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 cough. In a pool of blood, Yi Chang's face turned an ashen white, coughing violently, his body twitching, as if on the brink of expiration. Yet, at this moment, no one had the time to concern themselves with him. Buzz. At this time, Chu Tian emerged from the golden vortex, impeccably attired in black. His expression serene. He cast a fleeting glance at Yi Chang and then glanced at the bone forging rankings, seemingly oblivious to the strange atmosphere within the hall, and proceeded to exit the Celestial Hall. His purpose for coming to the Celestial Hall was to suppress all contemporaries of the Yi family, including Yi Chang, rather than to target a specific individual. Had Yi Chang not approached, Chu Tian would not have felt compelled to trouble him. Defeating him was merely a matter of convenience. If he sought his own demise, then Chu Tian would oblige. It was as simple as that. Regarding excessive concern, Chu Tian deemed his energy precious and unworthy of being squandered on inconsequential figures and matters. Congratulations to the host for suppressing the false son of destiny, Yi Chang, delivering a severe blow to his mindset and instilling an irreversible shadow, rewarding 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host for undermining the fortune of the son of destiny, Yi Fan, rewarding 1,000 destiny points. The system's gentle and melodious voice resonated. Chu Tian departed. Yet at that moment, within the Celestial Hall, the rankings suddenly shifted, and Chu Tian's name appeared at the top. Top of the Earth rankings. Holy son of the sacred heavenly sect, Chu Tian, aged 8, possessing the chaotic divine demon body, ascended to the pinnacle of the bone forging rankings. Second place, compassionate navigation sacred sect, Saintess Hui Lian, with the body of saint, born with celestial energy, condensing blood at 1 year, achieving bone forging at 2 years, divine refinement at 4, and previously ranked first in divine refinement, second in bone forging, and first in fusion. Third place, heart demon sect, recently squeezed into the 99th position. Yi Chang vanished from a list. The Earth rankings only record the 99 most promising prodigies under 30. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. In the pool of blood, Yi Chang's eyes bulged with fury before he fainted. The sacred heavenly sect has 2 main peaks, representing 2 founding families. The Chu family's sacred emperor peak and the Yi family's sacred sovereign peak. At the highest point of the sacred emperor peak's main hall, Chu Tian returned to the Chu family. As he approached the hall's entrance, a hunchbacked elder greeted him with a respectful bow. Young master, Madam has descended from the divine clan and is currently discussing matters with the master. Please wait a moment. The hunchbacked elder's face was lined with wrinkles, his eyes dull and lifeless, resembling an elderly man nearing his end. Yet, Chu Tian knew this was merely the elder's exterior. The true name of the hunchbacked elder remained unknown, yet he had always been responsible for guarding the main hall of the sacred emperor peak. Even Chu Tian Wang had to refer to him as Grandpa Tuesday. Among the many strong individuals on the sacred emperor peak, this elder could at least rank second. After Chu Tian Wang's death, the fallen Chu Tian managed to escape encirclement, all thanks to this elder sacrificing his life to hold back Yi Tianxiu. Although not a member of the Chu family, he had spent his life with them and was more reliable than many within the Chu family's direct lineage. All right, Grandpa Tuesday. Upon hearing that his mother, Jian Kongzhu, had descended, Chu Tian felt a slight stir in his heart, politely returning the greeting, and then stood at the entrance with Grandpa Tu, waiting. It seemed the butterfly effect of his actions had begun to manifest. In the original plot, Jian Kongzhu had been in seclusion within the ancient Sword Divine clan, unaware of her circumstances, ultimately perishing in internal strife. It was precisely due to Jian Kongzhu's demise that her deterrent presence vanished, delivering a significant blow to Chu Tian Wang and the Chu family, emboldening the Yi family to launch their final assault. However, Yi Tianxiong had previously engaged in dialogue with Yi Fan, subtly revealing that Jian Kongzhu seemed to have been embroiled in a fierce dispute with the ancestors of the ancient Sword Divine clan, striving to secure something significant for Chu Tian. Yi Tianxiong had secretly fueled the flames, leading to her downfall. Now, the fact that Jian Kongzhu could descend with her spirit indicated her continued freedom, able to return to the sacred heavenly sect at any moment. At that moment, a cold female voice suddenly echoed within the hall. Chu Tian Wang, I do not care about the grand scheme and unity of your sacred heavenly sect, nor am I interested. All I know is that if similar incidents arise again, I will return immediately and cleave the sacred sovereign peak of the Yi family with a single sword strike. How dare a worthless member of the Yi family bully my precious son? How are you, the vice sect leader, fit for your position? You might as well rename yourself Yi Coward. Cough, 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 cough. Madam, please lower your voice. There are people outside the hall. Chu Tian Wang's voice was tinged with embarrassment. Lower my voice. I am speaking for my son to hear. My son, of such noble lineage, possesses the unparalleled chaotic divine demon body, a rare talent throughout history, and is the child of the sword goddess Jian Kongzhu. He is destined to stand at the pinnacle of the starry sky, illuminating the heavens. Yet here, in your sacred heavenly sect, he must tread cautiously and modestly. Why should that be? Jian Kongzhu's voice remained icy, offering no regard for Chu Tian Wang's dignity. Even in her divided state, Jian Kongzhu could still keenly perceive everything occurring within the sacred emperor peak. Chapter 9. A single blow to avert 100 strikes this time, Tianer performed admirably. We're a mere waste from a Yi family and an inconsequential little brat with a mere innate Tao body. How dare they bully and scheme against my Tianer? I sincerely hope this is merely a child's prank and does not involve the Lu family or even the Yi family. Otherwise, I shall lay waste to them all. And you, King Chu, I must inform you, if you dare to meddle in this, preaching about mercy and urging Tianer to abandon his pursuit, I shall return with my first sword to strike you down. Then I will eradicate that so-called sacred emperor peak and incapacitate Yi Tianxiong. King Chu could only smile bitterly in response to the furious lady, nodding repeatedly. My lady, I did not agree to let Xing Nu lead the sex enforcement team into the Lu family to capture Zhu. The Yi family should have understood our firm stance by now. Huh, had I not fortuitously descended at that moment, you, King Chu, might have resolved the matter by killing Zhu outright without further inquiry. Tianer did well. That Zhu must be interrogated until the truth is revealed. I wish to see if it was indeed Yi Tianxiong scheming against my son from the shadows, Jian Kongzhu asserted resolutely. My lady, that may not be the case. It is likely just some old-timers from the Yi family stirring trouble behind the scenes. Tianxiong is my sworn brother. We have traversed the continent and explored the stars together, experiencing life and death side by side. I know his character well. He would never resort to such underhanded tactics against me. If there were an issue, he would communicate directly with me. Tianxiong is a witness to our friendship. Why must we delve deeper and disrupt the balance, creating such an unpleasant scene? Look at Tianer. He is thriving under my personal guidance, having already reached the 7th level of bone forging with a strength of 700,000 pounds, nearly comparable to a young true dragon. King Chu endeavored to soothe, recalling past events to vouch for Yi Tianxiong. Father, you place too much emphasis on your brotherhood with Yi Tianxiong. Chu Tian kept his head lowered, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. The reason he had hurriedly come after leaving the Hung Tian Hall was to persuade King Chu to handle this matter himself. Even participating in the bone forging ranking test was aimed at breaking the deadlock. Chu Tian contemplated how to persuade King Chu, aware that his youth was a significant hindrance, making it difficult for him to get involved in many matters. Fortunately, his mother, Jian Kongzhu, was not overly rigid. Her support from the shadows saved him much effort. Upon hearing Chu Tian's words, the elder Tuo's murky eyes flashed with astonishment as he remarked almost inadvertently, "The master has become too attached to many matters since becoming the deputy sect master, which has led to indecisiveness and a loss of initiative. Many cannot speak up, but the young master's strong counterattack has invigorated many powerful clan members. It was my fault for speaking out of turn, for daring to critique the deputy sect master. Please punish me, young master," Tuo elder said, immediately bowing in contrition. "Tuo elder, you are a respected elder of our clan. Such words do a disservice to me." Chu Tian replied, assisting the elder up, his eyes sparkling with insight. The essence of the elder's words was clear. Within the Chu family, many supported him, dissatisfied with King Chu's conciliatory tactics toward the Yi family. His assertive counterattack had invigorated this faction. Tian, come in quickly. Let your mother see if you have been harmed. At that moment, Jian Kongju's voice echoed. As Chu Tian stepped into the grand hall, a stunning woman clad in a flowing white gown, with sharp features and an air of fierce vitality, rushed to embrace him. She fussed over him, checking for injuries, her eyes brimming with affection, as if fearing her son had suffered any grievances under King Chu. My lady, Tian is also my son. How could I bear to let him suffer? A tall, middle-aged man, King Chu, looked on helplessly. Outside, he was an invincible emperor, the deputy sect master of the Sacred Heaven sect, a figure of immense power. Yet at home, he was just an ordinary middle-aged man, trembling before his fiercely protective wife, hesitant to interject. Though it was his son who had stolen the sacred pulse fruit, beaten his fiancée, Yi, and even threatened to strip the Chu family of their waste, declaring he would annihilate the Lu family otherwise. In Jian Kongju's eyes, it seemed as though her son had been gravely wronged. After a moment of tender inquiry, Jian Kongju invited Chu Tian to sit in her lap and asked, Little Tian, your mother does not wish to argue with your father, this coward. How do you think we should handle the Lu family and that waste from the Yi family? King Chu was about to defend himself against the accusation of cowardice when Jian Kongju shot him a fierce glare. Terrified, he shrank back, casting a pleading glance at his son. Naturally, his hope was that Chu Tian would advocate for mercy, urging against escalating the situation. Chu Tian felt a bit uncomfortable with Jian Kongju's affection, being an adult soul, yet as he absorbed her abundant maternal love, his resistance dissipated. He completely ignored King Chu's imploring look. Were it not for his status, he might have called him cowardly old father. After a brief contemplation, Chu Tian lifted his head, his gaze icy and resolute. Mother, my stance is that we must pursue this matter to the end, unearthing all those who conspired against me. A single blow must be struck to avert 100 retaliations. To preserve the stability and unity of our sect, we cannot blindly compromise. Yielding will only lead others to perceive us as weak and embolden them further. King Chu, despite his helpless smile, was taken aback, his expression shifting as he regarded his son with astonishment. Was this truly the same obedient son he knew? Jian Kongju's eyes sparkled with delight as she clapped her hands in praise. What a wise saying. A single blow to avert 100 strikes. Truly, you are my son, Jian Kongju. Indeed, a mere 8-year-old could express such profound wisdom? Tu elder trembled, his murky eyes filled with shock. The young master is indeed the bloodline of the sword-breaker goddess and the master. Not only does he possess remarkable talent, but his insight is also extraordinary. A single blow to avert 100 strikes. Those 10 words. The more one contemplates them, the more they reveal the endless truths of life, bringing about a moment of enlightenment. Ha ha ha, what a splendid saying. A single blow to avert 100 strikes. This truly reflects our Chu family's approach to matters. A middle-aged man entered the hall, laughing heartily, applauding in approval. Third uncle also stands in full support of your thorough investigation, young Tian, to uncover the true culprit behind this. The newcomer was Chu Tian, the third elder of the Chu family, King Chu's younger brother, the fifth elder of the Sacred Heaven sect, and the head of the sect's enforcement hall, a figure whose presence commanded respect throughout the sect. Tianyun, pay respects to my sister-in-law, and congratulations on your son's achievement in claiming the top spot on the Earth ranking, greatly enhancing our Chu family's reputation and elevating the prestige of the Sacred Heaven sect. Chu Tianyun bowed to Jian Kongju, his face alight with excitement. Chapter 10. How to keep a talented son humble first on the Earth ranking. Are you referring to the Hung Tian ranking? Jian Kongju inquired. Although she was aware of the Hung Tian ranking, being a foreigner to Hung Tian continent, she did not fully grasp its significance. She only understood that the rankings held immense importance in Hung Tian continent. At that moment, King Chu's pupils constricted sharply, initially displeased with the arrival of Chu Tianyun. He cast aside his grievances and exclaimed in astonishment, "Third brother, what did you just say? Little Tian has claimed the top spot on the Earth ranking? Surely, you jest with me and your sister-in-law." The concept of being first on the Earth ranking was not lost on anyone in Hung Tian continent, those under 30 years of age with the greatest potential. But how old was Chu Tian? Merely 8 years old, and only at the bone refinement stage. This was indeed shocking. "Brother, your performance as the vice-sect leader is rather lacking. The entire sect is in an uproar outside. Even ancient relics that have remained hidden for years have emerged from their secret realms to discern whether there has been an error in the Hung Tian ranking. Moreover, you personally instructed little Tian. Do you not realize how formidable he has become?" Chu Tianyun remarked with an expression of intrigue, gazing at Chu Tian as one might look at a phenomenon. Just moments ago, little Tian annihilated Yi Chong, who was at the bottom of the Earth ranking. With a single punch, he dispatched 1,000 ancient mammoths in 30 seconds and 30 ancient beast cubs in the same time frame. He has ascended to the pinnacle of both the Hung Tian bone refinement ranking and the Earth ranking. It is not just our Sacred Heavens sect that is astir. The entirety of Hung Tian continent is in a frenzy. A multitude of ancient beings have come forth to witness the prodigious talents of our sacred son, pondering whether he is, in fact, a transformed ancient divine beast cub that we have brought back. As Chu Tianyun spoke, his gaze grew increasingly peculiar, causing Chu Tian to feel a chill run down his spine, as though he were being scrutinized for dissection. However, his rise to the top of the Earth ranking was somewhat unexpected. He had merely exerted himself fully to make a statement to the world, to demonstrate that the younger generation of the Chu family had not fallen behind, while also fulfilling a task set by the system. Truly, you are your mother's pride. This is the bloodline of the ancient sword god clan, the legendary chaotic, divine, demonic body. Moi. Returning to her senses, Jian Kongzhu passionately kissed her son's fair cheek. "If it were not for your father's cowardice, I would have long taken you to traverse the stars, ensuring that you topple the elites of all the top-tier sects and ancient clans, not to mention the ancient divine beast cubs, one by one. My son, indeed, is the most exceptional. Congratulations, host. You have completed the first phase of the task to no longer remain low-key. You are awarded 10,000 destiny points and a creation divine pill, which can restore life to the dead and heal all injuries." At that moment, the gentle and melodious voice of the system resonated in Chu Tian's ears. "First on the Earth ranking, first on the Earth ranking, first on the Earth ranking." King Chu muttered repeatedly, his emotions a complex tapestry of excitement and pride, for Chu Tian was his only son. What father does not wish for his son to be a dragon among men? Yet, there is also a sense of helplessness and wry amusement. Being first on the Earth ranking meant that all his years of discreet endeavors to prevent the Yi family from feeling threatened by the Chu family had been rendered futile in an instant. With a son so extraordinary, how could one maintain a low profile? Enough, enough. Little Tian, I support your investigation into this matter, but please try not to implicate too many people. After all, Yi Tianxiong is my sworn brother, and we, the Chu family, are a founding clan. We must uphold the unity and stability of the sect, King Chu sighed. At this point, he could no longer feign ignorance. Even his wife and his 8-year-old son were dissatisfied with his demeanor, stealthily attending the Hung Tian temple for the test without his knowledge. Chu Tianyin had hurried over, and though he did not voice his discontent directly, he was clearly utilizing Chu Tian to express his grievances. Little Tian, your talent is extraordinary. From birth, you have been designated the sacred son. The future of the Sacred Heavens sect will surely be yours. Your father is cautious and maintains the greater good of the sect for your sake, King Chu advised. Do not worry, father. I know my own limits. Chu Tian replied with a slight smile, cupping his fist in respect towards King Chu. He had finally resolved this internal dilemma. His greatest concern was not even the so-called son of fortune, Yi Fan, but rather his father, worried that he might be overly traditional and hinder his progress from behind the scenes. At least this coward has some sense, recognizing who truly stands by him. Jian Kongzhu rolled her eyes at King Chu. Buzz. At that moment, King Chu, Chu Tianyun, and Jian Kongzhu's gazes shifted slightly towards the entrance of the hall. Master, madam. Sect leader Tianxiong is here with a young man to pay a visit. They are waiting at the foot of the mountain, reported Elder Ta. What a terrifying presence. Chu Tian looked up at the darkening sky, where once clear skies now seemed ominous. The might of the world's strong men was indeed formidable. Their aura could alter the very heavens. Little Tian, I am currently striving to secure a significant opportunity for you within the ancient Sword God clan, and cannot always be by your side, Jian Kongzhu said, placing her hand upon Chu Tian's head, her eyes filled with affection. However, pursue your aspirations freely, your mother, and your cowardly father will always support you from behind. Jian Kongzhu shot King Chu a glare as her form began to dissipate. Old man, if you dare to bully my son, I shall return and cleave you in two with a sword. Also, take good care of my 3 daughters. If a single hair on their heads is harm, my sworn brother has arrived. Hurry and let Tianxiong in. I shall personally go to welcome him. King Chu laughed heartily, swiftly descending to the foot of the mountain. Little Tian, do not hold it against your father. He and Yi Tianxiong are like brothers, and our Chu family's ancestral teachings prioritize the sex welfare. Otherwise, given your father's temperament, he would not have been so restrained. Nevertheless, your father is your father, and you are you. Do as you see fit. Your 3rd uncle will be here shortly, so do not worry, Chu Tianyin explained with a smile. Then turned to Chu Tian, marveling. Truly a legendary physique, the chaotic, divine, demonic body. It does not merely remain silent, but rather, when it speaks, it stirs the heavens. At 8 years old, and at the bone refinement stage, directly ascending to the first on the earth ranking, such feats are beyond the imagination of those novelists of our continent. Yi Tianxiong, a cold glint flashed in Chu Tian's eyes. Then he smiled and said, of course, this is only natural. I am a member of the Chu family and will prioritize the greater good of the sect. I merely wish to uncover the truth behind the scenes and resolve any misunderstandings between the Chu and Yi families. Chapter 11. As the Chosen One, what happens when I acquire treasure? Old Tall, I once overheard my mother mention that you bear a hidden injury. Chu Tian turned to inquire of Old Ta, who stood at the entrance. His words were undoubtedly fabricated. Old Tua had resided on the sacred Emperor Peak for many years without revealing his true capabilities. The existence of such an injury only came to light during the destruction of the Chu family in the original narrative, a fact even Chu Tian Wang was unaware of. However, with Jian Kongzhu absent, any unexplainable matters could simply be attributed to her. Earlier, upon exiting the Hung Tian Hall, the void suddenly split open, and a pill fell, which I recognized as the legendary creation elixir. Old Tua, could you please examine it? Chu Tian casually remarked, approaching to place the pill in Old Tuo's hand. Chu Tian Wang's credibility was somewhat questionable. As the creation elixir was a product of the system, it could not be false. Moreover, he had no immediate use for it. Instead, it would be better to bestow it upon Old Tuo for healing, thus enhancing the Chu family's combat strength. A dense fragrance of medicine enveloped the vast palace. The creation elixir. Old Tuo trembled, gazing at the pill in his hand. It was a top-tier elixir said to be concocted only by the revered apothecary clan's emperor, capable of reviving the deceased. Chu Tian Yin instantly appeared beside Old Tuo, and upon witnessing the 9 purple wisps emanating from the pill, he was taken aback. It was identical to the descriptions in the texts. Merely inhaling the medicinal aura had healed the minor injuries he sustained in his youth. Chu Tian Yun's eyes widened as he looked at Chu Tian. Little Tian, did you truly find this while walking along the road? Is it genuinely the legendary creation elixir? Chu Tian was astonished. In this fantastical realm, it was rare, yet not impossible for a prodigy to be struck by a treasure while traversing the path. As the embodiment of the chaotic divine demon, the destined child of fate, why should he be any different? Since that is the case, Old Tuo, please consume it. It should be beneficial for your hidden injury, Chu Tian urged. My lord, I cannot possibly accept such a precious gift. The creation elixir is capable of reviving the dead, akin to a second life. I am but a servant of the Chu family. How could I dare accept such lavish treatment? Old Tuo responded, though he was indeed tempted after suffering for so many years. Nonetheless, he returned the elixir to Chu Tian. Old Tuo, it is merely a pill. In comparison to your contributions to the Chu family, this is insignificant. Little Tian, merely wishes to express his gratitude on behalf of his parents, Chu Tian humbly stated. After all, with the system in place and numerous fated children, obtaining fate points for exchange was feasible. This creation elixir, while valuable, was trivial to him. External treasures could not compare to having a top-tier powerhouse at one's side for reassurance. Old Tua, you truly possess a hidden injury? After all these years, we never detected it. Chu Tian expressed his astonishment before quickly adding, Little Tian is correct. Old Tua, your contributions to the Chu family are immense. This should be our duty as the younger generation. Consider this creation elixir as a gift from the family. We will exchange other items within the clan for it. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tian's demeanor turned serious as he continued, Little Tian, in 3 days, the sacred heavenly pool within the clan will be opened. We will exchange this opportunity for your entry into the sacred heavenly pool. The pool, formed from the body of the revered Enmu, is invaluable for forging the divine soul of a celestial being. You have reached the 10th level of bone refining, marking the beginning of your journey into divine refinement. The sacred heavenly pool will greatly benefit your advancement, its value rivaling that of the creation elixir. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian turned to Old Tua and said, Now, you can confidently consume the creation elixir. In that case, I shall accept it, and I am grateful to you both. My life and everything I have are given by the Chu family. I am unworthy of such kindness, Old Tua replied, no longer hesitating. He understood the significance of the elixir and promptly consumed it. With a hum, Old Tua closed his eyes as a purple radiance swirled around him, and the power of creation flickered momentarily. The name Sacred Heavenly Pool sent a slight tremor through Chu Tian's heart. He had not anticipated encountering this place so soon. The Sacred Heavenly Pool harbored immense opportunities, and those favored by fate who entered would directly influence the balance of the Sacred Heavenly Sect. The Sacred Heavenly Sect, with its million-year legacy, had witnessed various rises and falls, having faced crises along the way. The revered Enmu was the ancestor who revitalized the sect during a critical period of decline. The Enmu family is now one of the top families within the Sacred Heavenly Sect, second only to the 2 major clans. The body of the Enmu lies concealed within the Sacred Heavenly Pool, having undergone a baptism of the essence of heaven and earth for hundreds of thousands of years, and has begun to develop a nascent consciousness. Years later, during the opening of the Sacred Heavenly Pool, a centennial ceremony for young disciples, Yi Fan gained a recognition of a nascent Enmu and became heavily reliant on him, thus indirectly receiving the support of the Enmu family, establishing his foothold within the Sacred Heavenly Sect. The living Enmu represents an astronomical opportunity, one of the greatest fortunes Yi Fan ever encountered. If he could enter early, there might be much to gain. Chu Tian smiled at his uncle, Chu Tian, although this character had little impact on the Chu family in the original narrative. Having met an untimely end within 3 appearances, he was now maximizing his potential. Furthermore, from his memories, it was clear that the opportunity to enter the Sacred Heavenly Pool was actually Chu Tian's, which he willingly ceded to him for the purpose of divine refinement. Thank you, Uncle, for granting me this precious opportunity. I too wish to enter the Sacred Heavenly Pool to forge an unparalleled foundation, Chu Tian sincerely expressed. Feeling a surge of gratitude, Chu Tian, somewhat surprised that Chu Tian was aware of this, chuckled and remarked, Uncle is aging. Entering the Sacred Heavenly Pool might only allow me to advance a level or 2. The continent has been tumultuous in recent years, with various sects on edge and prodigies emerging in droves. Our sect is rife with undercurrents. The Yi family is eyeing us closely. If this continues, even with our deep-rooted heritage, the Chu family may face peril. It is better to entrust this opportunity to you, Little Tian, to secure a future for our family. When the time comes, please keep an eye on that proud little rascal of ours. With a light pat on Chu Tian's shoulder, he reassured him not to worry. In truth, if Chu Tian had not topped the Earth rankings, he would not have relinquished this opportunity. Thank you, Uncle, Chu Tian expressed earnestly. Feeling a sense of admiration for the enduring legacy of the old clan, united and forward-thinking, Chu Tian had downplayed the significance of advancing a level or two. Yet many powerful individuals had risked their lives for such incremental progress. Just then, the veiled Xing Nu appeared at the entrance of the hall, kneeling with one knee. Xing Nu pays respects to my lord and third master. Rise, Chu Tian said casually. Has there been any outcome from the interrogation of Jiao? Xing Nu cast a glance at Chu Tian Yun, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes. Ah, ha ha ha, even I find this hard to believe. Little Tian, you truly have a loyal and devoted servant. Chu Tian Yun chuckled, showing no offense as he turned to step aside. Do not hesitate, star slave, speak plainly. Third uncle is family, Chu Tian stated calmly. The act of forcibly breaching the Lu residence to capture Zhu'er was never intended to be conducted covertly. Moreover, given that Chu Tianyun is the head of the enforcement hall, it would be impossible for Zhu'er to command the sect's enforcement team without his tacit approval. Young master, my subordinates and several disciples of the enforcement hall employed various severe tortures. Yet even when Zhu'er was on the brink of mental collapse, she resolutely refused to divulge any information. Star Slave gritted her teeth and continued in desperation. I took it upon myself to employ the soul-searching technique and uncovered the entire truth. I utilized forbidden methods of the dark arts. I implore Third Master and Young Master to impose punishment upon me. Eons ago, the celestial demon nearly brought destruction upon the Hung Tian continent, which is why the dark arts have been scorned on this land. This also explains why the great hatred demon lord fell into the dark path and was relentlessly hunted by the sects of the Hung Tian continent. Proceed, Chu Tian said, his expression unyielding. He was well aware of these matters, yet in his heart, he harbored no distinction between righteousness and malevolence. What distinction could there be in secret arts? They are merely tools, employed to achieve one's ends. Chapter 12. Kneel down and apologize to the young master of the Chu family no matter. It is but a trifling matter. Chu Tianyun's expression remained placid. The Holy Heavens sect governed vast territories and a multitude of people, with the law enforcement hall tasked with maintaining order, often employing dark sorcery in secret, an occurrence as commonplace as it was discreetly handled among various sections. Zhu'er, a loyal assassin trained by Elder Yi Hongwu, was responsible for instilling the virtues of the Yi family into Miss Lu Yun, while simultaneously undermining her relationship with the young master. The news regarding the ripening of the sacred pulse fruit, which could assist Yi Fan in his cultivation, was divulged to Miss Lu Yun by Yi Hongwu himself. At this moment, the star slave prostrated on the ground, presenting a jade tablet that contained records of Zhu'er's memories, detailing the various schemes orchestrated by Elder Yi Hongwu to disrupt Miss Lu Yun. The significance of this matter, involving the elder of the Yi family, was monumental. Chu Tian's demeanor remained calm. The involvement of the Yi family was not beyond his expectations. It was merely a procedural formality. However, Chu Tianyun's expression turned as cold as ice, a fierce aura radiating from him. At that moment, Chu Tian Wang approached alongside a stern-faced middle-aged man, exuding authority, and jovially remarked, Little Tian, why don't you come greet Uncle Tianxiao? He dotes on you the most. Remember, not long after your birth, you even relieved yourself on him. Saint's son, Chu Tian. I pay my respects to the sect master. Chu Tian responded with impeccable courtesy, refraining from addressing him as uncle, instead opting for the formal title of sect master, an act that left no room for criticism. His gaze then drifted to the young boy standing behind Yi Tianxiao. This boy, slightly over a decade old, bore a countenance that betrayed a coldness beyond his years. As Chu Tian looked at him, the boy's gaze remained fixed on Chu Tian, his eyes reflecting a depth of malice that suggested a childhood steeped in the harsh realities of human nature, revealing a maturity akin to that of an adult. Seeking to make amends, how intriguing, Chu Tian mused, a smirk playing on his lips. His memories of this boy were few, yet they were all intertwined with Miss Lu Yun. The child of fortune, Yi Fan, was a pivotal figure in the downfall of the Chu family, having played a monumental role in its demise. At present, Yi Fan stood bare-chested, his arms bound by iron chains, with thorny vines piercing into his back, blood trickling down. Yet there was no sign of pain in his eyes. Instead, he glared at Chu Tian with clenched teeth, bellowing, "Chu Tian, you bastard! If you intend to kill or maim me, come at me directly. There is no need to involve Lu Yun or her family, nor to unleash your wrath upon my brother." Filled with rage, Yi Fan charged at Chu Tian like a wild beast. Chu Tian stood still, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet a glimmer of murderous intent flickered across his youthful features. This scene was reminiscent of Yi Chang's earlier provocation within the Hung Tian Hall. Although Yi Fan was the child of fortune and had experienced the ups and downs of life, he was still too young and lacked the necessary cunning. If Yi Fan sought his own demise, Chu Tian was more than willing to oblige. At that moment, Yi Tianxiong's commanding voice rang out, "You exhibit a lack of decorum. You were in the wrong first. Chu Tian is the holy son of the sect. Do you believe yourself worthy to roar at him? Kneel." Yi Tianxiong's expression remained impassive as he yanked on the chain, forcing Yi Fan down to the ground, kneeling before Chu Tian. "Little Tian, I have come personally to congratulate you on achieving the top rank on the Hung Tian list and to extend my congratulations to your father. Furthermore, I wish to resolve any misunderstandings you may have regarding the Yi family to prevent any damage to the bond between your father and me, thus ensuring the unity of our sect." Yi Tianxiong turned to Chu Tian, a warm smile gracing his face, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Chu Tian had addressed him solely as sect master. "Uncle has brought this waste here. Do as you wish, kill him, flay him, whatever you desire. Even though he is my third brother's child, I will not show favoritism. Should this matter harm the bond between me and your father, or impact the relationship between our families, this waste life would not suffice to make amends." Chu Tian's gaze turned icy. This old fox was indeed far more formidable than the child of fortune, Yi Fan. It was evident that Yi Tianxiong was fully aware that Chu Tianwang regarded him as a sworn brother and would safeguard his reputation. Hence, he played the emotional card, presenting a facade of impartiality. Otherwise, as the holy son of the sect, a mere waste like Yi Fan would be doomed if they clashed. Yi Chang had previously provoked him and was nearly rendered incapacitated by a single punch, leaving no one daring to challenge him thereafter. Rules are paramount, yet strength is of greater importance in a world that reveres the mighty. A waste who challenges a powerful prodigy would meet their demise without anyone coming to their aid, and the higher-ups within the sect would undoubtedly side with Chu Tian. Yi Fan's reckless rush had left Chu Tian prepared to incapacitate him completely. However, Yi Tianxiong's intervention had spared Yi Fan's life. The child of fortune undeniably possessed a formidable fate, prompting Yi Tianxiong to emerge and provide protection. Yi Tianxiong likely sensed the impending peril as he learned of Chu Tian's ascendance to the top of the rankings. Thus, this cunning old man had swiftly made the decision to bind Yi Fan as though he were a dog. To strike at Yi Fan would only seem petty and would actively undermine the relationship between the two families, jeopardizing the unity of the sect. There would be whispers within the sect regarding the Chu family's lack of magnanimity. Yet, Yi Tianxiong might not have anticipated that from the outset. Chu Tian's target was never the waste that was Yi Fan. Addressing him was merely a secondary objective. Through Yi Fan's predicament, he aimed to awaken Chu Tianwang, galvanize the Chu family, and strike a blow against the Yi family. This was his ultimate goal. Little Tian, the Chu and Yi families are brother clans. Do you not think it wise to let this matter rest? Have a star slave bring that Jewer here and deal with him directly, Chu Tianwang urged, his patience evidently wearing thin. Had it not been for Jian Kongzhu's intervention, insisting that Chu Tian handle the situation, he might have already acted against Yi Fan. Chu Tian furrowed his brow, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, yet before he could speak, Chu Tian's icy voice rang out, "We cannot let him go. Elder brother, I understand your concern for the bond with the sect master. However, this matter involves more than just a waste. There are those behind the scenes plotting against your legitimate son, the young master of the Chu family, the future hope of our sect. We cannot simply let this matter conclude so easily." Chu Tianyun strode forward, clutching a jade tablet, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Tianxiong, declaring, "Sect master, as the head of the law enforcement hall, do I not possess the authority to interrogate this girl? The law enforcement hall is responsible for maintaining order within the sect, endowed with the functions of capturing and interrogating, thus granting him that authority. Yi Tianxiong replied calmly, though a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Then may I inquire, Sect Master, how should we regard the actions of Elder Yi Hongwu, your own blood relative, who has trained assassins to infiltrate the side of my father's legitimate son's fiancé, inciting destruction and disclosing the sect's most profound secrets, urging our holy son, Chu Tian, to pilfer the sacred pulse fruit for Yi Fan? What punishment should befall such transgressions? Chu Tian's voice was steeped in malice, his eyes icy. I now harbor grave suspicions that there exists a faction within the Yi family that is deliberately scheming against the young prodigy of our Chu family. Boom, boom, boom. As Chu Tian's words echoed, the heavens shifted ominously, the universe contorting, thick clouds enveloping the summit of the Holy Emperor Peak. The atmosphere between heaven and earth seemed to solidify. Chu Tian's declaration was suffocating, directly targeting the Yi family. Chu Tian's gaze remained calm as he scanned his surroundings, acutely sensing that the moment Chu Tian uttered those words, though the area appeared devoid of life, a multitude of ominous currents surged forth. Yi Tianxiong's personal arrival, along with the presence of powerful figures from the Chu family and the higher-ups of the sect, suggested that many were observing this confrontation. Yet, Chu Tian had no intention of intervening. The Chu family has languished in silence for far too long, necessitating a vigorous confrontation to demonstrate to the outside world that the fangs and claws of the Chu family remain intact. Even the Yi family's transgressions must come with a heavy price. Chu Tianyun, do you wish to disrupt the unity and stability of the sect? Yi Tianxiong's gaze darkened instantly as he regarded the jade slip presented by Chu Tianyun, refraining from accepting it. Instead, he imposed a severe accusation, his voice cold and commanding. Are you aware of the gravity of your words? To slander the elder is a grave offense. As the head of the law enforcement hall, it is your duty to uphold the order of the sect. Do you not think before you speak? Depart at once. Yi Tianxiong bellowed in anger. The moment Chu Tianyun stepped forward to speak, he keenly sensed that something was amiss, as if events were unfolding beyond his comprehension. After all, Chu Tianwang's demeanor had not changed, yet Chu Tianyun dared to provoke him without the head of the family's directive, even involving an esteemed elder of the Yi family, his own uncle. His acute instincts warned him against engaging further. Third brother, what nonsense are you spouting? I will settle this with you later. At that moment, Chu Tianwang approached with an exceptionally grim countenance and seized the jade slip from Chu Tianyun's hand. The magnitude of this situation was such that Chu Tianyun had the audacity not to consult him, the family head. Chu Tianwang swiftly scanned the jade slip with his divine sense, and in an instant, he was rendered speechless. Yi Hongwu. Suddenly, Chu Tianwang's voice became hoarse, seemingly erupting from his very throat. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped the vast heavens. The wrath of an emperor could cause mountains to crumble and seas to surge, obscuring the sun and moon. Elder Hongwu, no, this cannot be. There must be a misunderstanding. In that fleeting moment, Yi Fan, kneeling on the ground, turned pale and looked towards Yi Tianxiong. Wasn't this meant to resolve the conflict? How did it unexpectedly escalate to such a magnitude? Yi Fan felt a chill throughout his body. Yi Hongwu was the only elder in the Yi family who had shown him kindness, providing protection for him and his brother Yi Chong. Even his survival after having his meridians crippled was due to Yi Hongwu's considerable sacrifice. At that moment, Chu Tianyun strode forward, gazing down at Yi Fan with a chilling ferocity. You were poisoned at birth, the venom permeating your very organs. Merely to preserve your life requires immense resources, and over the years, the elimination of the toxins has demanded rare, divine herbs and treasures. Tianyuan fruits, starlight spirits, dragon blood vines, and now the sacred pulse fruit. Each is a marvel of the world. Yi Hongwu, in his efforts to save your life, has repeatedly incited me, the young master of the Chu family, to steal, causing immense losses to the sect and committing unforgivable crimes. With a resounding thud, Chu Tianyun struck Yi Fan's chest, causing an indentation, his eyes filled with malice. You, a worthless being, are unworthy of such rare treasures sustaining your life. Without the assistance of the young master of the Chu family, you would have long since decayed into dust, yet you dare to roar at me. Kneel and apologize to the young master of the Chu family. Chapter 13. The Heavenly Mysterious Ring, Hidden Tasks, and the Saintess I Am Not Wrong. Why should I kneel and apologize to him? Yi Fan spat blood, his chest caving in, his mouth filled with thick, crimson blood. Yet he did not yield. Instead, he glared at Chu Tian and roared, I, Yi Fan, kneel to neither heaven nor earth, only to my parents. What being first on the heavenly list? If not for the severance of my meridians since childhood, I would not be inferior to him. Given some time, Chu Tian would not stand a chance against me. If you have grievances, come at me. Do not involve Elder Hongwu, you scoundrels. Congratulations to the host for delivering a severe blow to the luck of the son of destiny, Yi Fan. Reward, 1,000 destiny points. Chu Tian approached, half squatting to look down at Yi Fan, his demeanor calm and indifferent. You are worthless. With your talent and strength, you do not even deserve my attention, let alone my hand to end your life. That would merely soil my hands. Yet, Yi Hongwu and others have schemed behind the scenes to assist you, attempting to siphon my strength. This is utterly outrageous. Tell me, who else is behind you? Is it merely Elder Yi Hongwu? Though Chu Tian appeared to inquire of Yi Fan, his gaze shifted toward Yi Tianxiong, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Uncle Tianxiong, you are the sect master of the Holy Sky sect. You should know more. Do you truly believe that one Elder Yi Hongwu possesses the capability to control the sect's affairs, evade the attention of numerous powerful members of my Chu family, manipulate the Lu family, and acquire the sect's most guarded secrets, all to extend the life of this waste? I sense that there may be a more formidable figure behind the scenes. Yi Tianxiong gazed at Chu Tian's youthful visage, his expression dark and inscrutable, contemplating for a long moment before finally speaking. Elder Hongwu is a half-step emperor, having overseen many vital departments of the sect, contributing immensely to its welfare. He is highly esteemed. If you consider him not a significant figure, then who would you deem worthy? The hall masters of each sect, or the peak masters, or perhaps even myself as the sect master. Yi Tianxiong's eyes were icy, betraying little emotion, yet his grip on the iron chain tightened, a dreadful aura suffusing the air, darkening the heavens. To slander an esteemed elder is a grave offense, one that could disrupt the unity and stability of the Holy Sky sect. Little Tian, though you are the Holy Son, you are still young and lack understanding in many matters. Do not be swayed by the machinations of treacherous individuals. Yi Tianxiong cast a murderous glance at Chu Tianyan, suspecting that someone from the Chu family was indeed instigating trouble. Likely the influential figure, Chu Tianyan, the head of the law enforcement hall. Some are plotting against me, and my uncle is defending me. How has this turned into my Chu family's destruction of the sect's unity? Chu Tian's youthful face bore a chill as he spoke resolutely. The label of sect master you are placing is overly grand. You may keep it for yourself. Since Elder Yi Hongwu is involved, let us detain him for thorough interrogation to uncover who is truly undermining the unity and stability of our Holy Sky sect. I have underestimated you, little Tian. Yi Tianxiong observed Chu Tian with newfound respect. Every esteemed elder has made significant contributions to our Holy Sky sect, and those in high positions must be thoroughly investigated with ample evidence before any arrest can be made. Yi Tianxiong then turned to Chu Tianwang, speaking gravely. Tianwang, there must be a misunderstanding here. Do not let false information mislead you. One careless move, and the sect could be thrown into turmoil. As the primary and vice sect masters, we bear heavy responsibilities and must not be swayed by emotions. Mislead? That little Jew was subjected to soul-searching. Her memories clearly indicate that she was trained as an assassin by Yi Hongwu. But at that moment, Chu Tianwang rarely lifted his head, his gaze sharp and filled with lethal intent as he countered Yi Tianxiong. Brother, the evidence is irrefutable, and you dare suggest this is a misunderstanding? The Tian Yuan fruit, celestial star essence, dragon blood vine, and even the sacred pulse flower, each is a treasure of the sect. Little Tian is my son, your nephew. How can you so brazenly utter such words? Fortunately, little Tian decisively arrested Ju. Otherwise, if Ju were to suddenly vanish in a few years, and news of these treasures being stolen surfaced, little Tian would be unable to clear his name even if he plunged into the Star Sea. How would the other families and the hundreds of thousands of disciples in the sect view him, our young holy son? Tian Wang, please do not be agitated. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding. Allow me to return and consult Elder Hong Wu. Yi Tianxiong replied earnestly, aware of the gravity surrounding Elder Yi and Chu Tian. Chu Tian Wang, now visibly enraged, suddenly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot. Brother, I can make concessions for the greater good of the sect and compromise. However, that does not mean I will tolerate anyone scheming against my son from the shadows. I initially thought this was merely a childish squabble, but your Yi family's actions have gone too far. Yi Hongwu must pay a severe price. A formidable aura emanated from Chu Tian Wang, distorting the heavens above them, creating an immense black vortex that sent shivers down spines. To ensure the stability of our sect, and considering Elder Hong Wu, should we not allow my brother to return and conduct a thorough investigation? Yi Tianxiong's gaze was authoritative and frigid, refusing to yield. The air was stifling. Countless powerful figures within the Holy Sky sect felt an icy dread wash over them. It had been far too long since the sect faced such a grave crisis. The confrontation between the primary and vice sect masters represented two founding families. A single misstep could lead to civil strife, a cataclysmic scenario that might even shatter the Holy Sky sect. Come at me if you wish. Do not harm Elder Hong Wu. Yi Fan trembled in fear, unable to move despite his desperate struggles. The slightest aura emanating from Chu Tian Wang caused blood to seep from every pore of his body. At that moment, a faint yet protective aura enveloped him, shielding him from the majority of the overwhelming pressure. While everyone's attention was fixated on the two emperor-level figures, Chu Tian remained focused on Yi Fan, noticing the black ring on his left middle finger. It was this very ring that had emitted a dark glow moments ago. The heavenly mysterious ring seemed to be awakening. One could only wonder if the heavenly saintess within had stirred. A cold glint flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as he suddenly stepped forward, placing his foot upon Yi Fan's arm, chillingly stating, "My father and the sect master are in dialogue regarding the esteemed elder. Do you, a worthless worm, have the right to interject?" Applying pressure, he shattered Yi Fan's arm into a pulp, while his other hand, swift as lightning, snatched the black ring from Yi Fan's finger and stowed it away. The heavenly mysterious ring was the source of the original tale known as the Heavenly Emperor. Yi Fan's rise had stemmed from this ancient divine ring and the heavenly saintess within it. The heavenly saintess was akin to a revered elder, seeing an opportunity. Chu Tian would not allow Yi Fan to rise again. Yi Fan's anguished screams filled the air as his arm was utterly crushed, oblivious to the fact that the black ring on his hand had vanished. Moreover, Chu Tian had deliberately crouched to obscure his actions, and the many gazes within the sect remained locked on Yi Tianxiong and Chu Tian, failing to notice him stealing the ring from Yi Fan's grasp. Congratulations to the host for plundering the protagonist's magnificent opportunity, the heavenly mysterious ring. Reward: 10,000 destiny points. The host has seized the son of Destiny's treasured heavenly mysterious ring, triggering a hidden task to subdue the heavenly saintess. Persevere, host. Capturing the celestial saintess will yield bountiful rewards from the system. A gentle and melodious female voice encouraged Chu Tian. What a vicious little creature. Yi Tianxiong glanced at Chu Tian, instinctively sensing his intention to retaliate against Yi Fan, then turned his gaze back to Chu Tian Wang. Your Majesty, what do you think of this plan? I shall return immediately to apprehend Yi Hongwu and personally interrogate him. Within 3 days, I shall provide you with a satisfactory account. Faced with Yi Tianxiong's assertive demeanor, Chu Tian Wang's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and tension, his eyes bloodshot as he sensed something amiss, yet found it difficult to outright refuse. After all, Yi Tianxiong had brought his nephew, Yi Fan, to apologize personally, displaying considerable courtesy and affording the Chu family due respect. Yi Hongwu was indeed a significant figure within the Yi family, being Yi Tianxiong's uncle. Directly capturing him would have considerable repercussions. Uncle Tianxiong, I find this course of action inappropriate. Noticing Chu Tian Wang hesitating, a cold glint flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as he rose calmly, disregarding Yi Fan's lamentations. 3 days is far too long. Should Yi Hongwu have other allies or more powerful figures backing him, he would have the opportunity to sever ties. Furthermore, as a senior elder, he is privy to many critical secrets of her sect. Should he defect or act irrationally, it could inflict significant harm on the sect's interests. He must be apprehended and interrogated immediately. Is this also your stance, Your Majesty? Yi Tianxiong coldly inquired, unwilling to become entangled with Chu Tian. He found it perplexing that, despite Chu Tian's status as the Holy Son, such a young individual could analyze the situation with such clarity and audacity to interrupt their discourse. It seemed inconceivable that someone so young could exert such control over Chu Tian Wang. Typically, Chu Tian Wang commanded authority within the Chu family, and today had presented numerous unforeseen developments. His expression darkened with anger. He ignored Yi Tianxiong's question, not only because he had promised to leave this matter in Chu Tian's hands, but also due to his own deep-seated indignation. Seeing this, a fierce determination belied Chu Tian's youthful visage as he suddenly turned to Chu Tianyun, his voice imbued with urgency. Third uncle, this matter is of grave importance. We must act swiftly. As the head of the enforcement hall, you possess the authority to take decisive action. You are indeed correct, Xiao Tian. Immediate apprehension and interrogation are imperative. Had you not acted decisively last time to detain Jur, the Liu family would have nearly facilitated her escape. With Chu Tian's explicit endorsement, Chu Tianyun's demeanor hardened, and, without hesitation, he commanded, Enforcement Hall, heed my orders. Seal the Elder's secret realm at once. No one is to enter or exit. Should any issues arise, I shall bear the responsibility. With resolute intensity, Chu Tianyun soared forth without seeking the consent of Chu Tian Wang or Yi Tianxiong. This matter, entrusted to Chu Tian's nephew per Jian Kongzhu's decree, was a promise made by Chu Tian Wang himself. Thus he would not be held accountable afterward. Amidst the commotion, on the peak of the enforcement hall, massive golden iron chains, adorned with runes and pulsating with divine light, enveloped a vast secret realm deep within the void. Powerful beings emerged from the enforcement peak, following Chu Tianyun towards the secret realm, the atmosphere charged with ferocity. The entire holy heaven sect trembled. The third most prominent figure of the Chu family had led the enforcement hall to seal the Elder's secret realm. A significant event was indeed unfolding. Chapter 14. Who says it is meaningless bold? Chu Tianyun said, who has restricted your access to the sacred Elder's secret realm? Yi Tianxiong's face darkened to an extreme, his voice booming with anger. Heavenly King, it is not that my elder brother disregards the Chu family's dignity, but that certain individuals have gone too far. To maintain unity within the sect, my elder brother had no choice but to act this way. With that, Yi Tianxiong extended his hand, casting a shadow that obscured the sky, as if the universe itself twisted in response, enveloping Chu Tianyun within an invisible realm. Chu Tianwang's expression fluctuated between anger and apprehension, his fists clenching and relaxing repeatedly, radiating a palpable aura of menace. At that moment, an elderly voice reverberated through the heavens. You dare to conspire against the young master of the Chu family and think to escape? Elder Tu emerged from the main hall, his murky eyes gleaming with sharpness. He thrust his hand forward, surpassing Yi Tianxiong's grasp, and seized the void with a sudden ferocity. Boom! The vast expanse of the sky collapsed, shrouded in darkness as the terrifying might of the Emperor's divine power wreaked havoc, threatening to obliterate everything. Cough! In the void, a white-haired elder, robust and towering, spewed blood, his hair disheveled, crashing down heavily upon the sacred Emperor Peak. This man was Yi Hongwu, who had evidently fled to the periphery of the sacred Elder's secret realm, preparing to escape the sect unbeknownst to anyone, to plot against my Chu family's young master. If you manage to flee the sect, what dignity will remain for us? Elder Tu murmured, turning and returning to the main hall. At that moment, an oppressive silence enveloped the sect, leaving countless powerful figures in a state of bewilderment. Apart from Chu Tian Wang and Yi Tianxiong, there was indeed another emperor hidden within the sect, concealed atop the sacred Emperor Peak. Elder Tu was unexpectedly a hidden emperor. How astonishing. I have visited the Chu family and encountered Elder Tu countless times without realizing he was an emperor. Utilizing an emperor to guard the door, the Chu family. Within the sect, the expressions of numerous powerful figures contorted in disbelief. The shock they felt was beyond words. Now, the Chu family's visible emperor count had reached 3, including the legendary Sword Emperor Jian Kongzhu, the mightiest being in the Hung Tian continent. In this moment, within the Yi family on the sacred emperor peak, a profound silence reigned. The elder of the Yi family had been grievously injured, and an aura of terror pulsated throughout the hall. Countless individuals within the sect trembled in fear, terrified that the two founding families might indeed clash. Heavenly King, does your Chu family truly disregard the sect's rules and my authority as the sect leader? Yi Tianxiong's expression darkened as he withdrew his hand, vocally challenging Chu Tian. Without my permission, and without the consent of the Elder Council, what authority does your Chu family possess to directly suppress a supreme elder and encircle the sacred elder's secret realm? Yi Tianxiong's questions, although forceful, had lost much of their vigor as he refrained from further aggression towards Chu Tian. It was evident that Elder Tu's intervention and the emergence of another emperor from the Chu family had instilled a significant sense of intimidation within him. Uncle Hongwu, are you all right? Yi Fan's eyes were bloodshot, gazing at the white-haired elder who lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his whole body trembling. The cowardly old man proved unreliable. Thankfully, Elder Tu's injury was recovering. Chu Tian's gaze turned frigid, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth, as he prepared to step forward and respond to Yi Tianxiong. However, at that moment, Chu Tianwang did not answer his elder brother's inquiry. Instead, he approached Yi Hongwu, seizing him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly, his eyes exuding a chilling ferocity as he demanded, "Uncle Hongwu, tell me, why did you conspire against my son? Are you being manipulated by someone in the shadows?" The implication of his words was clear. Chu Tianwang was harboring suspicions. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxiong's body trembled imperceptibly, his expression darkening further, almost as if he could bleed with rage. He had never expected the situation to escalate to this extent, spiraling beyond his control. This was not the Chu Tianwang he knew. His decisiveness and ferocity were striking, having stormed into the Lu family to apprehend Zhuer and conduct a soul search without hesitation. The Chu family had grown so bold as to directly suppress a supreme elder like Yi Hongwu without seeking Chu Tianwang's approval. What unforeseen developments had transpired? Deputy sect leader. One must take responsibility for their actions. I could not bear to see my Yi family's prodigy crippled for life, hence I took a risk. Yi Fan is a once-in-a-million-year genius. Please do not hold it against him. Yi Hongwu's murky eyes struggled to turn, locking onto Yi Tianxiong, and suddenly, flames ignited within his old gaze. Elder brother, he is igniting his soul fire, intending to end his life. Quickly stop him. Chu Tianyan's voice echoed from outside the peak. Racing towards them, it was too late. Bang! Suddenly, the flames in Yi Hongwu's eyes extinguished, vitality dissipating, his spiritual aura scattering chaotically as his head tilted. Lifeless in Chu Tianwang's grasp. Scoundrel! Chu Tianyan arrived, fury consuming him as he shouted, "Elder brother, his suicide is surely an attempt to conceal the mastermind behind this and acquire various confidential information from a sect. The schemes against our Chu family's prodigy cannot be executed by a mere supreme elder who has withdrawn from the power core of the sect and retreated into the sacred elder's secret realm. We must investigate thoroughly." Chu Tian proclaimed coldly, feeling a tinge of regret. They were so close to unraveling the true mastermind behind the scenes. Despite Chu Tianwang's furious outburst, it was evident that he still held onto some hope. However, it was clear that Yi Hongwu had long prepared for this self-immolation. A being of his caliber was not a mere pawn, and seeking to probe his soul would have been utterly futile. Congratulations, host. Yi Hongwu's death has dealt a significant blow to the fated child Yi Fan's fortune. You are awarded 2,000 destiny points. Indeed, it was necessary to pursue this matter. I, the sect leader, shall see this investigation through to the end. Yi Tianxiong's countenance remained dark as he spoke, though one could perceive a slight relaxation in his demeanor following Yi Hongwu's demise. He addressed Chu Tian, Heavenly King, my elder brother will not let this matter rest. If it is revealed that someone has conspired against Uncle Hongwu, I shall not let it pass lightly. Elder brother, I too shall pursue this matter to the very end. Chu Tian asserted, boldly raising his head to meet Yi Tianxiong's gaze, speaking each word with conviction. Xiao Tian is my bottom line. Elder brother, it would be wise to caution certain individuals within the clan to exercise restraint. Yi Tianxiong regained his composure, offering a faint smile. Agreed. Heavenly King, my elder brother reiterates, as long as we brothers unite in purpose, no one shall disrupt the unity and development of the sacred heaven sect. Chu Tian's expression remained grim, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. Grandfather, grandfather. Scoundrel, you have slain my grandfather. I shall fight you. At that moment, Yi Fan's eyes blazed with fury, resembling a wild beast as he lunged at Chu Tian, tearing at him in a frenzy. His blood surged, potent and overwhelming, his bones emitting a cacophony of cracking sounds. He was even more formidable than Yi Chong, having reached the pinnacle of bone forging, his strength exceeding 600,000 pounds. Of course, even with such power, if Chu Tian allowed him to strike, he would ultimately perish by his own might. Indeed, he has been concealing his strength, Chu Tian observed, his eyes glinting with cold light. Yi Fan had indeed begun to cultivate, which was not unexpected. His concealment was clearly a strategy to leverage Lu Yun, extracting divine herbs and treasures from him. Yi Hongwu, and even the individuals behind him, likely never anticipated that he would suddenly sever ties, opting to pursue the truth relentlessly. Having squandered so many divine herbs and treasures of the sect to barely reach 70,000 pounds of strength, utterly useless, Chu Tianyun descended from the heavens, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Brother, this useless wretch should be eliminated immediately, so that the sect may witness the fate that befalls those who conspire against the Holy Sun. Suddenly, Yi Tianxiong, who had just managed to calm his tumultuous emotions, turned sharply, his eyes ablaze with a terrifying aura. He spoke coldly. Chu Tianyun, Uncle Hongwu has already sacrificed his life for this matter, willingly shouldering all responsibility. Yi Fan is merely a child. Is this truly necessary? What say you, Heavenly King? Yi Tianxiong fixed his gaze upon Chu Tian. Yi Fan's meridians are utterly destroyed, and he has consumed numerous divine herbs. Pursuing this further serves no purpose. Chu Tian remained silent, secretly agreeing that pursuing this useless individual was indeed futile. Maintaining the stability of the sect must take precedence. Who says it is without merit? At this moment, Chu Tian stepped forward with a smile and said, Uncle Tianxiong, such an abundance of divine herbs squandered on a worthless being. If word of this spreads, none among the sect's disciples will accept it willingly. Moreover, Yi Fan is merely at the bone refinement stage, still in the process of tempering his physique. Most of the power of the divine herbs lies dormant within him. I suggest we cast him into the realm of punishment, where spiritual energy is severed, thus preventing him from further refining the potency of the divine herbs within his body. My second sister has trained under the deadly poison sovereign for many years and possesses profound knowledge of the human body. She surely has methods to extract the medicinal properties. Even if she cannot extract them, she could refine them into a single elixir. With such a plethora of divine herbs, it would undoubtedly yield an extraordinary divine pill. Hiss! Upon hearing this, a chorus of gasps echoed around them, astonished at the notion of refining a living person into a pill, especially coming from the mouth of a holy son of a righteous sect. It was utterly breathtaking. Chapter 15. The young and the dark arts to transform the living into divine elixirs is undoubtedly a sinister act, a grave violation of the righteous path. Who could have imagined such words would come from the lips of a young scion of the sect? The Holy Heaven sect, a bastion of righteousness. With an impassive expression, Chu Tian harbored no distinctions between good and evil in his heart. In the original narrative, the great demon lord was not pursued by the myriad sects of the continent merely for his descent into darkness. The true reason lay in the fall of the Chu family. Without their backing, many sought to take a bite out of this illustrious prodigy. When the Chu family thrived, their power was formidable. Had he proclaimed the creation of a divine elixir from living beings, or even attempted to refine Yi Fan into a pill on the spot? Who would dare to impose judgment upon him? In the original tale, the latent potency of these divine herbs had significantly aided Yi Fan. Eradicating the roots of a problem only leads to its resurgence with the spring breeze. With Yi Tianxiong present, he could not directly slay Yi Fan. It was equally impossible for Yi Fan to escape unscathed. Yi Fan's complexion turned ashen, his voice shrill. Chu Tian, your malice will surely bring about your own demise. Such wickedness. Our holy heaven sect is a righteous sect. How can we resort to such dark methods? Yi Tianxiong seethed with fury, casting a cold glare at Chu Tian, nearly losing control of his emotions. He had not anticipated that this young man could utter such venomous words. Moreover, as the sect leader personally confronting him, he showed no respect, demanding accountability. What you propose is indeed a commendable approach, Chu Tianyun praised, dismissing notions of right and wrong as trivial concerns of the immature. Yu Yao, having trained for many years under the deadly poison sovereign, had communicated that she would return in 2 months. She should possess a solution. With such an abundance of divine herbs and treasures at hand, the concoction produced would undoubtedly be a remarkable divine elixir, providing some restitution for the sect's losses. Turning to his elder brother, Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianyin smiled. Elder brother, let us not forget what sister-in-law advised. This matter is for Xiao Tian to handle. The clan also believes that Xiao Tian's decisions are entirely appropriate. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianwang fell silent for a moment before nodding and addressing Yi Tianxiong, elder brother. The sect has suffered tremendous losses, and such a commotion has arisen. Although Yi Hongwu's suicide is unfortunate, we, as the chief and deputy sect leaders, must account for this to the sect. The order of the sect is my responsibility. Capturing Yi Fan is both just and reasonable according to sect law. Considering Yi Fan's youth, if he can present an equivalent value in divine herbs to exchange, we may spare his life. Take him away. Imprison him, commanded Chu Tianyun, waving his hand. Soon, law enforcement disciples arrived to seize the pale Yi Fan, carrying him towards the dungeons. At this point, there was no need to compromise his own son's dignity for a mere waste. Let Chu Tian unleash the pent-up wrath and frustrations he harbored. Both he and Chu Tianyun believed that Chu Tian's relentless pursuit of the Yi family and this worthless Yi Fan stemmed from the matter concerning Lu Yun. A mere waste. Killing him would be inconsequential. Uncle Tianxiong, save me. Help! Yi Fan cried, his face ashen with fear. Ultimately, he was just a youth, freshly traumatized by the horrific death of his grandfather before his eyes, and now gripped by sheer terror. The dungeons, a place devoid of vitality, reserved for the suppression of great evildoers, would surely lead to his utter ruin if he were to enter. You promised that if I came to the Holy Emperor Peak with you, you would ensure my safety. Yi Fan was swiftly escorted away, disappearing into the horizon. Yi Tianxiong clenched his fists, his expression fluctuating ominously, a dreadful aura causing the heavens to tremble. In the end, he slowly relaxed his fists, gazing at Chu Tian, nephew. As someone who has walked this path, I must advise you, show mercy where you can. There are countless strong individuals in this world, and many extraordinary happenings. One can be on top today and fall into an abyss tomorrow. Chu Tian cupped his fists and smiled. Nephew shall heed the sect leader's counsel. Yet I too wish to impart a word of wisdom. What is it? Yi Tianxiong's expression turned frosty. Overthinking can lead to one's own demise. Chu Tian replied with a calm smile. Yi Tianxiong regarded Chu Tian with a deep look before departing from the Holy Emperor Peak. Brother Tianwang, congratulations on your fine son. Chu Tianyun exclaimed with unrestrained laughter, reveling in Yi Tianxiong's embarrassment. On the Holy Emperor Peak, many powerful members of the Chu family shared his mirth. While this moment was gratifying, it would undoubtedly lead to endless repercussions. Chu Tianwang sighed softly, yet felt no regret. A son is his bottom line. This warning to the Yi family served to illustrate that the Chu family was not without means or strength to retaliate. Xiao Tian, how do you plan to handle the Lu family? Chu Tianwang inquired of his son. Beside him, Chu Tianyun's eyes gleamed with malice. Naturally, they must pay a steep price. Such arrogant fools, attempting to straddle both sides, seeking to exploit our Chu family while clinging to the Yi family, are courting death. He believed that Chu Tian, consumed with rage, would not let the Liu family off easily. Dad, you and Uncle San should decide this matter. Let the clan handle it on my behalf. Chu Tian replied, shaking his head. I do not wish to expend valuable energy on such trivial matters. As a leading figure in this world, where the strong dominate and the weak are preyed upon, Chu Tian understood what truly mattered: strength. Had it not been for his recent visit to the Hung Tian Palace for testing, where he achieved the top rank, Chu Tianyin would not have been sent to express the Chu family support. Likewise, Yi Tianxiong would not have suddenly brought Yi Fan to apologize. Strength forms the very foundation of everything. Achieving the top rank reshaped everyone's perception of this mere 8-year-old child. The Liu family, being merely a second-rate clan within the Holy Heaven sect, posed no threat to the Chu family's existence. Chu Tian cared little for their affairs. This was merely a statement to curb the Yi family's arrogance. Congratulations, host. You have dealt a significant blow to the fated child, Yi Fan. Reward: 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host. You have dealt a significant blow to the fated child, Yi Fan. Reward. A gentle, melodious voice continued to resonate in Chu Tian's ears. Dad, Uncle San, I have gained new insights from the Hung Tian ranking test. I shall return to seclude myself and digest them, striving to break through to the god-refining realm as soon as possible. Chu Tian saluted, then turned and stepped into the main hall. Chu Tian Wang and Chu Tianyun exchanged bewildered glances, questioning if they had misheard, astonished at Chu Tian's retreating figure. This boy seemed genuinely uninterested in the Liu family's affairs, a stark contrast to his relentless pursuit of the Yi family. I truly cannot comprehend this child. Did he not detest Liu Yun's betrayal? Chu Tianyun mused in frustration. After all, Chu Tian's earlier suggestion to refine Yi Fan into a divine elixir had startled them. They had assumed his fury stemmed from Yi Fan's entanglement with Liu Yun. Yet, the sudden reversal left them bewildered. As children grow older, their thoughts become increasingly inscrutable. Chu Tian Wang sighed in resignation. Tianyun, following Yahongwu's tragic demise, there are many matters I must attend to. You will handle the Liu family. Merely issue them a warning and impart a lesson. The young girl, Liu Yun, is still Na'vi and ultimately destined to be Shao Tian's legitimate wife. So there is no need to dwell on trivialities. Very well, elder brother, you need not worry. I will manage it appropriately. A flicker of menace danced in Chu Tianyun's eyes. The Liu family's clandestine dealings with the Yi family have long been a source of dissatisfaction. However, as this is a matter concerning my elder brother, neither Shushan Wang nor Chu Tian felt it appropriate to intervene. Yet now, it has begun to tarnish the reputation of the Chu family and nearly brought harm to Chu Tian. Chu Tian's declarations have spread widely, with the two options presented to Liu Yun becoming common knowledge within the Holy Heaven sect. How could such an affront be easily dismissed? As the heir of the Chu family, I shall not allow outsiders to trample upon our dignity. As Shushan Wang departed, Chu Tianyun muttered to himself before soaring from the sacred Emperor Peak, accompanied by over 1,000 enforcers from the law enforcement hall, heading straight for the Liu family's residence beyond the sect. Shao Tian has granted you two choices, yet you have failed to exact justice upon Yi Fan. Thus, you have opted for the first choice, the annihilation of your household. Chapter 16. You can only endure your discontent and resentment in the law enforcement peak. Within the confines of the Sin Domain prison, Yi Fan, bloodied and hoarse, knelt heavily before Yi Tianxiong, fervently banging his head against the ground. Unparalleled divine medicine and those treasured relics of the sect were all stolen by Chu Tian himself, even if grandfather Hongwu leaked information behind the scenes. The greatest responsibility lies with Chu Tian, and the Chu family shares the blame as well. Why must my uncles commit suicide in atonement while I languish in this prison? And Chu Tian remains unscathed, with the Chu family suffering no repercussions? Moreover, my brother Yichong was assaulted without cause within the Hung Tian Hall, rendered gravely injured. Yet Chu Tian bears no consequences for his actions. Yi Fan is unconvinced. He implored his uncles, invoking the memory of his father. Please, help your nephew. His eyes bloodshot. Beseeched Yi Tianxiong, I must be allowed to leave. I need to care for my brother and for Lu Yun, who has borne immense pressure for assisting me. There remains so much for me to accomplish. I cannot perish in this sin domain. With each desperate thud of his head on the obsidian floor, blood flowed freely, the echoes of his impact reverberating through the desolate darkness. So many years, and now you finally seek my aid. Yi Tianxiong's voice, grave and commanding, filled the space as he turned his back to Yi Fan, arms crossed. I understand you feel wronged. You feel indignant. But your indignation must be swallowed. You must endure. Your life was traded for by your uncle's sacrifice. Otherwise, within the entirety of the Holy Sky sect, no one could save you, not even I. And you still fail to comprehend the significance of Chu Tian ascending to the top of the Earth ranking. Yi Tianxiong's tone deepened. Our Holy Sky sect, with a legacy of 1,000,000 years, has faced numerous rises and falls, yet it continues to rise again. Why? Because our creed is one of strength and talent. As long as one possesses power, even the founding families must yield. The ancestors of the three top families, Duanmu Xingzhu, Gumo Zhu, and Su Xinzhu, once emerged as rising stars, not belonging to our founding families. Yet, as long as they possess sufficient strength, they too may sit in the seat of the sect master. Each of these three ancestors once held the title of #1 on the Hing Tian Earth ranking. Do you understand? With a thud, Yi Fan's face turned pale, collapsing to the ground as realization dawned upon him. The urgency with which his uncle sought to appease Chu Tian, even at the cost of his brother Yi Chang's grave injuries, became clear. What did it mean to be one of the three revitalizing ancestors? Without them, the Holy Sky sect might not exist today. They had heroically salvaged the sect from the brink of destruction. And now, Chu Tian, merely 8 years old, had already reached the pinnacle of the Earth ranking, rivaling these three ancestors. Such a prodigy, even without the backing of the Chu family, could not be underestimated. Yet here he was, a mere useless waste, almost hindering the cultivation of such a talent, a grievous sin. When Chu Tian sought his life, none would speak against it. Yi Hongwu bore the brunt of the blame with his life. I am the one who has caused my uncle's demise. I am but a failure. Yi Fan's eyes burned with fury as he cried out. Yi Tianxiong's voice weighed heavily like a hammer as he turned to gaze into Yi Fan's bloodshot eyes. Remember, this is a world where strength reigns supreme. Power is the very foundation of all things. Has your patience and humility served you well? I tell you now, it has not. What use is your weeping? You have consumed countless divine medicines and sect treasures, yet you remain hidden, unassertive, with not even a name on the Hung Tian ranking. Is that not the mark of a coward? Throughout history, how many emperors and heroes have risen to prominence in their youth, commanding respect and pushing their way to the summit? Yi Fan wiped away his tears, resolutely knocking his head against the ground with a resounding thud. His spirit ignited. Uncle, I was wrong. Please guide me. After I am free, I shall strive to ascend the Hung Tian ranking and the bone forging list, no longer hiding my prowess. I shall challenge Chu Tian and defeat him myself. I must avenge grandfather and my brother. I must save Lu Yun. With Chu Tian's malicious nature, she will not have a good end following him. His blood surged like a dragon, nearly 80,000 pounds of strength coursing through him. Observing Yi Fan's formidable energy, Yi Tianxiong sighed, bending to assist him upright. Your uncle sacrificed his life to protect you. Yet, your burgeoning strength is commendable. It honors his sacrifice. You possess a fragment of the primordial sacred bone in your brow, a talent that rivals even Chu Tian's chaotic divine demon body, a rare genius of our Yi family born once in 1,000,000 years. But while still in your mother's womb, you were harmed by treachery, and after birth, poisoned, rendering your meridians useless. Your parents perished seeking the unparalleled divine medicine to save you. For over a decade, I have secretly investigated within the Yi family and beyond, including the Chu family. Yet I have never uncovered the perpetrator. My absence from your life was to shield you from drawing their attention again. I had no choice but to entrust your care to Hongwu. Uncle, Yi Fan trembled, his eyes red. Time is short. Do not speak. Listen to me. Yi Tianxiong's expression turned stern as he turned away, arms crossed. What I have done is for the future of our family, to protect the pride of the Yi clan. However, even though I am the sect master, I cannot directly release you from this domain, which is under the control of the Chu family. Here, the spiritual energy is depleted. Even the mightiest will quickly become powerless. But you are different. The powers of divine medicines lie dormant within you. Use this opportunity to hone your strength and assimilate the energy within your body. I will seek a chance to release you. Yi Tianxiong's gaze locked onto Yi Fan's eyes, his tone grave. But you must remember, the only one who can save you is your own strength. Yi Fan paused, then lightly tapped his brow, a flash of purple radiance illuminating the space. Uncle, over these years, I too have had my adventures. I obtained an ancient treasure, the heavenly mysterious divine ring. With its aid, the primordial sacred bone in my brow has begun to show signs of revival. Thus, my strength has surged so rapidly. Yet, I only discovered recently that when Chu Tian crushed my arm, he seized the heavenly mysterious divine ring. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxiong was momentarily taken aback. Memories of that moment flooding back, when Chu Tian had crouched down to torment Yi Fan, crushing his arm. He had thought it mere revenge, not realizing the gravity of the situation. Yi Fan, with the powers of divine medicine within him, could recover swiftly even from such grievous injuries, as long as he remained alive. The intentions of that wretched scoundrel, Chu Tian, are fixated upon the divine ring upon your finger. Yi Tianxiong's expression darkened ominously. What a cunning and malicious little wretch he is. Uncle, the Tianxian divine ring is exceedingly precious. You must assist your nephew in reclaiming it. Yi Fan's voice was laced with urgency, his heart bleeding at the thought. Yi Tianxiong shook his head, lamenting that it was now too late. Had he discovered it on the spot, he could have easily retrieved it. However, this is now a conflict among the younger generation, and he cannot intervene. Otherwise, the formidable members of the Chu family would also become involved. As for the situation with that young girl from the Liu family, there is no need for excessive concern. She will not perish. At worst, her family may suffer some repercussions and sacrifices, but the Chu family also requires her presence to maintain their faade. Yi Tianxiong began to counsel Yi Fan, suggesting that since the Hongmeng's sacred bone has commenced its revival, he should not dwell too much on these matters. The immediate task at hand is to focus on enhancing one's strength. He had initially believed that Chu Tian at the bone-forging realm was utterly invincible, necessitating a gradual scheme to suppress him. Yet, he was astonished to discover that Yi Fan's Hongmeng's sacred bone had indeed begun to awaken. Perhaps he truly had a chance to overpower Chu Tian within the bone-forging realm. As long as you can prove yourself superior to Chu Tian, nothing will pose a problem. Yi Tianxiong encouraged Yi Fan before taking his leave. A mere 1,500,000 pounds of strength is within my grasp. My uncles and aunts believe in me, and I shall personally exact my revenge. Yi Fan's desperate roar echoed throughout the prison of sin. Chapter 17. Inventory of Gains. Elevating strength as night fell, moonlight spilled over the sacred Emperor Peak, draping the main summit in a silken silver sheen. Chu Tian reclined within a medicinal barrel, dense mist obscuring his visage. His eyes were closed, and within him, the chaotic creation scripture he had recently absorbed was completing a grand cycle of spiritual energy. His body radiated chaotic divine light, akin to a piece of primordial divine iron being relentlessly forged, with impurities being continuously expelled, while the essence of the medicinal liquid was absorbed, rendering the water murky with the ejected dross. With a deep breath, Chu Tian exhaled, and his breath transformed into a dragon's roar, manifesting as a fierce divine dragon before dissipating into the air. The power of this dragon's breath could likely vanquish an ancient mammoth. Were an outsider to witness this scene, they would surely be struck with terror. What an extraordinary physique, capable of exerting such formidable force with a mere breath. At present, with the strength of 7 million pounds, I could easily slay a dragon hatchling with a single punch. Chu Tian opened his eyes, feeling the explosive power surging within him. particularly the intricate and profound trajectory of the chaotic spiritual energy. The chaotic creation scripture was indeed a product of the system, exhibiting unparalleled complexity, far surpassing the profoundness of the Chu family's ancestral texts, the Supreme Emperor scripture, by more than tenfold, as if the stars and the cosmos were weaving a magnificent tapestry within him. Even the sacred heaven scripture, which had been bestowed upon him early on and could only be cultivated by the current sacred son and the sect leader, paled in comparison to the chaotic creation scripture. Upon completing his cultivation, a thought crossed Chu Tian's mind, and the system interface materialized before him. Host, Chu Tian realm, bone forging realm, level 10 possessing 7 million pounds of divine strength, capable of instantaneously killing a dragon hatchling. The host is undoubtedly the destined child of fate. Physique, chaotic demon god body cultivation method, chaotic creation scripture, first level divine abilities, none treasures. Heavenly Emperor's Arrival Talisman grants 10 minutes of Emperor-level combat power. Heavenly Profound Divine Ring requires 1,000 fate points to refine, containing a remnant soul of an ancient powerhouse, posing a potential threat. Host, exercise caution. Fate points, 36. 500 points. The system's prompt occasionally rang in his ears, rewarding him with hundreds of fate points, primarily concerning Lu Yun or Yifan. System, recommend the most suitable items for exchange in a shop at this stage, Chu Tian mentally commanded. He had already perused the system shop, which was overflowing with countless items encompassing divine artifacts, treasures, divine medicines, runes, formations, and more, meticulously categorized into dozens of major categories and thousands of minor ones. To examine every item and select the most appropriate ones would require a considerable investment of time and energy. As a figure of authority, Chu Tian preferred not to waste precious time on trivial matters. He would not squander an ounce of effort on tasks that could be accomplished with a word or money. The host was currently at the pinnacle of the bone forging realm, standing at a crucial juncture to break through to the spirit refining realm. The system's gentle voice soon resonated. The spirit refining realm serves as the foundation for birthing the divine soul and igniting the divine fire. Hence, it is named spirit refining, focusing on honing the spirit within one's mind, gradually solidifying the ethereal essence into something tangible. In this phase, comprehension, spirit, and physique are of utmost importance. It is recommended that the host exchange for the Supreme Spirit Refining Pill, Comprehension Halo, Spirit Halo, and Physique Halo. The Supreme Spirit Refining Pill, when ingested daily, can continually strengthen the spirit. The 3 halos will ensure that the host's comprehension, spirit, and physique remain in their optimal states. The Supreme Spirit Refining Pill costs 400 fate points each, while the 3 halos require a daily expenditure of 600 fate points, totaling 1,000 points. It is anticipated that within a month, the host will achieve the most perfect form, solidifying the spirit into substance and breaking through to the spirit refining realm. Exchange. Chu Tian stated without hesitation, confident in the system's offerings. After all, given his current strength, there was no need to exchange for supreme divine medicines, treasures, or weapons. Enhancing his strength was paramount. The exchange was successful, costing a total of 1,000 fate points, leaving him with 35,500 fate points. The system's voice chimed in. A pale blue pill appeared in Chu Tian's hand, and upon consuming it, his previously waning spirit instantly revitalized, surging with vitality. His observation of the chaotic creation scripture's operational trajectory became increasingly meticulous. He understood that this was the effect of the 3 halos. After swallowing the spirit refining pill, Chu Tian felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head, akin to being pricked by needles. Yet his robust spirit effortlessly countered this discomfort, leaving him unaffected. Chu Tian recognized this as the Supreme Spirit Refining Pill's function, continuously honing his spirit. Based on his understanding of this world, such a high-level pill was extraordinarily challenging to concoct. Although the required materials were secondary, the involvement of the spirit and divine soul rendered it nearly impossible for ordinary alchemists to produce. Only alchemists of the Emperor level, with profound comprehension of the divine soul, dared to attempt such creations. Yet, Emperor-level alchemists were immensely powerful and noble. Concocting pills for the spirit-refining realm would essentially be a waste of their invaluable time and energy. Thus, despite being merely a pill for the spirit-refining realm, the supreme spirit-refining pill commanded a price exceeding that of divine medicines. Even the Chu family could scarcely produce a few, and those they possessed were of only average quality, not reaching the pinnacle and potentially harmful to the spirit. In the highest echelons of the Chu Tian continent, young disciples relied solely on willpower and innate talent to refine their spirits, with few external aids available. This underscores the significance of cultivation talent. While body refinement and bone forging could be supported by rare materials, spirit refinement was predominantly reliant on one's innate talent. In mere moments, Chu Tian felt a remarkable enhancement in his vision, hearing, smell, and touch. He could distinctly sense the strength of the breeze caressing his face. He recognized this as the tremendous benefit of heightened spirit. Although his physical strength had not increased, his combat prowess had significantly escalated. The divine soul represented reflexes, insight, closeness to the universe, and affinity with nature, elements that are nebulous, intangible, yet profoundly significant. The spirit-refining realm is exceedingly crucial. The strength and solidification of the spirit could ultimately determine how far a cultivator could progress. In his mind, memories of Chu Tian Wang describing his experiences in the spirit-refining realm surfaced, as he had intentionally nurtured his only son's understanding of it. When Chu Tian Wang reached the pinnacle of the spirit-refining realm, he could perceive the rustling of leaves a kilometer away. Sensing the vibrations caused by their friction with the air, within 100 meters, not a single movement could escape his keen insight. His spiritual power was so immense that a single glare could obliterate an ancient mammoth. Even someone as formidable as Chu Tian Wang and the character Yi Fan from the original narrative, despite reaching the pinnacle of the spirit-refining realm, had not managed to solidify their spirit into substance. At best, their spirits were as vast as oceans, yet lacking in coherence. However grand and magnificent, without solidification, they ultimately remained chaotic and formless. If the spirit could be materialized, it would not be difficult to obliterate a dragon hatchling with a single glance. Chu Tian mused, then summoned Xing Nu, who was stationed outside the door, to bring him another barrel of medicinal liquid, continuing his physical refinement and the operation of the chaotic creation scripture. This medicinal liquid was exceedingly precious, concocted from over 1,000 kinds of spiritual herbs, providing extraordinary benefits for enhancing vital energy and forging bones. Only an ancient family like the Chu, with a lineage spanning millions of years, could afford such lavish cultivation for the younger generation. Chu Tian's rapid ascent to his current prowess was largely attributed to the system, yet the formidable foundation laid by the Chu family was equally invaluable. The heavenly mystic ring, adorning the fourth finger of his left hand, continuously absorbed his vital essence, simultaneously bestowing strength that rejuvenated his being. Chu Tian comprehended that this was the inherent function of the heavenly mystic ring. It could sanctify both body and spirit, offering immense benefits in solidifying one's foundation. Moreover, the slumbering heavenly mystic saintess within also unconsciously drew upon his lifeblood, enriching her spirit. He had no intention of utilizing the destiny points to forcibly awaken the heavenly mystic saintess ahead of time. A fruit that is forcibly plucked is never sweet. Some matters are best left to unfold naturally, allowing the right conditions to manifest for a more favorable outcome. Chapter 18. The forged innate Tao body and unveiled secrets the following day, just before noon. My lord, the third master has sent word, requesting your presence at the Lu residence for an urgent matter of great significance. It is a matter of utmost urgency, came the voice of Xing Nu from outside the door. The eldest master has also dispatched a servant to inform you that powerful figures from various families within the sect, accompanied by their heirs and bearing generous gifts, have come to pay their respects. Numerous eminent figures from the continent, as well as venerable elders, are also present. You must attend promptly. Buzz. Chu Tian opened his eyes, a brilliant light flickering within them, piercing through the wooden door and creating two small holes. The sunlight streamed in, illuminating his form, causing his skin to radiate a weighty brilliance akin to chaotic divine iron. At this moment, he appeared as if he were a piece of chaotic divine iron that had been hammered countless times. Understood, Chu Tian replied, rising from the wooden tub and standing before the floor-length mirror. The reflection revealed a youthful visage, yet his eyes glimmered with a coldness that starkly contrasted with his tender appearance. After a night of body tempering and the operation of the chaotic creation true scripture, Chu Tian had grown an additional 5 centimeters. Though still young, his height had reached 1.65 meters, comparable to some shorter adults. Xingnu entered the room to assist Chu Tian with his attire. Upon seeing the swirling chaotic divine light emanating from his physique, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head as she dressed him. "My lord, where shall we head first?" Xingnu inquired softly as she fastened his belt. Chu Tian furrowed his brows slightly in contemplation before responding. "Let my father handle the social obligations. Inform the servants that I am in the midst of crucial training. We shall go to the Lu residence first, since my uncle insists it is of utmost urgency. It must be important." Chu Tian understood that this was merely a reaction to his ascension to the top of the celestial ranking. With many coming to congratulate the Chu family and hoping to forge connections between their heirs and himself, thereby perpetuating relations and friendships between the next generations of their families. This practice was prevalent among both the affluent families of his past life and the ancient clans of this world. Intermarriage, alliances, and resource sharing were the norms. Previously, due to the Chu family's low profile and retreat, these connections had grown distant. Now, with him, the young master of the Chu family, rising to prominence, many viewed it as a signal of a shift in the Chu family's stance, naturally attracting those eager to curry favor. As for other sect masters and elders, they were undoubtedly keen on gathering intelligence and witnessing the reality of his chaotic divine body. Chu Tian, however, had little desire to engage with these hypocrites who wasted time and energy, leaving such matters to his father, Chu Tianwan. His singular focus was on becoming stronger, relentlessly stronger, seizing the resources and fortunes of all auspicious children. "Very well, my lord. I shall make the necessary arrangements," Xingnu replied. Before long, Chu Tian was aboard a palatial carriage arranged by Xingnu, drawn by 9 majestic flaming lions, swiftly departing the sect and arriving at the Lu family estate. Situated 100 miles away, what greeted him was an expansive and magnificent estate of palatial structures. Upon reaching the entrance, a pungent scent of blood assaulted his senses, threatening to induce nausea. Over 100 enforcers from the law hall, armed with long blades and bearing expressions as cold as marble, stood in 2 rows at the entrance, while scattered remains littered the ground, blood flowing like streams into the distance. Some Lu family members lay on the ground, barely alive, emitting faint cries for help. A mere glance revealed that over 100 Lu family members had perished just at the entrance. Xingnu, who drove the carriage, turned pale. Despite being a trained assassin of the Chu family, it was her first encounter with such brutality. Chu Tian stepped out of the carriage, surveying his surroundings with an expression devoid of emotion, not even furrowing his brow. Such scenes were far too familiar to him. Compared to the cataclysmic carnage wrought by heavy artillery, this was but a trivial display of violence. Yet, he sensed something amiss. If Chu Tian Yun intended to exact vengeance on the Lu family, it would be illogical to commence with such indiscriminate slaughter. According to the sect's protocols, annihilating the Lu family would not be difficult. Something unexpected must have transpired. "Little Tian, it is a matter of utmost urgency. Let us speak as we walk," Chu Tian Yun said gravely, striding forth from the estate, blood spattering beneath his feet, his eyes radiating an ominous aura of intent. "There is no time for pleasantries. My uncle has not yet reported this to your father or the sect. He wishes to hear your thoughts first." With a serious expression, Chu Tian Yun continued, "My uncle and his group stormed into the Lu estate to investigate and discovered that your fiancé, Lu Yun, possesses a forged innate Dao body. The Chu family has been deceived by the Lu family." At this revelation, Chu Tian's heart quaked. This was a revelation absent from the original narrative, and following the trail had unearthed such a significant truth. As they reached the innermost depths of the Lu estate, they stood before a towering palace that soared 1,000 meters into the sky. The ground surrounding it was stained a deep crimson with blood, and the stench of carnage filled the air, indicative of a massacre far more severe than that at the entrance, with fierce resistance from the Lu family. A menacing pressure loomed in the atmosphere, mingling with the aura of Chu Tian, suggesting that he had personally dealt with the Lu family's strongest warriors. Little Tian, you have arrived. At that moment, a middle-aged woman clad in a low-cut gown of exquisite fabric wailed at the entrance, her voice piercing the air as she cried out to the two enforcers holding her. "Let me go. My son-in-law is here. Your fate is sealed." She was Lu Yun's mother, Luo Yushan. Chu Tian had always held her in high regard, addressing her as aunt whenever he visited the Lu family. A forged innate Dao body? Chu Tian furrowed his brows, following Chu Tian into the palace. Hearing the commotion, he glanced up to see the stunning Lu Yun standing beside Luo Yushan, while others around them appeared disheveled, bearing wounds and blood. Yet, Lu Yun stood unblemished in her pristine white dress. As a bearer of an innate Dao body, the Chu family had never suggested canceling the engagement, and with such a reputation, none dared to lay a finger on her. Upon seeing Chu Tian, Lu Yun seemed momentarily surprised, her eyes flashing with anger. Her lips pursed in a semblance of grievance. She then huffed and turned away, as if awaiting Chu Tian to approach her. In the past, even when there had been some discord between them, Chu Tian would invariably seek her out to reconcile by the next morning. Yet now, after a prolonged absence, he had yet to apologize, allowing her family to suffer such losses. It was too late. Lu Yun resolved to give him the cold shoulder. Girls often mature faster, understanding matters better than boys at times. However, she did not grasp the gravity of the situation. "Uncle, can an innate Dao body, birthed from the heavens and aligned with the laws of nature, truly be forged?" Chu Tian inquired, casting only a fleeting glance at the mother and daughter before withdrawing his gaze, his expression serious as he entered the palace alongside Chu Tian. The notion of a forged innate Dao body was absent from the original narrative, hinting at deeper, concealed truths beneath the surface. Lu Yun's delicate face paled as she helplessly raised her hand, reaching towards Chu Tian's retreating figure, as if trying to grasp something, her mouth opening as if to speak. Yet, Chu Tian's form had already vanished within the palace. The doors of the palace were shut by the enforcers, leaving Lu Yun feeling aggrieved. She had been ready to apologize, merely waiting for Chu Tian to initiate conversation and provide her with an opportunity to reconcile. Why had Chu Tian not even deigned to glance at her? Chapter 19. The Fate of the Corpse, Fabrication of the Dao Body. You wretched girl. What have I just instructed you? Why did you not stop Xiao Tian? Luo Yushan cried out in a frenzy, akin to someone on the brink of drowning. What sin have I committed, marrying into your Lu family and living in constant fear? Within the palace, countless miraculous Dao bodies exist across the myriad realms, categorized into innate and acquired forms. The innate ones coalesce Dao embryos within their wombs, while the acquired ones may forge a Dao body through formidable scriptures, secret techniques, or extraordinary divine herbs. Chu Tianyun elucidated this to Chu Tian. So, you mean to say that after Lu Yun's birth, the Lu family utilized certain means to fabricate her Dao body? Chu Tian's brows furrowed deeper. Yet, I have heard that when Lu Yun was born, the great Dao roared, and celestial phenomena were astonishing, felt within 100,000 miles. Can such cosmic anomalies truly be fabricated, even if they were artificially conjured? Would they not deceive the many powerful figures within the sect? Within the Holy Heaven sect, the number of strong individuals is staggering, merely among the publicly recognized emperors. There are Chu Tianlong and Yi Tianxiong, both renowned powerhouses on the Eternal Sky rankings, not to mention Jian Kongzhu, who was also present in the sect at that time. The notion that a mere second-tier family like the Lu family could successfully fabricate such grand celestial phenomena is indeed hard to fathom. Precisely because the Lu family has crafted this deception with such authenticity, our family has remained oblivious all these years. Xiao Tian, when you see it with your own eyes, everything will become clear, Chu Tianyun remarked, his expression somber as he led Chu Tian through the palace. The palace was vast, seemingly connected to a long and profound underground tunnel excavated by the Liu family. This is Chu Tian suddenly sensed a rich aura of the Tao permeating the air. This sensation was something he had previously experienced with both Chu Tianwang and Yi Tianxiong. It was this very aura of the Tao that could sway the winds and clouds, influencing the heavens according to their moods. Before long, Chu Tian entered a cavern, immediately recognizing the source of the overwhelming Tao aura. There, suspended in midair, was a female corpse clad in a white gauzy dress. Despite having lost all vitality and with her eyes closed, the astonishing Tao aura emanating from her was still awe-inspiring. The corpse of an emperor. Chu Tian's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "The emperor represents the pinnacle of existence across the realms, invincible in their might. Even among the highest sects in the eternal sky continent, it is rare to find a single emperor. The Holy Heaven sect currently boasts 2 emperors, who even suppressed the ancient sacred sect of Sihong, earning the title of the foremost sect in the eternal sky continent. Such a powerhouse's corpse would naturally contain Tao principles, immortal through the ages, brimming with formidable power. The revelation that beneath the Liu family lay the corpse of a female emperor, unnoticed by anyone, was truly shocking. But this was no ordinary emperor. This was an emperor with a perfected innate Tao body, a long-lost leader of the Sihong sacred sect from 100,000 years ago, known as the Tao Sovereign of Destiny. Chu Tianyun's face turned grave as he recounted the entire story to Chu Tian. Upon learning the truth behind the events, Chu Tian was left astounded, discovering elements that had not been described in the original narrative at all. The root of all this turmoil stemmed from Chu Tianwang's marriage to Jian Kongzhu, a divine maiden of an otherworldly race. There existed a tradition among the 2 founding families of the Holy Heaven sect that the head of the family, the current sect master, could only marry within the sect to unite the various families and stabilize the situation. While the heads of the Chu and Yi families had sought women from other factions, they could only take them as concubines. However, Chu Tianwang shattered this tradition by marrying Jian Kongzhu as his principal wife and even refrained from taking concubines within the sect. This unprecedented act incited widespread dissatisfaction among the various families within the sect. Following his birth, possessing the chaos divine demon body and extraordinary talent, it sparked intense jealousy from the Yi family and alarmed many of the premier families within the sect. After all, Chu Tian's bloodline bore no connection to any family within the sect, and should he ascend to the position of sect master, it could jeopardize their interests. Thus, Chu Tianwang was eager to find a worthy girl for his newly born child, establishing a childhood betrothal to quell the many doubts and discontent within the sect. The Liu family, a rapidly rising second-tier family, sensed this opportunity perfectly, coinciding with the impending birth of Liu Zheng's wife. Liu Yun thus entered the world. Liu Yun possessed an innate body, born with an aura of innate energy. Though resembling an innate Tao body, the disparity was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Chu Tianyun's expression darkened as he stated, "That scoundrel Liu Zheng released the aura of the Tao Sovereign's corpse, triggering a grand celestial phenomenon with Liu Yun's emergence. He utilized secret techniques to extract the Tao principles from the Tao Sovereign's body, refining them into Liu Yun's form. The dense Tao principles deceived our entire Chu family, including your mother, all these years. Liu Zheng has continuously infused Liu Yun with innate Tao principles in secret, keeping our entire clan in the dark. Meanwhile, the Liu family exploited our Chu family's influence to amass wealth, acquiring countless resources from a sect. Your father was aware, but turned a blind eye due to Liu Yun, and we couldn't afford to act. However, the Liu family is also aware of the precariousness of their position and that their day of reckoning will inevitably come. In secret, they have even extended an olive branch to the Yi family, hoping to secure their protection when the truth is revealed. The origins of Liu Yun's maid, Zhu, are known to the higher-ups of the Liu family, yet they have tacitly accepted it for this very reason. Liu Zheng has been quietly gathering evidence of our family's misdeeds, intending to strike back against the Chu family at a critical moment. If this matter were to leak out, our family would become the laughingstock of the eternal sky continent, severely undermining our standing within the sect. Chu Tian's expression was grim, a palpable aura of murderous intent surrounding him. Truth be told, I initially sought to use this situation to caution the Liu family, urging them to temper their behavior. After all, their actions have been interpreted as our family's tacit endorsement, bringing disgrace upon us. Yet I never expected the Liu family to resist so fiercely, refusing to allow the law enforcement hall to investigate, even resorting to killing several disciples. In a fit of rage, I led a team into their domain and discovered this cavern. Subsequently, the Liu family's ancestor attempted to silence me, but the old wretch was ultimately slain by my hand, escalating the situation. With that, Chu Tian let out a helpless smile and said, "Originally, your task should have been to focus solely on your cultivation. Yet, this matter, intertwined with your childhood betrothal, is of great significance, compelling me to summon you for discussion." Chapter 20, What is the Son of Destiny? Whether you believe it or not, you must believe it. Third uncle, this matter must not be disclosed to my father. The news must be kept strictly confidential. Especially, we cannot allow the Yi family to learn the truth, or they will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to attack our family, potentially jeopardizing his position as deputy sect leader. A cold glint flickered in Chu Tian's eyes. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with Liu Yun, just a mere girl. But the existence of the Liu family had begun to impact the standing of the Chu family, compelling him to take action. Are the law enforcement disciples you brought trustworthy? Our family has been in control of the sect's law enforcement hall for nearly 1,000,000 years, deeply entrenched. I have absolute confidence in these law enforcement disciples. Chu Tian replied promptly. He concurred with Chu Tian's sentiments. Should this matter reach the ears of King Chu Tian, it would be tantamount to reaching his sworn brother Yi Tianxiang. Moreover, in a fit of rage, King Chu Tian might act irrationally. In the sect, isn't it widely accepted that the actions of the Liu family are instigated by our Chu family, that the Liu family is essentially an extension of our own? Chu Tian said coldly. If that is the case, then at this juncture, we shall stage an ironclad display of righteousness, a sweeping anti-corruption campaign. Third uncle, immediately seal off all activities of the Liu family, strictly control Liu Zheng, and conduct in-depth interrogations. He must not have any contact with the outside world. We need to uncover all the resources and wealth the Liu family has plundered over the years and submit them to the sect. Furthermore, discreetly dispatch law enforcement disciples to secretly apprehend all personnel from the Liu family holding significant positions within the sect and destroy any evidence they have gathered against our family. Those with severe confidentiality breaches should be executed on the spot. Chu Tian furrowed his brows, hesitating. Little Tian, but won't this cause too much commotion? The Liu family is a second-tier family. They have accumulated considerable influence over the years. If we act suddenly, the Yi family and the other 3 top families, already somewhat dissatisfied with us, might not take it well. Particularly concerning your father, as the family head, it may not be prudent to keep this from him. It is precisely for this reason that we must act with unyielding righteousness and uphold the greater good. Chu Tian replied coldly. We will not claim a single cent from the treasures, resources, and wealth that the Liu family has embezzled. Everything will be submitted to the sect's treasury. All implicated members of the Liu family will be publicly tried before the sect's disciples, with no favoritism. In doing so, the Yi family and the other 3 top families will have no grounds to object. As for the grievances of the Duanmu family and the other 3 great families towards us, a slight smirk played at the corners of Chu Tian's mouth. Third uncle, rest assured, this situation will soon turn in our favor. His confidence stemmed from the Duanmu ancestor in the holy Tian pool. As for the other families, it was hard to predict, but at least the Duanmu family would actively align themselves with the Chu family in the future. Regarding his father, Chu Tian pondered briefly. Indeed, that old man was quite a headache. After all, King Chu Tian's approach was typically to maintain unity within the sect. Aside from the rather aggressive move of marrying Jian Kongzhu, he had not been particularly assertive. How about this? I will find an opportunity to speak with my mother. She will certainly agree. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian burst into laughter, patting Chu Tian on the shoulder. Third uncle has been waiting for you to say that. With you and your mother, my sister-in-law support, I fear nothing. We will proceed as you suggest. Chu Tian smiled slightly. After all, it seemed that the only one capable of keeping King Chu Tian in check was Jian Kongzhu. But what to do with the imperial corpse of the Son of Destiny? Chu Tian's brow furrowed in contemplation. The Zihong sacred sect was the oldest sanctum in the Hung Tian continent, long holding the title of the continent's foremost sect. It was only in recent years, with King Chu Tian and Yi Tianxiong making their names on the heavenly rankings, coupled with Jian Kongzhu's marriage into their family, that they had barely managed to suppress this ancient sanctum. Logically, the imperial corpse of the Son of Destiny should be returned to the Zihong sacred sect for burial. However, the immense opportunity represented by an imperial corpse, particularly one with a perfected innate Tao body, was such that merely approaching it could lead to profound insights, greatly benefiting practitioners in the divine realm. Otherwise, the Liu family would not have risked everything to protect it. The hair and blood from the imperial corpse were invaluable materials. Even having a weapon crafted from the corpse by a master craftsman would yield an unbeatable weapon of slaughter. It was unknown what extraordinary fortune the Liu family had encountered to obtain an imperial corpse. Returning it to the Zihong sacred sect felt unsatisfactory to Chu Tian. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an extraordinary opportunity by plundering the fated daughter Liu Yun and the imperial corpse of the Son of Destiny, rewarding you with 10,000 destiny points. The system prompts that you may spend 5,000 destiny points to seize the opportunity of the imperial corpse. The gentle and melodious system notification echoed. Chu Tian couldn't help but smile. There was such a fortunate turn of events. Not only had he received a substantial reward of destiny points, but by spending half, he could directly seize the opportunity. It seemed that the imperial corpse of the Son of Destiny indeed represented a significant opportunity for Liu Yun, although she likely remained unaware of it at this moment. Plunder, Chu Tian silently commanded. Buzz. Suddenly, boundless Tao essence erupted from the imperial corpse, divine light enveloping it. The imperial corpse of the Son of Destiny soared through the air, its eyes opening as if it had come to life, and it reached out, pointing at the center of Chu Tian's brow. This is the imperial inheritance across generations? Chu Tianyun was taken aback. He had hesitated about whether to return the imperial corpse to the Zihong sacred sect, but unexpectedly, Chu Tian directly received the corpse's acknowledgement and the promise of inheritance. Wait a moment. Little Tian is not an innate Tao body, nor has he ever practiced the scriptures of the Zihong sacred sect. How could he suddenly receive this inheritance? Chu Tianyun was astonished and puzzled. Could it be that this truly was the Son of Destiny, who could encounter miraculous elixirs simply by walking down the street? Initially, Chu Tianyun had doubts about the notion that little Tian could find a miraculous elixir on the street, given that such elixirs could even cause emperors to fight over them. However, now he found himself beginning to believe it, as an even greater incredibility unfolded before him. The Tao principles transformed into divine chains, covering every corner of the vast cavern, divine light surging and Tao essence pouring into the center of Chu Tian's brow. Chapter 21. A stunning treasure and an extraordinary encounter. Congratulations to the host for seizing the Emperor's Corpse scriptures and the Destiny Tao scriptures. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Emperor's Corpse divine powers and the Eye of Heaven. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pearl of the Great Tao, a manifestation of the path cultivated by the Destiny Tao sovereign throughout his life, which greatly aids in the comprehension of the Tao. Suddenly, before Chu Tianyun's astonished gaze, boundless Tao principles surged forth from the Emperor's corpse, coalescing into a multicolored orb the size of an infant's fist, which fell into Chu Tian's hands. Heavens, this! Chu Tianyun gasped in disbelief. The extraction of Tao principles from the body of the Emperor and their formation into a pearl of the Great Tao meant that whoever could comprehend the principles within would likely become the next Destiny Tao sovereign. Such an extraordinary treasure could indeed be described as a magnificent stroke of fortune. Even if one could not fully comprehend it, merely possessing it for cultivation would yield unimaginable benefits. Suddenly, the Tao principles within Chu Tian flowed, and an eye opened in the center of his brow, seemingly capable of piercing through the heavens and the earth. Even Chu Tianyun, a half-step Emperor sovereign, felt a chill run down his spine. as if he stood before Chu Tian utterly exposed. The eye of heaven, an unparalleled divine eye condensed from the Destiny Tao sovereign's lifelong insights, claimed to encompass the 3,000 paths, reaching up to the heavens and gazing down into the abyss. Chu Tianyun felt parched. Despite the fact that the figure before him was his own nephew, Chu Tian's burgeoning power was beneficial for the family and for him. Yet he could not suppress a sense of jealousy. What extraordinary luck is this? With a thunderous crash, the drained emperor's corpse fell heavily to the ground. In an instant, the earth shook and the heavens trembled. Even bereft of Tao principles, the emperor's corpse still harbored terrifying energy, albeit lacking its former destructive might. The cavern, which had relied on the emperor's Daoic power for support, collapsed with a deafening roar, clouds of dust billowing forth. Chu Tianyun grasped Chu Tian with one hand and the emperor's corpse with the other, swiftly fleeing outside the palace. As the eye of the great Tao in Chu Tian's brow closed, he fully absorbed the Destiny Tao scriptures before slowly opening his eyes. Suddenly, a face adorned with a hint of flattery approached him. "Little Tian, could you lend me the great Tao pearl for a few days?" Chu Tianyun's voice carried a touch of embarrassment. As an elder, he felt it should be his duty to bestow benefits upon Chu Tian. However, with both of Chu Tian's parents being emperor sovereigns, he had little to offer. In contrast, this great Tao pearl, containing the principles of the Destiny Tao sovereign, would greatly aid him in comprehending the Tao, perhaps even helping him reach the threshold of becoming an emperor sovereign. Chu Tian chuckled softly, having expected Chu Tianyun's request. He casually tossed the great Tao pearl to him. "Third uncle, the essence of the Tao is something that only those in the divine realm can truly grasp. I am merely in the bone refining realm, light years away from igniting the divine fire. This treasure would be of no use to me. You have made significant contributions to the family. It is only right that you use it. Third uncle, you might consider discussing with father the establishment of a secret realm akin to the Holy Sky Pool, centered around this great Tao pearl. Those who have made great contributions to the family could enter and cultivate within. As a master educator, he was never one to possess a narrow vision. Bestowing the creation divine pill to Elder Tuo was based on the same principle. The strength of the Chu family would bolster his own position as the holy son of the sect. Moreover, expanding the great Tao pearl into a secret realm would maximize its utility. As the heir of the Chu family and the owner of the great Tao pearl, he could enter at any time to cultivate. Holding the great Tao pearl, Chu Tianyun paused before speaking. "It seems I am the shallow one, little Tian. Your vision and heart are truly not that of an 8-year-old child. If only my own son had a fraction of your wisdom, I would die content." Chu Tianyun sighed deeply, recalling his own reckless son. In comparison to Chu Tian, he felt a surge of anger rising within him. Upon returning home, he would undoubtedly give his son a good thrashing to relieve his frustration. "Third uncle, actually, cousin Chu Xiong isn't so bad," Chu Tian chuckled, well aware of whom he was referring to. Little Tian, Anne is here. Hurry and tell them to let me go." At that moment, Luo Yushan's piercing screams echoed as she turned to glare at Lu Yun beside her. "Little Tian is out. Why haven't you gone to apologize to him? Have you forgotten what I told you?" Luo Yushan was held down by 2 enforcement disciples, kneeling on the ground while wailing like a pig to catch Chu Tian's attention. Lu Yun's eyes were misty. Her pristine white dress remained spotless, yet her face was filled with grievance. However, under her mother Luo Yushan's urging, she still stepped toward Chu Tian. It must be said, though she was still young, she possessed a beauty that could captivate nations. With her tearful, delicate appearance, she evoked a deep sense of pity at first glance. Upon hearing the commotion, Chu Tian instinctively glanced over, locking eyes with Lu Yun for a fleeting moment. His gaze turned cold and indifferent, and he quickly turned away, walking alongside Chu Tianyun toward the estate's exit. Having lived 2 lives, he had encountered countless breathtaking beauties. What top-tier stars or royal princesses could not compare to mere ephemeral shadows in his eyes. Even if Lu Yun would eventually become a renowned deity across the Hung Tian continent, it was unlikely to stir any impulse within him. Instead, the knowledge of her story only fueled his disdain for her pitiful demeanor. Seeing Chu Tian's frigid expression, Lu Yun's eyes reddened further, a tide of grievance swelling within her. She halted in her tracks, tears streaming down her cheeks. Third uncle. It seems Luo Yushan and Lu Yun are unaware of the truth and have been kept in the dark by the Lu family. In this case, we can relax our control over Lu Yun and release some ambiguity to the outside world, Chu Tian stated calmly. This was not born from pity. Rather, the substantial operation to control the Lu family would undoubtedly draw attention from the outside. It would be better to use Luo Yushan and Lu Yun, who were oblivious to the truth, as a smokescreen, creating confusion, thus facilitating Chu Tianyun's covert control over the Lu family's actions. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianyun nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, we are acting under the banner of righteousness to eliminate the Lu family. Luo Yushan and Lu Yun are indeed living symbols of innocence. If we do not pursue them, it would prevent us from being seen as unjustly harming the innocent or turning against our benefactors. We shall proceed as you suggested, little Tian. Chu Tianyun raised his hand, signaling the two enforcement disciples to release Luo Yushan. She stood up, first shooting an angry glare at Lu Yun before hastily pulling her along to catch up with Chu Tian. Aunt Luo. Chu Tian greeted politely upon seeing Luo Yushan catch up. Little Tian, this girl is rather thoughtless. Do not hold it against her. Those relatives of the Lu family have been using the Chu family's name to engage in nefarious deeds, which I have always opposed. Luo Yushan shot an angry glare at her daughter before continuing, and has always believed that Lu Yun's engagement to you is her fortune. Yet this girl, blinded by her loyalty to that scoundrel Lu Zheng, insists on associating with that good-for-nothing Yi Fan, clamoring to repay a debt of gratitude at all costs. Aunt, I am not angry, Chu Tian replied calmly, having never regarded these trivial matters with much concern. I heard you have ascended to the top of the bone refining rankings and the earth rankings, but I have yet to congratulate you. Luo Yushan flattered before cautiously voicing her true intention. Little Tian, since you are not upset, could you please greet your third uncle on my behalf? If there are no significant matters at hand, then release Lu Zheng, that rogue. Although he has indeed erred, he is, after all, the biological father of Xiao Yun, your father-in-law. As she spoke, Luo Yushan cast a fearful glance at Chu Tianyun beside her, remembering the earlier ruthless slaughter he had unleashed, leaving her utterly spine-chilled. Chapter 22. What right does he have to disdain her? What wrong has she committed? To plead for him? Chu Tian turned to glance at his uncle, Chu Tianyun, and smiled. All right, Annie, I will plead with uncle. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianyun couldn't help but chuckle. It was he, Chu Tian, who had imprisoned Lu Zheng and had him closely monitored and interrogated. Remarkably, it was now his son-in-law, Chu Tian, whom Luo Yushan sought help from. Auntie, on behalf of that scoundrel Lu Zheng, I thank you, Xiao Tian. Rest assured, when he is released, I shall keep a close eye on him and will not let him misbehave. Luo Yushan expressed her gratitude repeatedly before turning to reprimand her daughter. Lu Yun, you, my dear, do you not understand anything? Xiao Tian is not holding a grudge against you. Can't you at least apologize and thank him? Chu Tian, thank you for being willing to save my father, Lu Yun said, biting her lip, her voice barely audible. It seemed that uttering those words had drained her of all courage. After all, no matter how willful she had been or how unreasonable her demands towards Chu Tian, he had always shown her kindness, forgiveness, and consideration. However, in recent days, Chu Tian appeared to have transformed entirely. The way he looked at her felt as though he regarded a complete stranger. He would no longer secretly bring her precious cultivation resources gifted by the king of Chu, not even to mention apologies or understanding. He wouldn't even bother to greet her. It felt as if she were merely an irrelevant passerby, especially after the news broke that Chu Tian had ascended to the top of the earth ranking. Lu Yun felt increasingly aggrieved, as if she had fallen out of favor with him. But why should he disdain her? What wrong had she committed? It was the Chu family that had sought the Lu family for a marriage alliance, establishing a childhood betrothal, and it was Chu Tian who had willingly approached her, offering to assist her. What fault was there in that? When she had seen Chu Tian arrive at the Lu residence, she had hoped that as long as he initiated a conversation, she could let bygones be bygones, forgiving him for his uncle's actions against so many members of the Lu family. Yet Chu Tian had chosen to ignore her. What was so remarkable about ascending to the top of the bone-forging ranking and, by chance, the earth ranking? Who knew how long he could maintain that position? Why did Chu Tian have to suddenly treat her coldly? He had been so harsh with her yesterday, even striking her for a lowly maid. Lu Yin was filled with grievances, still unwilling to admit any wrongdoing, pouting and lowering her head, refusing to apologize. Seeing her daughter in such a state, Luo Yushan was infuriated and anxious. She hurriedly explained, "Xiao Tian, do not be angry. Lu Yin knows she has made a mistake. She's just a young girl with a thin skin. Please be understanding. Although you are both young, you are already betrothed and will be family in the future. Do not take it to heart." Family? Upon hearing those words, a cold glint flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as he recalled the distasteful events of the original storyline, stirring a surge of murderous intent within him. He could no longer feign politeness and indifference. "It is not a trivial matter that warrants my concern. As for being family, I cannot afford such a relationship," he said indifferently. Luo Yushan's complexion turned pale. The implications of his words were profound. "Xiao Tian, please listen to your aunt's explanation." But Chu Tian ignored the mother and daughter, striding forward. At that moment, Lu Yun's eyes turned red, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls. She suddenly rushed in front of Chu Tian, arms outstretched to block his path. "Chu Tian, you must clarify this for me. Do you perceive my matters as trivial? Yi Fan saved my life. I wish to repay him wholeheartedly. Is that wrong? Why do you have to treat me this way? You must explain yourself. Otherwise, do not think you can leave," Lu Yun shouted. Slap! A sharp gust accompanied the crisp sound of a slap as Lu Yun was sent flying. Chu Tian withdrew his hand, nodded to Chu Tianyun, and departed from the Lu Manor, returning to his palace. The majestic 9 fiery lions let out a roar and soared towards the sect. He was never one to embody a saintly persona. Having been reborn, his purpose was to witness the splendor of this world, to ascend to its pinnacle, and behold the view from the summit. Such cunning young women and their trivial schemes were all too transparent in his eyes. If it weren't for the deep ties between the Chu and Lu families due to their marital alliance over the years, he would not have spared Lu Yun a mere glance. "You scoundrel, Chu Tian, you struck me again." Lu Yun's face was swollen and red as she lay on the ground, sobbing bitterly. She truly could not comprehend why Chu Tian's attitude toward her had changed so drastically. It felt as though her once loyal little dog, which would wag its tail upon seeing her, had suddenly turned its back, ignoring her and even biting her when she approached. "Why must you be so stubborn?" Luo Yushan hurriedly came to assist her daughter, exclaiming in frustration, "You have been led astray by your father's wretched teachings. The notion of repaying a drop of kindness with a fountain of gratitude is sheer nonsense. The favors you bestowed upon that useless man have already equated to 100 lives. Now, see, the retribution has arrived." Despite her scolding, she was ultimately still her daughter, and the fate of the Lu family relied on Chu Tian. Luo Yushan gently advised, "As a mother who has experienced much, I can tell you that Xiao Tian still values you deeply. If you simply lower your head, admit your mistakes, and promise not to associate with that useless man or the Yi family in the future, he will forgive you." "Mother, I merely wish to repay kindness." "What is wrong with that?" Lu Yun clenched her teeth, clinging to her last shred of defiance. Yet, inexplicably, a hint of regret surged within her heart. Had she, in her quest for gratitude, acted excessively, neglecting Chu Tian's feelings? Should she seek an opportunity to apologize to him in person? "What you wish to repay has nothing to do with my Chu family," Chu Tianyun's voice, laced with palpable hostility, suddenly interjected. The mother and daughter turned to see Chu Tianyun glaring at them, causing them to tremble and turn pale. "It has been established that the Lu family has violated sect laws, and this matter does not concern you. You may return to your residence in the manor and travel back and forth to the sect, but you are prohibited from wandering about the manor or conversing with others at will. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Chu Tianyun paid little regard to the mother and daughter, as there were still numerous matters requiring his attention within the Lu family. Ultimately, it appeared that retaining Lu Yun's betrothal was merely a temporary measure. Without the support of the Tao essence of the heavenly mandate, Lu Yun's true talents would soon become evident. When that time came, The Chu family could rightfully annul the engagement without raising any doubts within the sect. How could a mere girl, possessing only an innate constitution and belonging to a family with a tainted legacy, be worthy of the Chu family's heir? Chapter 23. Whether to forgive is a matter for God. Congratulations, host. The daughter of fortune, Lu Yun, has developed a tinge of regret towards you, rewarding you with 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host. The fate of Lu Yun has suffered a severe blow, her fortune declining, rewarding you with 5,000 destiny points. Upon returning to the foot of the sacred Emperor Peak, the gentle prompt of the system suddenly echoed in Chu Tian's ears. Lu Yun regrets it? Chu Tian's gaze remained calm, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, showing no undue concern. What does her regret have to do with him? The great hate demon lord sacrificed everything for Lu Yun, his reputation shattered, his family annihilated, only to be met with Lu Yun personally leading strong foes to hunt him down, culminating in a single strike that pierced the head of a star slave. As the saying goes, a leopard cannot change its spots. If there is any connection to be made, it is that forgiving Lu Yun is a divine prerogative. His duty is to send Lu Yun to meet God. Nevertheless, he has many tasks at hand. As long as Lu Yun does not provoke him, he has no leisure to seek trouble with her. The downfall of the Lu family is but a matter of time. Without the protection of the Lu family, the merely innate Lu Yun's fortune will continue to decline. Within the Sacred Heaven sect, she is but a slightly more distinguished prodigy, destined to follow a path entirely separate from his. For now, he lacks the energy to pursue troubles with Lu Yun. Why would I bother with such a little girl? How trivial. Chu Tian snapped back to reality, suddenly bursting into a chuckle, casting aside this tiresome thought. With a thought, the system panel appeared before him, allowing him to review the numerous benefits obtained from the remains of the Destiny Dao Sovereign. Host, Chu Tian Realm, Bone Forging Realm, 10th level possesses 8 million gene of divine power, capable of slaying true dragon offspring. The host is indeed destined to be the unique son of destiny in the future. Physique, Chaos Demon God Body Technique, Chaos Creation True Scripture. First level the Destiny Dao Scripture is unsuitable for the host. It is not recommended for cultivation. It can be sold to the system for 10,000 destiny points. Divine Powers, Eye of Heaven's Dao Treasures. Heavenly Emperor's Descent Talisman grants 10 minutes of Emperor-level combat power. Heavenly Profound Divine Ring requires 1,000 destiny points for refinement, containing a remnant ancient soul with certain threats. The host should exercise caution. Dao Pearl, an auxiliary treasure for cultivation, has been refined. Destiny points, 51. 500. Chu Tian did not expect that the imperial scripture acquired through plunder could be sold to the system. Without hesitation, he decided to sell it, resulting in the destiny points tally increasing to 61. 500. Master, Elder Tuo seeks an audience. At that moment, the voice of the star slave echoed from outside the carriage. Chu Tian opened a vertical eye between his brows, his gaze penetrating through the palace to see Elder Tuo standing respectfully at the foot of the sacred Emperor Peak, seemingly waiting for his return. Even though his injuries had healed, Elder Tuo still regarded himself as a subordinate, exhibiting no signs of overstepping his bounds. Chu Tian stepped out of the carriage, clasping his fists and bowing. Elder Tuo, you are too kind. Did something happen that required your presence here? Elder Tuo grinned, revealing his weathered, wind-beaten teeth. Master is indeed astute. There have been some developments, but nothing grave. You have surged to the top of the bone forging rankings and secured the first position in the earth rankings, suppressing 2 contemporary prodigies of the Zihong sacred sect. Now they have come seeking you. But after waiting an entire day without your appearance, the heavenly prodigy, Hui Mei, out of anger, has set up a challenge, inviting all disciples below the refining spirit realm of our sect. The Lord does not wish to draw too much attention, hence entrusted me to inform you. He and the Lord of Tianxiong will deal with this matter, and you need not show yourself. Isn't this openly slapping our sect in the face? How brazen! The star slave exclaimed in shock. One must understand that this is the stronghold of the Sacred Heaven sect. What kind of audacity does it take to act so recklessly? If Hui Mei were to sweep through the Sacred Heaven sect, the foremost sect in the current continent, would lose its reputation. Generally, top-tier sects avoid such disgraceful confrontations and leave room for negotiation. Children will play, Chu Tian chuckled, explaining to the star slave. This indeed aligns with Hui Mei's temperament, capricious and unruly, fond of posturing. Otherwise, in the original narrative, she would not have been repeatedly defeated by the protagonist, Yi Fan. However, now that Yi Fan is being forcefully suppressed and has even seized the heavenly profound divine ring, he may not necessarily be Hui Mei's match. Yet, her erratic behavior does not imply that Hui Mei lacks intelligence. Her strength is undeniably formidable, placing her among the top tier of prodigies across realms. Within the Sacred Heaven sect, Chu Tian believed there were nearly no contenders in the bone-forging realm who could rival Hui Mei. Yi Tianxiong and his father, Chu Tianwang, would likely have their hands full. Furthermore, he did not anticipate that his encounter with Hui Mei would occur so swiftly, pondering whether the saintess Hui Lian had accompanied her. Elder Ta, however, appeared somewhat speechless, glancing at the young master, thinking to himself that he, too, was but a child, and Hui Mei seemed to be 2 years his senior. Elder Ta, is it the sect master's wish for me to refrain from appearing? Chu Tian inquired with a knowing smile. Indeed, young master, Elder Tuo replied. The Lord of Tianxiong believes that, given the circumstances, the Chu family should avoid conflict with the Zihong sacred sect, lest our relationship be strained. He will handle this matter. Such sweet words. He simply does not wish for the young master to achieve merit. Preferring the Yi family to take the spotlight, the star slave whispered in defense of Chu Tian. Hui Mei must be out of her mind to challenge those below the refining spirit realm, as if she believes it is akin to the bone-forging realm tests of the Hung Tian Hall, where only physical strength can be employed. Chu Tian understood the star slave's sentiments. After all, he had begun refining his spirit the previous night. Some who commenced spirit refinement in the bone-forging realm could exponentially amplify their strength, with some prodigies on the bone-forging rankings exhibiting force exceeding 1,000,000 gene. Therefore, even the top of the bone-forging rankings merely signifies unbeatable physical strength and does not imply invincibility below the refining spirit realm. While Hui Mei's power on the list is merely 900,000 gene, Yi Tianxiong likely seized upon this loophole, which is why he dared to allow Chu Tian, the first in the bone-forging rankings, to ignore the matter, saying he would resolve it. Star slave, since both the sect master and father wish for this, I shall refrain from involvement in the matter. Furthermore, garnering such attention is not so easily achieved. At this moment, Chu Tian remarked meaningfully, not believing that Hui Mei would be oblivious to these intricacies. Even if she were unaware, her supporters would certainly comprehend the implications. Yet she still set up the challenge, which indicated something was amiss. Nevertheless, Chu Tian could not be bothered to dwell on it further. He clasped his fists and bowed to Elder Ta, saying, Elder Ta, since my presence is unnecessary, I shall return to my cultivation. Please, young master, Elder Tuo replied respectfully. As night fell, once the effects of the superb divine forging pill and the 3 great halos concluded, Chu Tian immediately exchanged for continuance in the marketplace and resumed his spiritual forging. With the superb divine forging pill, Chu Tian need not expend his own energy to refine his spirit, allowing him to focus entirely on enhancing his physical body and cultivating the chaos creation true scripture. By conventional logic, even those in the refining spirit realm or higher would require sleep and rest, as constant cultivation is unfeasible. However, with the 3 great halos, no matter how much energy Chu Tian expended, he remained in a state of boundless vigor, requiring neither rest nor respite. For him, as long as the halos were active, he could cultivate for countless years without fatigue. Chu Tian first activated the chaos creation true scripture, guiding the spiritual energy through 9 great circulatory cycles within his body, refining his physique and absorbing the medicinal liquid. In the latter part of the night, he began to study the Eye of Heaven's Tao that he had just acquired. Buzz! As the eye of the heavenly path opened at Chu Tian's brow, He instantly felt his consciousness expand, even perceiving the presence of Xing Nu, who was meditating outside the door. He could see through the veil on her face to behold her true visage, a flawless, breathtakingly beautiful countenance. However, Chu Tian did not linger over this sight for long and quickly retracted his awareness. Xing Nu, sensing something amiss, opened her star-like eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing her gaze. It felt as though someone had been peering at her, gently caressing her face, an action so light, reminiscent of the touch of her young master's hand. Surely, it must have been an illusion. After all, they were within the sacred Emperor Peak, a place teeming with powerful individuals who would dare to invade the privacy of the Chu family's young master with their divine sense, unless they wished for their own demise. Yi Hongwu, as the Supreme Elder, had plotted against the young master from the shadows, and he too had met a grim fate. Such a cautionary tale was still fresh in memory. Ugh! Xing Nu chastised herself internally, her cheeks blooming with a shade of crimson. What was she thinking? The young master was still so young, yet she found herself harboring such improper thoughts, even fantasizing about him caressing her face. How shameless! Determined to sever her wandering thoughts, Xing Nu closed her eyes once more and returned to her meditative state. Chapter 24. The Sect in Turmoil. Chu Tian, it is time for you to make your entrance. To his surprise, the star slave remained oblivious to his scrutiny. Chu Tian had been closely observing the reactions of the star slave, his mind filled with contemplation. The star slave, chosen to accompany him, undoubtedly possessed extraordinary talent. Now of adult age, their strength had far surpassed mere refinement of spirit, having refined their spirit for many years, culminating in the birth of a divine soul. Yet, even with such prowess, the star slave could only sense a slight disturbance, unable to discern the source of the probing gaze. The marvel of the eye of heavenly Tao exceeded even Chu Tian's imagination, a true testament to the supreme, innate Tao body of a generation, the heavenly fate Tao sovereign's unparalleled divine ability, forged through a lifetime of comprehension. With the enhancement of the eye of heavenly Tao, although he had yet to enter the refinement of spirit realm, he could already achieve a separation of spirit from body, with his mental acuity magnified tenfold. Those who typically broke through to the refinement of spirit realm would likely pale in comparison to him. Despite not having transcended into the refinement of spirit realm, his spirit was already stronger than that of a typical adept, and his physical body had yet to reach the limits of bone refinement, leaving ample room for growth. At that moment, a spirit insect resembling a mosquito suddenly flitted past the window. Chu Tian swiftly produced a silver needle as fine as a hair, flicking it with his finger. Buzz! The spirit insect was instantly pinned to the tree trunk by the needle, which merely pierced its almost transparent wing, sparing its life. Buzz! Another silver needle shot forth, accurately pinning the other wing of the spirit insect to the trunk. With his enhanced mental prowess, his control over power became increasingly meticulous, and his mastery over his physical form grew ever more adept. No wonder the refinement of spirit realm was considered the next level after bone refinement, he mused to himself. Now endowed with a staggering strength of 170,000 pounds, enhanced by the tenfold mental amplification of the eye of heavenly Tao, his perceptiveness far exceeded that of the refinement of spirit realm, and he could unleash power of at least 350,000 pounds. After a night of cultivation, Chu Tian, possessing extraordinary comprehension, along with the aura of enlightenment, had already gained a deft command over the eye of heavenly Tao. His mental energy had also seen considerable advancement. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled, and his focused gaze left marks upon the solid bluestone floor. His physical strength had increased by an additional 10,000 pounds, reaching a total of 180,000. Such a rate of improvement, if known, would surely terrify even the offspring of ancient ferocious beasts, blurring the lines between beast and human. Yet, during that night, the medicinal liquid he consumed multiplied to 4 barrels, as he had awakened the star slave 3 times. Master, last night after I replaced your medicine, I stopped by the Holy Emperor Peak to observe the arena. The Lord of the Heavenly Valor sect is currently in quite a predicament, the star slave, said while assisting Chu Tian with his attire, her voice tinged with excitement. Since the young master had gifted the sacred veins fruit, their relationship had grown closer, and she felt emboldened to share whispers with him. "Oh, do tell," Chu Tian replied with a smile, raising his hand for the star slave to kneel and fasten his waist sash. The talented disciples of the Yi family who have yet to break through to the refinement of spirit realm have been taking turns to challenge the remarkable Hui Mei of the compassionate sailing sacred sect. However, hardly any were able to withstand even a single strike from her. Upon engagement, they were left with broken limbs and grievous injuries, the star slave recounted, her voice laced with satisfaction. Even those esteemed talents from the Yi family, such as Yi Guan, Yi Hong, and Yi Qin, all just 12 years old, boasting 30 to 40,000 pounds of strength and nearing the refinement of spirit realm, could not endure even one of Hui Mei's strikes. When I arrived, the disciples of the sect were in an uproar, and the higher-ups wore grim expressions, speechless, as the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. I heard that in a moment of desperation, the Lord of Heavenly Valor provided Yi Chong, that young man you rendered paralyzed, with a divine elixir and utilized a secret method to refine his spirit, allowing him to challenge Hui Mei. Even the patriarch was anxious, urging some of our Chu family's prodigies to prepare for the arena, offering rewards of divine medicine to those who could defeat Hui Mei. Oh, by the way, I also heard that the eldest son of the third elder, Chu Tian, was preparing to enter the arena as well. However, I hurried back to replace your medicine, so I do not know what transpired next. Chu Tian smiled faintly. This was precisely as he had anticipated. In the original narrative, Hui Mei was renowned throughout the myriad realms as a prodigy of unparalleled caliber. Within the Holy Sky sect, those who could rival Hui Mei were either languishing in the dungeons or had surpassed the refinement of spirit realm, thus unable to compete. It was absurd for Yi Tianxiong to expect other disciples of the same realm to best Hui Mei. He greatly underestimated her abilities. Chu Tian could easily envision the growing frustration and heaviness among the high-ranking members of the sect, should a mere 10-year-old child sweep through the Holy Sky sect's contemporaries, leaving none able to withstand even one of her strikes. The sect would lose all face on the Hung Tian continent. Just then, Chu Tian Wang entered the room, his demeanor grave and somewhat fatigued. "Xiao Tian, come with me to the arena. If matters cannot be resolved, it will fall to you to take the stage." If it were not for dire necessity, Chu Tian Wang would truly prefer to let Chu Tian remain in the shadows, allowing the Yi family to take the spotlight and alleviate the current situation. However, as vice sect master, he had to prioritize the reputation of the sect in this critical moment. "Understood, Father," Chu Tian replied with a smile. Before long, Chu Tian and Chu Tian Wang arrived at the Holy Sky sect's other prominent peak, the Holy Emperor Peak, where the current sect master, Yi Tianxiong, resided. Upon reaching the halfway point, Chu Tian heard a somewhat childish, yet arrogantly brazen voice resound. "I have long heard of the Holy Sky sect's illustrious reputation, claimed to surpass my compassionate sailing sacred sect, hailed as the foremost sect on Hung Tian continent. Yet now, witnessing it firsthand, I must admit I am thoroughly disappointed. In such a grand sect, not a single disciple can withstand even one of my strikes." On the arena, a small bald boy with rosy lips and pearly teeth stood imperiously, arms crossed, clad in a coarse, cream-colored robe, casting disdainful glances at all those gathered below. The boy, around 1.60 meters tall, possessed delicate and striking features, exuding an alluring charm despite his lack of hair. Many women who laid eyes upon him would likely feel a pang of envy at their own appearances. Below the arena, numerous sect disciples wore expressions of utter humiliation and indignation, furious at their inability to match the strength of a mere child from an external sect. Where has the young saint gone? Why has he yet to take the stage? The young saint is the strongest in our Holy Sky sect, ranked first on the bone refinement list. The higher echelons of the sect, the two founding families, and the three top-tier families were all bewildered, wondering why they would allow a small bald boy to stand atop their sect's peak, so brazenly belittling their honor. The resentment was palpable. Lacking skill, we can only endure the blows. That Yi Chong reportedly surged to the third tier of bone refinement, having consumed a divine elixir, his strength rising to 60,000 pounds. And with the sect master using secret methods to refine his spirit before entering the arena, he could unleash a force exceeding 130,000 pounds, an act bordering on cheating. Yet even so, he was still effortlessly defeated by this small, bald boy. Murmurs of frustration echoed throughout the plaza as disciples lamented their helplessness. The high-ranking officials seated at the observation platform wore even darker expressions, seemingly on the verge of dripping water. "Where has the sect master gone?" one of the higher-ups remarked solemnly, glancing towards Yi Tianxiong's empty seat. "And the vice sect master is nowhere to be found. Could he be fetching the young saint?" An elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, furrowed his brow. "Given the reputation of our Sacred Heaven sect, this is hardly the time for infighting. If necessary, we may have to summon the young saint to intervene. This arrogant little bald head dares to treat our Sacred Heaven sect with such contempt." The expression of the Grand Elder was one of palpable fury. Chapter 25. The Lord's Command. I cannot intervene. As the esteemed elders engaged in fervent discussion, King Chu led Chu Tian to the high platform. Pointing at the bald-headed youth on the arena, he spoke in a grave tone. "This bald-headed boy has displayed a strength of merely 900,000 pounds on the bone refinement ranking, which led both your father and Uncle Tian Xiong to underestimate him. He should now possess at least 110,000 pounds of strength, surpassing many ancient fierce beast cubs. Furthermore, his mental prowess is formidable and refined. His gaze is piercingly perceptive, having attained a level of insight that allows him to perceive the subtle, like sensing the autumn wind and knowing the falling leaves. He is merely a half-step away from the realm of spirit refinement, capable of unleashing a force exceeding 2 million pounds. Little Tian, do you possess the confidence to defeat this bald-headed youth?" King Chu's voice was low and tinged with anger, yet he refrained from sending his son into the fray immediately. After all, Chu Tian was 2 years younger than Hui Mei, and honing one's spirit required time and effort. If his son declined, he would not press the matter further. It was uncommon for King Chu, a figure of high status, to resort to insults. But addressing Hui Lian as bald-headed boy revealed the extent of his frustration with Hui Lian's arrogance and unrestrained demeanor, which even made this imperial dignitary feel somewhat vulnerable. No one had ever dared to be so audacious and contemptuous within the Holy Celestial sect, especially not toward the mere child of 10. If it had been someone slightly older, even from the Compassionate Voyage Sacred Sect, they would have been utterly crushed. At this moment, the high-ranking members of various sects turned their scrutinizing gazes toward Chu Tian, filled with astonishment and anticipation. Chu Tian, personally guided by King Chu, had lived in seclusion for so long that, although he had been proclaimed a young saint at birth, he was rarely seen even by them. To the untrained eye, Chu Tian appeared rather delicate, exuding the charm of a refined young gentleman. Were it not for the unerring results of the Hung Tian ranking tests, they would hardly associate this seemingly cultured youth with the one who had, in 30 seconds, annihilated 1,000 ancient mammoth giants and, in another 30 seconds, dispatched 30 fierce beast cubs, including the mythical true dragon cub. Young saint, the reputation of our sect is at stake. This bald-headed boy is excessively arrogant. Do you have the assurance to confront him? One elder could not help but inquire. Should you have any requests, feel free to voice them. We do not demand that you defeat him. Merely enduring 3 of his strikes would suffice to maintain our sect's dignity, the venerable elder with white hair stated solemnly. The other high-ranking members of various sects nodded in agreement. Given the circumstances, they were no longer overly ambitious. For the prodigy Hui Mei from the Compassionate Voyage Sacred Sect indeed possessed an extraordinary level of strength. Many renowned talents from their sect, older than him by several years and with well-honed spirits, had failed to withstand even a single strike, suffering grievous injuries and losing their combat capabilities. Such a prodigy was a rarity to emerge in the Hung Tian continent over thousands of years. If Chu Tian could withstand 3 of his strikes, it would be enough for them to feel content with preserving the honor of the Holy Celestial Sect. Chu Tian glanced at Hui Lian on the arena. Though still in his youth, he had already displayed a mesmerizing and audacious demeanor reminiscent of his earlier memories. It was no wonder that the protagonist Yi Fan would later suppress him, sealing his powers and selling him to a brothel for his first night, fetching an exorbitant price. Aside from his appearance, which was indeed captivating, surpassing many unparalleled beauties, there was an underlying desire to shatter his arrogance. Yet, under the expectant gazes of the high-ranking members, Chu Tian shook his head and smiled. Esteemed uncles and grandfathers, I humbly beg your pardon. I cannot comply. The sect leader has decreed that he will handle this matter personally, and there is no need for Chu Tian to take the stage. The words of the sect leader carry great weight, and I cannot contravene them. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the high-ranking members visibly darkened. King Chu's lips twitched slightly. After all, his own opinion also factored into the decision to refrain from letting Chu Tian intervene, not merely the wishes of Yi Tianxiong. Yet, the other sect leaders were unaware of this nuance. However, Chu Tian's statement effectively placed the blame solely on Yi Tianxiong for forbidding him from participating. At such a critical juncture, to engage in internal strife and scheming was utterly disgraceful. The venerable elder with white hair glared in disbelief, his anger palpable as he searched for the figure of the sect leader, Yi Tianxiong. I can no longer endure this. He has dared to directly insult our families. While uncles may tolerate it, we cannot remain silent. One high-ranking member growled, turning to King Chu. Deputy sect leader, let the young saint take action. There were even those who urged Chu Tian directly, young saint, step on the stage and eliminate this bald-headed boy. If the sect leader pursues any repercussions, we shall bear the consequences for you. This is a battle for the honor of our holy celestial sect, a great achievement that the sect leader would dare not contest. Elders of considerable seniority were incensed and vocally expressed their outrage. I fought tirelessly for the sect, while Yi Tianxiong was still in swaddling clothes. Let him attempt to pursue this matter. Let him think twice before crossing me now that he has become sect leader and achieved the status of an imperial. King Chu, speak up. Do you also oppose allowing the young saint to take action? One elder's gaze bore into King Chu with a chilling intensity. Although these elders did not hold high positions and their strengths were not necessarily superior to those of King Chu and Yi Tianxiong, their contributions, seniority, and influence were significant. As long as they did not tread on forbidden ground like Yi Hongwu, they could generally exert their will within the sect. At their age, having one foot in the grave, they were indifferent to matters of hierarchy. The honor and interests of the sect were paramount in their eyes. They felt no remorse for Yi Hongwu's forced suicide, considering him deserving of his fate for leaking sect secrets and plotting against the young prodigies. King Chu smiled wryly, feeling powerless, and turned to Chu Tian, saying, "Little Tian, you." Before he could finish, Chu Tian shook his head and replied calmly, "The sect leader has given his order. As a disciple of the sect, it is my duty to obey the sect leader's command. I cannot intervene." King Chu, exasperated, pressed his forehead in frustration. He should have realized that his son's presence was not merely out of obedience, but rather a desire for revenge, perhaps compelling Yi Tianxiong to bow to him. Had he been obedient, he would not have ventured to the Hung Tian Hall for testing, and none of this turmoil would have unfolded. At that moment, a bloodied youth, his clothes torn, stepped onto the arena. His gaze was resolute as he addressed Hui Mei, his voice low and hoarse. "I am Yi Fan of the Yi family, here to challenge you to a duel." Chapter 26. Was I mistaken in thinking he was a formidable character? Upon the utterance of these words, many disciples from various sects below the arena were momentarily taken aback. Wasn't Yi Fan imprisoned in the depths of the penal dungeons? How did he escape and ascend the stage to issue a challenge? The incident atop the sacred Emperor Peak, where a venerable elder was coerced into suicide, intertwined with the drama involving the young saint and a so-called waste from the Yi family, had undoubtedly spread throughout the sections. What could possibly explain Yi Fan's unexpected return? Not only had he returned, but he also dared to challenge Hui Mei, as if he were not already embarrassing the sacred heaven sect enough. Whispers among the disciples echoed, each struggling to comprehend why such a waste was permitted to emerge. Indeed, it was evident that this cunning old fox harbored ulterior motives, seeking to leverage this opportunity to absolve Yi Fan of his transgressions. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Chu Tian's eyes as a figure abruptly appeared beside the sect leader, revealing itself to be Yi Tianxiong. Esteemed elders, I apologize for the wait, Yi Tianxiong declared with a solemn visage. Yi Fan is the son of my third brother, Yi Tianying. Although he is erred in consuming numerous divine elixirs from our sect, he is still but a youth, and his crimes do not warrant death. Furthermore, Elder Hongwu has already paid the ultimate price for this matter. I implore you all to consider the contributions Tianying made to our sect while he was alive, and allow Yi Fan an opportunity to redeem himself. Yi Tianxiong turned to Chu Tian, his voice grave. What say you, brother? Chu Tian nodded, eager to ease the tensions between their families, and agreed. As long as he can contribute to the sect, his merits may counterbalance his faults. The high-ranking members of the sect fell silent. After all, Yi Tianxiong had spoken, and they found it difficult to refute him. Sect leader, do you believe this lad can withstand 3 strikes from Hui Mei? Inquired an elder from the Duanmu family. For the honor of our sect, Yi Fan will exert every effort, Yi Tianxiong replied, casting a glance at Yi Fan on the arena. A smile crept upon his lips. You may not yet be aware, but there are signs that the primordial sacred bone within Yi Fan is beginning to revive, and his strength has reached 700,000 pounds. While he may not match Hui Mei in power, enduring a few strikes from her should not pose an insurmountable challenge. At this revelation, the gathered elders were taken aback. Could Yi Fan's revival of the primordial sacred bone signify the emergence of a peerless prodigy capable of standing alongside Chu Tian? Yet, was it not said that his sacred bone had been tainted beyond remedy, leaving even the emperor helpless? The elders nodded in agreement. Given that the sect leader had personally interceded, they resolved to allow Yi Fan a chance to prove himself. If he could withstand 3 strikes, he would redeem his wrongs and become a treasure for the sect. Chu Tian maintained a stoic expression, but beneath the surface, his eyes flickered with cold intensity. Truly, he was a child of destiny, a character of paramount significance. Yi Tianxiong, in his desperation to protect Yi Fan, had abandoned pretense and openly advocated for him. The revival of the primordial sacred bone was indeed a remarkable development. It appeared he had underestimated Yi Fan. The latter had already begun utilizing the power of the divine ring to awaken a fragment of his sacred bone strength. Do you aspire to rise? A glint of cold light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as he glanced at the divine ring on his left hand. Inwardly, he queried, System, can you restore the heavenly mystic ring and reclaim the powers it has imparted to the primordial sacred bone of the fated child? Yi Fan, the system, ever diligent, responded with a melodious voice, Certainly, host. It will require 500 fate points to restore the ring's power, or 1,000 fate points to directly refine the ring. But this would awaken the lingering soul within. I will spend 500 fate points to reclaim the ring's power, Chu Tian declared resolutely. The system, as always, did not disappoint. One could always rely on it. Understood, host. Suddenly, the divine ring on Chu Tian's finger radiated a dark, shimmering light. On the arena, Yi Fan stood poised against Hui Mei, his brow subtly flickering with a faint violet glow. Yet, without warning, he felt an inexplicable force surge forth, causing the violet luminescence to extinguish abruptly. No! Yi Fan's resolute gaze faltered as his pupils dilated in horror, instinctively exclaiming no. As the battle loomed, he sensed that he could no longer access the power of the primordial sacred bone. He had yet to solidify his spirit. Stripped of the support of the sacred bone's strength, he was merely an ordinary practitioner with 700,000 pounds of strength. The disparity was immense. And without spiritual reinforcement, he faced the very real threat of being annihilated. Yi Fan, born with the primordial sacred bone, had been sullied, his meridians poisoned. At that moment, Hui Mei, with an enchanting smile, raised her hand to stroke her gleaming head, seemingly privy to all of Yi Fan's circumstances. Now, this is intriguing, she mused. Daring to challenge me, could it be that your primordial sacred bone has regained some strength? Let me test your capabilities. Wait, Yi Fan felt a chill envelop him, his complexion paling slightly. But before he could finish his thought, she surged forward with a fierce shout. Her body launching like a bowstring released, creating a thunderous sound akin to an ancient beast charging forth, the force so tremendous that it shook the very arena. Evidently aware of Yi Fan's heritage as the bearer of the primordial sacred bone, she held nothing back in this strike. Her immense spirit erupted forth, causing the surrounding air to swirl violently as she maximized her power. Yi Fan's eyes were filled with profound dread. His blood surged violently, and he instinctively retreated. Without the strength of the sacred bone, he recognized his own limitations. There was a very real possibility that this otherworldly opponent could obliterate him. Waste, why are you fleeing? Are you here merely to disgrace our sect? Some disciples below the arena, pent up with frustration, began to shout. Something felt amiss. Yi Tianxiong's eyes narrowed as he sensed the shift in energy and stood abruptly. Yi Fan had asserted that, with the power of the primordial sacred bone, he might not defeat Hui Mei, yet enduring 3 strikes would be a trivial matter. The cold light in Chu Tian's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, aspiring to rise. How naive. Waste, did you come here just to run away? Hui Mei's enchanting visage twisted with fury. She had anticipated a worthy opponent, but was met with this disappointment. Stop right there. With a fierce cry, Hui Mei charged forward, bending low like a drawn bow, and then shot forth like a blade, her luminous head crashing heavily into Yi Fan's chest. Puffed. Yi Fan coughed violently, blood spraying forth as his eyes bulged. Yet he did not fly backward, for Hui Mei's head had embedded itself within his chest, creating a deep indentation. To the naked eye, one could see the bulge on Yi Fan's back, precisely mirroring the size of Hui Mei's head. The sound of splintering bones echoed violently. Blood gushed forth, instantly staining his entire form, the arena's stone floor resembling a crimson sea. Dark, viscous blood erupted from Yi Fan's mouth. Chapter 27. This was an unexpected turn of events, one I had not anticipated. You worthless fool! How dare you challenge me on stage? At that moment, Hui Mei appeared increasingly enraged, her otherworldly visage reflecting her fury. Rising from her seat, she delivered a powerful punch squarely to Yi Fan's face, causing blood to erupt and splatter across her enchanting cheek. It seems that the Holy Sky sect has truly run out of competent individuals, allowing such a waste to take the stage. Each one is more pathetic than the last, not even matching the talentless individuals from the Yi family's bone refining rankings. Did you send this imbecile to humiliate me? Get lost, Hui Mei bellowed, delivering a kick that sent Yi Fan flying hundreds of meters away. A cloud of crimson blood trailing behind him as he plummeted from great heights to crash onto the square. At this moment, Yi Fan's face was obscured by congealed blood, rendering his original features unrecognizable. His bones were likely shattered beyond count, lying on the ground, inhaling weakly, his condition utterly tragic. Yet, the disciples surrounding him wore expressions filled with revulsion and disdain, as if they longed to stomp on him in their fury. Having pilfered and consumed so many sacred elixirs and treasures, he had the audacity to ascend the stage, believing he could prove useful. In reality, he hadn't even managed to withstand a single strike. What constitutes a strike? He had fled and been swiftly defeated, while others may have also failed to take a blow. At least they had faced their adversaries head-on. Even a mere pig, having consumed such divine elixirs and treasures, could possess immense strength. The sect's reputation had been utterly tarnished. It was incomprehensible why so many resources had been squandered on nurturing such a useless individual. Were it not for his lineage as a scion of the founding family, he would not even qualify to be a novice disciple, let alone remain atop the main peak. A cacophony of insults resounded through the arena. Under ordinary circumstances, members would be preoccupied with their cultivation, and while they may have felt some dissatisfaction upon learning of Yi Fan's squandering of precious elixirs, they would have been indifferent, especially since a venerable elder had already paid with his life. However, with Hui Mei now confronting them, the matter had escalated to one of sect honor. At such a critical juncture, Yi Fan had emerged only to be toyed with like a fool, inciting the collective wrath of all present. Normally, as a member of a prominent family, his antics would have been overlooked. After all, everyone was accustomed to them. But at this moment, why did he have to make a spectacle of himself, as if to further exacerbate the sect's humiliation? Not a soul felt pity for Yi Fan. In fact, some disciples even called for his execution, demanding his corpse be displayed as a warning. Meanwhile, The senior members of the sect, on the high platform, wore expressions that could not be merely described as grim. They felt as if they had been made the subject of mockery. Were it not for Hui Mei's status as a founder's descendant and the sect leader, they might have already exploded in anger. Describing the atmosphere as one thick with dark clouds, heralding an impending storm, would not be an exaggeration. This is unexpected. I could not foresee this, Yi Tianxiong muttered, his temples throbbing with tension. He spoke the truth, yet it was evident that no one believed him. Leader, we understand your concern for your nephew, but in such a serious situation regarding the sect's dignity, it was unnecessary for him to take the stage, one elder remarked, choosing his words carefully to spare the leader's feelings, refraining from directly stating that it was embarrassing. Enough. At this juncture, internal strife only provides amusement for outsiders. The elder from the Duanmu family spoke with a dark expression. Leader, we have heard that you ordered the young saint not to intervene, claiming you would manage the situation. Yet here we are, with the Yi family's prodigy defeated, while our own elites have been humiliated enough. Should we not reconsider your command and allow the young saint to take action? Otherwise, today's events may be difficult to resolve. The sect's ancestral teachings dictated that the interests of the sect took precedence. At such moments, internal discord must cease. Leader, please retract your command. If news of this incident spreads, the Holy Sky sect will find it impossible to maintain its dignity. Leader, prioritize the reputation of the sect. Numerous senior members voiced their concerns, while King Chu kept his head bowed, refraining from speaking. After all, he was complicit in this debacle. Who could have predicted that matters would escalate to this extent? Speaking up now would only invite scorn, a fate he was not inclined to endure. Moreover, Yi Tianxiong understood that the chaos had arisen from his own mismanagement. Had Yi Fan not been thrust into the spotlight, the criticism would not have been so sharp. Yi Tianxiong's face contorted with rage, veins bulging at his neck as he faced the accusations raining down upon him, feeling utterly defenseless. He suddenly realized that something must have transpired during his brief absence. Yet why was everyone directing their ire solely at him, without implicating King Chu? After all, he had taken care to involve King Chu to prevent unexpected developments. However, Yi Tianxiong also understood that in such a scenario, any defense would be futile, only serving to further incite the crowd's anger. Very well. Yi Tianxiong's eyes were bloodshot as he forced the words from his throat. Let the young Saint Chu Tian take the stage. He comprehended that regardless of whether the sect's reputation was salvaged, his own dignity had already been irreparably damaged, and his authority would undoubtedly be compromised, potentially affecting everyone's perception of the Yi family. A family willing to sacrifice the sect's interests for the sake of internal conflict would find no favor anywhere. Young Saint. At that moment, the eyes of many senior members and elders turned expectantly toward Chu Tian. Chu Tian, do you have confidence? The elder from the Duanmu family asked, gauging his response. You should be able to withstand 3 strikes, right? After all, this was the young saint, the direct heir of the founding family, with both parents reigning supreme. If Chu Tian were unwilling, no one would dare to press him. Under the weight of their expectant gazes, Chu Tian slowly rose, clasping his hands in respect towards the elders, and then spoke with a calm demeanor. Defeating him will be as simple as reaching into a pocket. Since the sect leader has spoken, I am willing to take the stage for the sake of the sect's honor. Personal gain or loss is inconsequential. However, I have one condition. Upon hearing this, the senior members exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of astonishment and skepticism, questioning whether this young man was overly audacious. After all, while the bald-headed youth indeed exuded an irritating arrogance, his strength was undeniable. Yet, Chu Tian's demeanor and tone conveyed an inexplicable sense of confidence, as though his intervention would effortlessly sweep Hui Mei aside. What condition do you propose? The elder from the Duanmu family inquired. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as he turned to Yi Tianxiong, stating, from this day forth, for any reason, Yi Fan shall not be absolved of his crimes or released from his punishment. I have stated that he must pay for his actions, and all the sacred elixirs and treasures he has consumed must be extracted. Furthermore, they shall be refined into pills. Chapter 28. This is the first and last time outrageous. Despite your tender age, your malice is profound, relentlessly pursuing the ruin of our Yi family's pride. Yi Tianxiong suddenly exclaimed, fixing his gaze upon Chu Tian, an aura of terrifying authority enveloping him. As a renowned emperor on the Hung Tian rankings and the master of the Holy Heaven sect, Yi Tianxiong exuded an overwhelming presence, capable of instilling fear in even the most stalwart adults, causing their legs to tremble and their eyes to divert. Yet Chu Tian, having lived 2 lifetimes and embodying the spirit of a true patriarch, met Yi Tianxiong's gaze with an unwavering resolve, a hint of cold indifference playing on his lips. Sect Master, as the holy son of the sect, I am but upholding the principles of our order, where the strong are revered and the exceptional are granted all resources. Your nephew, Yi Fan, is devoid of talent, lacks strength, and contributes nothing to the sect. His clandestine consumption of numerous divine herbs is a grave sin. Were it not for Yi Hongwu's self-sacrifice and the Yi family's restitution of some divine herbs, he would have faced death long ago. Furthermore, this waste of space dares to approach my fiancée, Yi Luyun, under the pretense of having saved her, sowing discord between us. For this alone, I could condemn him 1,000 times over. Who does he think he is to tread upon me? I am merely honoring my own convictions. Standing resolute against Yi Tianxiong's formidable authority, Chu Tian's gaze remained cold and unyielding. He stepped forward, positioning himself a respectful distance in front of his father, Chu Tianwan, and declared, Sect Master, there is no room for negotiation in this matter. Yi Fan must die. I hope this will be the first and last time. Turning to his uncles and elders, he continued, if the Yi family dares to release Yi Fan from the confines of the Sin domain again, I shall not hesitate to strike him down according to the sect's rules. A chilling aura emanated from Chu Tian's icy eyes, his youthful visage betraying a deadly resolve far beyond his years. At that moment, the senior members of the sect, including the esteemed elders, were struck with an unimaginable shock. They had never anticipated that such a young boy could possess the audacity to confront Yi Tianxiong so defiantly. While Chu Tian was merely 8 years old, many disciples in their 20s trembled before Yi Tianxiong, unable to raise their heads. What fortitude and unyielding spirit he possessed. Many cultivators sought such resilience, embarking on arduous journeys to hone their wills. Yet Chu Tian seemed to possess it innately at such a tender age. Chu Tianwang's heart trembled as he gazed upon his son, as if truly understanding him for the first time. Had his son endured years of self-sacrifice and concession for his sake? With Chu Tian's talent, he should have already garnered the attention of the continent, basking in the admiration of countless onlookers. Yet, here he was confined to the Holy Emperor Peak, venturing out only to seek Lu Yun, and even then, he found himself ensnared by the schemes of others. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the second phase of the villain's return to prominence. Defeat the Child of Destiny from the Zihong Sacred Sect, Hui Mei, and receive a reward of 10,000 destiny points and a sapling of the innate spirit herb. The Enlightenment Tea Tree. A gentle voice from the system echoed in Chu Tian's ears. Without waiting for Yi Tianxiong's response, Chu Tian leaped from the high platform, landing upon the arena. I am Chu Tian, the holy son of the Holy Heaven sect, he stated with a frosty smile, beckoning Hui Mei forward. Let us not waste time with idle chatter. I shall defeat you in 3 moves. Boom! As his words resonated, the arena fell into silence, only to be shattered by an eruption of cheers from the crowd. The suppressed emotions of the sect's disciples, having witnessed the renowned talents being effortlessly defeated by Hui Mei, finally burst forth. They had grown weary of watching a mere outsider flaunt such arrogance within the domain of the continent's foremost sect. Though you may rank above me on the bone-forging list, you have stolen my cousin Hui Lian's position as the top disciple. Very well. You have finally dared to accept my challenge, Hui Mei retorted, her smile taking on a menacing edge as she rubbed her bald head. With a swift motion, Hui Mei vanished, leaving behind phantom afterimage, appearing at every corner of the arena simultaneously. It was as if hundreds of Hui mice were launching an assault on Chu Tian. Despite her boastful words, Hui Mei approached the confrontation with utmost seriousness, employing her divine techniques. The illusory dragon dance was the pinnacle of the Zihong sacred sect's movement techniques, crafted from the ancient flight patterns of the divine dragon observed by their 18th generation master. It ranked among the top 10 movement techniques across the realms and was notoriously difficult to master. The elder Danmu gasped in astonishment, while the other high-ranking members of the sect shared similar sentiments. At such a nascent stage of bone forging, she had already grasped a top-tier technique and begun to show early success. This young bald-headed boy's talent was truly astonishing. It was no wonder that the Zihong sacred sect, fully aware of their holy son's strength exceeding 150,000 pounds, still permitted her actions. With spirit, he can unleash over 200,000 pounds of force. Coupled with this premier divine technique, he is nearly invincible at this level. Even if our young holy son were to fall to him, it would not be unjust, considering he is 2 years his junior and has yet to master the sect's divine techniques. I can only hope our young holy son can withstand 3 moves. Meanwhile, Yi Tianxiong's expression darkened as he turned not to the battle, but to Chu Tian, speaking in a low tone. "Brother, is it still your authority within the Chu family? How can you permit little Tian to act with such reckless abandon? Did we not agree to unite in revitalizing the sect, refraining from internal strife? Yi Fan possesses the primordial sacred bone, tainted though it may be, still holds immense potential. I cannot bear to abandon him." Yi Tianxiong continued, his voice growing colder. "It is not that I do not care for him, but little Tian's temperament is so vicious, harboring grudges and narrow-mindedness. This has already begun to affect the relationship between our families. As his father, should you not intervene?" Yi Tianxiong's voice grew colder. "Brother, you would do well to temper your words," Chu Tian interjected, his tone heavy. Yi Tianxiong was taken aback, witnessing Chu Tian raise his head, locking eyes with him. Each word was deliberate. "Brother, you must understand, Chu Tian is my only son. Over the years, due to the affairs within the sect, I have placed too many burdens upon him. We both know right from wrong. This time, little Tian has committed no offense. As his father, I shall no longer impose constraints upon him under the guise of sect unity. I can no longer betray my son." Chapter 29. Crying? It truly feels like seeing a ghost second brother. What do you mean by this? Are you going to condone Xiao Tian's reckless behavior, jeopardizing the unity of her sect? Yi Tianxiong's eyes glinted with ferocity, his voice trembling with rage. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the area, causing both Yi Tianxiong and King Chu to tremble as they turned towards the arena. There, facing the countless bald-headed Hui Mei, a vertical eye opened in the center of Chu Tian's brow, purple light bursting forth from it. Instantly, the majority of the phantoms dissipated like snow melting in spring. The eye of the heavenly Tao. Yi Tianxiong's pupils constricted sharply. "This is, my heavens, the eye of the heavenly Tao," Elder Duanmu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The aura of the Tao flowed freely, the purple light overflowing, resonating with the rules, resembling the manifestation created by the Tao's sovereign of destiny. The eye of the heavenly Tao, how could it? Hui Mei's voice trembled in horror, losing the cover of the phantoms, appearing all alone behind Chu Tian. Boom! With the phantoms no longer obscuring him, Chu Tian appeared before Hui Mei in an instant, delivering a powerful punch that struck Hui Mei squarely in the chest. Puff! Hui Mei spat out blood, his ribcage shattering as he was sent flying into the air. Just then, Chu Tian was above him, stomping down, causing Hui Mei to crash violently onto the arena, the impact echoing like a falling meteor, sending tremors through the arena and leaving terrifying cracks in its surface. At that moment, on the other side of the platform, a white-clad elder, who had been smiling, suddenly rose, exclaiming, "How dare you injure my young master?" A menacing aura radiated from him, darkening the skies. But in that instant, King Chu appeared before the white-clad elder, his expression indifferent as he placed a hand on the elder's shoulder, gently pressing him back into his seat. "Elder Chu, do not be anxious. This is a battle of the younger generation, and the outcome has yet to be decided." King Chu spoke calmly, turning to gaze at Chu Tian, his eyes filled with astonishment. The eye of the heavenly Tao. How could such a phenomenon manifest in Xiao Tian? What was happening that he was unaware of? The Zihong's sacred sect would surely be shaken. I am invincible in this world. How could I possibly be defeated by you? Hui Mei's furious voice echoed from the deep pit. Boom! His body shot forth like a sword, his shining head transforming into an arrowhead as he charged directly at Tianhong. An overwhelming spiritual force coalescing, magnifying his power to an astonishing 260,000 pounds, a full doubling of his strength. Such immense force could topple a mountain, let alone a mere person. Want to clash head-on? Very well. Chu Tian's eye of the heavenly Tao closed, releasing a dense spiritual energy as the chaotic creation true scripture activated. With a low shout, he swung his palm with tremendous force. Boom! The air surged, the winds reversed. This strike seemed to shake the very void, producing a resonant hum. His vigorous blood energy soared into the heavens, making him appear like a blazing sun, radiating brilliance. At this moment, he possessed a staggering 180,000 pounds of power. Enhanced by potent spiritual energy, the force of this strike surpassed 400,000 pounds, reverberating like thunder, causing those near the arena to wince in pain. This palm struck Hui Mei's gleaming head, leaving 5 deep, dark red handprints visibly imprinted on his bald crown. Hui Mei let out a pained scream, his distorted expression reflecting his agony as he was propelled back into the deep pit at an astonishing speed. Boom! The arena trembled violently, resembling a meteor crashing from the heavens, shattering the ground and creating numerous fine cracks around the platform. Dust billowed into the sky, and fragments of stone flew about, presenting a horrifying spectacle. Surrounding the arena, numerous disciples from various sects gaped, speechless, unable to utter a single word, gazing at Chu Tian's tall figure and youthful visage. They found it hard to fathom that the previous display of overwhelming vitality had emanated from such a child. It was truly unimaginable that a child could possess the strength to shatter mountains. On the high platform, many high-ranking sect leaders were equally astounded, staring at the diminutive figure of Chu Tian, their minds focused on a single thought. This boy is not boasting. He genuinely possesses strength. This is the prodigious talent of our Holy Heaven sect. Ha! Suddenly, Elder Duanmu burst into hearty laughter, releasing all the pin-up frustration from earlier. Well, the prodigy from the Zihong sacred sect. I said I would defeat you in 3 moves, and I did just that. It was satisfying to see this little bald head so arrogant. On the territory of our Holy Heaven sect, we showed him mercy. The young saint was too lenient. He should have ended it decisively. Many high-ranking sect leaders began cursing, venting their frustrations. For years, no one had dared to be so audacious on the Holy Heaven sect's grounds, openly belittling them. Only the Zihong sacred sect's prodigy had such a strong backing. Had it been a lesser sect, their entire mountain would have been flattened. This time, silence reigned from the deep pit, as Hui Mei showed no signs of rising. It seemed to validate Chu Tian's words. 3 moves meant 3 moves. No more, no less. Young master, are you all right? The white-clad elder appeared in the deep pit, looking at the young master lying there, his eyes vacant, filled with concern as he hurriedly helped him up, sprinkling medicinal powder on Hui Mei's head. The young master, having enjoyed a life of ease and privilege, was unaccustomed to such a blow. Suddenly, Hui Mei began to wail, his cries heart-wrenching. Grandfather Chu, he hit me and humiliated me, and I couldn't defeat him. Hui Mei sobbed, tears streaming down his cheeks as if they were of no value, pouring forth uncontrollably. It was as if he had not been the one to overpower the outstanding talent of the Holy Heaven sect, but rather that Chu Tian had bullied him. Hui Mei clung to the white-clad elder, his shoulders shaking with misery. Young master, do not cry, do not cry. You are the best. This time he did not win because he possesses the eye of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, he would not have so easily triumphed over you. The white-clad elder comforted gently, but inside he was filled with dread. He understood that even without the eye of the heavenly Tao, the young master would have certainly lost. It would have merely been a more arduous victory for Chu Tian. Had Chu Tian not held back at the last moment, that palm strike would have likely obliterated the young master's head. Not just the young master's head, even a mountain would have been shattered. Hui Mei sobbed, even more grievously. Isn't my cousin cultivating the legacy of the Tao sovereign of destiny? Why then does the eye of the heavenly Tao appear on him? This is precisely what she desires most. The white-clad elder sighed, saying, Grandfather Chu does not know either. I have already sent word back to the sacred sect. It truly feels like seeing a ghost. Chapter 30. Brother, please allow me to bow to you. Congratulations to the host for defeating the child of destiny, Huimei, and successfully bringing her to tears, earning a reward of 5,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host for completing the second phase of the mission, no longer low-key for villains, receiving a reward of 10,000 destiny points. The innate spiritual herb, the sapling of the enlightenment tree, has been placed in the warehouse. A gentle and melodious voice resonated in Chu Tian's ears. His expression remained calm, yet the sight of Huimei, weeping like a pear blossom, caused the corners of his mouth to twitch slightly. In the original plot, the highly popular ghostly saint, known for her enchanting beauty, extraordinary talent, elusive movements, and formidable strength, had a reputation that echoed through the realms, even engaging in fierce battles with Yi Fan. Her capricious temperament had once driven Yi Fan to ambush her, sealing her away to be auctioned at a brothel. Who would have thought that, in her childhood, she would be so fragile as to be brought to tears by him? After all, she was merely 10 years old, a child yet untouched by the storms of life. Remember, this is the territory of the Sacred Heavens sect. It is not your place to act recklessly, Chu Tian remarked coolly, concluding with this statement before stepping down from the arena. The disciples of various sects gathered below the platform looked at him with awe, instinctively parting to create a path for him, despite many of them possessing realms far superior to his. This was the treatment reserved for top-tier prodigies. As Chu Tian approached Yi Fan, his brows furrowed slightly. He noted that although Yi Fan lay unconscious, the dent in his chest caused by Huimei had remarkably healed, and his breathing was steady. Chu Tian understood that this was due to the divine essences and treasures Yi Fan had ingested, which, combined with the power of the primordial sacred bone, rendered him akin to an indestructible cockroach. In the original plot, despite suffering severe injuries and facing countless crises, he always managed to bounce back, and this was the reason. System, is there a way to extract the divine essence from his body? Chu Tian inquired inwardly. Initially, he intended to imprison Yi Fan in the Sin Domain prison for monitoring and to seek an opportunity to act. However, the ever-watchful Yi Tianxiong, hidden in the shadows, suddenly abandoned pretense and directly took Yi Fan away, intent on aiding him in evading punishment. As the sect leader, Yi Tianxiong's emergence from behind the scenes carried great weight. Chu Tian was reluctant to let Yi Fan, a child of destiny, roam freely, as he held too many possibilities that could introduce unforeseen variables. A strong killing intent surged within him, wishing to crush Yi Fan's skull instantly. Yet, he sensed a cold, watchful gaze lingering on him from the high platform. Scrutinizing his every action, Yi Tianxiong was keenly observant. Given Yi Tianxiong's strength, the odds of killing Yi Fan beneath his watchful eyes were almost non-existent. However, Chu Tian did not wish to allow this child of destiny to wander unchecked. Although the Sin Domain prison could not completely confine him, every move he made was under Chu Tian's vigilant gaze. This was one reason why Chu Tian dared to confront Yi Tianxiong. The host can switch to alchemy, practicing the supreme scripture, the Alchemist King's Heart Sutra, and learn the destiny extraction technique. Upon reaching the combined body realm, extracting the divine essence from Yi Fan will be effortless. The gentle and pleasant voice soon resumed. Host, the divine essence is fundamental to Yi Fan's survival. Without it, the powerful toxins within him pose a significant risk to his life. This method could indeed lead to the complete eradication of the child of destiny. Should the host successfully eliminate him, a substantial reward of destiny points would follow. How many destiny points are required to exchange for the Alchemist King's Heart Sutra and the destiny extraction technique? Chu Tian pondered. He did not genuinely wish to pursue alchemy. He understood the principle of not biting off more than one could chew. A person's energy is finite, and specialized tasks should be left to those adept at them. His foolish sister, Chu Yueyao, had been schemed against by Yi Tianxiong since childhood, following the deadly poison sovereign to learn poison techniques and alchemy. Despite her exceptional talent, she had been led astray by her toxic studies. However, since she had embarked on this path, allowing her to practice the Alchemist King's Heart Sutra and the Destiny Extraction Technique could help her break free from the deadly poison sovereign's control. Host, a total of 11,000 destiny points is required, the system replied. That is not an excessive amount, Chu Tian mused. He had previously inquired with Chu Tian, and his second sister, Chu Weiyao, would return shortly to collect precious, divine herbs for the deadly poison sovereign. Although alchemy was not mainstream, it was a top-tier scripture, and its cost was not high. At this moment, two disciples from the law enforcement hall approached Chu Tian respectfully. Little Saint's son, we have come to apprehend the escaped convict Yi Fan on the orders of the hall master. Chu Tian nodded, understanding that Chu Tianyin had sent someone to pursue him upon receiving the news. He waved his hand, instructing, take him away and strengthen the watch. Inform my third uncle that, without my permission, no one is allowed to remove Yi Fan from the Sin Domain prison. Remember, that applies to everyone. Yi Fan had been taken directly by Yi Tianxiong without the consent of Chu Tianyun, the hall master. To label him as an escaped convict was not entirely inaccurate. However, if Yi Fan were to endure Hui Mei's 3 strikes and earn merit for the sect, along with the Yi family providing a portion of divine herbs, he might indeed have his name cleared with the approval of several high-ranking officials. Yi Tianxiong's expression darkened to the utmost degree as he was labeled an escaped convict. This was clearly Chu Tianyun confronting him for not adhering to the sect's rules and procedures, bypassing him as the hall master and unilaterally removing a serious offender from the Sin Domain prison. Moreover, Chu Tian's word about anyone clearly referred to him, the sect leader. Yet, despite being openly humiliated by this uncle-nephew duo, he found himself unable to retort. Yi Fan's disgraceful performance in the arena had been utterly embarrassing, even to the extent of tarnishing the sect's reputation. Had it not been for Chu Tian stepping in to defeat Hui Mei, the Sacred Heaven sect might have become a laughingstock. At this moment, Yi Fan's life was spared solely due to his surname Yi and the protection from his uncle, the sect leader. Not to mention, even Chu Tian was uncooperative with him now, having just achieved a great feat and garnered praise from numerous high-ranking officials and elders. Under such circumstances, Yi Tianxiong could only wear a sullen expression, remaining silent as he watched Yi Fan be taken away once more. Understood, little Saint's son. The unconscious Yi Fan was soon shackled with iron chains and led away, disappearing from Sacred Emperor Peak. Chu Tian's eyes turned cold as he glanced at the thunderous countenance of Yi Tianxiong on the high platform before turning to descend from Sacred Emperor Peak. Just then, he felt someone clutching his thigh. Turning around, he looked down to find a shining bald head, faint traces of 5 dark red fingerprints still visible. Though it had mostly healed, Hui Mei stared wide-eyed, her arms wrapped around his leg, her enchanting face displaying a hint of embarrassment. Yet her eyes glistened with determination as she proclaimed, "Brother, please take me as your little brother." Before long, Chu Tian returned to Sacred Emperor Peak in a state of confusion, now accompanied by a bald little sidekick, Hui Mei. It left him perplexed how a mere skirmish had resulted in him inadvertently gaining a little brother, especially one who was a child of destiny. However, Hui Mei's following him had the approval of King Chu Tian, despite the commotion earlier, where Hui Mei had passionately argued her case. For the two colossal sects, it was merely a minor episode. The Sanctuary of Compassion, the ancient holy ground that had long held the position of the foremost sect in the Heng Tian continent, made it clear that King Chu Tian sought to maintain cordial relations with them, and thus Chu Tian could not simply dismiss her. Nevertheless, the sight of a child of destiny, having suffered a beating, now stubbornly insisting on recognizing him as an elder brother, felt exceedingly strange to Chu Tian. After all, he was a man bound to the villain system. "Brother, this is a token of my respect for you. Please take a look and see if it pleases you." Upon returning to the main hall, Hui Mei opened a purple box. Instantly, a rich aura of primordial energy, accompanied by a profound essence of Tao, began to permeate the air. Inside the box lay a divine fruit, resembling a crimson apple, about the size of a fist, intricately adorned with purple veins. Its divine radiance shimmered alluringly, captivating the beholder. The compassionate voyage sacred fruit? Upon seeing it, Chu Tian's expression returned to calmness as he gently closed the box. With a serene demeanor, he remarked, "One should not accept rewards without merit, and especially not after having just bested you in combat. This sacred fruit is reputed to cleanse the impurities of the body, facilitating a rebirth and providing insight into the laws of heaven and earth. Such a significant gift begs the question, are you perhaps seeking another bout with me? If that is the case, I could readily oblige." With a semblance of a smile, Chu Tian raised his hand, unleashing a wave of intense spiritual energy. "Brother, please no. I concede I cannot match you." Hui Mei scratched her gleaming bald head, a hint of embarrassment creeping into her voice. "I must insist, though, that you keep this matter confidential. Also, could you teach me the ways of the Eye of Heaven? I wish to pursue my cousin, the one who was subdued by you, Hui Lian, the number 1 on the Earth ranking." Chapter 31. This is rather unfortunate. Do you wish to pursue the holy maiden Hui Lian? Chu Tian's expression grew increasingly peculiar. The holy maiden Hui Lian is undoubtedly the most prominent female lead in the original narrative. At least, that is the case in the author's unfinished plot. In other words, at this moment in the Heng Tian continent, Hui Lian stands as one of the most exceptional prodigies. However, in the original storyline, there is no hint of Hui Mei's affection for Hui Lian. The most that occurs is that Yi Fan takes advantage of Hui Lian, causing her distress, which incites Hui Mei's furious pursuit of Yi Fan across the world. Could it be that Hui Mei's rage and relentless pursuit of Yi Fan is not solely due to Hui Lian being her senior sister, but rather because she has long harbored a secret affection for Hui Lian, yet has never dared to voice it? The more Chu Tian pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The flamboyant and reckless ghostly Saint Lord has secretly adored his senior sister, the holy maiden Hui Lian, for decades, all the while witnessing her fall for Yi Fan. Yet he has never mustered the courage to reveal his feelings? This is indeed rather tragic. Hui Mei lowered her head, smiling shyly, as she scratched her shiny bald head vigorously, seemingly finding her scalp itchy. However, Chu Tian thought that her smooth scalp should, in fact, be free of dandruff. "Brother, I can only confide this to you. You mustn't tell anyone else, or I shall be ridiculed," she continued, her expression filled with distress. "The primary reason I came to the Holy Heaven sect to challenge you is not merely because you seize my top position on the bone forging rankings, but because you wish to attract the attention of the holy maiden Hui Lian, given that I took the first place on the Earth rankings." Chu Tian calmly interjected, articulating the remainder of her thoughts. "Brother, you are truly astute. How could you have guessed?" Hui Mei gazed at Chu Tian with astonishment, as if he were a celestial being. Such repressed individuals are all alike. Chu Tian mused inwardly. A person who has harbored unspoken love for decades is indeed a rarity. The reason you act so ostentatiously, trying to appear dashing and impressive, is all to catch the eye of your goddess in your heart, the holy maiden Hui Lian. Just a glance from her sends your heart racing, though you strive to maintain an air of calm indifference. Am I correct? Chu Tian remarked with a smile that held a hint of mockery. "My goodness, brother. From now on, you shall be my true elder brother." "You are entirely correct," Hui Mei exclaimed, her excitement mounting as she rushed forward to embrace Chu Tian's leg. "This is why I wish to acknowledge you as my elder brother and learn the Eye of Heavenly Tao. My cousin practices the scriptures of the Heavenly Mandate Tao Lord, and the Eye of Heavenly Tao is a distillation of his lifelong insights. It is of utmost importance to her. Once I master it, I will. Hui Mei stammered, her cheeks flushed, hesitating for a moment before finally saying, "As long as you teach me for this lifetime, you will be my true elder brother, and if you direct me east, I shall not venture west." "I cannot teach you," Chu Tian replied, shaking his head. "The Eye of Heavenly Tao was directly imparted to me by the Heavenly Mandate Tao Lord. It is akin to an extraordinary imperial weapon. There is no specific method of cultivation. It must be comprehended. Brother, I understand. Just allow me to follow you daily, and I will grasp the Eye of Heavenly Tao. If I encounter any difficulties, you could guide me," Hui Mei insisted. "The Eye of Heavenly Tao is crucial for my cousin, and she will certainly cultivate it. At that time, I will be able to. Hui Mei's voice trailed off, and she suddenly began to giggle, seemingly lost in a daydream. Slap. Observing Hui Mei's awkward demeanor, Chu Tian was at a loss for words and smacked her shiny head with his palm. How pitiful. I will accept the holy fruit of compassion. You may accompany me, and should you have any questions, feel free to ask. But one condition remains. Do not interfere with my cultivation. Chu Tian stated coolly, taking the box and entering the room. Thank you, brother, came Hui Mei's delighted voice from behind. At that moment, Xing Nu, who had been waiting outside, furrowed her brow and said, since the young master has permitted you, you should remain here obediently and not wander off. This is the sacred peak of the Holy Emperor, filled with countless restrictive formations. If you inadvertently trigger one, no one will be able to save you. Xing Nu felt a bit uncomfortable, having always been responsible for guarding the young master's door. This was her exclusive domain, and now, a bald little brat had arrived to contest her territory. After Chu Tian entered the room, Hui Mei changed her expression, her eyes narrowing as she cast a sidelong glance at Xing Nu. You are my brother's personal servant, right? You look decent enough, fair-skinned, and with a good figure. However, you pale in comparison to my senior sister. What is your name? This bald little brat, though quite attractive, was utterly unlikable. Xing Nu's expression darkened as she replied, I have no name, only a code. Xing Nu. Do you wish to know who I am? Hui Mei inquired, hands clasped behind her back. I do not wish to know, Xing Nu replied curtly. I am Hui Mei, the son of the head of the Hui family and a disciple of the Compassionate Voyage Sacred Sect. I shall be the future steward of the Compassionate Voyage Sacred Sect, and your young master is my brother, my sworn brother, Hui Mei declared. I shall stay here for a while. As long as you behave, you shall not lack for rewards. Where are you going? Hui Mei's sentence was left unfinished as she noticed Xing Nu turning to leave. I'm going to fetch the medicinal liquid required for the young master's cultivation. Perfect. Bring me a barrel of that liquid too, Hui Mei ordered imperiously. I shall also be cultivating here, comprehending the eye of heavenly Tao. Never mind, conversing with a servant like you is futile. Just heed my words. Rest assured, my elders have already communicated with your family's master, Chu Tian. No one will scold you. Should you require the medicinal liquid, follow me. I only serve the young master. Xing Nu's expression darkened further. For some reason, the sight of this little bald brat's smug demeanor made her want to slap his shiny head. You little girl, do you dare to disregard my words? Do you understand what my relationship with your young master is? Hui Mei fumed. At that moment, Chu Tian's calm voice emerged from within the room. Xing Nu, this is the sacred Emperor Peak. It is your home. No matter who it is, should they dare to belittle or humiliate you, feel free to retaliate. For the young master shall support you. Upon hearing this, Hui Mei's expression fell. She was fearless in the face of the world. Yet she felt a psychological shadow when it came to Chu Tian. After all, Chu Tian was nearly her age, and it did not count as bullying the younger. Moreover, she found herself unable to counter him. In terms of background, Chu Tian's parents were both imperial figures, particularly the Sword Emperor Jian Kongzhu, a name that even her father feared. In every aspect, Chu Tian held the upper hand over her. Slap! At that moment, Hui Mei felt a sharp pain at the back of her head, as Xing Nu, with a darkened expression, unhesitatingly delivered a slap to her crown. Xing Nu believed that she had a rather good temperament, yet she had never felt such an urge to hit someone before. This little bald brat seemed to exude an aura that made one irresistibly want to slap him. You! Hui Mei glared, astonished that a mere servant, relying on her slightly higher cultivation, had the audacity to strike her. Slap! Servant! Do you believe I will have someone? Slap! My father is an imperial figure. You are finished, utterly finished. Do you understand that you have struck the future of the Compassionate Voyage Sacred Sect? Slap! All right, fine, sister. I shall go fetch the medicinal liquid myself. Just stop slapping me. Chapter 32. Plucking eyes from the forehead. The return of Jian Kongzhu. Congratulations, host, for seizing the opportunity of the Prodigy of Fortune and obtaining the sacred fruit of compassion, rewarded with 3,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host, for successfully suppressing the Prodigy of Fortune, rewarded with 1,000 destiny points. The system's gentle and melodious voice resonated. A reminder to the host. Eliminating the Prodigy of Fortune will yield substantial destiny point rewards. Chu Tian glanced at the bald-headed figure outside the room, who was also soaking in a medicinal bath, and a flicker of temptation stirred within him. This was the domain of the Holy Emperor Peak. Eliminating this bald-headed individual would indeed pose no challenge for him. However, after careful consideration, Chu Tian ultimately dismissed the notion. While it would be simple to eliminate Hui Mei, her demise within the Holy Tian sect would lead to an endless stream of complications. The Chu family had yet to resolve various issues within the sect and did not need to provoke the formidable compassionate sect. Chu Tian retrieved the sacred fruit of compassion and consumed it. The fruit melted in his mouth, transforming into a powerful purple energy that began to purify his body. The sacred fruit of compassion is a supreme divine medicine, renowned as the elixir of immortality and the treasure gem of the compassionate sect, cultivated over an extraordinarily long period. Its value surpassing that of the sacred veinflower's fruit by a significant margin. This unparalleled divine medicine holds immense benefits for practitioners across all realms, aiding in body tempering, spirit refining, and even breakthroughs to the emperor's status, as well as comprehending the Tao. It is likely that the compassionate sect possesses very few of these treasures, primarily reserved for Hui Mei to temper her body, refine her spirit, and solidify her foundation. He had used it to curry favor and pursue romantic interests. Suddenly feeling a chill, Hui Mei, immersed in the medicinal bath, shivered and opened her eyes to survey her surroundings, ultimately resting her gaze on the star slave. Could it be that this servant has become addicted to striking her on the back of the head? It seems she must find an opportunity to appease this lady, or else endure her daily assaults, which are unbearable. But little did she know, she had just narrowly escaped death. As night fell, starlight cascaded down, draping the Holy Tian sect in a silken silver veil. In the main hall of the Holy Emperor Peak, high-ranking members of the sect gathered. King Chu Tian and Yi Tianxiong occupied the central seats, while the upper echelon of the Holy Tian sect sat to the left. On the right, an elderly figure clad in white from the compassionate sect took the foremost position, accompanied by a group of men and women in similar attire, all exuding an air of nobility. Above the hall, a projection of a divine soul stood, its features indistinct, shrouded in a voluminous white robe, emanating a terrifying authority and divinity that rivaled even King Chu Tian and Yi Tianxiong seated in the main positions. Suddenly, King Chu Tian's deep, anger-laden voice reverberated through the hall. Who dares to seek to pluck the eye of heaven from my son? I care not whether that eye belongs to the Tao sovereign or to whom. All I know is that the eye of heaven has recognized my son as its master. Whoever dares to target my son shall pay with their life. His face flushed with fury as he scanned the assembly of white-clad individuals, particularly targeting the elder Chu, whose eyes brimmed with a terrifying murderous intent. He then turned his gaze to the divine soul projection hovering above, Tao, sovereign of fortune. If the compassionate sect wishes to wage war against my Holy Tian sect, I am prepared to accompany you to the bitter end. But I do not wish to hear such words again. Please do not be angry, King. The Tao sovereign of fortune spoke slowly, his tone calm and measured. He was the current leader of the compassionate sect, ranked 85th on the eternal heavenly list, surpassing both King Chu Tian and Yi Tianxiong. I am not here to coerce your Holy Tian sect, but to convey immense sincerity in seeking a discussion. You must understand the significance of the eye of heaven to my compassionate sect. The Destiny Tao sovereign is one of the strongest throughout our history. The eye she has refined offers tremendous benefits to the cultivation of our sect's members. Our current holy maiden, Hualian, practices the Tao scripture. Should we acquire the eye of heaven, it would greatly enhance our prospects. As for the young holy son, Chu Tian, his cultivation scripture is presumably either the supreme emperor scripture of the Chu family or the Holy Tian scripture. While the eye of heaven would also benefit him, its effects would not be maximized. If your sect agrees, you may propose any conditions you desire, and I assure you with my character and the reputation of my sect that extracting the eye will not harm the Holy Son's foundation in the slightest. King Chu Tian's countenance darkened further, a fearsome aura swirling around him. The expressions of the high-ranking members of the Chu family likewise grew increasingly grim. Tao sovereign of fortune. I shall reiterate. King Chu Tian nearly spat each word through clenched teeth. Second brother, please do not be enraged. At that moment, Yi Tianxiong placed a hand on King Chu Tian's shoulder, his expression somber as he consoled. The Tao sovereign's actions are motivated by the interests of the sect. As leaders, we must maintain our composure and understand his perspective. A buzzing resonated in King Chu Tian's mind, disbelief washing over him. Eldest brother, what do you mean? Young Tian is a child you have watched grow. You once even proposed to adopt him as your son, only to abandon the idea due to Kongzhu's reluctance. Even if young Tian's attitude toward you has soured over the past few days because of the Liu family incident, it is understandable. He is still just a child. How can you say such things? The eye of heaven has already been refined by young Tian, recognized as his master, and fused with his flesh. How can you expect me to comprehend this matter calmly, when you would have it wrenched from his forehead? King Chu Tian's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging at his neck, unable to fathom the words of his most trusted and respected elder brother. Second brother, please calm down and listen to me. Yi Tianxiong urged, his tone firm. As leaders of the sect, we must consider the long-term interests of our organization. Look at how Uncle Han Wu was driven to suicide for his misdeeds, or how the third brother's child was imprisoned by young Tian. As the sect leader and head of the Yi family, have I said anything about it? King Chu Tian's eyes were filled with rage, his fists clenched tightly, fury roiling within him. You are aware of the significance of the eye of heaven to the compassionate sect. They are determined to acquire it. Rather than allow them to plot against young Tian in the shadows, it would be better to agree to the extraction and gain substantial benefits for our sect. Yi Tianxiong's tone remained somber. I have watched young Tian grow, and I too am reluctant, but for the greater good of the sect, second brother, you must understand my position. Even if it were my own son, for the sake of the sect's interests, I would. King Chu Tian trembled all over, an inexhaustible rage boiling within him. Yet Yi Tianxiong continued to speak of the sect's grand strategy and interests, leaving him at a loss as to where to begin his rebuttal. Boom! At that moment, the heavens tore apart, and a sword light traversed the void, simultaneously striking towards the Tao sovereign of fortune and Yi Tianxiong. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The terrifying sword energy ripped through the skies above the Holy Emperor Peak, as if time and space itself were on the verge of annihilation beneath the sword's radiance. Jian Kongzhu, have you lost your mind? How dare you act against us at the sect's main peak? Yi Tianxiong's expression shifted dramatically as he slammed his hand on the table, rising in anger, clenching his fist and launching a powerful blow into the void to counter the sword light. Broken sword divine sovereign. The Tao sovereign of fortune's figure flickered and vanished into the depths of time and space, yet the sword light followed closely, relentlessly cleaving through the void, diminishing the essence of his divine projection by a considerable fraction. In the main hall, many high-ranking sect members were struck with terror, hastily employing their divine abilities to dissipate the spreading sword energy. Otherwise, many lives would surely be lost to the residual shockwaves upon the Holy Emperor Peak. Upon the summit of Shenghuang Peak, upon witnessing the scene, the old man too broke into a grin, revealing his sparse, yellowed teeth that gleamed in the light. He sheathed the silver dagger he held in his hand. Fortunately, prior to her departure, the lady, understanding her husband's disposition, took precautions and discreetly left him a means of contact. Chapter 33. No way to intervene. Go talk to my son, my lady. Why have you returned again? The king of Chu rose, gazing at the ethereal projection of Jian Kongzhu, who held a broken sword and radiated an aura of murderous intent. He trembled as he spoke. Please, do not act impulsively. I am merely discussing matters with my elder brother. First, sheath your sword. Chu Songbao. Fortunately, I remained vigilant. Had I not returned, you would have been sold out, and your precious son would have had his third eye plucked from his brow, while you were left to pay others. Jian Kongzhu's voice was frosty, steeped in lethal energy as she fixed her gaze upon Yi Tianxiong. Old man, do you presume that because I returned to my maternal home, I cannot wield my sword against you? You dare to scheme against my beloved son. Are you tired of living? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The broken sword in Jian Kongzhu's hand pulsed with sword energy, the wisps of sword intent twisting the void around sacred Emperor Peak, threatening to cleave the mountain in two at any moment. Yi Tianxiong's expression darkened, his countenance a storm of rage, fists clenched tightly. He was perplexed. How could this woman, who had supposedly returned to the ancient Sword Divine clan, separated by endless starry skies and vast realms, receive news so swiftly and return with such urgency? It seemed that his plan to eliminate this young Chu was doomed to fail. Jian Kongzhu, this is a matter of great importance to our sect. I am the sect master in discussions with my younger brother. Discussing? What is there to discuss? Jian Kongzhu's voice was icy as she interrupted him. Tell me, what is there to negotiate? Are you bargaining for suitable conditions to exchange for the plucking of my son's third eye? The entirety of the Yi family combined is worth less than a single finger of my son. What do you have to offer? Dare to try and pluck a single hair? Jian Kongzhu turned to the king of Chu, coldly demanding, King of Chu, you tell me, is there any room for negotiation in this matter? With a bitter smile, the king of Chu silently sighed in relief, replying, My lady is correct. There is no room for discussion in this matter. Yi Tianxiong's expression turned grim, understanding that the situation was beyond salvaging. Jian Kongzhu then looked towards the depths of time and space where the Taoist of heavenly fate resided, speaking with indifference. Old man, you best retract your little schemes. If a single hair on my beloved son's head is harmed, those two little brats of the Cihong sacred sect, named Huilian and Huimei, will perish in the depths of your sect. Test me if you dare. As she finished speaking, her gaze drifted to sacred Emperor Peak, seemingly able to see her son, Chu Tian, training within a medicinal barrel, her eyes filled with affection as her projection gradually faded. Crossing through boundless starry skies, multiple realms began to stir. Even with her immense power, she could not sustain this for long. The white-haired Elder Chu, and many men and women from the Cihong sacred sect bore expressions of utter astonishment, as if witnessing a myth come to life. To wield such power across endless starry skies, simultaneously striking at the divine Emperor Yi Tianxiong and the sacred Lord. Was this not the stuff of legends? They began to comprehend that the Eye of Heavenly Tao rightfully belonged to the Cihong sacred sect, and were claiming it was entirely justified. Yet, why did the usually domineering sect master choose to negotiate with the Sacred Heaven sect, willing to pay a hefty price? The Taoist of heavenly fate emerged from the depths of time and space, appearing somewhat helpless. He sighed and clasped his hands to the king of Chu, stating, Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. I am indeed acting for the benefit of our sect, for the future of our descendants. I too am puzzled as to why the Eye of Heavenly Tao has acknowledged your son as its master. For he is neither a member of my Cihong sacred sect, nor has he cultivated our sect's techniques. It is truly perplexing. The Taoist shook his head, his voice filled with resignation. If it were not absolutely necessary, who would desire to pluck the third eye from the brow of a child with two divine parents? However, the Eye of Heavenly Tao was of immense importance to the Cihong sacred sect, particularly for Huilian, an extraordinary talent who appeared only once every several 100,000 years. It was crucial to her future prospects. He had traversed the myriad realms, beseeching countless powerful beings and expending great resources to seek out the inheritance of the Taoist of heavenly fate, yet had found nothing. Who could have predicted that while the Eye of Heavenly Tao had manifested, it had already recognized the sacred son of the Sacred Heaven sect as its master? At that moment, Huimei, that mischievous little brat, was right there on Sacred Emperor Peak. In the coming days, I shall summon Huilian to join us. The Taoist of heavenly fate pledged. Henceforth, it seems our two little ones will be frequently troubling your esteemed son. I hope the divine Emperor Yi Tianxiong will grant us this favor. My Cihong sacred sect will repay you generously. The king of Chu smiled and replied, Of course. Of course. The Sacred Heaven sect and your sect have shared ties for many years. As long as my mischievous son does not drive people away, as a father, I am more than willing. At that moment, Yi Tianxiong's expression had darkened to the point of near blackness. His worst fears had indeed come to pass. With this development, the Chu family had forged a connection with the Cihong sacred sect. The sect had bypassed their own hierarchy to seek assistance from the Chu family. and the influence of the king of Chu within the sect would undoubtedly rise sharply. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from outside the main hall. "Damn it! Who dares to pluck my nephew's third eye? I'll kill him." Chu Tian strode into the hall, his face a mask of murderous intent. Clutching the corpse of a woman clad in a white, gauzy dress, the terrifying aura of the divine emperor emanating from the lifeless body. "Elder brother, is it Yi Tianxiong again, stirring trouble?" He seethed. "I can no longer endure this. They have come to bully the Chu family. Whoever dares to pluck the brow of my Chu family's pride shall face my wrath, and I will lead the law enforcement hall to annihilate his entire family." With burning fury, Chu Tian's gaze swept over the high-ranking members of the sect before settling on Yi Tianxiong. "Yi Tianxiong, I once regarded you as a brother, but do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your schemes. There is nothing to discuss. There is no room for negotiation. All of you, get out." The king of Chu spat, having rushed over with the corpse of the Taoist of heavenly fate upon hearing the news, nearly exploding with rage. "Chu Tian, you are far too reckless. This is the sect master's hall, not your sacred emperor peak." Yi Tianxiong roared in fury, for he was the sect master of sacred heaven, and now faced both Jian Kongzhu and Chu Tian. Chu Tian sneered repeatedly. At that moment, the king of Chu approached and quietly informed him of the situation. Yet even then, his eyes remained filled with murderous intent, scanning the Cihong's sacred sect led by Elder Chu. "Ah, Cihong's sacred sect. You have indeed come to bully my Chu family." Suddenly, the Taoist of heavenly fate interjected. "Master Tianyun, what you hold is the imperial corpse of my sect's ancestor, the Taoist of heavenly fate. I sense the essence of the Tao pearl within you." "Indeed, but what of it?" Chu Tianyun retorted with a cold laugh, his voice heavy with menace. "After little Tian obtained the inheritance of the imperial corpse, I intended to return it to you out of respect for your Cihong sacred sect. But you seek to pluck the eye of heavenly Tao from little Tian's brow. Since that is the case, if you desire the imperial corpse, go and request it from little Tian yourself. I shall not involve myself further." With that, Chu Tianyun strode from the main hall, carrying the imperial corpse, and flew directly towards Sacred Emperor Peak. "Your Majesty, may I inquire?" The Taoist of heavenly fate looked to the king of Chu, his face filled with helplessness. He truly did not expect that the sacred son, Chu Tian, had obtained not only the eye of heavenly Tao, but the complete inheritance of the Taoist of heavenly fate, including the corpse. "This is truly astonishing." The king of Chu sighed helplessly. "You see for yourself. I cannot intervene in this matter. You may send someone to speak with my son." Chapter 34. This middle-aged man truly wishes to harm him, Saint Emperor Peak. Starlight cascaded down, ushering in a night devoid of slumber. This night was particularly agonizing for Hui Mei, who had never felt such torment before, an overwhelming assault on both mind and body. However, what truly gnawed at Hui Mei was that, after an entire night, he had barely managed to absorb the potency from a barrel of medicinal liquid. In stark contrast, Chu Tian had summoned the star servant in exchange for medicinal liquid 5 times throughout the night. This disparity implied that, within the same duration, Chu Tian's efficiency in absorbing the medicinal liquid was a staggering 5-fold greater than his own. This was inexplicable. How could there be such a vast chasm? With a strength of 110,000 pounds, a mere 40,000 pounds of difference should not account for such a profound divide. Was the chaotic, divine, demon body truly that formidable? Hui Mei endured a night of psychological torment, his eyes laced with faint blood vessels as he fixated unblinkingly on Chu Tian's door. The psychological strain he experienced was immense. Moreover, the assault was not solely of a gifted nature. Beside him stood a tall, middle-aged man, clutching a lifeless body, his eyes filled with malevolence, fixated on Hui Mei's face, seemingly intent on carving a hole into it. Hui Mei was consumed by fear throughout the night, his body chilled, utterly exhausted. Even though he understood that this middle-aged man was likely attempting to intimidate him, the aura of terror he exuded was unmistakably genuine. This man genuinely harbored a desire to harm him. Throughout the night, Hui Mei was unable to grasp the essence of the heavenly path. Suddenly, Chu Tian's voice resonated from within the room. "Star servant, change my clothes." "Yes, "Young master," replied the star's servant, picking up a neatly folded black robe and addressing Chu Tian. "Third master, I shall assist the young master in changing. Go on in. He has been raised by me. What has he not seen?" Chu Tian's face was dark as he shot a fierce glance at Hui Mei before pushing the door open and stepping inside. "Elder brother, save me." Hui Mei, trembling in fear, hurriedly slipped into the room. Chu Tian stood calm before the mirror, raising his arms for the star's servant to assist him in changing. Chu Tian, his expression grim, occasionally cast glances of malice toward Hui Mei, recounting the events of the previous night in detail. After consuming the compassionate voyage sacred fruit, Chu Tian had made significant progress in power, his strength surging by an additional 200,000 pounds, reaching 2 million pounds. Moreover, in the middle of the night, he consumed a top-tier divine refinement pill, renewing 3 major auras, leading to substantial mental advancement as well, allowing him to observe even the intricate patterns on a grain of sand with remarkable clarity, gaining further mastery over his physical form. If he were to face Hui Mei in battle, Chu Tian felt confident that, without invoking the eye of the heavenly path, he could defeat Hui Mei with a single strike, relying solely on his physical prowess and mental acuity. Chu Tian surmised that his physical strength was nearing its limit. After all, even the so-called strongest divine beast, the true dragon cub, typically only possessed a little over 100,000 pounds of strength. The compassionate voyage sacred sect wishes to excavate my eye of heavenly path, Chu Tian mused aloud after listening to his third uncle, waving the star servant aside as he stepped out of the room to gaze into the distance at the Saint Emperor Peak, his eyes flashing coldly. Chu Tian was not surprised by Yi Tianxiong's demeanor. It was entirely within reason. However, he found the stance of the compassionate voyage sacred sect somewhat peculiar. He was aware of the original storyline, where the heavenly destiny Dao sovereign was a mastermind of unparalleled intellect, and such foolish, irrational action seemed inconceivable. If this were directed at an ordinary disciple of the sacred heavenly sect, it might appear less unusual. But what was his background? This would almost certainly incite the wrath of Chu Tian Wang, the sovereign who wielded immense power. Even if he were contemplating the broader picture, it was unreasonable to allow someone to gouge out the eye of his sole son, thereby provoking the powerful Chu family, a founding clan of the sacred heavenly sect, and unwittingly creating a formidable enemy. "Elder brother, this has nothing to do with me. Elder Zhu never mentioned it," Hui Mei lamented, his face a mask of despair, realizing why the middle-aged man had been glaring at him all night with such intent. His sect had audaciously contemplated carving a hole in the forehead of the heir of the opposing family. No wonder that Elder had wished to open his eyes. "Xiao Tian, this situation is partly my oversight. I did not anticipate that the compassionate voyage sacred sect would act so recklessly for the eye of heavenly path, and thus failed to inform your father in advance, leaving him unprepared. However, your father responded with remarkable firmness last night, standing against tremendous pressure, banging the table to declare his disagreement, even going so far as to suggest war against the compassionate voyage sacred sect." Chu Tian's expression darkened as he continued. "The main issue is that our family has been isolated. Yi Tianxiong has gathered a large faction for a high-level meeting, incessantly speaking of the sect's greater good. And the compassionate voyage sacred sect indeed appeared willing to make concessions, offering alluring conditions. Thankfully, your mother returned with her spiritual projection, bringing the sword that shattered myriad laws, silencing them." As he spoke, Chu Tian let out a cold laugh, raising the imperial corpse in his hand. "This matter pertains to you, Xiao Tian, as the protagonist. You alone shall decide whether to return the imperial corpse of the heavenly destiny Dao sovereign to the compassionate voyage sacred sect. If you are enraged, speak up, and I shall have your second uncle forge this imperial corpse into a weapon, infuriating the compassionate voyage sacred sect. Then we can convene a family meeting to find an opportunity to eliminate some members of the compassionate voyage sacred sect and annihilate a few of their branches. I have already conveyed this message. In the future, if any family members encounter the compassionate voyage sacred sect, especially those from the heavenly destiny Dao sovereign's lineage, they are to retaliate fiercely. Should any issues arise, the family will provide protection. Soon, I shall have this little bald man strung up at the summit of St. Emperor Peak and whipped to vent your frustrations. Those who dare to insult our family must first consider the price they must pay. Brother, third uncle, please do not be so enraged or impulsive. Good heavens, I am still young. I wish to pursue my cousin, and I do not wish to die or lose face. Huimei's expression turned ashen, sensing that his life was in jeopardy. After all, the heavenly destiny Tao, sovereign, was his master. It appeared that his master intended to lead him to his demise at the Chu family's hands. Trembling, he stammered. The heavenly destiny Tao, sovereign, is one of the most powerful ancestors of the compassionate voyage sacred sect. If her imperial corpse were forged into a weapon, the elders within the sect would surely be driven mad, and the sect leader would be compelled to cough up blood. This would be an unforgivable humiliation. Brother, third uncle, please do not act rashly. There must be a misunderstanding. My master cherishes me and would never harm me. At such a tender age, you comprehend this as a grievous humiliation? Yet, did the sect leader of your compassionate voyage sacred sect consider our Chu family's dignity when he approached us to negotiate the gouging of our sect's holy son's forehead? Chu Tian's eyes brimmed with malice. Is this a matter open for negotiation? Then allow me to gouge out one of your eyes first and offer double the compensation to your compassionate voyage sacred sect. His gaze scrutinized Huimei's face, seemingly deliberating which eye to remove first. The overwhelming malice rendered Huimei pale, leaving him at a loss for words, his legs trembling. It was the end. It seemed he was destined to perish at the hands of the Chu family. The sacred sect, no matter how powerful, could not possibly storm the main hall of the Chu family to rescue him. Young holy son, Hall Master Tianyun, please calm down, calm down. At that moment, the elder in white, Elder Zhu, arrived and, upon seeing Huimei's terrified expression, rushed forward to embrace him, turning to instruct the members of the compassionate voyage sacred sect to stand at a distance. Young holy son, Hall Master Tianyun, there's a misunderstanding in this matter. Allow me to explain it to you slowly. Our compassionate voyage sacred sect never intended to offend the Chu family in such a manner. Lao chuckled bitterly, remarking that he had just completed urgent matters at the sacred Emperor Peak overnight when the Holy Master commanded him to come and personally clarify the situation to the young holy son. Huimei's delicate, otherworldly face turned ashen. Even her gleaming bald head lost its color as she repeatedly nodded and said, Elder brother, it must be a misunderstanding. My master cares for me deeply and would never harm me. The reckless individual was genuinely rendered speechless by fear. He was audacious, yet not devoid of intelligence. This was no mere child's game of make-believe. Under such profound humiliation, the CH family would indeed seek his life. Chapter 35. Enough. Silence. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Go tell the king of hell. My elder brother is easy to talk to, but I shall not indulge you. Chu Tianyun exuded a palpable aura of menace, his cold laughter echoing ominously. You rushed here in haste for that imperial corpse, did you not? My Chu family has resolved to forge it into a weapon. As for you lot, not one of you shall leave the Holy Heaven sect. Otherwise, if word spreads, my Chu family will have no place on the Hung Tian continent. Uncle, let's first hear how the Tsihong sacred sect explains itself before we proceed to refine the imperial corpse into a weapon. Chu Tian's expression remained calm. With the instinct honed from 2 lifetimes and his understanding of the original plot, he sensed that a deeper reason lay beneath the surface. The young saint's son, Haihan, possessed vast wisdom and a broad heart, destined for immeasurable achievements. Elder Chu let out a sigh of relief, first flattering Chu Tian before continuing. Master Tianyun, please temper your fury and allow this old man to explain. The imperial corpse of our ancestral Taoist master is indeed one of the reasons for my visit. After all, our sect's higher-ups find this matter quite perplexing. The young saint's son's unexpected inheritance of the complete legacy from our ancestor, despite having no prior connection to our sect, is truly bizarre. However, since the Eye of Heavenly Tao has acknowledged the young saint's son and fused with him, and given the Chu family's long-standing friendship with our sect, We have been contemplating how to resolve this matter in a way that preserves our friendship. Before this, the sect's leaders convened, and most were unwilling to offend the Holy Heaven sect. Even the sect master shared this sentiment. Only a few believe that the Eye of Heavenly Tao should be extracted, arguing that it is a divine artifact condensed from our sect's ancestors' essence. Yet, your sect's master communicated with our sect master, indicating that if the Zihong sacred sect was willing to pay a sufficient price, this matter could be discussed. After careful consideration, the sect master believed that since the Tianxiong Emperor and the Tianwang Emperor were sworn brothers, this must also reflect the Tianwang Emperor's intentions, prompting him to personally come forth for negotiation, prepared to offer any substantial price for the Eye of Heavenly Tao. However, the sect master was utterly unprepared for the Tianwang Emperor's vehement and furious response, even declaring war against our sect, with the sword god also projecting from a vast distance. Hence, the sect master immediately sensed something was amiss and abandoned the idea of extracting the eye, subsequently apologizing to the Tianwang Emperor. Elder Chu, holding Hui Mei, looked at Chu Tian and said with a bitter smile, "Young saint's son, Master Tianyin, the sect master only felt something was off after the fact, which is why he urged me to explain to you promptly to prevent your family from taking rash actions that could harm the relationship between the Chu family and our Zihong sacred sect. The idea of extracting the eye was never our sect's intention. There has indeed been a misunderstanding." Hui Mei's shoulders trembled slightly. Being young, she had yet to recover from her shock, tears as big as beans glistening at the corners of her eyes. Nevertheless, she lifted her head, gritting her teeth. "Elder Chu, that scoundrel Yi Tianxiong wants to set me up. When I grow up, I will definitely take my revenge on him. He claims that my master dotes on me so much that I'm at the sacred emperor peak, and it's impossible for me to suddenly approach the Chu family to scheme against Tian, aiming to extract his heavenly eye. ISNT that tantamount to wanting him dead? Boom! Yi Tianxiong, I always knew this fellow spoke of great righteousness while harboring ulterior motives, filled with schemes and conspiracies, while my elder brother foolishly regarded him as a sworn brother." Chu Tianyun's fury surged like a volcano on the verge of eruption. If word got out that our sect's master had proposed to extract the heavenly eye from the sect's saint's son, the Holy Heaven sect would become the laughingstock of the entire continent. After all the commotion of the night, the true source still lay within the Holy Heaven sect, stemming from their own master. Chu Tian's expression remained calm. As expected, he had sensed something unusual from the beginning. His parents, both emperors, though the Zihong sacred sect possessed profound heritage, would not be so absurd as to negotiate the extraction of his heavenly eye. In the original plot, the Taoist master of destiny could teach prodigies like Hui Mei and Hui Lian, capable of turning the heavens and earth. It was inconceivable for him to be this foolish. This was why he initially felt something was amiss. Perhaps Yi Tianxiong intended to exploit this opportunity to extract his heavenly eye, simultaneously driving a wedge between the Zihong sacred sect and the Chu family. At that moment, Chu Tian's lips curled into a slight smirk. The Taoist master of destiny truly was so naive, only realizing post factum that this was Yi Tianxiong's scheme, filled with regret and hastily apologizing. A formidable hero would not be so foolish as to become a pawn for Yi Tianxiong's manipulations, nor would he occupy the position of the Zihong sect master. It was likely a matter of sowing discord, playing both sides, and fracturing the relationship between the two founding families of the Holy Heaven sect. However, from this perspective, Chu Tianwang's continuous compromises and concessions, aiming to maintain Yi Tianxiong's authority as master, undoubtedly bolstered the Holy Heaven sect's might, making even the formidable Taoist master Tianyun wary, seeking to exploit the situation to sow discord. Of course, Chu Tianwang's ongoing concessions came at the expense of the Chu family's interests, ultimately leading them to a dead end. Sowing discord? I too can turn the tables. A cold glimmer flickered in Chu Tian's eyes. Yi Tianxiong would likely never anticipate that the Taoist master of destiny would turn the tables on him, laying everything bare. The master colluding with outsiders to extract the heavenly eye from his own saint son would surely cause a stir throughout the sect. Yet, it was essential to solidify this matter thoroughly. The sect master lamented that, fortunately, the sword god returned just in time to interrupt the negotiations. Otherwise, had they truly taken action, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Elder Chu spoke solemnly. The relationship between the sacred sect and the Chu family will be irreparably damaged, leaving no room for negotiation. This is merely your one-sided assertion. Do you have any evidence? At this, Chu Tian suddenly remarked lightly. Uncle Tianxiong and my father are sworn brothers and have watched me grow. How could he possibly commit such an act? I have reason to suspect that your Tsihong sacred sect seeks to instigate discord between the two founding families of the Holy Heaven sect, exploiting contradictions, leveraging strength to counteract. This was a tactic Chu Tian was all too familiar with. If Yi Tianxiong wished for the Chu family to fall out with the Tsihong sacred sect, then he must ensure that Yi Tianxiong harbors animosity towards the Tsihong sacred sect. Unjust. Unjust. The young saint's son protested. How can you say that? I would not dare to speak carelessly about such matters. Elder Chu smiled wryly. Master Tianxiong communicated using secret techniques. Where is the evidence? However, young saint's son, you could invite the Tianwang emperor to the sacred sect to speak with the sect master. He possesses the ability to traverse time and space, recreating the dialogue that transpired. Chu Tianyun scoffed repeatedly. Little Tian, what need is there for evidence? The facts are clear. You have targeted him twice, leading to the death of Yi Hongwu and the imprisonment of Yi Fan, and with you ascending to the top of the earth ranking. He perceives you as a grave threat and seeks to eliminate you. What facts? Third brother interjected, do not speak carelessly in front of outsiders. At that moment, Chu Tianwang's voice came from outside the door, having just returned from the Sacred Emperor Peak, his face showing signs of fatigue and weariness. Little Tian, you are aware, are you not? Chu Tianwang smiled at his son, saying, do not worry, it is all over now. With your father and mother here, no one can harm you in the slightest. But do not blame Uncle Tianxiong. He is, like your father, solely devoted to the future of the sect elder brother. At this point, he wants to extract your own son's eye, and you are still speaking up for him. Just then, Chu Tianyun's furious shout interrupted Chu Tianwang. Chu Tianyun pointed at Elder Chu, his voice laced with formidable menace. You, old man of the Compassionate Voyage sect, recount to my elder brother in full the words you just uttered, so he may grasp the deeds of his sworn brothers that transpire in the shadows. Elder Chu forced a bitter smile, fully aware that the sovereign was bestowing upon him a task that was both arduous and thankless. Yet, helplessly, given that the ancestral imperial corpse lay in their possession, and acknowledging their own prior transgressions, he proceeded to relay the events to Lord Chu Tian. The sect master has conveyed that he is currently in seclusion, unable to emerge at this moment. Should you harbor any doubts, you may visit the Compassionate sect. He will grant you the divine ability to traverse time and space, at which point the truth shall be revealed. Enough. Suddenly, Lord Chu Tian's voice erupted in fury, the terrifying aura of an emperor surging forth, causing Elder Chu to spit blood and be violently propelled backward, stumbling several paces before landing, his complexion ashen. Lord Chu Tian's eyes were veined with crimson as he glared at Elder Chu. You Compassionate Voyage sect first sought to pluck out my son's eyes, and now you endeavor to sow discord within my sect, inciting a conflict between our two founding families, leading us to mutual destruction, all in hopes that your sect might emerge as the victor and reclaim its position as the foremost sect on the continent. Is that your design? Chapter 36, 2 million pounds? The king of Chu roared in anger, his hair dancing wildly as an overwhelming imperial aura erupted, causing the entire room to explode. The heavens darkened, and ominous clouds loomed overhead, leaving Chu Tianyun with a sense of suffocation. Chu Tian's gaze remained calm. He could see the king of Chu's hands, indeed his entire body, trembling violently. It was not disbelief that plagued the king of Chu, but rather a reluctance to accept the truth, a fear of the implications. His brother, Yi Tianxiong, with whom he had ventured through the myriad realms, faced life and death together, and together pushed the Holy Heaven sect to become the strongest sect in the Hung Tian continent, had secretly conspired against him. Though the calculations of the Taoist sovereign of destiny were intended to sow discord, in a certain sense, they had inadvertently aided him significantly. Brother, at this point, what is there left to doubt? He is merely wary of our Chu family flourishing. Your repeated concessions have only emboldened him. We must confront Yi Tianxiong and lay everything bare. Chu Tianyun's complexion paled slightly, yet his eyes were filled with murderous intent as he growled. Third brother, cease your words. I need time to think. The king of Chu's voice was hoarse, interrupting Chu Tianyun. He lowered his head, remaining silent for a moment before addressing Chu Tian. Little Tian, grant your father some time. I need to ponder this matter thoroughly. Cough, cough. The king of Chu suddenly erupted into a violent fit of coughing, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth before he continued. Remember, you are the legitimate son of the Chu family, a peerless talent, the next sect master of the Holy Heaven sect. The entire sect shall belong to you in the future. Therefore, regardless of the truth, the sect must not be divided nor engage in mutual slaughter. Otherwise, we will deplete our own strength and allow outsiders to reap the benefits. Do you understand? In the current context, the king of Chu's words carried heavy implications. Having held power for many years, he had seen the fickleness of human relationships clearly, yet he had placed too much faith in his sworn brother. It was evident that he was deeply hurt this time. A faint smile crept onto Chu Tian's lips as he respectfully bowed. Rest assured, father, I shall tread carefully. He understood all too well that mutual slaughter would only benefit outsiders. Yet he would not permit the fate of the Chu family to unfold as it had in the original narrative. He desired the power of the Holy Heaven sect, but not through the method of his father's repeated concessions. He would seize it in his own way. What transpired today must not be leaked, otherwise we shall face the family law. The king of Chu's complexion was ashen, and in an instant he vanished from sight, leaving only his voice reverberating. Tianyun, your elder brother will enter seclusion for several days. You shall temporarily handle the family's affairs. Report any significant matters to me. Understood, elder brother. Chu Tianyun gritted his teeth, still unwilling to accept the situation, but ultimately sighed. Damn it, Yi Tianxiong, he dares to act so arrogantly because our family is isolated and defenseless. If it were up to me, I would overturn the table. With 3 emperors in our family, let us see how many lives Yi Tianxiong has to spare. Third uncle. The situation is still favorable for us. Chu Tian smiled slightly. As long as the king of Chu does not act foolishly and abandons his blind faith in his sworn brother, we stand to gain tremendously. The Zihong's sacred sect may have its own schemes and calculations, yet inadvertently, they had provided him with great assistance. Moreover, with his father in seclusion and his third uncle handling matters, the issues with the Liu family would become much easier to manage. Would they not, third uncle? Chu Tian remarked. Chu Tianyun's eyes brightened as he clapped his hands, exclaiming, Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? This truly is a pleasant surprise. Little Tian, your mind works swiftly. Chu Tian remained silent. Whether it was his quick thinking or his third uncle's stubbornness was difficult to ascertain. Little Tian, I have dispatched all the operatives from the law enforcement hall. The key figures from the Liu family are now under our control. However, Liu Zheng, that old fellow, has been clamoring in prison CU. He refuses to answer any questions otherwise. Do you wish to meet him? Chu Tianyun continued. And that girl Liu Yun, when I returned last night, I saw her wandering around outside the main hall, insisting on seeing you. She claims to have something important to discuss and has asked me to convey that she knows she was wrong and wishes to apologize in person. This father-daughter duo was truly bothersome. I can meet Liu Zheng, but he should stew for a few days first to temper his arrogance. Chu Tian shook his head, speaking dismissively. As for Liu Yun, instruct them to send her away. She is not permitted to set foot on the Holy Emperor Peak again. Understood. Chu Tian, you will note that. Suddenly intrigued, observing Chu Tian with a teasing grin. You, young lad, I never realized you had such a ruthless side. You used to pester daily to seek out Liu Yun, and now you turn your back so easily. You truly are cold-hearted. I see that girl is quite the beauty. When she matures, she will surely be a captivating figure. Have you not considered it? Chu Tian replied flatly. I only wish to focus on my cultivation to revitalize our family and sect. If you find her appealing, perhaps my cousin Chu Xiong is still unmarried. Liu Yun could be. Enough, enough, enough. Little Tian, cease this line of thought. Chu Tianyun was taken aback, hastily waving his hands. Even you nearly fell for her charms. That arrogant fool. If Lu Yun were to marry Yin, she would surely drive him to his grave. My family's resources cannot withstand such turmoil. A faint smile played on Chu Tian's lips, and he chose not to elaborate further. At that moment, Elder Chu arrived with the polished Hui Mei, her complexion still somewhat pale. Yet, she could not contain her curiosity. Little Saint's son, Lord Tianyun, now that the misunderstandings have been cleared, may I take the Emperor's corpse of the Taoist sovereign of destiny back to the holy sect for burial? Yes, you. There will be generous rewards in the future. Cleared? Chu Tian sneered coldly. When do we clarify anything? You seek to pry out my heavenly eye from my brow while attempting to sow discord within my sect. I have refrained from detaining you on account of the long-standing friendship between our two sections. You wish to take back the Emperor's corpse? In this world, there is no such thing as a free deal. Initially, he had no intention of involving the Zihong sacred sect, and the Emperor's corpse of the Taoist sovereign of destiny should rightfully be returned. However, now that the Zihong sacred sect presented itself with such a perfect opportunity, to resolve this matter easily would only make the Chu family appear weak and fearful of the Zihong sacred sect. To not seize the moment to extract a hefty price would be an affront to the great deed Yi Qianxiong had accomplished. The bald fellow can remain. The rest, I regret to say, my Chu family cannot accommodate. Chu Tian's expression remained calm as he dismissively waved his hand. See them out. Elder Chu let out a bitter laugh, and the followers from the Zihong sacred sect behind him wore expressions of frustration. They had suffered a silent loss, losing both their lady and their soldiers, yet had no grounds to complain. Little Saint's son, I shall report to the Holy Master and send others to negotiate with you for the Emperor's corpse. Please, do not act impulsively and turn our ancestor's corpse into a weapon. Elder Chu clasped his hands, releasing the pale-faced Hui Mei, and continued, Young Master, the Holy Master is atop the Holy Emperor Peak and has already made arrangements with the King of Heaven. You may continue your cultivation with little Saint's son, Chu Tian, and the Saintess will soon arrive to train as well. Even my cousin is coming? Hui Mei's eyes brightened at once, her previously fearful demeanor now transformed, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. She had almost reconsidered her decision. After all, to continue following Chu Tian in such circumstances would be akin to courting trouble. Yet, with her cousin coming, she had no fear, especially since the misunderstandings had been resolved and the Chu family would not harm her. Brother, Hui Mei approached Chu Tian with a beaming smile. Last night, I grasped the remnants of the heavenly eye, and I have some insights. I hope you can provide guidance. By the way, brother, what is your true strength now? After the events unfolded, Chu Tian fell into deep contemplation and casually remarked, It's merely 200,000 Jin. Hui Mei's smile froze in disbelief. 200,000 Jin? At that moment, the departing Elder Chu and the members of the Zihong sacred sect were struck with shock, their minds blank. Beside them, Chu Tianyun was equally bewildered, exclaiming, Wasn't it 150,000 Jin? At this juncture, Chu Tian's gaze turned frosty as he strode towards the palace entrance, leaving behind a group of astonished onlookers. Elder brother, where are you going? Hui Mei inquired from behind. To test the Hung Tian Palace, Chu Tian replied without looking back. This was merely the beginning, and Yi Tianxiong could hardly contain his impatience, ready to leap in protest while waving the banner of sect interests to pry into his affairs. If that was the case, he had no qualms about delivering an even greater shock to Hung Tian Continent and the Yi family. Chapter 37. My elder brother is here. Dare you speak like that? As dusk approached, Chu Tian arrived at the Hung Tian Hall, with Hui Mei trailing lazily beside him. The golden rays of the setting sun cast a warm glow upon his bald head, its rosy hue accentuating his strikingly peculiar features. The Hung Tian Hall buzzed with its usual liveliness, yet the smaller branch dedicated to the bone refinement rankings was sparsely populated, with only a few shadows lingering. After all, Hui Mei had spent the entire night challenging competitors, injuring nearly every disciple of the Shang Tian sect who dared to contest the bone refinement rankings, leaving them likely still recuperating. At that moment, a series of gasps erupted from the nearby He Ti Hall. In just 5 seconds, young Master Yi Feng had slain 20 Crimson Flame golden crystal leopards. Within 10 seconds, that number surged to 50. Unbelievable. Yi Feng had only recently ascended to the harmonization realm, and it appeared he might leap from 95 to a position among the top 10 of the harmonization rankings. Yi Feng? Upon hearing that name, a glint of coldness flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as he glanced at the Hung Tian harmonization rankings. There, in the 95th position, was indeed the name Yi Feng. Ranked 4th in the Earth rankings, Yi Feng was the son of the Tian Xiong Emperor, previously holding the 3rd position in the blood condensation realm, the 5th in the bone refinement realm, the 1st in the spirit refinement realm, and now ranked 95th in the harmonization realm. He was the fiancé of Chu Tian's elder sister, Chu Yunshang, and one of the architects behind the Chu family's downfall, having deceived his sister, born with innate sacred bones, into a state of despair. Chu Tian had inquired with his 3rd uncle, Chu Tianyun, who mentioned that his sister had ventured out for training alongside Yi Feng. It seemed that she had returned as well. A strong sense of coldness enveloped Chu Tian's gaze. He would not allow the tragic events of the original narrative to repeat themselves. Suddenly, Chu Tian noticed that his own ranking on the Hung Tian Earth rankings had plummeted to 2nd place, while the ranking of Saints Wei Lian had risen to 1st. Although her position in the harmonization realm remained unchanged, her subsequent accomplishments had significantly surpassed any previous records. This determined woman elicited a slight smirk from Chu Tian. In the original narrative, she was characterized by her fierce ambition and pride, always striving to outdo others. Ugh, my cousin has grown stronger again, Huimei lamented, scratching her head in frustration. At this rate, when will I ever catch up to her? Meanwhile, the refinement hall echoed with astonished exclamations. Yi Wu had surged to the 83rd position on the refinement rankings, having dispatched 10 illusion nightmarish beasts in a single minute. The Yi family's disciples seemed to be on an adrenaline high today, marking the 16th member to challenge the rankings at Hung Tian Hall. Were they intent on monopolizing both the harmonization and refinement rankings? It was unheard of that following a disastrous defeat yesterday, where the bone refinement disciples were mercilessly trounced by that little bald monk from the CI, Hang Sacred Sect. The sect leader had returned in a furious outburst, berating the Yi family for their incompetence, tarnishing their reputation. The Yi family disciples, fueled by indignation, were determined to reclaim their honor by challenging the rankings, even summoning young master Yi Feng back from his external training. It was a sight to behold. The Yi family truly lived up to their legacy as a founding family, boasting an abundance of prodigious talents in this generation. In stark contrast, the Chu family had only a handful of capable individuals, with the young prodigy, Chu Tian, still too inexperienced to carry the weight alone. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of astonishment erupted from the harmonization hall. In just a minute, Yi Feng had slain 367 crimson flame golden crystal leopards. My heavens! Yi Feng had broken into the top 10, now positioned 6th in the harmonization rankings. Remarkably, he was only 17 years old. Look at the Earth rankings, someone exclaimed. Young Master Yi Feng had ascended to 2nd place, surpassing the young saint. Chu Tian, upon hearing this, raised his gaze and saw that his own ranking had fallen from 2nd to 3rd, as Yi Feng leaped ahead of him. At merely 17, holding 2nd place in the Earth rankings and 6th in the harmonization rankings, his talent was indeed formidable, perhaps even rivaling that of his cousin. Brother Feng, that little bald monk is Huimei, and Chu Tian is also present. A familiar voice resonated from the harmonization hall. Chu Tian looked up to see the pale-faced Yi Chong emerging, pointing at him and Huimei while speaking to a tall, elegant figure clad in white. This white-clad man exuded a commanding presence, each step radiating an aura of strength that captivated onlookers. He was none other than Yi Feng, the prodigious heir of the Yi family and the fiancé of Chu Tian's elder sister, Chu Yunshang. As Chu Tian prepared to step into the testing space, he heard a voice calling out. Turning back, he locked eyes with Yi Feng. Xiao Tian, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you, Yi Feng said, his smile warm and inviting, gesturing for him to approach, resembling a benevolent elder beckoning a child. In Chu Tian's memories, Yi Feng had always been kind to him due to their familial ties, often returning from expeditions with unique trinkets and rare treasures. Chu Tian held respect for this talented and amiable elder brother, unaware that it was precisely this charming facade that had deceived his sister. leading her to be scorned by the entire Hung Tian continent and hunted by major sects, ultimately meeting a tragic end at his hands. At the climax of the pursuit, when Yi Feng led formidable cultivators against the vengeful demon sovereign, he had not exhibited this amiable demeanor. Calmly, Chu Tian raised his hand and made a slashing motion across his throat before stepping into the golden vortex of the colossal stone. After all, this was the purpose of his visit. From the moment he was reborn, Yi Feng had been nothing more than a specter in his eyes, the only distinction being the timing of his demise. Chu Tian, how dare you provoke Brother Feng? Yi Chang's voice was low and menacing. Yet Yi Feng maintained his composed demeanor, explaining, there is no need for concern. Xiao Tian likely harbors some misunderstandings towards me. Let us wait here a moment. At that moment, Yi Wu exited the refinement hall, having ascended to the 80th position on the refinement rankings, a robust young man. Brother Feng, your temper is far too gentle. The little demon of the Chu family has driven Elder Hong Wu to his demise, imprisoned Yi Fan, and openly defied our sect leader. He shows no respect whatsoever. He is utterly lawless and in dire need of discipline, Yi Wu stated coldly. If my elder brother were here, would you dare to speak so brazenly? Hui Mei crossed her arms, sneering, you can only dare to speak ill of my elder brother behind his back. With your kind of ineptitude, you are destined to remain mere commoners. Having been betrayed by Yi Tianxiong, Hui Mei had developed a deep-seated resentment towards the entire Yi family. Beside her, Yi Chang's expression darkened, but he was still haunted by the shadows of his past encounter with Hui Mei. After all, he had suffered a grievous defeat, his arms still aching despite the healing elixirs he had consumed. Even if Chu Tian stands here, I will speak my mind. What could he do to me? Yi Wu scoffed, glancing disdainfully at Hui Mei's bald head. Without hair, your resolve is weak. The talents of the CI, Hang's sacred sect, are hardly impressive. After all, once defeated, they resort to clinging to Chu Tian in tears. You can only bully the inept of our Shang Tian sect. Yet you must remember that the true prodigies of the Yi family are my brother Yi Feng and the other exceptional talents of their realm. Even if you reach the spirit refinement realm, you will still be far from invincible. I could defeat you with a single move. Yi Chang's expression was somber. Yi Wu's words had effectively ridiculed him alongside, yet he dared not retort. Having lost both parents, he found himself reliant on the assistance of the other's family to rescue his younger brother, Yi Fan. A mere 15-year-old, ranked 80 on the divine refinement list, dared to exhibit such arrogance. In Hui Mei's eyes, a fierce glint ignited. Before Chu Tian, he was but a docile lamb, acknowledging his inferiority in skill. However, in the presence of others, he presented an entirely different demeanor. With a thunderous roar, Hui Mei sprang forth like an arrow released from its bow, his spiritual energy surging violently, blood boiling with intensity, as he launched a powerful punch aimed directly at Yi Wu's face, the explosive sound reverberating like thunder. Chapter 38. The gap of the bone-forging realm is vast, greater than that between humans and swinebold. Yi Wu exclaimed in fury, taken aback by the audacity of his challenger, who dared to cross boundaries. His mental energy surged like a torrent, coalescing into his fist as he clashed with Hui Mei. Boom! It was as if two mountains collided, causing a painful ringing in the ears. Yi Wu staggered back 5 steps, each footfall leaving deep imprints on the floor, with fine cracks spreading outward. Coming to a halt, his face paled slightly. Despite the mental shield, his arm trembled as if he had struck a colossal iron mountain. Onlookers around the Hall of Eternal Sky gasped, their mouths agape in astonishment. The mental prowess of the divine refinement realm was vast as a river, enveloping the body. In contrast to the bone-forging realm, it represented a qualitative leap. A casual strike under such mental coverage could unleash a force of millions of pounds. Ranked 80 on the divine refinement list, Yi Wu possessed at least 3 to 4 million pounds of strength. Yet Hui Mei had managed to force him back, a feat bordering on the miraculous. Hui Mei was propelled backward, landing and retreating another 10 steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, his eyes glinted coldly as he rubbed his bald head and sneered. Is there truly no one in the illustrious Yi family? Such a feeble divine refinement practitioner dares to call himself a prodigy. Weakness is one thing, but to be arrogant before me is folly. Should I break through to the divine refinement realm, I would crush you with a single punch. Little bald head, you are merely courting death. Yi Wu's anger surged, and he prepared to charge forward, but at that moment, Yi Feng raised a hand to halt him, furrowing his brow and slightly elevating his tone. Have you not caused enough trouble? Do you still crave further humiliation? Do you find it impressive to beat someone from the bone-forging realm to such a degree? Brother Feng, he started it. Yi Wu protested, unyielding. Stand down. Yi Feng replied coolly. With great prestige, Yi Feng commanded respect, and though Yi Wu gritted his teeth, he reluctantly retreated to the side, his eyes still gleaming with menace as he regarded Hui Mei. You are from the compassionate navigation holy sect. We welcome guests. My junior brother was thoughtless and has offended you, Yi Feng said with a scholarly smile. Hui Mei scoffed, refusing to accept Yi Feng's goodwill, and mouthed the word waste toward Yi Wu. A fleeting shadow of gloom crossed Yi Feng's eyes, yet his smile remained, indicating he was unfazed. Just then, on the golden stone of the bone-forging rankings, the name Chu Tian suddenly appeared, followed by numbers that began to fluctuate rapidly. Chu Tian, 1 second, 20 ancient mammoths. Buzz. A flash of golden light. Chu Tian, 2 seconds, 100 ancient mammoths. Chu Tian, for seconds, 300 ancient mammoths. The numbers fluctuated with such rapidity that they seemed to soar irregularly. The golden light flickered, dazzling the eyes. The time digits barely shifted, while the subsequent numbers skyrocketed. Within just a breath or two, Chu Tian, 5 seconds, 550 ancient mammoths. 6 seconds, 7 seconds, 780 ancient mammoths. 8 seconds, 900. 9 seconds, 1,000 ancient mammoths. In the span of merely 9 seconds, 2 breaths, the numbers on the golden stone ceased their frantic dance. All present in the hall were left in stunned silence, as if they had just crushed a swarm of ants. It was incomprehensibly simple. This was no mere ancient mammoth. It was like trampling a vast expanse. Suddenly, a disciple chuckled bitterly. Last time it took 30 seconds, yet this time it was only 9. The disparity between bone-forging practitioners felt greater than that between man and beast. When the gap becomes so pronounced, the shock overwhelming, everyone felt a disheartening weakness. Unable to articulate the sensation, a sense of futility devoid of words. Yi Chang's eyes were bloodshot, his face ashen as he gazed at the golden stone, his body trembling violently. It was the same as before. He had lain in a pool of blood beneath the stone, watching the golden numbers leap frantically, nearly choking him with anxiety. Thankfully, the Yi family had arrived in time to save him. Otherwise, he would have perished there. 2 days had passed, and he had made significant progress. Yet the chasm between him and Chu Tian seemed to have widened to the point where he could not even glimpse Chu Tian's shadow. Yi Feng's gaze darkened slightly, though his countenance still bore a scholarly smile, seemingly pleased with his nephew's performance. What an anomaly, Hui Mei remarked with disdain. At that moment, the numbers on the bone-forging rankings shifted once more. Chu Tian, 10 seconds, 1 true dragon cub, 1 true roar cub, 1,000 ancient mammoths. By heavens, he truly slaughters ancient ferocious beasts of the same rank, as if they were mere dogs. Hui Mei's eyelids twitched. While he considered himself capable of commanding and slaying ancient beast cubs, it would never be this effortless. In the testing space, sensing his power surge, the ferocious beast cubs multiplied threefold, now numbering 90. In the testing space, Chu Tian's eyes were cold, his vast vitality soaring, his body radiating a chaotic glow, like a sword slicing through the herd, blood splattering in his wake. Yi Tianxiong commanded the Yi family disciples to act in unison, exerting all their strength to suppress his momentum. They sought to secretly plot against him, waiting for the opportunity to cripple him. This time, he would ensure that Yi Tianxiong understood what true prodigies were. Ahead lay 30 true dragon cubs, 30 true roar cubs, and 30 golden-winged rock cubs, converging from all directions, both above and below, charging toward him. The creatures simulated by the Hall of Eternal Sky seemed to possess a flicker of intelligence, understanding how to surround and exploit Chu Tian's weaknesses. The roar of dragons shook the heavens, golden-winged rocks moved like lightning, and true roars engaged in close combat. Their cooperation flawless. To kill me? You are far from adequate. Chu Tian's eyes were icy as he moved with unimaginable speed, his strikes powerful and heavy, like a meteor crashing down, causing the earth to tremble and resonate with a deafening roar. With a mere lift of his fists, two true roars were obliterated. A swift kick sent several golden-winged rocks into mist. The difference between 2 million pounds of strength and 1 million was not merely an increase in power, but a transformation of essence. Chu Tian disregarded their assaults, the chaotic glow enveloping him. Even the claws of the golden-winged rocks could not pierce his skin. The tail of a true dragon cub struck his chest, yet he did not budge an inch. Instead, he seized it and wielded it like a whip, obliterating several true roar cubs in the process. In a blur, Chu Tian darted through the vast space, a maelstrom of blood mist swirling around him. After several passes, all 90 ancient beast cubs were annihilated. At that moment, the numbers on the external golden stone once again stabilized, radiating a dazzling golden light that seemed capable of piercing through one's eyes. All present widened their eyes in shock, blood vessels faintly visible in their eyes. Heavy breaths echoing in the hall. The line of text on the golden stone struck their minds like lightning, stunning their senses and leaving them frozen in place. Chu Tian, 30 seconds, 30 true dragon cubs, 30 golden-winged rock cubs, 30 true roar cubs, 1,000 ancient mammoths. A lengthy sequence of numbers, each word weighed like a mountain, leaving everyone present with a heavy heart. Chapter 39. The true dragon cub of the divine refinement realm. The number of ancient fierce beast cubs has tripled compared to last time. Yet the time taken has diminished by a factor of 3. Within the hall, a hoarse voice echoed. Is there really no cheating involved? These true dragon cubs could be used to compare with the pinnacle prodigies of the human race. It seemed destined to break through the eternal sky bone refinement rankings in a mere 30 seconds. How could further tests proceed? A series of golden numbers fixed upon a massive stone. After a moment of silence in the eternal sky hall, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. Yifeng's face had lost its smile, his countenance slightly darkened, fists clenched beneath his white robe. There must be cheating involved. I will return home and have my father investigate thoroughly. I have also been on the bone refinement rankings. It is impossible to attain such strength in the bone refinement realm. In just a minute, even Brother Yifeng could not finish off 1,000 ancient mammoth giants. How could he possibly be so extraordinary? Yi Wu's eyes were bloodshot. He too had entered the top 10 of the bone refinement rankings and understood the difficulty all too well. Unless Chu Feng can utilize mental powers, there might be a glimmer of possibility, but in the testing space, mental powers are prohibited. There must be cheating. Yi Wu gritted his teeth, his voice resolute. Huime shot a sideways glance at Yi Wu, mocking, a true prodigious talent is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like you. Just because you cannot finish it does not mean others cannot. On the bone refinement rankings, his name ranked second, with a strength of 900,000 pounds, slaying 836 mammoth giants in 1 minute. Moreover, he had already completed the test 6 months prior, but due to a significant lead over those behind him, he had no desire to continue challenging. Even the third-rank Yi Chong had only slain 33. Huime calculated that after finishing the mammoth giants, he could potentially slay 5 ancient fierce beast cubs. The disparity was disheartening. With 5 vials of potion and 5 times absorption efficiency, the chaos divine demon body was indeed too formidable, hence its reputation as the strongest physique. Huime grinned. He did not intend to compete with such a monster as Chu Tian in the bone refinement realm, but the divine refinement realm was his domain. Brother, once we reach the divine refinement realm, I am the elder brother, and you are the younger. At that moment, amidst the heavy breathing in the palace, someone suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Look, the time numbers are moving. Oddly, the subsequent digits remained still. On the golden monolith, Chu Tian's time suddenly jumped to 31 seconds, yet the series of numbers behind it remained unchanged. Soon, the time reached 33 seconds, and still, nothing moved. Accustomed to the rapid fluctuations of the numbers, the crowd was now bewildered. What was happening in the testing space that only the time was passing without any other developments? Roar. In the testing space, a dragon's roar shook the heavens, and golden light dazzled the eyes. A 20-meter-long golden true dragon, coiling gracefully in the sky, unleashed its claws, causing the very space to tremble. The vast dragon eyes, adorned with intricate patterns, emitted a tangible brilliance, sending waves of golden light crashing toward Chu Tian, stirring up dust and leaving solid traces upon the ground. This was indeed a true dragon cub of the divine refinement realm, capable of killing with its concentrated gaze, its spiritual energy enveloping its claws, capable of shattering a small mountain with a mere swipe. This divine refinement true dragon cub was terrifyingly powerful, regarded as one of the mightiest divine beasts in the world, favored by the heavens. As time progressed, its strength only grew more formidable, standing at the pinnacle of the food chain across realms. Chu Tian's testing in the bone refinement realm had compelled the Eternal Sky rankings to unleash a true dragon cub from the divine refinement realm, a feat unprecedented in history. The resonant dragon roar, amplified by spiritual force, caused Chu Tian's eardrums to throb painfully. With the emergence of the divine refinement true dragon cub, it seemed clear that he had reached true invincibility in the bone refinement realm. The Eternal Sky rankings understood that no amount of challengers would suffice. Chu Tian mused. Under the relentless onslaught of the dragon cub, deep, visible wounds adorned his body. Nevertheless, under immense pressure, he maintained his composure, his blood surging, occasionally clashing fiercely with the dragon cub, producing thunderous roars before being knocked back, spitting blood. The power of the true dragon cub was astonishing. With the enhancement of its spiritual force, each casual strike bore 400,000 pounds of strength, nearly double Chu Tian's. Were it not for the formidable nature of the chaos divine demon body, combined with the operation of the chaos transformation scripture, which allowed chaotic radiance to flow through him, rendering his body as resilient as divine iron, he would likely have been obliterated. Challenging the divine refinement true dragon cub across realms was inherently unrealistic. If he could utilize mental powers, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope. Yet, in this testing space for the bone refinement realm, the use of any force beyond the physical body was forbidden. The physical body, Chu Tian murmured, deep in thought, as he nimbly dodged the flashing claws of the dragon, only to be swept away by its tail, spitting a mouthful of blood as he staggered backward. At that moment, an idea struck Chu Tian, and a vertical eye suddenly opened in the center of his brow. In an instant, purple light flickered, and the essence of the Tao flowed as thin strands of spiritual force enveloped his entire being. Indeed, the Eye of Heaven's Path was a unique divine artifact, fused with flesh and blood, bestowing innate divine abilities. Much like the wings of the golden-winged Great Peng, it was an integral part of his physical form. With a mere gesture, the 200,000 pounds of strength, combined with the enhancement of the Eye of Heaven's Path, resonated throughout the space. In the outside world, the Eye of Heaven's Path could amplify Chu Tian's spiritual power tenfold, allowing him to rival those in the divine refinement realm. Yet, within this testing space, his own spiritual power was inaccessible. It was the innate spiritual force of the Eye of Heaven's Path that surged forth. At that moment, as the dragon's tail swept toward him, golden light flickered, and the sound of air bursting was akin to thunder. Chu Tian's eyes glimmered coldly, his hands claw-like as he seized the dragon's tail, gripping it tightly, spinning the true dragon around like a whip. Boom! Small mountains exploded as the true dragon cub let out an earth-shattering roar, seeming to possess a semblance of consciousness, filled with fury. The true dragon cub was flung away by Chu Tian, crashing violently into a mountain, clouds of dust billowing into the air. Roar! The true dragon cub roared, its scales shattering, blood pouring forth, yet it charged toward Chu Tian with frenzied determination. Although it lacked the enhancement of spiritual force, even with the Eye of Heaven's Path, it could still unleash 400,000 pounds of strength, a formidable force in its own right. Chu Tian's brow shone with purple radiance from the Eye of Heaven's Path, enveloping his entire being. In an instant, He comprehended the various trajectories and vulnerabilities of the true dragon cub. The eye of heaven's path gazes upon the heavens above and delves into the abyss below. Though the true dragon cub moved with lightning speed to Chu Tian, it seemed as sluggish as a turtle. Boom! Chu Tian's blood surged explosively, charging forth without any embellishments, aiming directly for the dragon's head, his eyes glimmering coldly. Disregarding all its attacks, with a mighty punch, he struck the center of the dragon's brow. Every second in the testing space was precious. He had no time to waste. Poof! A torrent of power erupted, directly obliterating the dragon's head, blood mist shooting skyward as the dragon's body crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Chu Tian's own body was torn in half by the dragon's claws, transformed into light, vanishing from the testing space. At that very moment, the numbers on the golden monolith of the bone refinement rankings came to a halt. First on the bone refinement rankings, Chu Tian, in 1 minute, had slain a true dragon cub of the divine refinement realm, 30 true dragon cubs, 30 golden-winged great pung cubs, 30 true howl cubs, and 1,000 ancient mammoth giants. What the heck? The young dragon of the divine refinement realm. Surely there must be an error in the Hung Tian rankings. Hui Mei's eyes widened in fury, nearly succumbing to shock. A profound silence enveloped the arena. At that moment, on the Hung Tian rankings, Chu Tian, who had fallen to the 3rd position, swiftly eclipsed Yi Feng and the first-ranked Saintess Hui Lian, reclaiming the top spot once more. Chapter 40. Yi Wu confirms it is not cheating. It is real in the realm of physical prowess. Being able to combat the young of primordial beasts is not the limit of human capability, is it? Now you tell me that the young saint, Chu Tian, crossed realms to kill a true dragon in the refinement realm? Surely, this is a grand jest, an audacious display of cheating? The atmosphere erupted, with many disciples' faces flushing red in utter shock. The disciples of the Hung Tian Hall began to engage in fervent discussions. And even the powerful figures within the higher echelons of the hall, who had already ignited their divine flames, were drawn to the commotion. Gazing at the words displayed on the bone-forging rankings, they shook their heads in disbelief, unable to comprehend. Ranked first on the bone-forging list, Chu Tian, age 8. Strength of 2 million pounds, slayer of a young true dragon in the refinement realm. While the subsequent details were somewhat acceptable, this particular line exceeded the bounds of their understanding. Yi Chang trembled, his complexion pale. The glaring golden characters caused a dull pain in his abdomen. The last time, a single punch from Chu Tian had nearly cost him his life. Now, with his strength soaring from 150,000 to 2 million pounds, a punch from Chu Tian could undoubtedly obliterate him on the spot, leaving no chance of survival. At that moment, Chu Tian emerged from the golden vortex, first casting a glance at the Hung Tian rankings, where his name appeared at the top of both the Earth rankings and the Bone Forging rankings. Then, his calm and indifferent voice resonated within the Hung Tian Hall. Some individuals, under the guise of sect interests, seek to conspire against this holy sun in secret. Yet they remain unaware that I, Chu Tian, embody the greatest benefit of our sect. This statement was a direct response to Yi Tianxiong, and also an indication of his purpose for visiting the Hung Tian Hall. In this world, the strong are revered, and the talented soar like the wind, radiating brilliance. He intended to counter Yi Tianxiong's claims of sacrificing for the sect's benefit with tangible actions, asserting that he himself was the greatest asset of the holy Tian sect. Chu Tian's voice was steady, albeit tinged with a youthful innocence. After all, he was still young, his vocal cords not fully matured. Yet, within his words lay an unparalleled dominance, akin to a meteor crashing into a calm lake, stirring up colossal waves. In an instant, the entire hall was rendered breathless, and those present fell into complete silence. His words, brimming with arrogance, left no room for rebuttal. Ranking first on the Earth rankings served as irrefutable proof, requiring no further elaboration. Brother, from this day forth, you are not merely my brother. You are my idol to learn from. Hui Mei approached, her eyes sparkling with admiration, suddenly realizing that when it came to flaunting and capturing attention, Chu Tian could indeed be considered her ancestor. Who hurt you? Chu Tian inquired calmly upon noticing the blood at the corner of the bald-headed boy's mouth. It's nothing. No harm done. Huime wiped away the blood and casually replied. As a prodigy of the compassionate navigation sacred sect, he possessed his own pride and was not one to lodge complaints. Little Tian, come here. Your brother-in-law has a gift for you. At that moment, Yi Feng, with a warm smile, crouched down and beckoned to Chu Tian, revealing a uniquely shaped blue sword in his hand. After 2 months apart, little Tian has become so outstanding, even surpassing your brother-in-law in the Earth rankings. I must reward you. Yi Feng, tall and imposing, stood over 1.90 meters, and even while crouching, he was nearly the same height as Chu Tian. Brother-in-law, Chu Tian did not leave directly, but approached Yi Feng with a calm demeanor, casting only a fleeting glance at the blue sword in his hand. He locked eyes with Yi Feng and stated flatly, "You are unworthy to marry my sister. In a few days, I will have the elders of our clan come to annul the engagement." He had learned that Yi Feng and his elder sister, Chu Yunshang, would soon hold their wedding after returning to the sect. The tragic events of the original storyline would not be allowed to repeat. With the wedding approaching, he chose to be direct rather than engage in frivolous banter. As his words fell, the crowd, just recovering from their shock, was met with a resounding buzz in their minds. What did they just hear? The young saint, Chu Tian, opposed the marriage between Chu Yunshang and Yi Feng? Yi Feng unworthy? What madness was this? Yi Feng was an exceptional talent, and Chu Yunshang possessed innate sacred bones. The two were promised to each other since childhood. Revered as a golden couple, an enviable match within the sect. It was said that the sect leader and vice leader had already discussed plans for their wedding, to celebrate the century-long friendship between their families. Yet, the young saint, Chu Tian, suddenly declared his intent to annul the engagement? If true, this would be an outright slap in the face of the Yi family, shaking the very foundations of the sect. Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. What did you just say? Repeat that. Even Yi Feng, despite his deep cunning, felt his smile vanish, replaced by a dark scowl as he clenched his fist tightly around the blue sword. Chu Tian held a prestigious status as the legitimate heir of the Chu family, the young saint of the sect and the future leader. Though young, every word of his was scrutinized under the spotlight of countless gazes, carrying immense weight. Childish words must be tempered by context and audience. This statement was akin to openly striking the Yi family, trampling upon their dignity. Chu Tian, your audacity knows no bounds. Yi Wu, already displeased with Chu Tian, erupted in fury, shouting. Chu Tian, however, did not engage Yi Feng further. He preferred to avoid superfluous words, believing one was sufficient. Instead, he turned to Yi Wu, a glimmer of icy intensity flashing in his eyes. No one dares to harm my little brother. Who gave you the audacity? His tone was calm, yet it brimmed with a chilling ferocity and dominance. Though Huime did not voice it, his senses had sharpened to a meticulous degree. Under the gaze of the heavenly Tao, nothing within 100 meters could escape his notice. Observing Yi Wu's arm still trembling, evidently having just endured a violent clash of physical strength, he could already deduce the events that had transpired. Suddenly, Chu Tian's third eye opened, radiating purple light as his spirit surged, magnified tenfold. Chu Tian, dare to make a move and see what happens. Yi Wu's eyes nearly bulged with rage, his anger boiling over. Within a single day, he had been belittled by 2 young punks of the bone-forging realm, publicly threatened. Boom! The powerful currents of spirit surged, and Chu Tian unleashed a devastating punch. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though the roar of a dragon echoed, a cataclysmic sound of mountains collapsing and seas roaring. As his punch struck, the vortex of energy erupted, hurtling toward Yi Wu's chest. You shall pay. Yi Wu, consumed by rage, channeled his spirit to collide with Chu Tian's fist, his eyes filled with malice. Since it was Chu Tian who initiated the attack, he would not hold back. Yi Wu, no! Yi Feng suddenly shouted in alarm, but it was too late. He had not anticipated that Chu Tian would act so swiftly. Crack! In an instant, Yi Wu's arm shattered, flesh and blood exploding, the surrounding spirit dissipating in an instant. Chu Tian's punch had reached a staggering 6 million pounds, enough to obliterate a mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Tian's fist, fierce and unyielding, struck directly at Yi Wu's chest. Puff! Yi Wu's chest caved in, his eyes wide with fury. As he sprayed blood, his body hurtling like a projectile into the refinement hall, crashing against a golden boulder, causing the very ground to tremble violently. In the blink of an eye, blood flowed freely, and Yi Wu lay in a pool of his own blood on the brink of death. The entire hall fell into a state of suffocating silence. Many disciples stared in disbelief. Had he been killed in an instant? Ranked 80 on the refinement rankings, Yi Wu was no less formidable than a young true dragon, yet he had been dispatched so effortlessly. Yi Wu's fate validated that Chu Tian's slaying of a young true dragon in the refinement realm was not mere cheating. It was indeed real. Chapter 41. Having joined the faction, I will protect you. The first place on the Earth ranking is truly deserved. A disciple of the sect, ignited with divine fire, murmured, his words brimming with astonishment. To annihilate an opponent in the body refining realm and surpass the 80th position on the spirit refining ranking. How many have accomplished such a feat throughout history? The young saint had just proclaimed that he was the greatest asset of the sect, and now I find that sentiment entirely reasonable. A celestial being whispered in the vast expanse above. In the midst of the collective astonishment, the events occurring at the Hung Tian Hall spread like wildfire within the sect. At that moment, Yi Feng appeared beside Yi Wu in an instant, administering healing elixirs and grinding spirit herbs to apply on his chest, preserving the last breath of life within him. Chu Tian, you have deeply disappointed me. In just 2 months, you have transformed into someone unrecognizable, lawless, inflicting harm upon fellow disciples, showing no respect for your elders, and trampling the rules of the sect. Upon returning, I shall report your misdeeds to Uncle Chu, so he may teach you a proper lesson. Yi Feng thundered, his eyes tinged with faint traces of blood and murderous intent. Even with his remarkable composure and depth of character, he could no longer endure such relentless provocation. Chu Tian withdrew his fist, his brow furrowing in silence as he cast a fleeting glance at Yi Feng before making a gesture across his throat, then strode toward the exit of the Hung Tian Hall. Yi Feng, slightly stronger than Yi Wu, warranted a fraction more of his time and attention. Hui Mei, snapping back to reality from her shock, hurried after Chu Tian, scratching her head in confusion. Elder brother, are you coming to my aid? Since you have pledged your allegiance to my faction and called me elder brother, then within the Sacred Heaven sect, I shall protect you. Chu Tian replied, a steadfast commitment that transcended lifetimes. In his previous life, he never failed to defend his subordinates. Whenever his followers were wronged, he always led the charge in retaliation. Even after becoming a patriarch, this principle remained unchanged. What does it mean to pledge allegiance? Hui Mei wondered, her scalp growing itchier as she grasped at it. Yet this time, Chu Tian offered no further explanation, his gaze fixed ahead. Before the Hung Tian Hall, a middle-aged man descended gracefully, landing not far from Chu Tian. The young saint likely does not recognize me, the man in a green robe said with a smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Duanmu Lei, the Vice Master of the Internal Affairs Hall and the second elder of the Duanmu family. With a gentle demeanor that made him approachable, he resembled a friendly neighbor. However, upon hearing his name, Chu Tian's thoughts diverged. In the original narrative, this individual was one of the formidable figures of the Duanmu family, a half-step emperor, rivaling Chu Tianyun, his third uncle. The Internal Affairs Hall managed the sect's affairs, overseeing rewards and punishments, setting rituals, and attending to the disciples' living conditions, among other duties. Thus, Duanmu Lei was a significant figure within the sect. However, according to Chu Tian's understanding, similar to the Law Enforcement Hall being long controlled by his family, the Internal Affairs Hall had been dominated by the Yi family for eons, with all masters bearing the surname Yi. In this generation, the hall was presided over by Yi Tianhong, the fourth elder of the Yi family. Chu Tian, I have the honor of meeting you. Master Duanmu. Chu Tian greeted respectfully, cupping his hands in salute. You are too courteous, young saint. I have a long-standing friendship with your father. Simply call me Uncle Lei, Duanmu Lei kindly suggested. Moreover, I am merely the vice master. Do not omit the title, lest outsiders misunderstand. Your nephew was remiss. Please do not hold it against me. Uncle Lei, Chu Tian replied calmly, as if the address was truly unintentional. May I inquire what brings you here, uncle? After exchanging pleasantries, Chu Tian steered the conversation toward its essence. As the vice master of the Internal Affairs Hall, it seemed unlikely he would come without a reason. Firstly, I am here to congratulate you, young saint, on reclaiming the first position on the Earth ranking. Duanmu Lei smiled. Secondly, I am here to make up for the reward ceremony that should have been held days ago in your honor. According to our sect's regulations, to encourage disciples in their cultivation. Any disciple who ascends to the top of any ranking on the Hung Tian list is honored with a reward ceremony at the Festival of Heaven Peak, where the sect leader and the head of the Internal Affairs Hall personally commend them and bestow generous rewards, such as divine medicines, scriptures, weapons, spirit stones, and divine abilities. Particularly for those who achieve first place on the Earth ranking, they may present a single request to the sect, which must be fulfilled without hesitation. Of course, young saint, you likely find these rewards beneath your notice. However, this is the procedure mandated by the sect, and it is also a significant honor for the vice master and the Chu family. Duanmu Lei continued with a smile. Although you were named the sect's heir at birth, your rank in the Internal Affairs Hall's records remains only the first rank, which falls under the category of outer disciples. Now, with this advancement, you will leap 2 ranks, attaining the status of an inner disciple at the age of 8, an unprecedented occurrence in the history of our sect. Since this is a matter of sect protocol, why must the ceremony only take place today when I achieved the first position on both lists 2 days ago? Chu Tian inquired, his expression devoid of surprise as he shifted the conversation. He was well aware of the reward ceremony, as in the original storyline. Yi Fan also attained the first position on the Earth ranking and requested to marry Lu Yun, seeking to annul the engagement with the Dark Hate Demon Lord, delivering a resounding slap to the Chu family. Chu Tian had spat blood in fury, yet he was bound by the sect's regulations to comply. The Dark Hate Demon Lord, Chu Tian, began his descent into darkness from that moment, sacrificing everything only to see his fiancée embrace Yi Fan. Duanmu Lei's gaze fell slightly, seemingly unconsciously glancing at the critically injured Yi Wu within the refining spirit hall before stating, certain reasons have delayed the ceremony. Chu Tian understood perfectly. It was the Internal Affairs Hall master, Yi Tianhong, or rather the sect leader Yi Tianxiong, exerting pressure. They did not wish for Chu Tian to overshadow others and gain fame. Yet now, having ascended once again to the first place on the Earth ranking and recorded a kill of a spirit refining true dragon cub on the body refining ranking, the sect trembled anew. Regardless of their reluctance, they had to proceed with the reward ceremony, for countless eyes within the sect were watching. Moreover, the injured Yi Wu was the second son of Yi Tianhong, which explained Duanmu Lei's seemingly casual glance. I have been dispatched by the Hall Master Yi Tianhong to invite you, young saint, to the Festival of Heaven Peak, Duanmu Lei stated. The sect leader is quite occupied, hence the Hall Master will personally present the rewards and fulfill any one request you may have for the sect. Chu Tian's expression remained composed as he suddenly clasped his hands in a bow to Duanmu Lei. Uncle Lei, I appreciate your personal visit, but I must respectfully decline the invitation to the reward ceremony. Chapter 42. The sect faces a tremor. Why? Duanmu Lei furrowed his brows. Yi Tianhong, as the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, was tasked with upholding the sect's ceremonial regulations. Yet he disregarded the sect's rules and unilaterally suppressed the awarding ceremony. This was one. Chu Tian raised his gaze and met Duanmu Lei's eyes, stating, in years past, the revered Duanmu sage left behind a foundational teaching. Those in high positions within the sect must devote themselves to nurturing the younger disciples, refraining from abusing their power to suppress the talented. Only by allowing gifted disciples to shine can the sect thrive for generations. Yet the sect leader, under the guise of sect righteousness, attempts to extract the eye of heaven from my brow to curry favor with the Tsihong sacred sect, thereby trampling upon the interests of our sect, showing disrespect for our ancestral teachings, and undermining internal unity. This is too. The Duanmu sage himself was once oppressed in his youth, and upon becoming sect leader, he led the sect out of adversity, leaving this teaching to prevent any transgressions. As the holy son of the sect, Despite my youth, I refuse to conspire with those lacking the spirit of a true warrior who defy our ancestral teachings. As for these accolades and honors, I find them tainted and would rather forego them." Chu Tian's voice was not loud, but Duan being a senior figure, had personally come forth. The Hall of Eternal Heaven had long been silent, and at that moment, Chu Tian's words resonated like thunder, echoing clearly in the ears of numerous disciples. At this instant, the many disciples within the Hall of Eternal Heaven were left bewildered. The weight of Chu Tian's statements was overwhelming, leaving them momentarily unable to process the implications. The sect leader aimed to extract the Holy Sun's divine eye to appease the Zihong sacred sect. For those who had grown up within the Holy Heaven sect and had entered the sect, this revelation felt like a bolt from the blue. "Chu Tian, how dare you insult my father and mock the sect leader? Do you realize this is a grave offense?" Yi Feng, filled with righteous indignation, could no longer contain his fury at the slander against his father. He roared and instantly appeared before Chu Tian, raising his hand to slap him across the face. "As your elder brother, today I shall teach you the importance of respect, propriety, and filial piety." "Impudent." The smile vanished from Duan face, his expression darkening. With a casual wave of his hand, a flash of azure light surged forth, and Yi Feng spat blood, sent flying across the hall. "Yi Feng, how dare you lay a hand on the sect's holy son in my presence? Do you truly believe that I, as the vice-head of the Internal Affairs Hall, cannot discipline you, the heir of the Yi family?" Duan voice was frigid. The Internal Affairs Hall was responsible for rewards, punishments, and the establishment of the sect's ceremonial order. The Holy Sun represented the face of the sect, and Yi Feng had the audacity to attack Chu Tian before so many witnesses. This was not merely an assault on Chu Tian, but a public affront to his dignity. Yi Feng, bloodied and disheveled, looked utterly disheartened. The majesty he once held now diminished. Hearing Duan cold words, he quickly clasped his fists. "Uncle Lei, forgive my transgression. My anger clouded my judgment. However, Chu Tian has slandered the sect leader and defied the orders of the Internal Affairs Hall, which is a serious offense. Moreover, he previously attacked my cousin Yiwu without cause. I beseech Uncle Lei to apprehend Chu Tian and uphold the sect leader's authority. Otherwise, should this matter spread, the consequences will be dire." Chu Tian smiled indifferently, responding lightly, "Every word I have spoken is rooted in truth, and I stand ready for scrutiny. If a single word of my statement is found to be slanderous, I shall willingly resign from my position as Holy Son. Since the first on the earth ranking can make any request to the sect, I hereby ask Uncle Lei to present this matter to the Elder Council. I implore the Law Enforcement Hall, the Internal Affairs Hall, and the Judicial Hall to jointly investigate, ensuring that the truth is revealed. Let us see if I, Chu Tian, have indeed slandered Hall Master Yi Tianhong, or our esteemed sect leader." Chu Tianyu, Yi Feng's face turned even paler. He had just received an urgent message from his father, Yi Tianxiong, urging him to return to the sect promptly. Yet he was not well informed about the recent events within the sect. Faced with Chu Tian's aggressive demeanor, he dared not reply. Duan fell silent before saying, "The Holy Sun's request shall be reported to the Elder Council in accordance with sect regulations. What transpired last night was classified as a top secret within the sect. Yet Duan being a senior figure, was present and naturally privy to the details. The three prominent families maintained a largely neutral stance on the matter, with a slight inclination towards the Yi family, as it was a subject that should not have been brought to discussion. Their attendance at the meeting neither supported nor opposed the issue, which represented a subtle bias. Of course, it was only a slight tilt. The information was kept confidential among the high-ranking members of the sect, classified as top secret, and they had assumed the matter would be resolved at that. However, who could have anticipated that Chu Tian would be so resolute? Not only re-entering the earth ranking and shaking the entire sect, but also forcing Yi Tianhong to hold the awarding ceremony? He brought the issue to light before so many, inviting discussion throughout the sect. Duan could already envision the tumult that would ensue once the matter spread among the tens of thousands of disciples within the sect. Nevertheless, Chu Tian's target was Yi Tianxiong and the Yi family, acting in accordance with sect regulations. The first on the earth ranking could indeed make any request, and the sect was obliged to comply. As a member of the Duanmu family and the vice-head of the Internal Affairs Hall, he would not jeopardize his position by openly opposing the Chu family. Duanmu Lei regarded Chu Tian, astonished and apprehensive emotions swirling within his calm gaze. Chu Tian's assertive and domineering demeanor had truly altered his perception of the Chu family. After all, the Chu family's code had always prioritized the stability and unity of the sect. Chu Tian's approach was in stark contrast to that of the Chu family leader, ruthlessly exposing the rift between the two founding families and laying bare the conflict between the Chu and Yi families for all to see. "Uncle Lei, I still have matters to attend to and shall take my leave," Chu Tian said with an expression of indifference, as if merely stating trivialities. He clasped his fists in salute and turned to depart. Hui Mei gasped in astonishment. Coming from a noble lineage, he was not oblivious to the magnitude of Chu Tian's words and the potential upheaval they could incite. He considered himself quite rebellious, yet he would never dare to act so recklessly within the Zihong sacred sect. Compared to Chu Tian, his own actions seemed juvenile. Thus, throughout the encounter, he remained dutifully behind Chu Tian, refraining from interjecting. As Chu Tian exited, he hurriedly followed, scratching his head and sighing, "Brother, why doesn't our Zihong sacred sect have such rules? Otherwise, I would certainly rush to the earth, ranking and propose a betrothal to my cousin. The sect is destined to tremble." Duanmu Lei muttered softly to himself before soaring towards the Internal Affairs Hall. Above, the sky was painted with the blood-red hues of the setting sun, casting a crimson glow across the peaks of the mountain gates, as if heralding the impending storm. Chapter 43. Sister, what do you see? As night fell, a furious roar erupted from the Internal Affairs Hall, resonating with an aura so formidable that it darkened the skies. Shortly thereafter, an even more terrifying presence reverberated from the summit of the sacred Emperor Peak, shrouding the heavens and earth in an ominous hue. The weighty pressure emanating from the Emperor was suffocating, causing thunderous roars to echo through the firmament. Within the sect, the three foremost families remained silent, observing the unfolding events with bated breath. Outside the sect, families of varying sizes held their breath in anticipation. Having already heard of the tumultuous happenings at the Hung Tian Hall, the higher-ups within the sect bore grave expressions, swiftly receiving a summons from the Elder Council to convene an emergency meeting. They hurriedly made their way to the assembly. At the same moment, a colossal golden hand emerged from the sacred Emperor Peak, spanning hundreds of miles, and thunderously struck towards the Internal Affairs Hall. In the distance, a pained roar could be heard, vaguely resembling the name Chu Tian Wang, accompanied by the sound of blood being spat. The plaque that had hung for 1,000,000 years at the Internal Affairs Hall was crushed to dust by the mighty golden hand. Subsequently, the golden hand delved into the sacred Emperor Peak, encircling it before crashing down upon the peak, reducing several palaces of the Yi family to mere ruin, leaving behind a colossal imprint of 5 fingers before vanishing into the abyss. In the main hall of the sacred Emperor Peak, Yi Tianxiong sat at the high seat, his eyes tinged with blood as he gazed into the inky darkness outside. Finally, he turned back and spoke in a somber tone. That little demon has indeed proclaimed his intent to annul the engagement with our Yi family. Yes, father. Chu Tian claims that the child is unworthy of his sister. Do you think he has discovered something? Yi Feng, standing below, asked with a pallid visage. Yi Tianxiong, with a hint of crimson in his eyes, nodded and replied, "This matter is not related to you. He is merely warning your father not to overstep. This time, your father miscalculated. There is no need for you to be anxious. That brat would not dare to come and annul the engagement. He cannot uncover that matter. How is that girl, Yunshang, treating you? Does she harbor any suspicions?" "None, father." Ye Feng responded respectfully. "Yunshang listens to me and always consults me first. She is eager to hold a grand wedding and marry into our Yi family. Uncle Chu also trusts and dotes on me. That is good. You may leave now." Yi Tianxiong waved his hand, rising to his feet. "I must meet with Chu Tian Wang to pacify him, and then attend the Elder Council. The implications of this matter are profound. Our family will likely suffer significant losses. Tianer, you must observe and learn well." In the future, our Yi family will inevitably be under your stewardship. Remember, small forbearance leads to great schemes being disrupted. This impulsive behavior of your father serves as a bloody lesson. For the long-term plans of our Yi family, you must cultivate good relations with Yunshang and that brat Chu Tian. If your father cannot accomplish it in this generation, you must carry on. Understand? Father, I understand. Yi Feng gritted his teeth, asserting, Chu Tian is headstrong and unrestrained. I will soon regain his trust. Yi Tianxiong nodded and departed the palace, his figure disappearing into the night. Tomorrow, the sacred heavenly pool will open, and Chu Tian shall also enter. You have a spot as well. So do not squander this opportunity. At the sacred Emperor Peak, upon Chu Tian's return to the summit, a pale yellow figure flashed at the entrance of the main hall, accompanied by a voice filled with delight. Little Tian, I've missed you dearly. A waft of fragrant wind enveloped him, and as Chu Tian instinctively reacted with a cold glint in his eyes, it softened into a gentle smile upon seeing the visitor, allowing her to embrace him. Almost immediately, he felt a tender kiss on his cheek. Don't move, let your sister kiss you a few more times. As a reward for being my most formidable little brother, who has ascended to the top of the earth ranking. Smack! Smack! Chu Tian felt helpless in his memories. Chu Yunshang had always exhibited that lively and innocent demeanor, doting on her younger siblings, which starkly contrasted with the ruthless woman he had come to know later. Chu Yunshang possessed innate sacred bones and astonishing talent. While not quite on par with his chaotic divine demon physique, she was still a rare gem. Shortly after her birth, Chu Tian Wang and Yi Tianxiong had arranged a betrothal between her and Yi Feng. With a gentle disposition and little life experience, she lacked guile and tended to follow her family's wishes, gradually becoming enamored with Yi Feng under his deliberate guidance, dedicating herself entirely to him. In the original narrative, Chu Yunshang was depicted as someone whose depth of love resulted in profound wounds, evoking pity and ire towards the heartless demoness. Kulme, let me see my little brother who has dominated the earth, ranking and trampled over that insufferable ice mountain of the Ci Heng sacred sect. With a radiant smile and a hint of playfulness, Chu Yunshang, clad in a creamy white dress, radiated charm that made it difficult to refuse her as she playfully pinched his arms. Very well, very well. After 2 months apart, you've grown even stronger. My, how much you've grown in just 2 months. You're almost catching up to your sister. But why do you always wear that serious expression, like a little adult? Kulme, give your sister a smile. This time, your sister has had quite the adventure with Yi Feng, filled with excitement. You must be curious, having never left the sect. Kulme, let me share it all with you. Chu Yunshang was in high spirits, pulling Chu Tian to sit at the entrance of the main hall, gazing at the myriad stars while chattering incessantly about how well Yi Feng treated her during their journey, how he cared for her, and how he indulged her. Chu Tian listened quietly, relishing this rare, familial warmth. Nearby, Old Tu leaned against an ancient tree not far from the main hall, occasionally glancing over with a grin that illuminated his weathered face under the night sky. Within the dim confines of a room in the main hall, Chu Tian Wang withdrew his hand from the void, observing his children conversing at the door, a smile gracing his lips, though the bloodshot hue in his eyes deepened. None shall harm my children, he murmured, rising to tear open a rift and stepping into the void. Little Tian, I've shared all my stories. Now, it's your turn. Tell me if anything interesting has happened during this time. Chu Yunshang said, her eyes twinkling as she propped her chin on her hands, embodying the essence of sibling camaraderie. Although Chu Tian's previous experiences revolve around training with Chu Tian Wang and refining his body, a process often monotonous, she listened with rapt attention. At that moment, Chu Tian smiled slightly and pointed to his forehead, saying, Elder sister, look at this. Wow, little Tian, you've grown a third eye. It's beautiful. What kind of divine ability is this? Chu Yunshang exclaimed, reaching out cautiously to touch it, her eyes brimming with excitement and curiosity. This is the Eye of Heavenly Tao, a divine ability of the Tihang sacred sect's destined Taoist. It allows me to observe the heavens above and investigate the depths below, ensuring that no secret can elude my gaze, such as the cultivation methods of others or the physical transformations resulting from their techniques. As Chu Tian gazed at his elder sister, his voice grew increasingly somber. Chu Yunshang, however, remained oblivious to his emotional shift, still exhilarated as she gently caressed the eye on his forehead. For instance, I can now discern if elder sister Yi Feng is instructing you in any peculiar secret arts. Chu Tian's voice lowered, tinged with a hint of coldness and menace. This eye of heavenly Tao is truly remarkable. You've even uncovered this, little Tian. Chu Yunshang's eyes widened in astonishment. She had kept the matter of Yi Feng instructing her in secret arts to herself, claiming it to be a secret between the two of them. Elder sister, is this secret art called the supreme yin-yang technique? Chu Tian's tone grew increasingly grave. Beneath the ancient tree, the leisurely old camel's expression suddenly darkened upon hearing these words, and he slowly rose to his feet. Xiao Tian, you are able to discern even this, exclaimed Chu Yunshang, her astonishment deepening. Chapter 44. This child has already paved the way for death. He deserves it. The old servant bowed respectfully before Miss Chu and the young master. Old Tu suddenly appeared before them, performing a courteous greeting, yet Chu Tian noticed a hint of darkness in his gaze, cleverly concealed, but certainly not perceptible to Chu Yunshang. Grandfather Tu, you should just call me Yunshang. You always promise to do so, but end up referring to me as Miss the next day. Chu Yunshang pouted, rushing forward to cling to Old Tu's arm, playfully shaking it. Old Tu had been the guardian of the Holy Emperor's main hall for many years, having watched over the 4 siblings of the Chu family grow up within its confines. Though not related by blood, their bond was akin to that of family. All right. My dear young lady, do not shake so much. Your grandfather's old bones may just fall apart from it. I promise to call you Yunshang next time. Old Tu grinned, his face beaming with warmth. Yet as he spoke, his eyes shifted towards Chu Tian. Young master, what you mentioned earlier regarding the supreme yin-yang technique, could it possibly be the ancient method left by the supreme demon clan that invaded our Hung Tian continent? Old Tu was well-versed in many matters. The supreme yin-yang technique was indeed one of the highest secrets left behind by the supreme demon sect after their withdrawal from Hung Tian, a technique practiced by their upper echelons and core disciples. Chu Tian, having knowledge of it, had merely fabricated a story about its mention within the inheritance of the Destiny Tao sovereign. Chu Tian replied in a low tone, his fists clenched tightly. The inheritance he had seized was merely that of the Destiny Tao sovereign, not their memories. Furthermore, the Destiny Tao sovereign had lived 100,000 years ago, while the Supreme Demon sect had been eradicated nearly 1,000,000 years prior by the top righteous sects of Hung Tian. The scriptures and divine abilities left behind had been sealed by the powerful figures of these sects, and it was unlikely that the Destiny Tao sovereign would possess any knowledge of them. However, attributing any matters to the Destiny Tao sovereign would spare him many unnecessary explanations and troubles. Damn it, this wretched creature dares to act so madly, recklessly plotting against the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Suddenly, Old Tu's voice dropped to a furious whisper, a fierce light flashing in his murky eyes. A terrifying aura surged forth, causing the dim night sky to tremble slightly. Old Tu's hunchback straightened, and it seemed as if a towering figure appeared, gray hair swirling, exuding a demonic energy that threatened to obliterate the world. Chu Yunshang's face turned pale with fright. In that fleeting moment, she seemed to have experienced a vision, seeing the hunched old man before her transform into a blood-drenched demon god. Grandfather Tu, what is wrong? Chu Yunshang's voice trembled. Yet soon, the scene dissipated. An Old Tu's smile returned to its warm demeanor as he chuckled. Miss, it is nothing. That is a relief. Just now you were quite frightening, resembling a god of slaughter. Chu Yunshang playfully stuck out her tongue and turned to ask her brother if he had seen it too. Chu Tian shook his head, outright denying it. Sister, you might be fatigued from your recent trials, resulting in a hallucination. Grandfather Tu has been watching over our main hall for many years, never straying from his sect. How could he be a demon god? That may be true. It seems I am indeed tired. Chu Yunshang, still shaken by the earlier vision, felt somewhat unsettled. She kissed Old Tu and her brother goodbye before retreating to her quarters in the main hall to rest. Once Chu Yunshang departed, The smiles vanished from old Tu and Chu Tian's faces. Young master, can you be certain that the eldest lady is cultivating the supreme demon sect's ultimate secret technique? The supreme yin-yang technique? Old Tu's expression turned serious, as though he had transformed into a different person, his eyes glimmering with a terrifying light. Indeed, not only is it the supreme yin-yang technique, but I can also confirm it is the secondary formula of the supreme yin-yang technique. Chu Tian's gaze was cold, each word deliberate. Eldest sister is being treated as a human-shaped demonic vessel by Yifeng. The day she ignites her divine fire will be the day the supreme yin-yang technique reaches fruition. The 7 emotions and 6 desires within her will ignite, and the power of yin-yang will condense into demonic fruits. At that time, she will descend into the demonic path, transforming into a soulless, desireless human-shaped demonic soldier. Reduced to a mere tool for the one who cultivates the primary technique, becoming nearly as inert as stone, devoid of individual desires, only knowing slaughter and cultivation, providing their master with the fruits of their labor. Chu Tian's earlier inquiry had merely been a test, for in this phase of his reincarnation, he found himself in the early years of the great hate demon sovereign, before Chu Yunshang had married Yifeng. Thus, he was uncertain whether she had begun practicing this forbidden method. Yet upon receiving her response, a torrent of murderous intent surged within him. The supreme yin-yang technique comprises a primary formula and 2 secondary formulas. The practitioner of the primary formula becomes the master of those practicing the secondary formulas, their souls intertwined, unable to part for life. Should the primary practitioner perish, the consciousness of the secondary practitioner would be instantly extinguished. Moreover, at the moment the secondary practitioner ignites their divine fire, they will forever become a vessel, automatically sharing their cultivation results with their master. Not only that, but the practitioner of the secondary formula will have their 7 emotions and 6 desires utterly consumed, forgetting all but their master. They are born for their master, live for their master, and die for their master, their combat prowess exponentially enhanced, and their cultivation speed remarkably swift. They are, in essence, humanoid, demonic soldiers, excelling in both offense and defense, while assisting their master in cultivation. In ancient times, the higher-ups and core disciples of the supreme demon sect would capture prodigies from various sects, even from their upper echelons, coercing them into practicing the supreme yin-yang technique, transforming them into exclusive humanoid demonic vessels. Their excessively malevolent methods incited the righteous sects of Hung Tian, who banded together to eradicate the supreme demon sect completely. The many demonic scriptures and divine abilities left behind by the supreme demon sect were sealed, accessible only to the heads and deputy heads of the top sections. In the original storyline, after igniting her divine fire, Chu Yunshang would sever her emotions and desires, descending into the demonic path. Possessing innate holy bones, her combat power would surge, her demonic might overwhelming. After betraying the Holy Heaven sect, she would commit countless slaughters, drawing the wrath of Hung Tian. Chu Tian, deeply concerned for his beloved sister, intervened repeatedly to protect her, leading to the Chu family becoming despised by many sections. The eventual annihilation of the Chu family, which had endured for 1,000,000 years, was closely tied to these events. For within Hung Tian, the Chu family had long been loathed. No other family willing to extend a hand to them. Otherwise, a prestigious family with a legacy spanning 1,000,000 years, with accumulated connections and marriages over generations, would not be so easily extinguished. Chu Tian had initially believed that Yifeng would allow Chu Yunshang to cultivate the supreme yin-yang technique only after their marriage at the Holy Emperor Peak. To his shock, Yifeng displayed such audacity, exploiting Chu Yunshang's innocence to have her cultivate the supreme yin-yang technique long before that. The earlier one begins cultivating the supreme yin-yang technique. The more profound the enhancement when igniting the divine fire, as the burning of the 7 emotions and 6 desires would yield stronger demonic fruits. Audacious, utterly audacious. This child has already paved the way for death. He deserves it. Old Tu trembled with rage, seemingly well-versed in the wicked arts of the supreme demon sect. Young master, Yifeng must be eliminated. How dare he cultivate the supreme yin-yang demon technique, treating the eldest lady as a vessel for demonic puppetry. What shall we do now? If the practitioner of the primary technique dies, the consciousness of the secondary practitioner will instantly be extinguished. Old Tu's murky eyes became clouded with a faint hue of crimson, his voice quaking. Moreover, as the cultivation progresses, the dependency of the secondary practitioner on the primary practitioner will escalate, a process that cannot be interrupted. Otherwise, the secondary practitioner will be obliterated in body and soul. The eldest lady is so kind and lively. Despite her extraordinary talent, having been accepted as a disciple by an outer saint since birth, she has never exhibited any airs. How could she be subjected to such vile individuals? Chapter 45. The Supreme Tao Clan, the ultimate secret art, the old hunchback. With a faint glimmer of red rage in his eyes, subtly exhibited signs of revival. His hunched back began to straighten, and a terrifying aura emerged, rendering the heavens enveloped in darkness. The palpable killing intent distorted the surrounding space, suffusing the air with a rich scent of blood. Old Ta, please do not be agitated. I possess a solution. Chu Tian quickly stepped forward to support the old man, speaking in a low tone. Old Tua steadied himself, turning his head with a tremor in his voice. Young master, could it be that within the legacy of the Tao of Destiny, there exists a scripture that counters the supreme yin-yang art? Do you already have a method to save the young lady? Indeed. Chu Tian nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Old Ta, do not rush. It is imperative that no third party learns of this matter, lest we alert the enemy. If Yi Feng acts out of desperation, my elder sister will find herself in grave danger. Old Tuo's eyes were bloodshot, yet he eventually nodded, realizing that reporting to the master and mistress, or even informing the young lady's master, the extraterrestrial Holy One, would be futile and detrimental. He said, the Tao of Destiny is profound and all-encompassing. It has created the eye of heaven, capable of observing the 9 heavens and probing the 9 hells. Since it can discern that the young lady has practiced the supreme yin-yang art, there must be a method to counter it within the legacy. Young master, I entrust the young lady's safety to you. Should you require anything, please inform this old servant. I am willing to sacrifice my life to ensure her safety. Chu Tian understood old Tuo's sentiments, having regarded the 4 siblings as his own children due to his childless life. After offering some words of comfort to calm him, he turned and returned to the main hall. Star Slave had already prepared the medicinal liquid. After assisting Chu Tian in disrobing and entering the bath, she cautiously closed the door and began her meditation outside. Her keen intuition sensed that the young master's return was marked by a slight agitation and melancholy. Chu Tian, however, remained unhurried. He first consumed a premium divine refinement pill, allowing the system to replenish his physical constitution, comprehension, and mental clarity. He then calmed himself, channeling the chaotic essence of the true scripture of creation through his body, circulating it through 3 great cycles to steady his restless heart. One may wander into hell when heaven's path is forsaken. Chu Tian's eyes glinted with cold light as he spoke to himself before inquiring, System, are there any secret techniques available in the shop that can resolve the supreme yin-yang art? Ideally, a method that allows my elder sister, Qi Yinshang, to transform Yi Feng into a humanoid demonic soldier, thereby aiding in her cultivation. As the old adage goes, the system never disappoints. A gentle and melodious voice soon echoed in Chu Tian's ears. Host, the scan is complete. You can cultivate the supreme yin-yang great Tao art. Once you break through the divine refinement realm, you can condense the supreme yin-yang Tao seed and implant the primary seed into Chu Yunshang's body while placing the secondary seed into Yi Feng's. This will reverse their positions. The fruits of Yi Feng's daily cultivation will be partially devoured by the Tao seed, returning to Chu Yunshang, and when he ignites his divine fire, he will transform into her humanoid demonic soldier. The Supreme Demon Clan and the Supreme Tao Clan both originate from the exalted realm of the myriad worlds, the Supreme Realm. The 2 clans have been adversaries for years. The Supreme yin-yang Great Tao art was created by the ancestral founder of the Supreme Tao Clan specifically to counter the Supreme yin-yang art. Exchanging for the Supreme yin-yang Great Tao art will cost 20,000 destiny points. while obtaining the true comprehension of the yin-yang great Tao art will require 2,000 destiny points. Coupled with the comprehension halo, it will assist the host in grasping the supreme yin-yang great Tao art in the shortest possible time. Chu Tian's heart stirred as he opened the system panel. Host, Chu Tian realm. 10th layer of the bone refinement realm, possessing 200,000 gene of divine power. Capable of annihilating dragon cubs, truly deserving of being the destined child of the future constitution. Chaotic demon god body technique. True scripture of creation. First layer divine power. Eye of heaven treasures. Heavenly Emperor's descent talisman grants 10 minutes of emperor-level combat prowess. Heavenly mystic divine ring requires 1,000 destiny points for refinement. Containing a fragment of an ancient soul with certain risks, the host must be cautious. Great Tao Pearl, an assisting treasure, has been refined. Innate spiritual medicine. Sapling of enlightenment tree destiny points. 86,100 points, subduing Yi Fan, Lu Yun. And Yi Feng had bestowed upon Chu Tian a considerable number of destiny points. Additionally, dealing with significant figures of fortune, such as Yi Wu and Yi Chong, as well as targeting Yi Tianxiong, had also yielded sporadic rewards. Despite spending significant destiny points on purchasing premium divine refinement pills and renewing the 3 great halos, the total number of destiny points had nevertheless increased by several thousands. System exchange. Chu Tian's eyes gleamed with a terrifying coldness. Although the supreme yin-yang great Tao art and its true comprehension were quite valuable, he proceeded without hesitation to make the exchange. Yi Feng and the Yi family shall pay the most excruciating price for their actions. Upon successfully exchanging for the supreme yin-yang great Tao art and the corresponding secret techniques, Chu Tian was left with 64,100 destiny points. In the next moment, a vast array of runes surged into Chu Tian's mind, along with insights and comprehensions from formidable practitioners. These flowed through his consciousness. This was the ultimate secret art of the Supreme Tao Clan, specifically designed to counter the fearsome Supreme Demon Clan. It harbored an overwhelming wealth of information. With the enhancement of the comprehension halo, alongside the guidance of the true comprehension, Chu Tian swiftly mastered this secret art. Empowered by his constitution and mental halo, he experienced almost no mental fatigue, nor did he worry about his physical limits. He tirelessly digested, understood, and absorbed this intricate and monumental ultimate secret art. A majestic aura enveloped Chu Tian as he comprehended, manifesting mysterious great Tao runes around him, exuding profound essence and brilliance, as if containing the highest laws of the universe, advancing at an astonishing pace. Should an outsider witness this scene, they would likely be struck with terror. It is essential to recognize that grasping such a high-level secret art requires not only extraordinary talent, but also immense investment of time and energy. Hui Mei, possessing prodigious talent, comprehended the top-tier movement technique, the illusory dragon dance, while still in the bone refinement realm, leaving the higher-ups of the Sacred Heaven sect astounded. They would even claim that as long as Chu Tian could withstand 3 of Hui Mei's moves, it would be deemed a victory. However, even Hui Mei, 6 months ago, had already reached 900,000 gene of strength. After half a year, under the abundant resources provided by the Tsihong sacred sect, she had only advanced by 200,000 due to dedicating most of her time and energy to comprehending divine techniques. Thus, it is evident how arduous it is to comprehend top-tier divine techniques. Otherwise, even if Hui Mei's constitution and talent were inferior to Chu Tian's chaotic demon god body, as one of the most exceptional prodigies in the original plot, practicing top-tier scriptures, the disparity would not be so vast. Chapter 46. Giving face to the brother-in-law. The night was tranquil, and within the chamber of Chu Tian, an aura of enlightenment permeated the air. Immersed in the comprehension of the supreme yin-yang grand technique, he chose not to have Xing Nu replace the medicinal liquid throughout the night. However, his spirit was subjected to an intense refinement due to the cultivation of this exalted secret art, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of his mental acuity by dawn. Through this night of practice, Chu Tian discerned that the supreme Yin-Yang Grand technique was not merely a simple technique employed against the supreme demon clan. Its application against the supreme Yin-Yang arts was merely ancillary. As the pinnacle secret art of the supreme Dao clan, it harbored numerous offensive skills, with its myriad transformations in Dao law surpassing those of even the holy heavenly sect, which likely possessed few techniques that could rival it. As the night passed, Chu Tian opened his eyes, revealing two deep, dark orbs that seemed to pierce through the solid stone floor, extending over 2 meters underground, all without leaving a trace of damage on the surface. His penetrating gaze possessed an overwhelming intensity. If he were to confront Yichang now, he would need no physical exertion nor the use of the eye of Heaven's path. A single glance would suffice to pierce through Yichang's chest, or even obliterate his head entirely. The exquisite, divine, refining pill consistently tempered his spirit, and coupled with the high-intensity comprehension of the supreme Yin-Yang Grand technique throughout the night, the robustness and density of Chu Tian's mental power had reached its zenith, though his physical strength had not increased during the night. Should he activate the eye of Heaven's path, his mental power could erupt tenfold, yielding a force that might surpass millions of pounds, capable of delivering a lethal blow to Yi Wu with a single punch. Moreover, should he employ the supreme Yin-Yang Grand technique, he could even eliminate those within the top 50 of the divine refinement rankings. His mental capacity had reached the limit of what could be contained within the bone refining realm, signaling that the time had come to break through to the divine refinement realm in the holy heavenly pool. Yifeng, Chu Tian's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he rose from the medicinal vat, the exhausted medicinal liquid cascading down his robust physique, shimmering with a chaotic divine, iron-like glow, harboring terrifying explosive force. Xing Nu, who had stood guard outside the door throughout the night, heard the sound of water and pushed the door open. Upon entering and witnessing her young master's powerful and explosive physique, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. With her head bowed, she took a towel to dry him off and assist Chu Tian in dressing. The young master's body resembled that of an ancient ferocious beast, robust and alluring, increasingly captivating. As Xing Nu pondered this, her veiled face flushed, and she reprimanded herself internally for her own shamelessness. Xing Nu, being able to serve so closely to the young master, earning his affection and favor, is already a fortune accrued over 10 lifetimes. What more could you wish for? Big brother, all is prepared. I can accompany you into the holy heavenly pool now. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar, followed by the sight of a bald head, and then the enchanting and beautiful visage of Hui Mei appeared. With ruby lips and pearly teeth, her delicate eyebrows arched gracefully, her alluring charm even surpassing that of the beautiful Xing Nu. Hui Mei had refrained from returning with Chu Tian the previous day because she learned of his impending 10-day sojourn in the holy heavenly pool. She was unwilling to squander the precious time to comprehend the eye of Heaven's path and sought to accompany him into the pool. Thus, she approached Elder Chu to facilitate connections with the upper echelons of the holy heavenly sect. According to Hui Mei, the more one could comprehend the eye of Heaven's path, the greater the attention one could garner from her cousin, thereby elevating her image in her cousin's eyes. It was uncertain how much effort Elder Chu expended, how many high-ranking members he contacted, or what benefits he relinquished to secure Hui Mei, an external sect prodigy, the opportunity to enter the holy heavenly pool. It should be noted that the holy heavenly pool is a high-level secret realm that even those like Chu Tian, who are but a step away from becoming a sovereign, can benefit from. It is a closely guarded secret. Once Xing Nu finished dressing, Chu Tian led Hui Mei toward the Internal Affairs Hall. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance of the main hall of the Internal Affairs Peak. The Holy Heavenly Pool is among the few high-level secret realms of the Holy Heavenly Sect, housing the imperial corpse of Lord Duanmu, a closely guarded secret managed by the Internal Affairs Hall. Little Saint's son. To Chu Tian's surprise, the Vice Hall Master of the Internal Affairs Hall, Duanmu Lei, was personally waiting at the main hall's entrance. Upon seeing Chu Tian arrive, a smile broke across his face as he stepped forward to greet him. Uncle Lei, Chu Tian deliberately glanced at the entrance above, noting the extensive damage, resembling ruins, and the plaque that had hung for 1,000,000 years had vanished. He quickly comprehended the implication of Duanmu, Lei's personal greeting. He was likely concerned about a potential conflict between him and the Yi family's descendants during this tense moment. However, Chu Tian was indifferent. His objectives were clear: Yi Feng and the imperial spirit born from the Duanmu ancestor. He had no time or energy to waste on irrelevant matters. Duanmu Lei was cordial toward Chu Tian, but merely cast a cold glance at Hui Mei. Chu Tian was not surprised by Duanmu Lei's demeanor, as the Holy Heavenly Pool was a precious legacy left for the descendants of the Holy Heavenly Sect, formed from the last remnants of life and Tao essence of the Duanmu ancestor. It was strictly off-limits to outsiders. Yet, due to the exchange of interests, the sect's higher-ups permitted an outsider to enter. While the sect likely gained significant benefits, it was probable that the higher-ups had received numerous benefits in private from Elder Chu. As the second-in-command of the Duanmu family, Duanmu Lei's cordiality toward Hui Mei was unexpected. Hui Mei, however, was unfazed, proudly holding her head high, scratching her forehead, and following Chu Tian and Duanmu Lei into the Internal Affairs Hall, casting sidelong glances at others along the way. Having endured the intense gaze of Chu Tian the previous night, she thought little of this frigid scrutiny. She glared fiercely at the members of the Yi family they passed, even brandishing her fist in a show of bravado. Aside from Chu Tian, who could subdue her within the same realm, she had never feared anyone. The Internal Affairs Hall had been under the Yi family's control for centuries. Even those who did not bear the Yi surname were staunch supporters. Last night, their family's plaque, which had stood for 1,000,000 years, was obliterated, and now, on their own turf, they were faced with such provocation from Chu Tian's entourage. The Yi family members' faces flushed in anger, their expressions darkening as if they could drip water. Were it not for Duanmu Lei's personal guidance, Hui Mei, despite being a prodigy of the compassionate navigation sect, would have had to walk in with her head down and leave sideways. They journeyed deeper into the Internal Affairs Hall, arriving at a lake that shimmered with a milky hue, enveloped in swirling mists. This was the Holy Heavenly Pool, one of the high-level secret realms of the Holy Heavenly Sect. By the lake stood several young prodigies, while the elder generation sat cross-legged on large stones, inhaling the essence of heaven and earth, all poised to enter the Holy Heavenly Pool. The opportunity to enter the Holy Heavenly Pool was not only immensely valuable, but also required one to accomplish significant merits for the sect, making it exceedingly rare. Many divine-level experts might go their entire lives without a single chance to enter. Thus, most individuals arrived early, even if they could not enter. To cultivate in the vicinity of the Holy Heavenly Pool, where the spiritual energy and Tao essence were far denser than in the outside world. Individuals like Chu Tian, who timed their arrival to the last minute, were essentially the last to arrive. Upon seeing Vice Hall Master Duanmu Lei personally escorting them, many young men and women from the sect cast curious glances at Chu Tian, and even the elders seated on the stones opened their eyes. "Little saint's son, we have arrived," Duanmu Lei said with a smile. "I will go prepare. The entrance to the secret realm will soon open." Chu Tian raised his head and, amidst the small clusters of people, spotted two familiar figures, his nominal brother-in-law Yi Feng and his fiancée, Lu Yun. "Little Tian, look who your brother-in-law has brought for you," Yi Feng said with a warm smile, seemingly having forgotten the previous day's events, his injuries fully healed, exuding an imposing presence as he approached with the petite and beautiful Lu Yun by his side. "In order to dispel the misunderstandings between you and your fiancé, your brother-in-law expended considerable effort to allow Shaoyun entry into the Holy Heaven Pool, creating an opportunity for your reunion. For the sake of your brother-in-law's dignity, engage in a conversation with Shaoyun. As long as there is a willingness to communicate, no misunderstanding is insurmountable." Lu Yun's delicate face appeared slightly pale, her eyes reflecting a hint of turmoil. Nevertheless, she softly called out, "Chu Tian." Chu Tian cast a glance at them, his expression serene, and uttered a single word: "Leave." Chapter 47. Soon, you will kneel and beg for mercy, actively requesting to withdraw from the engagement. Get lost. Chu Tian's calm and icy voice drew astonished glances from those around him. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Moreover, given Yi Feng's status, his humble demeanor, coupled with Lu Yun's porcelain-like features, her slightly pale visage, and her misty, tear-filled eyes, made it difficult for anyone to raise their voice against her. Despite his youth, Chu Tian's face still bore the innocence of a child, yet he displayed a coldness that was astonishing, reminiscent of a seasoned individual who had traversed the trials of life and death. Lu Yun's complexion turned even paler, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her face. I have done nothing wrong. Chu Tian, why must you treat me this way repeatedly? What more do you want from me? I came to apologize. What else can I do? Yi Feng's gaze darkened momentarily, but he quickly smiled and said, Little Tian, there is a saying, a day as husband and wife means 100 days of kindness, although you are merely engaged by your parents' arrangement, having played together since childhood. It is inevitable that you will grow up and eventually hold a wedding ceremony. At that time, you will be companions supporting each other for life. While it a trivial matter involving Yi Fan create a permanent rift between you two, as your brother-in-law, I am speaking for your benefit. When out in the world, your elder sister Yinshang can sometimes be a bit willful, but I simply laugh it off. Moreover, Yi Fan has saved Lu Yun's life. Her actions, while perhaps a bit excessive, can be understood as a means of gratitude. Both of you have grown up under my watchful eye. I cannot bear to see you remain at odds. Please heed your brother-in-law's advice. Yi Feng spoke earnestly, his smile warm and inviting, deliberately avoiding mention of yesterday's events. He used examples from his relationship with Chu Yunshang to encourage Chu Tian to let go of his grievances. As a man, one should be magnanimous, and he reminisced about watching Chu Tian and Lu Yun play together, evoking a sense of nostalgia and warmth. This was Yi Feng's carefully considered strategy after a night of reflection, believing it to be the best approach to mend a relationship between Chu Tian and Lu Yun. In the Hung Tian Hall, without any prior indication, Chu Tian had suddenly declared that he was unworthy of Chu Yunshang and wished to withdraw from the engagement. This had led to a series of unpleasant confrontations with the Yi family, escalating the situation further. Yi Feng believed the root of the issue lay in the matter between Lu Yun and Yi Fan. It was the initial spark that ignited the conflict. Thus, he had contacted Lu Yun overnight, expending considerable effort to facilitate her entry into the sacred heavenly pool. Yi Feng was convinced that if he could resolve the tension between Chu Tian and Lu Yun, everything else would fall into place. Big brother, this person appears tall and formidable, yet he talks incessantly like an old woman, Hui Mei remarked, scratching her head in annoyance. She then cast a few more glances at the porcelain-like Lu Yun, who seemed to have the potential to rival his cousin in beauty, truly deserving of the engagement arranged with his elder brother. Because he is a worthless scoundrel, Chu Tian replied flatly, then turned his gaze to Yi Feng, his voice laced with coldness. Yi Feng, mention my elder sister's name once more, and I guarantee that your fate in the sacred heavenly pool will be even more tragic. Because you are unworthy. Chu Tian. In an instant, the shadows in Yi Feng's eyes became almost unbearable, his extraordinary talent and status ensuring that he was always the center of attention. Chu Tian's repeated disdain had ignited his fury to the highest point. After all his efforts, this fellow still remained unyielding. You are still young. I advise you to know your limits. Excess leads to ruin. Do not push your luck. Yi Feng's voice was almost a growl, each word dripping with disdain. As for my relationship with Yinshang, it is not for you to meddle in. Our engagement is not something that a mere child like you can dictate. Lu Yun, standing nearby, felt increasingly pale, as Chu Tian had not even spared her glance, rendering her presence seemingly non-existent. At that moment, summoning all her courage and recalling her mother's teachings on how to win back a man, she stepped forward, trembling as she reached for Chu Tian's arm. Chu Tian, do you not remember we were together? Slap. The sound of a resounding slap echoed like thunder. Lu Yun was sent flying, crashing into a large rock by the lakeside, dust swirling around her as she was engulfed in debris. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. What kind of person was this? Truly devoid of any semblance of compassion, did he possess a heart made of stone? Chu Tian did not waste a moment's energy on Lu Yun, his expression indifferent, as if emanating an aura of frost. He suddenly stepped towards Yifeng. Why do I suddenly feel a sense of dread? Hui Mei murmured softly, feeling an unexplainable chill emanating from Chu Tian as he stood beside her. You little brat. Do you wish to lay a hand on me? Yifeng sneered as he saw Chu Tian approach, shadows of anger swirling in his eyes. He had done everything he could, enduring to the utmost, disregarding his father's advice to maintain a good relationship with Chu Tian. Your sister will inevitably become my woman. That is a fact that cannot be altered. If you wish to withdraw from the engagement, your words hold no weight. Your father will not agree, and neither will your sister, Chu Yunshang. Do you believe she will heed your words or mine? Yifeng's tone was frigid, convinced that Chu Tian was merely a stubborn child refusing to acknowledge the truth. If you are wise, you will obediently mend your relationship with Lu Yun and release Yifeng from his confinement. Otherwise, suddenly, a formidable spiritual presence radiated from Chu Tian, making everyone present shudder involuntarily, instinctively believing that this fierce young man would not truly attack Yifeng. Chu Tian, having severed his connection with the outside world, spoke with chilling intent, audible only to Yifeng. You seem quite pleased with yourself regarding my sister's cultivation of the supreme yin-yang arts auxiliary techniques. Soon, I shall have you kneeling before me, begging for mercy, actively requesting that my sister withdraw from the engagement. Boom! In that instant, Yifeng felt as though thunder had struck his mind, his face draining of color as a terrifying killing intent erupted in his eyes. How could Chu Tian know? Did Chu Yunshang inform him? But that was impossible. Yifeng's heart raced. If this information were to leak, he would be utterly ruined, and no one in the Hengtian continent could save him. In an instant, he instinctively considered eliminating Chu Tian. Yet suddenly, a terrifying force restrained him, as Duan Mulei, fearing a conflict between Chu Tian and Yifeng, had been discreetly monitoring the situation and promptly intervened to control Yifeng's movements. Chu Tian gently placed a finger to his lips, his expression calm as he spoke. Do not let this be known. Otherwise, your demise will come swiftly. Your life is of little value. I do not wish for you to endanger my sister. Yet, Chu Tian's calm demeanor sent chills down Yifeng's spine, causing his legs to tremble slightly. He could not fathom how his secret had been exposed, or how Chu Tian had come to know. What to do? What to do? Yifeng stood frozen like a statue, his face as pale as death, devoid of any color. The onlookers were filled with confusion. What had Chu Tian done? It seemed he had merely whispered something, yet the imposing Yifeng, son of the sect leader, had been reduced to such a state in an instant. Chu Tian, do you dare to battle me? A deep voice suddenly resonated through the air. A towering figure emerged from the throng by the lakeside, his eyes radiating an intense malevolence. He strode purposefully to Yifeng's side and spoke in a low, grave tone. Brother Feng, this little demon is utterly unruly and devoid of any decorum, showing not the slightest respect for you. To engage him in conversation, one must resort to the force of a fist to subdue him. Allow me to challenge him to avenge Yi Wu. The appearance of this individual caused a subtle ripple of unease among the onlookers, for he was none other than Yi Wan, the eldest son of the Inner Affairs Hall's leader. Chapter 48. The Ant's Attempt to Shake the Divine Authority. A quest for death, it was said that Yi Wu had been severely injured by the young sage in the Hengtian Hall. His chest bones shattered and internal organs in disarray. Only after the intervention of Master Yi was he barely saved. However, it would be quite some time before he could cultivate normally again. A young prodigy whispered this revelation, and those around him suddenly understood. No wonder Yi Wen rushed out in haste after witnessing Yifeng's mishap. He was determined to defend his younger brother. Yi Wen had broken through to the divine refinement realm many years prior, ranking 38th on the divine refinement list, while the young sage was still in the body-tempering realm, reportedly not even 9 years old. Challenging the young sage seemed a breach of sect rules. A woman began to voice her thoughts, but was swiftly silenced by a companion who urged her with frantic blinks. They were soon to enter the holy Tian pool, and offending the son of the Internal Affairs Hall Master was ill-advised. To challenge him, Chu Tian turned to glance at Yi, one before withdrawing his gaze and returning to Hui Mei's side. You are truly unworthy. The coldness in Chu Tian's eyes was palpable. Yi Wan, a mere supporting character, failed to pique his interest, and he refused to squander any more time on such a trivial figure. He closed his eyes, delving into the profound mysteries of the supreme yin-yang path, awaiting the opening of the holy Tian pool. This individual, clearly younger than I, harbors such murderous intent. Hui Mei mused silently, feeling a chill rise as she stood beside Chu Tian, goosebumps prickling her skin. Though their acquaintance was brief, she noted that Chu Tian seemed indifferent to all matters, rarely wasting even a moment's energy on trivial concerns. His focus was unwavering, always direct and purposeful, as evidenced by their previous confrontation. This was the first time she sensed genuine rage emanating from Chu Tian. Chu Tian, you dare to ambush and injure my brother, yet you shy away from my challenge? Yiwen's countenance darkened, feeling deeply disdained by Chu Tian's disregard. He spoke coldly, as the heir of a prominent founding family and the sect's young sage, the top of the earth ranking. You lack the courage to accept my challenge? If not for the sect's regulations prohibiting high-ranked individuals from attacking those of lower rank, I would have struck already. Why are ye family members so bothersome? My elder brother cannot be bothered with you, yet you insist on pushing forward. Hui Mei smirked, scratching her bald head. Moreover, you are truly unworthy of challenging my elder brother. Having broken through to the divine refinement realm, you still appear so weak in the same realm. I could defeat you with a mere finger. He possessed a strength of 1,100,000 pounds, igniting the realm beneath the divine fire. Apart from Chu Tian, few could catch his eye, including Yifeng. Little bald head, you are also implicated in my brother's affairs. Others may fear you because you are from the Hui family, but I do not. Once I resolve matters with Chu Tian, I will settle accounts with you. As the son of the Internal Affairs Hall Master, Yuan felt emboldened. Casting a cold glance at Hui Mei before addressing the still closed-eyed Chu Tian. What is the matter, Chu Tian? Weren't you quite arrogant towards Brother Feng just now? Why the sudden retreat? Brother Feng, due to his engagement, does not wish to trouble you, but I lack his patience. If your sister wishes to marry into the Yi family, she must adhere to our family rules, or else. Suddenly, Chu Tian opened his eyes, a dreadful cold gleam shining forth. The third vertical eye on his forehead opened, purple light flowing as a vast mental energy surged forth, a Tao essence radiating outwards. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. The next moment, Chu Tian materialized before Yuan, his eyes radiating icy brilliance, a terrifying killing intent manifesting. You seek death. Yuan had been on high alert, and upon seeing Chu Tian appear, he bellowed in fury. He had awaited this very excuse, regardless of whether Chu Tian had yet to strike. His immense mental power reverberated as he unleashed a whip-like kick towards Chu Tian's chest, the air exploding with force. A tidal wave of pressure that left onlookers aghast. As the 38th ranked prodigy on the divine refinement list, the power behind his sudden strike reached 7 million pounds. Enough to obliterate mountains. Those present were left in shock, believing Yuan had lost his mind, attacking Chu Tian despite being of a higher realm. This kick was executed with full force, aimed to kill Chu Tian in one blow. Yuan stopped. A woman in green dashed forward from the crowd, exclaiming, "This is the resting place of our revered ancestor, Duanmu. Do not act recklessly." Yet Yuan's strike was swift, nearly instantaneous, leaving no time for others to react. Boom! Chu Tian's gaze was frigid as his spirit transformed into a myriad of Tao symbols enveloping his arm. His overwhelming mental force amplified tenfold, blood surging like a dragon. As he delivered a punch, in that instant, the very fabric of space seemed to tremble. His punch was as swift as lightning and as heavy as a mountain, a weight that was unfathomable. As their fists and feet collided, a violent explosion of air erupted, the Tao essence surging forth, and Chu Tian's power flowed like a tide. Crack! Suddenly, Yuan's foot was shattered into a mist of blood. He let out a horrific scream as the surging force from Chu Tian's punch reverberated through him, blood seeping from every pore, his features mangled into a bloody visage. Chu Tian's combined powers, augmented by the eye of heaven and tenfold mental enhancement, unleashed a force reaching the level of 10 million pounds. Such overwhelming might could obliterate a mountain in an instant, let alone the fact that he had also employed the recently acquired supreme yin-yang path, ensuring that this strike could instantly turn even the most robust divine refinement dragon cub into a mere blood mist. Yi Wen's physique was leagues weaker than that of a divine refinement dragon cub, had it not been for his vast mental strength, far surpassing that of Yi Wu. This blow from Chu Tian, had it landed on his thigh, would have undoubtedly reduced him to a bloody pulp. The onlookers were left speechless, nearly breathless, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within them as they witnessed this scene. Yi Wen, ranked 38th on the divine refinement list, had nearly been killed by a single punch from Chu Tian. No one could deny that had that punch struck Yi Wen's body instead of his leg, he would have been utterly obliterated, shattered into countless pieces. Who gave you the audacity to speak so boldly? Chu Tian's eyes glinted with a terrifying chill, his killing intent surging. Initially, he had no desire to engage with someone so trivial, yet Yi Wen persisted in provoking him, invoking the name of Chu Yunshan. He had no wish to quarrel with insects, yet the audacity of these insects to challenge divine authority was nothing short of a death wish. Buzz! Chu Tian's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze directly upon Yi Wen's head, the very space seeming to tear under the weight of his gaze. Yi Wen, at this moment, had little to no capacity for resistance. Should this strike connect, it was almost certain that his head would be pierced through. In that instant, a flash of green darted past, blocking Chu Tian's line of sight and saving Yi Wen from certain doom. The green-clad woman moved with remarkable speed, pulling Yi Wen away from Chu Tian, and then lifted her head to address him. Chu Tian, the holy Tian pool is about to open. Do not create a disturbance. This opportunity is of utmost importance to many. If you kill Yi Wen, even if Master Yi is currently in a meeting on Elder Peak, he would be instantly alerted, and the opening of the holy Tian pool would be indefinitely delayed. The green-clad woman was not the epitome of beauty, her face bearing a hint of baby fat that made her appear quite adorable. She stood at approximately 165 centimeters, around the same height as Yi Feng. Yet she had the strength of a formidable prodigy, likely younger than Yi Wen, but her power far surpassed his, already having reached the integration realm. Chapter 49. Why are you not bound by the sacred heavenly pool? Duanmu Wan. As he gazed at the woman clad in green, Chu Tian's mind flickered with her name. Duanmu Wan was the daughter of the head of the Duanmu family, Duanmu Rong, and also the niece of Duanmu Lei. In the original narrative, she played a relatively significant female role. Though her talents did not quite match those of Yi Feng, they were comparable. After Yi Fan gained the recognition of the Duanmu sacred ancestors' imperial body, she was the one who approached Yi Fan on behalf of the Duanmu family. Boom! At that moment, a passageway suddenly opened above the lake, releasing a vast aura of Tao that carried an essence of the divine and the sacred. The passage to the sacred heavenly pool had opened. Duanmu Lei appeared before the passage, his expression dark as he cast a cold glance at the bloodied and wailing Yi Wen. The sacred heavenly pool was a sacred place of the Duanmu family, where fighting was strictly forbidden. Yet, Yi Wen had nearly ambushed Chu Tian, even going as far as to attempt to kill him, which was a grave disrespect to the Duanmu sacred ancestor. Uncle Duanmu, it was my oversight. Chu Tian used divine abilities to ambush me. I refuse to accept this. Yi Wen cried out in despair, his voice laced with unwilling rage. I demand a life-and-death duel with him. I will give it my all, and I am certain I can kill him. Chu Tian, do you dare to face me in a life-and-death duel? Duanmu Lei's voice was grim. You are a higher realm, and you still couldn't defeat him even with an ambush. If it weren't for Wanner acting swiftly to save you, you would already be a corpse. You have brought shame to the hall. Duanmu Lei's gaze shifted to Chu Tian, astonishment flickering in his eyes, for in that fleeting moment when Chu Tian had struck, he had discerned much. The sacred heavenly pool will remain open for only 3 minutes. Enter at once. In 10 days, the passage will open again, Duanmu Lei declared. As his words fell, the crowd snapped back to reality, urgency taking hold as they began to enter the passage in an orderly fashion. After all, not everyone hailed from noble lineage. For the majority, the opportunity to enter the sacred heavenly pool was exceedingly precious. Missing it even once could lead to lifelong regret. Chu Tian, Yi Feng remarked, his complexion slightly pale as he shot a cold glance at Chu Tian before leading the swollen-faced Lu Yun into the passage. Uncle Lei, my apologies. Chu Tian clasped his hands together, as he had no intention of engaging in a brawl before entering the sacred heavenly pool. It's all right, I witnessed everything. Duanmu Lei replied with a slight smile, then turned his icy gaze toward the dazed Hui Mei. Little bald head, hurry and get inside. Remember, if you dare to show disrespect to our Duanmu family's sacred ancestor, even the Tao sovereign of destiny cannot save you. Hui Mei snapped out of her stupor, casting a fearful glance at Chu Tian before following him into the passage. As darkness enveloped them, Chu Tian and Hui Mei emerged onto a vast square of azure stone. Surrounding the square was a dense mist, accompanied by the sounds of splashing water. Faintly, they could see creatures resembling divine dragons swimming through the fog, exuding an aura of terror, with deep growls resonating from the periphery of the square. These creatures were colossal, perhaps nearly 1,000 meters long, coiling and twisting with scales thicker than water barrels, crowned with single horns, their eyes brimming with ferocity. A mere glance could send tremors through one's entire being, leaving the mind blank. The legends were indeed true. The Duanmu sacred ancestor had truly kept a brood of pure-blood dragon serpents within the sacred heavenly sect. Seeing the terrifying beasts roaming nearby, Hui Mei's complexion turned pale. Even someone as reckless as her felt her heart tremble in proximity to such formidable beings. Do not look into the eyes of the dragon serpents. Your mental fortitude cannot withstand it, an elder advised the young prodigies in the square, explaining that these were the legacy left by the Duanmu sacred ancestor, a clutch of dragon eggs collected during her travels across myriad worlds. Nurtured within the sacred heavenly sect for over several 100,000 years, only to be unleashed in times of dire peril. It was rumored that within the sacred heavenly pool, there could even exist dragon serpents that had lived for nearly 100,000 years, of imperial caliber. An elder deity marveled as he spoke to the young prodigies. The atmosphere surrounding this sacred heavenly pool is imbued with the essence and power of the Duanmu sacred ancestor. Even a half-step emperor cannot wield divine abilities or spiritual energy here. The young men and women listen humbly, absorbing the tales of the Duanmu sacred ancestor's exploits and the precautions necessary within the sacred heavenly pool, their hearts filled with awe and longing. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, the remnants of her Tao can still restrain a half-step emperor. How powerful was the Duanmu sacred ancestor when she was alive? A curious young woman inquired. The Duanmu sacred ancestor is one of the greatest leaders in the history of our sacred heavenly sect, and the only female among them. During the darkest times of our sect, she was the one who saved us, an elder replied, shaking his head. No one knows just how strong the Duanmu sacred ancestor truly was. At that time, she had no rivals across the entire Hung Tian continent. She was an invincible figure, able to defeat anyone with a single strike. Soon, some elder figures began to sit cross-legged to cultivate, unwilling to waste precious time. The dense Tao energy within the sacred heavenly pool, along with the spirit and power of the sacred ancestor, offered boundless benefits for cultivation. Hui Mei was also in awe, feeling a yearning for such supreme figures, even though she was not a disciple of the sacred heavenly sect. Chu Tian maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze scanning the area with a chilling intensity, ultimately locating Yi Feng and Lu Yun on the right side of the square. Yi Feng was also looking at him, his eyes icy and filled with murderous intent. Upon learning that Chu Yunshang was cultivating the supreme yin-yang technique, he had been contemplating how to handle the aftermath. Boom! Upon seeing Yi Feng, Chu Tian's third eye opened on his forehead, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy as he vanished from his original position, reappearing before Yi Feng and delivering a punch. At that moment, the Tianxian ring on his right hand glimmered slightly, counteracting the Tao energy and oppressive force of the Duanmu sacred ancestor. Thus, even within the sacred heavenly pool, he could still utilize his spiritual and divine powers. In the original storyline, Yi Fan had similarly relied on the Tianxian divine ring to negate the oppressive force of the Duanmu sacred ancestor. allowing him to approach her body and gain her early recognition. You can actually wield divine abilities and spiritual energy. Yifeng reacted swiftly, his pupils dilating with fury. However, as a formidable figure at the fusion realm, even though Chu Tian had employed divine abilities, he still managed to respond in time, colliding with Chu Tian using only his physical strength. Puff! In an instant, Yifeng spat blood, staggering backward several steps, his eyes wide with rage, bloodshot and seething. Chu Tian, why are you not bound by the restrictions of the sacred heavenly pool? In the square, everyone was utterly shocked, staring dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how Chu Tian could wield divine abilities and spiritual energy. Even those who had ignited divine fire, or were of even higher realms, could only act using their physical strength at that moment. Chu Tian, cease at once. You're not permitted to act recklessly within the sacred ancestors' domain. Duanmu Wan shouted from a distance, but at that moment, she could no longer wield divine abilities or spiritual energy, and with just her physical strength, she was powerless to intervene. Lu Yun's eyes were filled with terror as she frantically distanced herself from Chu Tian, fearing the collateral damage. Buzz! Chu Tian's spirit surged, the Tao energy swelling as he directly employed the supreme yin-yang great technique. The symbols of the great Tao coalesced into a massive hand that descended, relentlessly battering Yifeng, causing him to spew blood and suffer bodily ruptures. Though only a single night had passed, he had already comprehended the supreme yin-yang great technique to an exceptionally profound level. This secret technique encompassed myriad transformations, making it an unstoppable force when used for offense. While the likelihood of Yifeng igniting divine fire within the sacred heavenly pool was low, Chu Tian resolved not to give him the opportunity to cultivate there, ensuring he could fully implant the yin-yang great Tao within Yifeng's being. The rune-laden hand swung with ferocity, the essence of the Tao surging tumultuously. Each strike possessed a force surpassing millions of pounds. Any practitioner of the spirit refinement stage facing it would be reduced to mere pulp in an instant. Yifeng, battered and bloodied, roared in anguish, his body fracturing under the relentless assault. Chu Tian, you dare not kill me. Blood-soaked and filled with resentment, Yifeng nearly screamed in madness. Even if you wield your divine powers and mental prowess, you would never dare to take my life. Ha! You will regret this when I escape. Under the immense provocation and the brutal onslaught from Chu Tian, Yifeng's fury approached the brink of insanity. Yet, against the overwhelming force of Chu Tian's attacks, he found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. His internal organs were shattered, blood covering his body, and his clothes in tatters. Chu Tian's gaze was frigid as he continued to wield the rune hand, causing the very space around them to tremble. The thuds of his strikes echoed ominously throughout the square, bang, 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 as Yifeng's bones were methodically crushed inch by inch. Only when his body lay limp on the ground, resembling a puddle of crimson sludge, did Chu Tian cease his assault. Yifeng's mournful wails sent shivers down the spines of all present, the atmosphere thick with dread. The entire ordeal transpired in the blink of an eye, so swiftly that many barely comprehended what had occurred. The third ranked on the Earth ranking and the sixth on the Fusion ranking, Yifeng had been nearly tortured to death by the suddenly unleashed Chu Tian, his body reduced to a mere head with intact bones. Yet, despite his dire condition, Yifeng, at the fusion stage, still possessed formidable vitality. At this level, the fusion of body and spirit permitted the absorption of celestial energy, imbuing him with a robust life force. As long as his head remained unshattered, he would not succumb entirely. Chu Tian, you dare not kill me. Lying prostrate on the ground, Yifeng still managed a sinister, vengeful smile. Once we leave the holy pool, I will ensure that you regret everything you have done to me today, including what you did to your sister, Chu Yinshan. Chapter 50. How it was done. The bald scoundrel seeks death. Chu Tian, regardless of how the Yi family has wronged you. These grievances bear no relation to Yifeng personally. He is your brother-in-law, the man who has made a childhood promise to Yinshan. How could you resort to such ruthless measures against him? Duanmu Wan finally arrived, and upon witnessing the terrifying chill radiating from Chu Tian's eyes, an involuntary shiver coursed down her spine. However, As the last remaining scion of a prominent family and a descendant of the Duanmu patriarch, she felt compelled, both morally and emotionally, to intervene and halt Chu Tian's actions. In truth, even the elder deities, should they rely solely on their physical forms, would not necessarily be weaker than Chu Tian. Yet, even with 1,000 times their courage, they would not dare to meddle in the disputes of two founding families. Otherwise, when the time for reckoning comes, their lives would not suffice to pay the price. Duanmu Wan positioned herself protectively in front of Yifeng, who was sprawled on the ground, bloodied and resembling a heap of mud. She rebuked Chu Tian, stating, even disregarding camaraderie, as the holy son of the sect and the next in line for leadership, it is your duty to uphold the sect's rules. The sacred heavenly pool is a holy site of our sect, the resting place of the revered patriarch. How could you act violently here? This is an affront to the patriarch, a profound disrespect. Chu Tian approached Duanmu Wan, his expression unperturbed, and coldly replied, step aside. Are you intent on killing Yifeng? Do not force my hand. Chu Tian, dare to lay a finger on me and see what happens. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Wan's cherubic face flushed crimson with anger, her already heaving chest rising and falling dramatically. She shouted, as the legitimate daughter of the current head of the Duanmu family, I solemnly warn you to cease your lawless and reckless conduct at once. Otherwise, once we leave the sacred heavenly pool, I shall report you to the Internal Affairs Hall and the Law Enforcement Hall, even bringing it to the Elder Council's attention. At that moment, Hui Mei, initially taken aback by the situation, had not anticipated Chu Tian's audacity in suddenly attacking Yifeng. However, upon observing Duanmu Wan's agitated demeanor, his eyes widened in fury. This was indeed remarkable. How could his cousin, of the same age, differ so vastly in demeanor? Suddenly, a green figure descended from the heavens, crashing heavily beside him, accompanied by Duanmu Wan's pained cry. The onlookers were astonished, not expecting Chu Tian to dare lay a hand on Duanmu Wan. Although he did not strike her as he had with Lu Yun, he nonetheless seized her by the neck as if she were a mere chick, lifting her effortlessly and tossing her aside. Duanmu Wan's face turned beet red, resembling a large crimson apple as she rose and shouted, Chu Tian, this isn't over. Just as she prepared to charge forward, she saw Chu Tian turn around, his piercing gaze slicing through the air, crashing down onto the ground before her like a meteor, creating a cacophonous rumble as the solid floor fractured, dust and debris flying in all directions. An icy killing intent enveloped Duanmu Wan, rendering her face pale as she realized that had she moved a fraction faster, or had Chu Tian's gaze risen a mere inch, it would have pierced through her chest or even her head. At that moment, Hui Mei stepped in front of Duanmu Wan, his typically mischievous expression now serious. You dare to obstruct me, disciple of the compassionate sea sect? Duanmu Wan retorted coldly, though her steps faltered. After all, she had done what she could. The formidable Chu Tian, capable of wielding spiritual and divine abilities, was not someone she could contend with at this moment. No, I cannot stop those who seek their own demise. Hui Mei shook his head, his usually playful demeanor now grave. I have a pressing question for you, the answer to which is of utmost importance to me. Should you provide it, I shall ensure you are generously rewarded. What question? With Hui Mei's solemnity piquing her curiosity, Duanmu Wan inquired, Please tell me, how did you achieve such a curvaceous figure? Hui Mei pointed, his expression extremely earnest. He had just realized that he had developed a fondness for such a voluptuous physique. Although his ultimate goal remained his cousin, he felt it was imperative to learn the method from Duanmu Wan to later share with his senior sister. Scoundrel! The bald lecher sought his demise. Duanmu Wan was enraged. Her fury manifested in a swift slap directed at Hui Mei, followed by a kick that sent him sprawling. If she could not deal with Chu Tian, surely she could manage this little bald head who dared to tease her. She unleashed her pent-up wrath upon Hui Mei, who was merely a boy. And though he was a prodigy, she had recently surpassed him in strength after breaking through to the combined body realm, easily overpowering him. Chu Tian, you dare not kill me, you dare not. Yifeng, bloodied and disfigured, grimaced in pain. Suddenly, Chu Tian delivered a kick to his mouth, silencing his cries as he could no longer articulate any words, his teeth and tongue rendered useless by the blow. The surrounding crowd gasped, their mouths agape, staring in disbelief at the young holy son, their spines chilled with dread. I warned you that your fate within the sacred heavenly pool would be even more dire. With a tranquil expression, Chu Tian sat cross-legged in the bloodied pool beside Yifeng. After locking onto him with a thread of consciousness, he closed his eyes to begin comprehending the principles within the sacred heavenly pool, honing both body and spirit. He had endured countless trials and tribulations, even lying in wait amidst corpses for 3 days. Thus, this mere pool of blood was trivial to him. Chu Tian did not utter a single word to Yifeng, for there was no need. His sole aim was to restrain Yifeng, preventing him from utilizing the principles of the sacred heavenly pool for cultivation. From beginning to end, his objective was to break through to the divine refinement realm within the sacred heavenly pool, to grasp the profound principles of yin and yang, to cultivate the seeds of yin and yang, and to reverse the hierarchy between his elder sister and Yifeng. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted from thunderous roars and surging principles to an eerie silence, nearly instantaneously. The onlookers were horrified, gazing at Chu Tian, who sat calmly amidst the blood, beginning his cultivation. Their nerves were taut, as if ready to snap. At that moment, the young holy son appeared entirely unlike an heir of a righteous sect, but rather like a reincarnated demon god steeped in slaughter. Meanwhile, Duanmu Wan was occupied with pummeling Hui Mei into submission when she turned to see Chu Tian sparing Yifeng's life, allowing out a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if the young holy son were to openly kill the son of the sect leader, and both were heirs of 2 founding families, she could scarcely fathom the dire consequences that would ensue. A civil war between the 2 founding families, a schism within the sect. Such possibilities loomed large. You little scoundrel, clean up your act, or else. Duanmu Wan chuckled coldly, eyeing the bruised Hui Mei, and with a flick of her fist, her bosom swelled once more, leaving Hui Mei transfixed. He longed to call out to Duanmu Wan, imploring her to hold him down and continue the beating, but she had already risen, seeking a place to sit and meditate. Even for the offspring of top-tier families, the opportunity to enter the sacred heavenly pool was exceedingly precious. Otherwise, Chu Tian would not have sought to exchange the divine transformation elixir for such a chance. The male and female prodigies, along with the elder experts in the square, breathed a collective sigh of relief as the conflict subsided, each finding their own spot to begin their cultivation anew. Had it not been for the commotion caused by Chu Tian's actions, no one would have wished to squander even a moment of time. Hui Mei, battered and bruised, approached Chu Tian and, seeing Yifeng lying like a broken doll, kicked him several times. "Useless wretch, what bravado do you have left? Let us see if your father dares to come after me again." Chapter 51. A glance to annihilate a horde of ancient mammoths. Hui Mei remained fixated on that fateful night when Yi Tianxiong had caused her immense suffering. For years, he had been arrogant, yet he had never felt such trepidation until that evening when the scoundrel Chu Tianyun had truly contemplated opening his eyes to the world. Seeking retribution for Chu Tian, it was a matter of mere inches. The recollection of that night ignited a fire of rage within Hui Mei. She could not resist delivering a few kicks to Yifeng, treating his head as if it were a soccer ball. After all, in the face of Yi Tianxiong, she was unable to prevail. Thus, she vented her frustrations on his son first. Once she had released her pent-up anger, Hui Mei glanced at Chu Tian, who sat amidst the pool of blood. He was merely 10 years old, and a shiver of dread coursed through her. However, her purpose for entering the sacred heavenly pool was to engage closely with Chu Tian and comprehend the eye of heavenly Tao. For the sake of her cousin, Hui Mei gritted her teeth and settled down in the blood-soaked ground beside him. As night fell, the silvery moonlight filtered through the milky surface of the lake, casting a glow upon the square. Chu Tian was enveloped in chaotic radiance, channeling the essence of the chaotic creation True Sutra, drawing forth a torrent of spiritual energy rich in spiritual insights, transforming into a dense mist that enveloped him. This was the most wondrous aspect of the sacred heavenly pool. Not only was the spiritual energy here vastly more potent than the outside world, but it also contained the profound essence of the ancestor Duanmu. Practicing here was akin to receiving direct guidance from ancestor Duanmu, granting immense benefits predicated on the amount of spiritual energy one could absorb. As Chu Tian pushed the chaotic creation True Sutra to its limits, it seemed as though every pore in his body was breathing, voraciously inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy, gathering it like an ancient behemoth greedily consuming its sustenance. A terrifying rumble emanated from within Chu Tian's body, a cacophony as his bones and muscles were being forged. Akin to iron being hammered, impurities vanishing, leaving only the essence. Just as he believed he had reached the pinnacle of physical strength, it surged upward at an alarming rate, his blood rushing like a mighty river through his veins, producing sounds reminiscent of a tsunami crashing. Other practitioners, after absorbing spiritual energy, needed to pause and digest it, as the process exacted a significant toll on their bodies. Yet, Chu Tian's unique constitution, comprehension, and spiritual prowess enabled him to continuously and ravenously consume spiritual energy without respite. Not only was his physical form escalating, but his spirit was also experiencing an unprecedented amplification. With each rise in his spiritual capacity, the refining speed of the supreme divine forging pill accelerated, akin to a colossal hammer rising and crashing down within his mind, producing thunderous roars. What transpired? Hui Mei, who was close by, was jolted awake. After contemplating the eye of heavenly Tao for a while, she suddenly realized the infinite mysteries hidden within the sacred heavenly pool, which greatly benefited her spirit, body, and comprehension of divine abilities. Thus, she immersed herself in her cultivation, only to be startled by the overwhelming sounds of crashing waves and thunder. Is he even human? Witnessing Chu Tian's state of cultivation left Hui Mei utterly stunned, her throat parched, as if she were gazing upon a monster. The crashing waves and thunderous roars, accompanied by the sound of a hammer refining the spirit, overwhelmed her senses. Despite her extensive experience within the compassionate navigation holy sect, she had never encountered a cultivation state like this. Hui Mei could perceive the rapid enhancement of Chu Tian's physical form and spirit, and the surrounding essence of the Tao grew increasingly dense, indicating that his understanding of the unknown divine ability was deepening, progressing to a significant level. This is madness. I cannot endure this. Hui Mei was profoundly shocked, feeling an immense impact. She had previously believed that the gap between her and Chu Tian was not substantial, yet now it had widened dramatically, leaving her with a sense of being insurmountably distant from him. I must cultivate as well, break through to the divine refinement realm, or my brother might surpass me first. Hui Mei gritted her teeth, feeling an intense itch on her scalp. Stung by Chu Tian's stimulus, she abandoned her contemplation of the eye of heavenly Tao and hastily found a position that was not too far from him, yet free from disturbances, and began to cultivate wholeheartedly. Lying in the pool of blood, Yifeng's expression was ashen, his eyes filled with shock and fear. He practiced the supreme yin-yang technique, and for reasons unknown, sensing the Tao's essence rising within Chu Tian, he inexplicably felt a wave of terror wash over him. Yifeng was not foolish. Regaining his composure, he began to reflect on Chu Tian's actions, from outside the sacred heavenly pool to his unhesitating attack upon entering. Chu Tian seemed to possess a plan throughout. Thus, when he discovered Chu Yunshang practicing the supreme yin-yang technique, he chose not to inform Chu Tianwang or Jin Kongzhu, nor did he expose him. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Yifeng incessantly questioned himself. Why did Chu Tian not expose him? In the depths of his being, a chilling sensation enveloped Yifeng. The supreme yin-yang technique was his lifeline. After all, if he perished, so would Chu Yunshang. As long as he exited the sacred heavenly pool, provided Chu Tian did not betray him, he still had a chance for a comeback. Yet now, he was engulfed by profound fear. Could it be that Chu Tian truly possesses the means to unravel the supreme yin-yang technique? However, his father had said that no method existed to counter it on the Hung Tian continent. Otherwise, the supreme demon sect would not have acted so recklessly, ultimately forcing the major sects to join forces at any cost to eradicate it. Yifeng was consumed by fear, unwilling to idly await the impending crisis. He attempted to absorb spiritual energy to heal his wounds. However, Chu Tian was perpetually dividing a portion of his spirit to monitor him. The moment he sensed even the slightest recovery in Yi Feng's injuries, he would immediately gather the Tao symbols and strike him back to his original form. As Chu Tian continued to absorb spiritual energy, his mental prowess grew increasingly robust and refined, even beginning to use his spiritual force to sever Yi Feng's connection with the sacred heavenly pool's spiritual energy, entirely extinguishing his hope for recovery. Under the immense mental pressure, he found himself powerless, forced to wait quietly, teetering on the brink of collapse. He could not comprehend why Chu Tian could wield divine abilities and mental prowess within the sacred heavenly pool. Even more baffling was how Chu Tian's spirit could be honed to such an extent, simultaneously surveilling him while augmenting his own strength, an endeavor beyond the capabilities of many at the fusion realm. And Chu Tian was merely 8 years old. Suddenly, Chu Tian opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and focused, piercing through the air, breaking the barriers surrounding the square. Striking a colossal dragon-like creature nearly 1,000 meters long within the sacred heavenly pool. This beast was formidable enough to ignite divine flames. With a resounding crash, a scale the size of a barrel shattered, the fracture spreading until the entire scale exploded into fragments. The dragon sensed the disturbance, its cold, cruel eyes turning towards Chu Tian, only to find a small human child causing mischief. Dismissing him as no threat, it lazily returned to slumber. The mental concentration had finally materialized. When his father reached the pinnacle of divine refinement, he could annihilate an ancient mammoth with a mere glance. Although my current mental fortitude may not yet match that peak, my penetrating power and intimidation, due to the refinement of my spirit, are tenfold or more compared to spirits of the same level. One glance could obliterate a horde of ancient mammoths. Even someone of Yi Chang's caliber would find their spirit shattered, their mind blank, stripped of all capacity for resistance. While I have yet to break through to divine refinement, my current mental strength can rival that of an average practitioner at the 3rd level of divine refinement. Should I reach the pinnacle, even a dragon cub of the same level would succumb to my gaze. Chapter 52. The tender voice of the Dragon King Chu Tian felt the powerful and refined mental energy surging within his mind, murmuring to himself. As he slightly clenched his fist, an explosive force surged in his heart. The spiritual energy of the holy pool was far greater than the medicinal potency contained in the concoctions provided by his family. In just a single day, his physical strength had reached an astonishing 2.5 million pounds. Now, even if he absorbed more spiritual energy, he could not enhance it even a fraction. With the full force of the Eye of Destiny, my power could even soar to 15 million pounds. In the face of Yuan, regardless of his divine abilities or hidden trump cards, I could shatter him with a single blow, overwhelming all methods without any room for resistance. Though Yi Wen's spirit was formidable, it was disorganized and his physical body was frail, lacking in vitality and foundational strength. Such a practitioner was utterly worthless. Even if he reached a high realm, he would be easily defeated and unworthy to be my opponent. Chu Tian expressed his disdain for Yuan, viewing him as a mere supporting character, someone he had never considered a rival, especially not now. However, had anyone known of Chu Tian's thoughts, they might have been utterly astonished. How could a mere practitioner of the tempering body realm regard a contender for the top 50 on the divine refinement list as a waste? Chu Tian possessed this confidence and assurance, for his physical body had reached the pinnacle of the tempering body realm, while his spirit was robust, refined to an extent where it could not be further enhanced. The dual peaks of his physical and mental prowess allowed him to look down upon all contemporaries, both ancient and modern. With the aid of the holy pool's spiritual energy, coupled with profound insights into the supreme yin-yang path, he had mastered the essence of yin-yang to an exceptional degree. Everything was in place. He simply awaited the right moment. Resolute, Chu Tian cast a glance at the pale-faced Yi Feng, slowly closed his eyes, and began to break through to the divine refinement realm. He commenced his meditative breathing, gathering his energies to achieve a state of perfection, drawing upon the primordial chaos scriptures to adjust his muscles and bones, stabilizing his spirit. Time flowed. 5 days and nights passed, a duration longer than his entire stay in this world. During these 5 days, he did not forcefully challenge the threshold, but focused on refining his body and spirit, familiarizing himself with his newfound strength. When the time was right, he would consume the finest divine refinement pill and renew his 3 great auras. Chu Tian believed that cultivation must be organic, akin to nurturing without force. Breaking through a bottleneck violently would never yield true perfection. As night fell, the stars twinkled under the moonlight, casting a gentle glow upon Chu Tian. Suddenly, his eyelids fluttered slightly, as if awakening from a deep slumber. At that moment, he could see visions within his mind. Chu Tian realized he had broken through to the divine refinement realm. In his mind's eye, he beheld a dark void where a thumb-sized chaotic orb floated. With a mere thought, torrents of mental energy radiated from it. He understood that this was the manifestation of his spirit having been refined to its utmost. Should a powerful being attempt to invade Chu Tian's consciousness at that moment, they would be utterly astounded. Throughout history, no practitioner had ever condensed their spirit into form within the divine refinement realm. To refine the spirit, one must integrate it, ignite the divine fire, and condense the soul. Only at this stage could the spirit coalesce into a soul, enabling it to leave the body and traverse the void, exploring the mysteries of the universe from the comfort of home. Yet, Chu Tian had achieved the extraordinary feat of materializing his spirit in the divine refinement realm, possessing the nascent form of a soul. This was nothing short of miraculous. Typically, a practitioner in the divine refinement realm could project their spirit only within a 10-meter radius. And even at the peak, it could extend to 100 meters. A powerful figure like Old Man Chu Tian could extend his spirit to 1,000 meters at most. Now, he wondered how far his own reach could extend. With a subtle thought, and aided by the celestial mystic ring, he found himself unbound by the constraints of the holy pool, allowing his spirit to penetrate outward, swiftly enveloping a square of several hundred meters. At that moment, even the fine hairs on Duanmu Wan's face were vividly visible to him. This did not surprise Chu Tian. After all, his mastery of spirit was far beyond that of Chu Tian Wan. Chu Tian's spirit pierced through the barrier of the holy pool, venturing deeper and farther. 1,000 meters, 1,300 meters, 1,500 meters, 2,000 meters. Ultimately, he reached the limit of 2,000 meters. However, he did not cease. The eye of destiny at his brow opened, and suddenly, the magnitude of his spirit expanded tenfold, continuing to grow. 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters, until he reached 10,000 meters, where his spirit expansion reached its limit, not due to a lack of potency, but rather because the chaotic orb of his spirit constrained him. Having reached the maximum supported by his current realm, just as Chu Tian intended to retract his spirit, a subtle wave of mental energy rippled through the holy pool, and a tender voice echoed in his ears, "You are who?" The immature voice seemed unaccustomed to speech, its words fragmented. Duanmu's saint ancestor. Chu Tian's heart jolted, and this name swiftly surfaced in his mind. His suspicions were confirmed, although Yi Fan would not enter the holy pool for another decade. The Duanmu saint ancestor had undergone the baptism of the essence of the world for hundreds of thousands of years, giving rise to a nascent consciousness. He recalled that in the original plot, the Duanmu saint ancestor's nascent consciousness could already control her body and move freely within the holy pool, precisely when Yi Fan, unrestricted by mental barriers, first beheld her, much like a newborn recognizing its mother, fostering a sense of reliance. Chu Tian initially sought an opportunity to explore this realm ahead of time. Unexpectedly, through his breakthrough to the divine refinement realm, he encountered a serendipitous connection with the Duanmu saint ancestor's consciousness. This was one of the greatest fortunes Yi Fan would later receive, tipping the scales in favor of the Yi family and sealing the fate of the Chu family. Chu Tian began to communicate aloud with the tender consciousness. I feel so lonely. I want to find you to play. After a moment, the immature voice spoke in a stuttering manner. Booming sounds resonated, echoing through the depths of the holy pool. Suddenly, a colossal dragon's head emerged from the darkness, coiling and twisting as it surged toward the square. This dragon was immense, its undulating body causing the waters of the holy pool to churn violently, sending waves crashing against the square, shaking it fiercely. In an instant, a series of roars reverberated from within the holy pool as massive dragon figures unleashed their fury, shaking the heavens and the earth. Chu Tian observed a 1,000-meter-long dragon not far from the square, lowering itself in a posture that seemed to welcome the arrival of its king. At the Holy Heaven sect, on Elder Peak, the Council of Elders had been in session for 5 consecutive days, embroiled in endless disputes. Suddenly, their pupils constricted as they turned their gazes toward the direction of the holy pool. What is happening? The Dragon King, who has slumbered in the depths of the holy pool, has awakened. Yi Tianxiong's voice trembled in shock. At this moment, the Chu family, Yi family, Duanmu family, Gu family, and Su family all had formidable entities awakening, filled with disbelief as to why the Dragon King, who would not awaken until the sect faced annihilation, suddenly revived. The awakening of the Dragon King heralded a cataclysmic event. Duanmu Lei presided over the opening of the holy pool, urging them to inquire about what transpired. Yi Tianxiong's voice quivered slightly. Meanwhile, those shaken awake by the cataclysmic waves in the square found themselves at a loss for words to express the shock within their hearts. In the air, a pitch-black dragon's head unfurled from the depths of the holy pool. The icy, brutal gaze of the dragon was larger than the entire square. Merely locking eyes with it unleashed a terrifying mental shockwave. Suddenly, even those who had ignited the divine fire or were of divine caliber coughed up blood, swiftly turning away in fear, unable to bear the sight. As one's strength grows, so too does the capacity to perceive the terrifying might of this dragon. Its rampant and tyrannical spirit capable of overwhelming even the mightiest of beings, extinguishing their divine flames. Behold, atop the dragon's head, there appears to be a figure clad in a violet gown. A celestial maiden trembles and raises her hand to point at the dragon. Yet she is suddenly unable to withstand the intense psychic assault, and, in a moment of despair, she coughs up blood and faints. Chapter 53. The Holy Ancestor, Bing Bing. The head of the dragon loomed in the air, its eyes as vast as stars, emanating a cold and brutal aura that was suffocating. This scene was reminiscent of a myth, leaving all present with wide eyes, filled with terror. They wished to gaze upon it, yet were overwhelmed by the dreadful mental impact. Only a few exceptional individuals, with deep foundations and solid spirits, could discern the truth that the female corpse clad in a purple gown, lying atop the dragon's head, was actually ensconced within a transparent crystal coffin. The coffin sparkled, each glimmer resembling a star, with starlight continuously merging into the corpse's form. This tableau was utterly terrifying. In the holy sky pool, countless dragons bowed in reverence to their king. The mere sight of the dragon's head, colossal as the stars, was enough to instill profound fear. Atop it lay a female corpse, seemingly nothing more than her steed or pet in life. The starlit crystal coffin, even in death, served as a vessel for the Dragon King, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Could it be that this corpse was? A tremor of realization coursed through a young prodigy, who, unable to withstand the overwhelming mental pressure, collapsed to his knees, pale as death. At this moment, the true identity of the purple-gowned corpse became starkly evident. I, Duanmu Wan, pay homage to the holy ancestor, Lord Dragon King. Duanmu Wan knelt, her gaze brimming with boundless reverence and yearning. The holy ancestor Duanmu, the progenitor of the Duanmu clan, was the very foundation of their existence. Without the holy ancestor, the Duanmu clan would not have thrived, and perhaps the Holy Sky sect would have long ceased to exist. Hud. The individuals in the square began kneeling, whether young prodigies or seasoned warriors, all succumbing to the overwhelming awe that filled their hearts. They recognized the crystal coffin as the legendary ancestral treasure of the celestial clan, a superlative lineage among the myriad worlds. Was it true that, in her later years, the holy ancestor sought to relive her life, traversing the realms in search of the mysteries of eternal life? It seemed that the treasure of the celestial clan vanished around that time. An elder, aware of certain rumors, spoke with a trembling voice. The gathered crowd felt a resonating hum in their minds, for the celestial clan was one of the most powerful lineages in existence, ranking among the top 100 in the myriad worlds. Legend had it that hundreds of thousands of years ago, the celestial clan was even more formidable, with 3 to 4 emperors reigning over them, ranking within the top 10 among all clans. Yet, they suffered an immense calamity. Countless strong warriors fell, and their ancestral treasure, the starlit crystal coffin, disappeared. Since then, they had been in a continuous decline, now on the brink of falling from the ranks of the top 100. Could it be that the holy ancestor herself? An elderly man muttered to himself, his lips twitching slightly. The young disciples were utterly captivated. As if listening to a myth, their eyes filled with endless longing. With a single hand, the holy ancestor had brought a once great lineage to its knees, seizing their treasured artifact. Just how powerful was the Duanmu holy ancestor at her peak? After her passing, her body remained deep within the holy sky pool, personally guarded by the Dragon King. Now, her sudden emergence must herald a momentous change. Could it be that the holy ancestor truly lived a second life? Suddenly, the holy sky pool shook violently as the massive dragon head slowly descended, its cold, brutal gaze gradually submerging into the depths, the overwhelming mental pressure beginning to dissipate. Only when the crystal coffin was level with the square did it cease its movement. The crowd was left in confusion, uncertain of the Dragon King's intentions. But suddenly, their pupils widened in horror, faces pale, bodies trembling violently. The holy ancestor, she's sitting up. A female prodigy stuttered, pointing ahead. Having already endured the Dragon King's mental assault, her limits were reached, and the sight before her caused her to faint. The onlookers were paralyzed with fear. Was the holy ancestor truly defying the heavens to live again, or had her body undergone a transformation? If it were the latter, none in the square would survive. There was no possibility of escape. Duanmu Wan was dazed, her body rigid, staring in disbelief as the figure within the starlit crystal coffin sat upright, emerged, and walked towards the square, her gaze sweeping across the crowd before suddenly zeroing in on her. Boom! A bolt of lightning exploded in Duanmu Wan's mind. Could it be that she had gained the holy ancestor's recognition, drawing the Dragon King to carry the crystal coffin? Her speculation was not without foundation, for she was the only one present with the purest bloodline of the Duanmu clan. Overwhelmed with excitement, Duanmu Wan trembled uncontrollably. Yet, as the holy ancestor passed by her, she did not pause, her steps unsteady, as if she struggled to control her form. She continued forward until stopping before Chu Tian. Brother Chu Tian, please play with me. I'm so lonely, the Duanmu holy ancestor said, taking his hand, her tone carrying a childlike innocence, reminiscent of a 3- or 4-year-old girl. The crowd gasped, eyes wide, mouths agape. They were utterly astonished. Even the elder gods trembled, questioning their senses, slapping themselves to awaken from what they thought was a dream, speaking to those beside them to confirm their hearing was intact. Yet, they quickly realized their mental faculties were in order and their hearing acute. But this revelation only deepened their belief that they had lost their minds or had fallen into a surreal illusion. The Dragon King had carried the holy ancestor's crystal coffin, and then the holy ancestor emerged, approaching the young saint to play. This jest was of a monumental scale. Congratulations, host. You have seized the fortuitous destiny of the son of Luck, Yi Fan, and gained 20,000 fate points. The system's gentle and melodious voice echoed in Chu Tian's ear. Bing bing, be good, all right? Brother still has matters to attend to. Chu Tian rarely smiled, gently ruffling the holy ancestor's hair, which was smooth and silky, utterly unlike that of someone who had been deceased for hundreds of thousands of years. It was remarkably well maintained. From their previous exchanges, Chu Tian had discerned that the holy ancestor's current mentality was akin to that of a 3-year-old girl, embodying the most endearing and affectionate age. The name Bing Bing was given by Chu Tian after she expressed that she had no name, and the little serpent, who refused to name her, remained silent like a log. Duanmu, holy ancestor, adorned in her flowing purple gown, bore a striking resemblance to Duanmu Wan. It was 5 centimeters shorter and even smaller than the 8-year-old Chu Tian. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, Chu Tian would find it hard to fathom that this adorable, innocent girl was the founder of the Holy Sky sect, who had saved the sect during its darkest hour and accomplished feats that astonished the myriad worlds, such as vanquishing the Celestial Clan, once ranked among the top 10. So, Bing Bing will just wait here for Brother Chu Tian. The holy ancestor nodded obediently, sitting beside him, content to wait until he finished his tasks before playing. After enduring long years of solitude, she felt fulfilled simply sitting quietly beside her brother. Chapter 54. Duanmu Wan's Discovery, the condensation of the Tao, seed, you're truly obedient, Bing Bing, Chu Tian praised, gently ruffling her hair before closing his eyes to familiarize himself with the control of the power within the spirit refinement realm, preparing to refine the yin-yang Tao seed. Gaining the recognition of the Duanmu ancestor was certainly an unexpected delight. However, he had not forgotten that his primary purpose for entering the holy heavenly pool was to reverse the hierarchical relationship between Yi Feng and Chu Yunshang. Bing Bing seemed to revel in this affectionate moment, her large eyes narrowing slightly as she leaned against Chu Tian's shoulder, exuding a sense of languid fatigue. She murmured, "Little Snake, you should head back first. I want to play with Brother Chu Tian." Subsequently, the ancestor nestled against Chu Tian's shoulder, drifting into a deep slumber, a faint smile of contentment gracing her lips. Having lived a second life, her consciousness was still not fully refined. She oscillated between wakefulness and slumber, and the prolonged interaction with Chu Tian had drained her considerable energy. The Dragon King seemed to have heard Bing Bing's voice, twisting its head as its serpentine form blended into the darkness. Its colossal body moved through the holy heavenly pool, creating massive waves, only to vanish quickly from the sight of those present. Once the Dragon King disappeared, the dragons that had been in a resting position resumed their original stances, beginning to swim leisurely in the holy heavenly pool as if everything had returned to normal. In the square, however, an oppressive silence reigned, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, staring in awe at the ancestor sleeping on Chu Tian's shoulder, fearful of disturbing her slumber. Even the elder deities appeared unable to regain their composure and enter a meditative state. Even the audacious Hui Mei wore an expression of utter astonishment. When Chu Tian resumed his cultivation, his lips suddenly twitched violently. "Brother, truly my brother. He dares to ruffle the Duanmu ancestor's hair, and not just once. In comparison, my few ruffles from Chu Tian seemed trivial." At that moment, Hui Mei noticed Duanmu Wan cautiously approaching within 5 meters of Chu Tian, stealing a glance at him and the ancestor. Seeing that they remained undisturbed, she sighed in relief and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. An emperor-level powerhouse comprehends the laws, merging their body with the essence of the Tao. Even after many years of passing, the understanding of the great Tao does not dissipate. Merely being near the corpse of an emperor can exponentially accelerate the comprehension of the Tao and the cultivation of divine abilities. This is why the corpse of the Tao Sovereign of Destiny enabled a humble family within the holy heavenly sect to rapidly rise to prominence as a second-tier family. Moreover, the Duanmu ancestor was far stronger than the Tao Sovereign of Destiny, having once roamed the myriad realms invincibly, crafting the holy heavenly pool as the core of her being, nurturing countless powerhouses for the holy heavenly sect. At this moment, she sat in the square, and with the spiritual energy from the holy heavenly pool surrounding her, those who cultivated nearby could reap immense benefits. Hui Mei quickly realized this and nestled beside Duanmu Wan, nudging her with her elbow. When she saw Duanmu Wan's eyes widen in anger, raising her fist as if to strike, Hui Mei flashed a grin. Although her gaze remained transfixed on the magnificent scene, she pointed at the Duanmu ancestor. "Tell me how you managed to get so puffy, and I won't bother you," Hui Mei whispered. "You." Duanmu Wan was furious but feared waking the ancestor, forcing herself to suppress her anger and allowing Hui Mei to sit beside her. After casting a complex glance at Chu Tian, she also began her cultivation. The square remained silent, yet with Bing Bing's arrival, the spiritual energy became even more abundant and vigorous. Surging with the essence of the Tao, the onlookers snapped back to reality, reluctant to miss this opportunity, cautiously inching closer to Chu Tian, halting within 10 meters. Even the elder figures began to encircle Chu Tian, forming a circle around him, eager to cultivate, for this was a tremendous opportunity. However, even in their cultivation, they were cautious and focused, mindful not to create any disturbances. Within the holy heavenly sect, the title of ancestor held immense sanctity. Not everyone possessed the audacity of Chu Tian to touch the ancestor as head. The arrival of the Duanmu ancestor brought great benefits to all, yet Yi Feng, at this moment, was on the brink of collapse, unable to do anything, deprived of even a shred of benefit, unable to utter a word. As time passed, 3 days slipped by, leaving only 1 day until the holy heavenly pool would open. The yin-yang Dao seed began to condense. Chu Tian opened his eyes, the essence of yin and yang swirling within them. He spread his hands, rich spiritual energy converging into his palms, forming 2 swirling vortices of energy. His spirit transformed into Dao runes, continuously merging into the whirlpool in his palms. The refinement of the yin-yang Dao seed was not particularly challenging. The most arduous aspect lay in comprehending the supreme yin-yang Dao technique to an exceptionally profound degree. From the insights he had gained, even the supreme Dao ancestor rarely encountered prodigies capable of comprehending the supreme yin-yang Dao technique within the spirit refinement realm, let alone condensing the yin-yang Dao seed. In the supreme Dao clan, reversing a prodigious figure like Yi Feng, who was in the integration realm, required the personal intervention of elder deities. With comprehension of the supreme yin-yang Dao technique taking over a millennium to gain substantial confidence. To attempt what Chu Tian was doing, condensing the yin-yang Dao seed in the spirit refinement realm and reversing 2 prodigies with higher realms, seemed utterly fantastical. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 2 Dao seeds, 1 black and 1 white, began to take shape in Chu Tian's palm, resembling 2 thumb-sized elixirs. This was the yin-yang Dao seed. Bing Bing, awakened by the commotion, rubbed her eyes and exclaimed, "Brother Chu Tian, you are practicing the supreme yin-yang Dao technique of the supreme Dao clan. Brother is amazing. Even within the supreme Dao clan, no one is as formidable as you at this age and realm, capable of condensing the yin-yang Dao seed. This requires mastering this secret technique to an incredibly advanced level." Bing Bing's voice, youthful and innocent, belied her extensive knowledge. With a wave of her hand, torrents of spiritual energy surged forth, merging into the yin-yang Dao seed. Chu Tian was further astonished. It seemed the previously lackluster narrative had left much untold. In the original storyline, there was no mention of the Duanmu ancestor practicing the supreme yin-yang Dao technique, a secret technique created by the Dao ancestor of the supreme Dao clan, a family treasure never to be divulged. Although Bing Bing's technique appeared somewhat immature in Chu Tian's eyes, her command over the essence was exceedingly rich. It was evident that the Duanmu ancestor's comprehension of this technique during her lifetime had reached an extraordinary level. Thus, even after hundreds of thousands of years, the insights left behind enabled Bing Bing, whose consciousness had only recently come into existence, to grasp it profoundly. It seemed that aside from the Star Clan, the Supreme Dao Clan had also been significantly influenced by the Duanmu ancestor. With Bing Bing's assistance, her control over the spiritual energy and essence within the holy heavenly pool was terrifyingly potent. In an instant, the yin-yang Dao seed in Chu Tian's palm accelerated its formation, soon crystallizing into a tangible form. Is this the thunder seed condensed from the yin-yang thunder technique? At that moment, Duanmu Wan, sensing a mildly familiar fluctuation, awakened. Upon seeing the black and white Dao seed that Chu Tian had condensed, she was taken aback. The Duanmu family possessed a clan-defining secret technique known as the yin-yang thunder technique, said to be a creation of the Duanmu ancestor. Combining a supreme secret technique with the divine abilities mastered by her brother Duanmu Shun. This arcane art, when cultivated to an advanced level, can distill the essence of thunder seeds, which can be ingested by the progeny of the family, thereby expediting their mastery of this divine technique. The contemporary Duanmu clan descends from Duanmu Shun, the younger brother of the revered saint ancestor. Duanmu, saint ancestor, having traversed the Chu Tian continent invincibly and vanquished all peers, found no man worthy of her regard and left no offspring. It is through the lineage of Duanmu Shun that the Duanmu clan flourished, inheriting the legacy of the saint ancestor, thus securing its place among the foremost families of the Chu Tian sect. Chapter 55. The deep secrets of the Chu family. What was concealed by the Chu family was far too profound. This was not merely the yin-yang thunder technique. It appeared to encompass a grander system of thunder arts, replete with myriad secret techniques. It was likely an exalted art that extended from the yin-yang thunder technique itself. Duanmu Wan was utterly astonished that Chu Tian possessed such a technique and seemingly had cultivated it to an extraordinarily advanced level. As Duanmu Wan pondered, a dreadful suspicion emerged in her mind. Chu Tian had likely long ago received the legacy of the holy ancestor. His prolonged obscurity was merely a fade, a period spent in quiet cultivation and comprehension of the holy ancestor's teachings. His sudden emergence was a testament to the depth of his mastery over this legacy. Because of his cultivation of the holy ancestor's teachings, Chu Tian was not constrained by the holy heaven pool, allowing him to wield his spirit and divine powers freely. It was even possible that his entry into the secret realm, despite being at the bone refinement stage, was a deliberate arrangement by the Chu family. The appearance of the holy ancestor, his awakening, and his connection with Chu Tian were likely orchestrated within the Chu family's control. In this light, the preceding events became coherent, and everything could be elucidated. After all, even top-tier families seldom permitted those at the bone refinement stage to enter the holy heaven pool. This stage was primarily focused on physical refinement, and while the pool had its benefits, they paled in comparison to allowing those of higher realms to enter, which was far more cost-effective. The Chu family's concealment ran exceedingly deep. Duanmu Wan murmured to herself, her gaze fixed on Chu Tian, her eyes brimming with astonishment. At that moment, Chu Tian turned, clasping Yi Feng's mouth with his left hand while his right hand flicked his middle finger, sending a black Dao seed into Yi Feng's throat, which then flowed into his dantian. A faint black radiance coursed throughout Yi Feng's body. With a resounding thud, having completed this act, Chu Tian's expression remained serene as he withdrew the white Dao seed from his hand. Suddenly, like a mass of mud, Yi Feng's body was enveloped in black light, and his injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate. The tongue that Chu Tian had previously restrained began to regrow swiftly. Chu Tian observed the scene with an impassive expression, understanding that his condensation of the yin-yang Dao seed had succeeded. Within the black Dao seed lay the potent spiritual energy he had amassed, which would significantly enhance the capabilities of those cultivating the supreme yin-yang technique, augmenting their physical healing abilities and accelerating their cultivation speed to a point where they might lose control and inadvertently ignite their divine fire, breaking through to the divine realm. Yi Feng's cultivation, vitality, and emotional comprehension would continuously merge into the black Dao seed. The moment he ignited the divine fire, he would transform into an almost immortal killing machine, the black magic seed fully maturing and subsequently nourishing the white Dao seed cultivated by Chu Yunshan. From that moment on, the fruits of his cultivation would continuously benefit Chu Yunshan, effectively granting her the assistance of a top-tier prodigy, leading to rapid advancements in her cultivation. "What have you done to me, Chu Tian?" Yi Feng howled in desperation, suddenly realizing that although his body was healing rapidly, his spiritual power and vitality were uncontrollably being drawn towards his dantian. He attempted to peer inward to examine his dantian, only to find it shrouded in a malevolent energy that barred even his spirit from entering. Chu Tian turned to Bing Bing and smiled faintly, inquiring about her understanding of the supreme yin-yang Dao technique. As for Yi Feng's fate, it was already sealed, unworthy of his further time and energy. Even if Yi Tianxiong possessed astonishing abilities and discovered the long-lost supreme realm and its ancient demonic race, he could not reverse the effects of the yin-yang magic seed. For even they had once been powerless against it, refraining from recklessly using the supreme yin-yang technique thereafter, as it posed a lethal restraint upon them. Congratulations, host. You have dealt a fatal blow to the fated child, Yifeng. Reward, 50,000 destiny points. The system's gentle and melodious voice resonated. Bastard Chu Tian, answer me. In a short span, Yifeng, whose body had been nearly reduced to a pulp by Chu Tian, found that his injuries had already healed significantly. His bones had reformed. Yet, he was filled with an overwhelming terror at his own transformation, suddenly reaching out to grasp Chu Tian's shoulder. Damn it, tell me what you've done to me. Yifeng roared, disregarding any semblance of respect for the holy ancestor Duanmu, standing nearby. Chu Tian turned, his gaze sharp and focused. An invisible force propelling Yifeng over 100 meters away, where he lay gasping blood. Yet, to his astonishment, he discovered that even his grievous injuries were healing at an unimaginable pace. At that moment, Yifeng was further horrified to realize that his cultivation speed had inexplicably increased. Even without actively cultivating, a devouring force emanated from his dantian, instinctively drawing the rich spiritual energy from the holy heaven pool into his body, amplifying his spirit and Tao essence, causing his strength to surge at an unparalleled speed. Chu Tian realized that as he cultivated the main technique of the supreme yin-yang technique, while Chu Yunshang practiced its auxiliary methods, the benefits to himself were profound. The dantian autonomously absorbed spiritual energy, Tao essence, and cultivation, hastening his progress. Why did this phenomenon resemble the auxiliary techniques of the supreme yin-yang technique so closely? Yifeng was engulfed in complete terror. Was Chu Tian's intention to invert the hierarchical relationship between himself and Chu Yunshang? He could hardly believe that Chu Tian could achieve such a feat, yet he could not suppress the fear burgeoning within him. Brother Yifeng, are you all right? It was Lu Yun, her face slightly pale, but infused with deep concern. Upon witnessing Yifeng so brutally assaulted by Chu Tian, she had been terrified and had only dared to hide at the periphery, cultivating in silence. Even when surrounded by admirers of Chu Tian, she could only observe from a distance. Due to Chu Tian, others were reluctant to approach her, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of isolation. Lu Yun understood that Yifeng was her sole pillar of support in this situation. Get away! Yifeng's face contorted in rage, his anxiety and fury manifesting like a wild beast. As he unleashed his wrath upon his fiancée, casting Lu Yun away several dozen meters. As night fell, the moonlight sprinkled down like stars. Chu Tian had intended to utilize the remaining hours of the night to familiarize himself with the powers of the spirit refinement realm and absorb the Tao essence from the holy heaven pool. However, he could not withstand Bing Bing's persistent pleas. Her innocent eyes were filled with yearning as she clung to him, imploring for his companionship in play. Reluctantly, Chu Tian abandoned his cultivation plans and, amidst the envious gazes of those present, was led away by Bing Bing, her laughter echoing like silver bells in the holy heaven pool. She had possessed spiritual awareness for a long time, yet the little serpents never played with her, and the smaller snakes quivered in her presence, making her feel exceedingly lonely. With Chu Tian's company, even though her older brother spoke little, she had never felt so joyful and fulfilled. As the night wore on, Chu Tian observed that the Jiao Dragon clan had proliferated immensely over the millennia. Within the holy heaven pool, there were no fewer than 1,000 Jiao Dragons of various sizes. His spiritual power was formidable enough to sense several immensely terrifying auras beneath the holy heaven pool, which were not those of the Jiao Dragon King, but were nonetheless dreadfully powerful, likely belonging to slumbering monstrous dragons that could rival or even surpass those of Chu Tian's lineage. Chu Tian could not help but marvel at the terrifying foundation of the Holy Heaven sect, which had endured for over 1,000,000 years. A force ungoverned by the 2 founding families and the 3 top-tier families, only emerging when the Holy Heaven sect faced the brink of annihilation. Such latent power, akin to that left by the holy ancestor Duanmu, likely existed in abundance within the Holy Heaven sect. In the original narrative, the Chu family was entirely at a disadvantage. After the great ship collapsed, the Chu Tian king was poisoned in prison, and there was a reason for it. It is feared that even with the illustrious Chu Tian alive, leading the Chu family in rebellion, the odds of success remain exceedingly slim. Chu Tian's resolve is further solidified. The Chu family must not adhere to the cautious strategies of Chu Tian, allowing Yi Tian to gradually encroach upon the Chu family's interests and seize control of the sect. The struggle for profit has always been a matter of life and death. Taking a step back does not lead to boundless horizons, but rather a plunge into an abyss. The following day, at dawn, as the 10-day period came to an end, the passage to the sacred heavenly pool was opened promptly. Duanmu Lei emerged at the other end, his eyes bloodshot, his voice hoarse and resonant like thunder, echoing through the square. Why has the Dragon King awakened, and what transpired? Yi Tianxiong, Chu Tian, and numerous high-ranking members of the sect, including the venerable elders, stood nearby with grave expressions. The sudden awakening of the Dragon King, who had slumbered for hundreds of thousands of years, undoubtedly heralded a momentous event. Moreover, both direct heirs of the founding families were involved. Should any misfortune occur, the consequences would be unfathomable. Yet, the sacred heavenly pool could only be accessed once every 10 days, and after waiting 4 days without receiving any information, their anxiety became utterly indescribable. Chapter 56. The indefensible Yi Tianxiong. Within the swirling passage, numerous prodigies and venerable figures emerged, their expressions suffused with smiles. The bountiful gains from this endeavor surpassed their wildest expectations, and a profound gratitude towards the young saint lingered in their hearts. As the revered ancestor Duanmu stepped onto the square, the surrounding spiritual energy and Tao essence surged several-fold, providing them with immense insights and breakthroughs, elevating them to new heights in mere moments. Apprehend them all separately for individual interrogation. Should there be any discrepancies in their testimonies, none shall leave, commanded Chu Tian, his eyes aflame with intensity as he stood beside Duanmu Lei. The enforcers from the law enforcement hall immediately moved to escort the venerable figures and prodigies emerging from the passage for isolated questioning. For the past 4 days, an overwhelming sense of anxiety and guilt gnawed at Chu Tian. The quota for the sacred heavenly pool had been granted to his nephew, Chu Tian. Should anything befall Chu Tian, how could he face his elder brother and sister-in-law, let alone the entire Chu family? No amount of penance could absolve him of such a sin. Elder brother, if anything happens to Xiao Tian, do not blame me for disregarding our brotherly bond. Chu Tianwang's bloodshot eyes reflected profound fatigue and an almost hysterical despair. He had tirelessly pursued retribution against Yi Tianxiong for the scheme against Chu Tian. Yet, he could not have anticipated the calamity that befell the sacred heavenly pool, awakening the ancient Dragon King after eons of slumber. For Chu Tianwang, it was akin to a bolt from the blue. The revered ancestor Duanmu had previously stated that the Dragon King, a cornerstone of the sacred heavenly sect, had been sealed by her to preserve its vitality, lying in wait at the pool's depths, its life ebbing at an excruciatingly slow pace. It would awaken only in the face of cataclysmic events threatening the sect's very existence. The sudden reawakening of the Dragon King signaled monumental turmoil. Furthermore, Chu Tianwang learned that Yi Feng had also entered the sacred heavenly pool. As if struck by a panic akin to a startled bird, Chu Tianwang immediately suspected that this was yet another scheme orchestrated by his elder brother, Yi Tianxiong, who, upon hearing of Chu Tian's entry into the pool, had covertly instructed Yi Feng to exploit the Dragon King against him. After all, Yi Tianxiong, wielding the authority of the sect, was entirely capable of such machinations. Had he not previously sought to use the external force of the Zihong sacred sect's Taoist to extract the eye of heavenly Tao from Chu Tian's brow under the guise of sect interests? With simmering rage, Chu Tianwang found himself utterly restless these past few days. If his son were to encounter misfortune, how could he explain it to his wife, Jian Kongzhu? His anxiety had reached a point where he almost wished to obliterate the sacred heavenly pool, yet he feared for Chu Tian's safety within. Second brother, I have already explained to you. It was merely an accident. My intentions were solely for the benefit of the sect, and I have offered my apologies. This incident was indeed my impulsiveness, and the Yi family has paid a heavy price for it. Do you not understand my sincere intentions? Yi Tianxiong's countenance darkened, embodying a sense of helplessness that no amount of water from the four seas could cleanse. He had merely wished for Yi Feng to mend relations with Chu Tian within the sacred heavenly pool. So how had it spiraled into this chaos? Not only was Chu Tianwang anxious, but Yi Feng, his most promising son, was equally vexed, enduring the relentless scorn and threats from the Chu brothers. Surrounding them, numerous high-ranking sect members offered words of comfort. At that moment, a bloodied Yi Feng emerged from the vortex, followed closely by a trembling Lu Yun, her pale face betraying her distress. In an instant, two terrifying auras erupted. Yi Feng, where is Xiao Tian? Why has he not yet emerged? Both Chu Tianyun and Chu Tianwang confronted him, their menacing presence causing Yi Feng to stagger back, blood spilling from his lips as he fell to one knee. Yet, he was swiftly taken away by Yi Tianxiong, who sought answers regarding the events within the sacred heavenly pool. Lu Yun, on the other hand, collapsed to the ground, her complexion ashen, nearly fainting. However, as the nominal daughter-in-law of the Chu family, she was ordered by Chu Tianyun to be taken for healing and thorough questioning. Following them, Duanmu Wan and Huimei stepped out from the vortex, where Duanmu Lei promptly began inquiring about the happenings in the sacred heavenly pool. Shortly after, Chu Tian emerged, while Bing Bing remained behind, bidding farewell to the Dragon King atop its head, her expression one of reluctance, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She longed to leave this desolate place alongside her elder brother, Chu Tian, but the little serpent informed her that her nascent consciousness was still unstable, oscillating between wakefulness and slumber. Thus she could not depart from the sacred heavenly pool just yet. Brother Chu Tian, do come back to play with Bing Bing when you can, she called out, her speech flowing much more smoothly after their night of conversation. The passage could only be maintained for 3 minutes. And soon Bing Bing's figure vanished along with the vortex above the sacred heavenly pool. The sacred heavenly pool opened only once a year, for a fleeting window of 10 days. Xiao Tian, you are unharmed. That is all that matters. Upon seeing Chu Tian emerge, Chu Tianwang approached, gripping his shoulder with a trembling hand, his voice betraying a hint of emotion. Just then, Chu Tianyun strode forward, his eyes still tinged with blood, yet reflecting a mix of astonishment and disbelief. The results from the interrogations conducted by the law enforcement hall had begun to surface, revealing that Chu Tian had evaded the restrictions of the sacred heavenly pool, unleashing his powers to thoroughly trounce Yi Feng. The Dragon King had appeared alongside a crystalline coffin, and the revered ancestor Duanmu had awakened a second time, referring to Chu Tian as her brother, even naming her Bing Bing. You rascal, you nearly scared your third uncle to death. Chu Tianyin playfully punched Chu Tian's chest, bursting into laughter. But you executed it splendidly this time, always managing to surprise me. What has transpired, third brother? Chu Tianwang inquired, still bewildered by the swift shift in Chu Tianyun's demeanor. However, he soon learned from his brother the astonishing truth. The revered ancestor Duanmu had awakened anew. The Dragon King, affectionately dubbed Little Snake, now referred to Chu Tian as brother and was utterly enamored with him. Chu Tianwang was astounded. He had never anticipated that the event shaking the very foundations of the sacred heavenly sect was instigated by Chu Tian, merely because the revered ancestor wished to play with his son. Was this the reason behind his and Chu Tianyun's sleepless nights, their ire directed at Yi Tianxiong for several days? The awakening of the Dragon King had roused numerous ancient figures from slumber, some believed to have perished long ago. You've stirred quite the commotion, haven't you? Chu Tianwang chuckled helplessly, his heart a whirlpool of shock and resignation. This was a turning point that would irrevocably alter their world. His son had formed a connection with the revered ancestor of the sect, a matter of greater significance than even seizing the top rank on the Earth ranking. At this moment, many high-ranking sect leaders, esteemed elders, and ancient beings whose lifespans were unfathomable gazed upon Chu Tian with astonishment, their eyes brimming with a myriad of emotions. Chapter 57. A Marriage Alliance? Nonsense, second brother. This time you must believe that elder brother is not deceiving you. It is indeed to let Yi Feng enter and establish a good relationship with Xiao Tian. At this moment, Yi Tianxiong approached, his voice cheerful, accompanied by the bloodied Yi Feng, seemingly oblivious to the fact that his son had just been ruthlessly beaten by Chu Tian for 10 days. There are some misunderstandings among children. Xiao Tian has some misconceptions about me as his uncle. It's fine, we can resolve these misunderstandings now and let emotions out. Yi Tianxiong chuckled heartily, patting Chu Tianwang's shoulder. Second brother, now that the misunderstandings have been cleared, Xiao Feng and Yun Shang will soon hold their wedding. We are to become in-laws. As the sect master and vice-sect master, we must prioritize the unity and stability of our sect and cease the quarrels. Chu Tianwang's expression remained grim, yet he nodded, refraining from pressing further. After all, during these days, Yi Tianxiong had indeed lowered his stance significantly, offering numerous benefits to the Chu family and conceding some important positions within the sect as an apology. He had also learned from Chu Tianyun that his son was in the sacred heavenly pool, having severely beaten Yi Feng, shattering his bones. Chu Tianwang suspected that his son had unleashed his fury, stemming from Yi Tianxiong's agreement to extract his celestial eye upon Yi Feng. Since Yi Tianxiong was not holding a grudge and had adopted such a lowly stance, he, too, did not wish to pursue the matter further. Xiao Tian, it is better to resolve grudges than to deepen them. Uncle has acted impulsively for the sake of the sect's interests, and I officially apologize to you here. Congratulations on receiving the acknowledgement of the sacred ancestor. This discovery is a monumental contribution to our sect, an unparalleled achievement. Soon, I will discuss with the elders how to reward you. Yi Tianxiong smiled, exuding a sense of reconciliation. The misunderstandings between you and Xiao Feng arose partly due to me. Some matters should be left in the past. Moreover, do not forget Xiao Tian. You have watched Xiao Feng grow. Soon, you shall address him as brother-in-law. So much had transpired recently, overwhelming to the senses, and the relationship between the two families had been significantly affected. Uncle had already spoken with your father to promptly set a date, preferably this month, for the wedding of Yi Feng and Yun Shang to ease the atmosphere between our families. Wedding? Chu Tian glanced at Yi Feng, who was glaring at him with resentment. However, judging from Yi Tianxiong's words, it seemed that Yi Feng had not disclosed a matter regarding his dantian or revealed that he had discovered Yi Feng practicing the supreme yin-yang technique. Chu Tian's heart stirred slightly, and he quickly understood that Yi Feng likely dared not tell all the facts to Yi Tianxiong. The precedent of Yi Hongwu's suicide loomed over him, instilling fear that a similar fate might befall him. Yi Tianxiong was not like Chu Tianwang. Upon learning that his daughter, Chu Yunshang, had fallen into darkness and wreaked havoc on the Hengtian continent, still displayed compassion, risking everything to save her repeatedly. The half-truths conveyed by Yi Feng had led Yi Tianxiong to a misguided conclusion, believing that his fury was merely a response to the eye-extracting incident. After piecing together various information, he intended to smooth over tensions through the wedding of Yi Feng and Chu Yunshang, hoping to restore the situation to its original state and eventually seek an opportunity to release Yi Fan from the prison of sins. Master, why do you appear so pitiful yet somewhat laughable? Chu Tian said softly. What did you say? Yi Tianxiong's smile abruptly faltered, his expression darkening, casting a shadow over the surroundings, and a fierce wind began to howl. How could someone of his stature, who had come forward with a smile to ease tensions, receive such a slap in the face? Chu Tian remained unfazed, locking his gaze on Yi Tianxiong with cold indifference, stating, I have ascended to the top of the earth, ranking and presented demands to the sect, requesting the Law Enforcement Hall, the Judicial Hall, and the Internal Affairs Hall to conduct a joint investigation into the matter of the Celestial Taoist attempting to extract my eye, as well as the Internal Affairs Hall's head pressing down on my reward without permission. I wonder if the elders have come to a conclusion regarding this matter. Furthermore, regarding Yi Hongwu and Yi Fan, my third uncle, Chu Tianyun, has already captured numerous powerful figures and key individuals from the Liu family, and they are currently under scrutiny. Everything is yet to be resolved. At such a time, discussing the marriage of Yi Feng and my elder sister seemed utterly ridiculous. I disagree. The Chu family as a whole will not approve. Chu Tian's gaze remained cold as he turned to Yi Feng. Moreover, I have previously stated that your son is unworthy of my sister. I believe your son now also acknowledges this fact. There is no need to further discuss the wedding. I will report to my mother and, after obtaining the consent of the powerful figures within my family, formally approach the Yi family to annul the engagement. At this declaration, the entire room fell silent. No one expected Chu Tian to completely disregard Yi Tianxiong's face, openly bringing up past grievances and insisting on thorough accountability without regard for any semblance of courtesy. At this moment, Chu Tianyun also approached, his eyes filled with a fierce glint as he spoke. The Liu family is steeped in corruption and has already been placed under my command by the law enforcement hall. All resources, including rare materials, spiritual stones, and mineral veins, have been surrendered to the sect's treasury and are currently under expedited review. Once results are determined, the law enforcement hall will report to the entire sect and inform the elders, as well as the sect master and vice sect master. Current indications point to a group of powerful individuals from the Yi family, led by Yi Hongwu, colluding with the Liu family, utilizing our Chu family's connections to embezzle vast resources from a sect. This is far more than merely using Liu Yun to facilitate theft of many precious medicinal treasures from the sect by our Chu family's young master. Many within the Yi family have been secretly targeting our Chu family. Each of these incidents is clear and irrefutable. I'm currently compiling evidence, which will soon be submitted to the elders for collective review by the senior elders and high-ranking officials of the sect. Xiao Tian is right. With so many issues laid before us, a marriage alliance? Chu Tianyun scoffed repeatedly. They have already crossed the line with our Chu family. What nonsense! Chu Tianyun, Chu Tian, have you both lost your minds? I have repeatedly shown leniency for the sake of my bond with my second brother. Yet you continue to push your luck, truly believing I have no temper? Are you left with no choice? Yi Tianxiong's cheerful demeanor sank, his expression turning icy. King, is the Chu family still under your authority? Do your words still hold weight? A mere child dares to represent the Chu family and defy me, the sect master? Yi Tianxiong looked to Chu Tianwang, only to find him stunned, seemingly unaware of these matters. Yi Tianxiong immediately comprehended the situation. Chu Tian and Chu Tianyun were likely acting behind Chu Tianwang's back. The Liu family, being a prominent clan in the sacred heavenly sect, had numerous powerful members serving in key positions, who permitted them to act without his consent. Chu Tian is young and inexperienced. As a hall master, you should understand the sect's regulations. Chu Tianyun. Is the law enforcement hall the sect's law enforcement hall, or your personal force? This is a grave crime of treason. Yi Tianxiong's gaze turned frigid. He understood that he could no longer retreat at this moment. The attention of many high-ranking officials and senior elders was upon him. Continuing to concede would obliterate the Yi family's authority and reputation. As the sect master, he must uphold the dignity of his position. Otherwise, he would no longer be able to lead the sect or command respect. Chapter 58. Whose interests are at stake? What a colossal farce it is to suggest that my son, Yi Feng, would agree to annul his engagement, believing himself unworthy of Chu Yunshan. Yi Tianxiong turned to Yi Feng, his voice frigid. Fenger, in the presence of the esteemed elders, uncles, and the sect's elders, declared to all weather. At merely 17 years of age, having ascended to the 6th rank of the fusion list and the 3rd rank of the earth list, you possess the qualifications to wed Chu Yunshan. Your betrothal was arranged by your father and your uncle Tianwang. You and Yunshang have grown up together, sharing a deep affection. Regardless of anyone who dares to obstruct, your father will support you. Unexpectedly, after Yi Tianxiong's words fell, the blood-soaked Yi Feng lowered his head, his gaze heavy, and remained silent for a prolonged moment. Yi Tianxiong's heart sank, sensing an ominous shift, and he bellowed, "Fenger, speak." Yi Feng slightly lifted his head, but instead of looking at Yi Tianxiong, he cast his gaze towards Chu Tian, only to find Chu Tian coldly observing him, raising his hand to his neck, mimicking a gesture of slitting it. This gesture was the 3rd time Yi Feng had witnessed it. The first 2 times, he dismissed Chu Tian's actions as a jest. However, now he felt genuine terror, regretting not awakening to the warning sooner. He sensed that his mastery of the supreme yin-yang technique had completely lost its hold over Chu Yunshan. Should he perish, she would not be implicated. If Chu Tian were to disclose the matter, his death would be inevitable. Yi Feng understood his father, Yi Tianxiong, would undoubtedly sacrifice his son to preserve the Yi family's reputation. Yet, he did not wish for death. Despite the aberration in his dantian, he believed there was still hope. As the third-rank prodigy on the Earth list, he envisioned a bright future ahead. Father, given the current circumstances, let my enmity with Chu Tian be set aside, and let the matter of my engagement with Yunxiang be forgotten. Yi Feng's voice was hoarse. He sought to sever any ties with Chu Yunxiang and Chu Tian. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianwang's expression, already somber due to his son and younger brother's concealment, darkened further, almost dripping with ire. A chilling glint flashed in his eyes. Yi Feng, what did you just say? Forget it? He had heard of the engagement annulment from his subordinates, but naturally, he disapproved. However, with so many witnesses present, he refrained from commenting further, intending to address it later. Yet, he did not expect Yi Feng to exhibit such audacity. Transferring the ire from Chu Tian's brutal actions onto his eldest daughter, Chu Yunxiang. My daughter has been betrothed to you since childhood, and now you dare to say, forget it? Very well. Even if we were to annul the engagement, it would be the Chu family who does so. In a few days, I shall personally bring Yunxiang to formally dissolve the engagement. Fury surged within Chu Tianwang, and his previously unspent wrath now focused entirely on Yi Feng. The terrifying pressure of an emperor's might causing the heavens to dim, and Yi Feng spewed forth a mouthful of blood. You reckless fool! How dare you disregard my words? Yi Tianxiong roared, striking Yi Feng down to the ground, utterly humiliated. Young saint, might I invite you to be a guest at the Duanmu family? The head of the family and the elders have prepared a banquet, eagerly awaiting your esteemed presence. At that moment, Duanmu Lei appeared, his expression brimming with excitement, followed closely by Duanmu Wan and Hui Mei, evidently informed of the situation by his niece. Uncle Lei, it may not be possible now. Our esteemed sect leader likely will not allow my departure. Chu Tian smiled, though his eyes remained undisturbed. The Duanmu family's gesture of goodwill was anticipated. What surprised him was how swiftly Duanmu Wan had conveyed their change in stance to the family. After all, he had only recently established a connection with the Duanmu sacred ancestor, without yet providing any tangible benefits to the family. Their decisive alignment was unexpected. Duanmu Lei's sudden appearance caused a tremor among the senior members of the sect, who quickly grasped that the Duanmu family's stance was shifting towards the Chu family. In this tense atmosphere, Duanmu Lei's invitation to Chu Tian was a clear show of support. For years, Chu Tianwang had faced dissatisfaction from the three premier families due to his breaking of internal marriage conventions by marrying Jian Kongzhu. This was widely known among the sect's upper echelons. Yi Tianxiong's countenance darkened, his fists tightening. At such a juncture, Duanmu Lei's invitation was tantamount to an open declaration of allegiance to the Chu family. Since his ascension, while the three premier families had not publicly declared their stance, they had subtly supported him. This was the first instance of a top family openly siding with the Chu family. He realized that Chu Tian had garnered the recognition of the Duanmu sacred ancestor, setting off a chain reaction. Tianwang brother and Tianyinhou master, my elder brother has instructed me to remind you that you have not visited the Duanmu family in quite some time. Please honor us by accompanying me to the Duanmu family. The head of the family has prepared a feast in anticipation of your arrival, Duanmu Lei said with a smile, referring to his elder brother, Duanmu Rong, the head of the Duanmu family. At this moment, Duanmu Wan approached, her cherubic face tinged with a hint of shyness. Yet she spoke, Chu Tian, my brother, I apologize for any offense caused during our time at the Holy Sky Pool. She had disclosed her significant findings to her father and uncle, revealing that Chu Tian had likely already received the sacred ancestor's inheritance and the Chu family's covert maneuvers. The sacred ancestor's inheritance and the prospect of a second life were crucial to the rise and fall of the Duanmu family. After all, the Duanmu family's ascent was founded upon the legacy of the sacred ancestor. Therefore, after deliberation, Duanmu Rong and Duanmu Lei deemed Duanmu Wan's instincts accurate. The occurrences were no mere coincidences. They likely signaled Chu Tian's sudden rise and his connection with the sacred ancestor, conveying a message to the Duanmu family. Duanmu Rong swiftly decided to align with the Chu family to exchange information regarding the sacred ancestor, leading to the sudden appearance of Duanmu Lei and Duanmu Wan, publicly extending an invitation. Chu Tian Wang paused, turning to Chu Tian, realizing he was benefiting from his son's influence. After marrying Jian Kongzhu, the three premier families had not invited him to visit for many years. Ha ha! Well said, well said. Chu Tianyun laughed heartily, then shook his head, adding, however, I fear I cannot visit the Duanmu family at this time. The sect leader has accused me of treason and may imprison me. This statement caused Yi Tianxiong's face to turn ashen. Chu Tianyun's words were nothing short of mockery, a reaction to his prior fury. Even as the sect leader, he could not indiscriminately capture a hall master, especially since Chu Tianyun was backed by the Chu family, and Yi Tianxiong could not permit such an action. Sect leader, the sacred ancestor is of utmost importance to the Duanmu family. I implore your understanding. Might we postpone this matter? Duanmu Lei smiled slightly, addressing Yi Tianxiong. The Liu family and the Chu family are related by marriage. The young saint and Tianyun Hall master act in the interest of the sect. They have fully committed their gains to the sect, demonstrating unwavering loyalty, and the sect leader's accusations of treason are indeed excessive. Moreover, the law enforcement hall has the authority to enforce and oversee the sect. Why not allow Tianyun Hall master to continue the investigation, rooting out the malefactors and restoring justice for the Yi family? At this moment, Chu Tian also stepped forward, his expression calm as he addressed Yi Tianxiong. The sect leader speaks of the sect's interests, yet seems to disregard them when it concerns the Yi family. Your inconsistent stance is truly perplexing. At this moment, Chu Tianyun's eyes shimmered with a chilling intensity as he remarked, Little Tian is merely 8 years old, just a month shy of 9, yet he has ascended to the pinnacle of the bone-forging ranking and the earth ranking, astonishing the Hung Tian continent. Such an extraordinary prodigy is sought after by countless sects, yet remains elusive. It is universally understood that the younger generation represents the future of the sects, embodying the greatest potential for prosperity. The sect leader's justification of prioritizing the sect's interests, however, seems rather absurd. Ultimately, for whose benefit this is truly intended remains shrouded in mystery. Chapter 59. Swift as the wind outside the holy heavenly pool, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. The various high-ranking members of the sect watched the unfolding scene, hearts pounding with trepidation. It was as if they were witnessing a relentless push, forcing Yi Tianxiong to the precipice. No one had anticipated that the situation would devolve into such chaos. Was a storm brewing within the sect? Yi Tianxiong, the sect leader, wielded the highest authority in the holy heavenly sect. What was the Chu family attempting? Were they challenging the leader's authority, igniting a fierce battle between the two founding families, potentially leading to a schism within the sect? It was clear to all that neither of the founding families possessed overwhelming power. Countless dreadful thoughts swirled in their minds, but such actions would bring no benefit to anyone. Yi Tianxiong's gaze darkened. For a moment, he found himself cornered by the relentless rhetoric of Chu Tian and Chu Tianyun, teetering on the edge of despair, unsure of how to respond. How could he answer? The assertions made by Chu Tianyun and Chu Tian were undeniably true, akin to a series of slaps across his face. The promising situation he had painstakingly cultivated over the years was crumbling at the hands of this impetuous youth, and the absolute authority he had established within the sect was now shaken. Damn it! Bloodshot eyes filled with a sense of hysteria, Yi Tianxiong felt an overwhelming frustration. He could neither advance nor retreat, the suffocating pressure almost making him want to spit blood. Yet, the most distressing factor was the stance taken by the Damo family, which left him utterly unsettled. If it were only Chu Tianyun and Chu Tian, as long as Chu Tian Wang did not completely turn against him, he would not feel this acutely distressed. At that moment, a furious shout erupted from behind Yi Tianxiong. Chu Tian, do you dare to face me on the life and death arena? With bloodshot eyes, Yiwen emerged from the crowd, his hoarse voice breaking the stalemate. He locked his gaze on a Chu Tian, stating, I was unaware of your secret techniques before. Caught off guard and restrained, I suffered a crushing defeat. In a fair fight, I will not be inferior to you. Hearing this, Yi Tianxiong felt a slight sense of relief. The stagnant atmosphere had been disrupted, allowing him to extricate himself from this unfavorable predicament. He glanced back to see Yi Tianhong, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, subtly nodding at him. It was he who had sent his son to stir the pot and momentarily divert the pressure from Yi Tianxiong. Life and death arena? Chu Tian's eyes turned icy as he cast a cold glance at Yi Wan, a menacing killing intent flashing within. Despite disregarding this insignificant ant, the repeated disturbances had become tiresome. Why go to the life and death arena? If you seek death, I shall grant it to you now. Stepping forward, Chu Tian's spirit surged violently, enveloping his form, and in an instant, he appeared before Yi Wan as if teleporting. I shall let you strike first, he said calmly, though an extreme coldness underlined his words. The technique of spiritual displacement required immense mental fortitude and mastery over one's spirit. Wasn't the young holy son only just breaking through to the spirit refinement realm? Some in the sect gasped in astonishment. Many prodigies enter the spirit refinement realm, yet few can master spiritual displacement until they reach the composite body realm. Chu Tian, however, had accomplished it immediately upon his breakthrough. My brother, you truly have a remarkable son. His talent is terrifying. If only my troublesome child possessed even half of his abilities, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Chu Tianyun marveled, turning to his elder brother, Chu Tianwang. I was unable to master spiritual displacement in my time. You only achieved it after reaching the 10th level of the spirit refinement realm, didn't you? Indeed, Chu Tianwang replied, his expression reflecting deep astonishment. He recalled that his son had inquired about the intricacies of spiritual displacement, and he had advised him not to be overly ambitious, promising that he would teach him once he broke through to the spirit refinement realm. Little did he know, Chu Tian would master it immediately upon breaking through. Such terrifying talent. Reincarnation imperial technique. Yuan initially felt a twinge of shock, quickly replaced by a sinister grin. He intended to make Chu Tian pay for his arrogance. A surge of overwhelming mental energy coalesced into a vast vortex, a terrifying force of absorption enveloping Chu Tian as if it sought to consume him completely. Chu Tian, do you think you're the only one who possesses secret techniques? With a cruel smile, Yuan unleashed a punch. The reincarnation imperial technique was a top-tier secret technique from the Yi family's reincarnation imperial scripture, and Yuan had mastered it to this extent at such a young age. Showcasing his formidable talent, high-ranking members of the sect glanced at Yi Tianhong, for the reincarnation imperial technique was his specialty, and Yi Wen's mastery at merely 17 clearly indicated his guidance. Is this all the strength you possess? Suddenly, Chu Tian's cold voice rang out. Boom! In an instant, a torrent of blood energy erupted from his body, reminiscent of a dragon's roar, as a surge of spirit manifested, bringing the dragon to life. Chu Tian's fist struck forth, the blood energy dragon accompanying him, and in an instant, they collided with Yi Wen's punch. Puff! Yi Wen's arm disintegrated into a mist of blood, as if made of paper, exploding under the force of Chu Tian's mighty blow. The impact sent shockwaves through the space around them, rippling and swirling, resembling a hurricane as debris was swept into the air, with countless boulders soaring in the tumult. One force shatters myriad techniques. Chu Tian's punch was terrifying. The so-called reincarnation vortex, barely formed, was obliterated in an instant. Yuan's expression twisted in horror as he let out a terrified scream, an overwhelming sense of dread driving him to the brink of madness. The pressure from this punch was so intense that it felt as though his very body would explode. Little did he know, Chu Tian's physical strength had reached an astonishing 2.5 million pounds. Combined with his solidified spirit, without relying on any divine techniques or secret arts, not even invoking the Eye of Heaven, the force unleashed by his punch surged to approximately 13 million pounds. Such overwhelming power shattered all techniques and treasures alike. Stop! Yi Tianhong, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, shouted in fury. He had not anticipated that Chu Tian, having just broken through to the spirit refinement realm, could unleash such devastating power without even employing divine techniques, capable of instantaneously obliterating his son. Swiftly, Yi Tianhong appeared behind Yuan, ready to intervene. However, by the time he acted, Yuan had already been reduced to a mist of blood. His body disintegrated beyond recognition, with only his head remaining intact, which Yi Tianhong caught in his hands. "My son." Yi Tianhong cradled Yi Wen's head, his palms stained crimson. Blood dripped steadily to the ground, while Yi Wen's wide-open eyes reflected an abyss of terror, life extinguished from within. In that moment, the entire arena fell into a suffocating silence. Chapter 60. The eruption of Chu Yunshang's demonic energy. The senior members of various sects were left in a state of shock. And it was not just them. Numerous elders and venerable seniors stood frozen, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. In front of such a multitude, Yi Wen had been slain, an occurrence that no one had anticipated. He was the son of the head of the Internal Affairs Hall and a direct descendant of a prestigious clan, his status immeasurably noble. Yet, who could voice a dissenting opinion? It was Yi Wen who had initiated the life and death duel, and both Yi Tianxiong and Yi Tianhong, his biological parents, were present, offering no objections at the time. Moreover, Chu Tian had permitted Yi Wen to make the first move. The most suffocating aspect was that Chu Tian had only just broken through to the spirit refinement realm, while Yi Wen had been at that level for 3 to 4 years, having already reached the 10th stage of spirit refinement. Logically and emotionally, one could even argue that Yi Wen was bullying the weaker Chu Tian, yet he was eliminated in a single strike. What could be said in response? An intense spiritual resonance echoed as Chu Tian teleported back to his original spot, his expression serene, his palm not stained with a single drop of blood. He turned to Uncle Duanmu and said, "Uncle Lei, the battle has concluded. Let us depart." He understood that further pressuring Yi Tianxiong would yield no results. These events were not severe enough to endanger his position as sect leader. Continuing this line of confrontation would merely squander time and energy. His objective was to make Yi Tianxiong realize that he should abandon his delusions. The Chu family could no longer cooperate unconditionally to uphold what he termed the sect's interests. Those were the interests of the Yi clan, not the Chu family, yes. With that, Chu Tian took the lead in leaving the scene, as nonchalantly as one might crush an ant. Monstrous rage and a terrifying intent to kill erupted behind him, with the furious shouts of Chu Tianwang and Chu Tianyun faintly audible, the oppressive aura of imperial authority surging and eventually dissipating. Under the soothing words of Duanmu Lei and numerous high-ranking elders, the Chu family agreed to provide a burial compensation for Yi Wen, constructing an opulent tomb for him. Ultimately, Yi Tianhong was compelled to suppress his rage over the loss of his son. Due to Chu Tian's aggressive demands, Yi Tianxiong was unable to reach a reconciliation, necessitating the continued convening of the Elder Council. The first-ranked disciple on the earth ranking could present a request to the sect, a commandment that none could contravene, requiring an explanation. Duanmu Rong, the head of the Duanmu family, along with Duanmu Lei and Chu Tianyun, were also obliged to attend. Just as Chu Tian stepped out of the Internal Affairs Hall, Duanmu Wan hurried after him, her gaze intense as she inquired, "Chu Tian, I wish to learn your secret technique. What conditions must I meet in exchange? You may name your price." This was also a request from Duanmu Rong and Duanmu Lei, as they believed that this secret technique could be crucial to perfecting the Duanmu family's ancestral legacy. They even speculated that this method, aside from the yin-yang thunder technique, might be linked to the divine thunder Tao scripture practiced by the Duanmu family or various other secret arts. As for the current state of the Duanmu patriarch, the family believed that the implications were significant and that the Chu family would not easily divulge such information. They would need to gradually cultivate a better relationship and proceed with caution. Allowing Duanmu Wan to learn this technique could also enhance her relationship with Chu Tian and deepen their bond. Chu Tian's expression remained calm. He had anticipated Duanmu Wan's approach. After all, in the original narrative, after establishing a connection with the Duanmu patriarch, the Duanmu family had also sent her to engage with Yifan. The only difference was that, after several years, the Duanmu patriarch could now emerge from the sacred heavenly pool. "I will not teach you," Chu Tian replied with an even tone, rejecting her outright. This supreme secret technique, which even the Duanmu patriarch valued highly, was something he had fought to obtain from the supreme Dao clan, although it held little significance for him. To teach Duanmu Wan simply because she asked would be far too devaluing. It was the Duanmu family that sought to forge an alliance, not he. Juan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, knowing this was precisely what her father and uncle had anticipated. If she had asked, and Chu Tian had immediately consented, that would indeed have been surprising. You aren't still holding a grudge against me for interfering, are you? That Yi Fan, I also believe, should not be let off easily. What a waste of space. In the sacred heavenly pool, I sensed that the Tao essence within Lu Yun seemed to be dwindling. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Juan began to engage Chu Tian in conversation, clearly attempting to find common ground. Yet it was evident she lacked experience in initiating social interactions and was not as adept as she had been in the original narrative. Chu Tian found no fault in this. After all, Juan was merely 17 years old, whereas in a decade. She would be assisting Duanmu Lei with the affairs of the Internal Affairs Hall, having gained considerable experience in interpersonal relationships. Now, she was still far from that level. Chu Tian responded casually, occasionally nodding, while beside them, Huimei appeared particularly interested in Duanmu, inexplicably drawn to her. Playfully scratching her bald head and gazing at her chest with an almost starry-eyed fascination. Upon reaching the foot of the sacred Emperor Peak, Duanmu sighed with relief, saying, Chu Tian, I shall not ascend. The disciples from the Mo Yun County branch report signs of the Heart Demon sect's disciples appearing in the county. My second uncle has instructed me to investigate. I will seek you out upon my return. Were it not for her father and uncle emphasizing the importance of cultivating relations with Chu Tian for the Duanmu family's future, she would have preferred to avoid any overt flattery, finding the endeavor far more exhausting than 3 days of continuous training. The Heart Demon sect? Aren't they at odds with the Yi family? Why would your Duanmu family handle this? Chu Tian mused aloud, though he had intended to continue his ascent. He recalled that in the original narrative, many years later, the position of the demonic prince had been revoked due to entanglements with a female disciple of the Heart Demon sect in Mo Yun County, leading to Yi Fan and Yi Feng capturing her. Yi Tianxiong had convened an elder council to deliberate, ultimately deciding to strip the prince of his title. Duanmu was momentarily stunned, as this was the first time Chu Tian had spoken so extensively to her. 8 years prior, the Heart Demon sect's leader, the Golden Wolf Demon Sovereign, had infiltrated Mo Yun County and was slain by the sect leader. Since then, they had persistently sent individuals into the county to trouble the Yi family. Just a few days ago, several collateral members of the Yi family had been murdered. Reported to the Internal Affairs Hall while Hall Master Tianong was attending to Yi, prompting her second uncle to respond. Seizing the rare opportunity of Chu Tian's interest, Duanmu took a deep breath and explained the deceased collateral members of the Yi family were merely at the spirit refinement stage. It's likely that only a few minor figures from the Heart Demon sect are involved, probably at the combined body stage, causing no significant disturbance. I will return within half a month. The sect had regulations that required disciples who had broken through to the spirit refinement stage to undergo a half-month of practical experience. 2 days from now, I will accompany you to Mo Yun County, Chu Tian stated nonchalantly, not waiting for Duanmu's agreement before proceeding up the sacred Emperor Peak. Swiftly disappearing from her view, she and Ti even had the chance to agree. Faced with Chu Tian's domineering attitude, Duanmu felt powerless. But her entire family relied on him. Cough, cough. Huimei, standing nearby, cleared her throat twice, her unusual expression serious, as she remarked, If you tell me how you achieved such impressive strength, I could speak favorably about you to my elder brother. Scram, who needs your help? Ask your mother. Duanmu retorted furiously, delivering a swift slap to Huimei's head before storming off, vanishing below the sacred Emperor Peak in an instant. Since Chu Tian is also going, she naturally can only report to Duanmu Lei and wait for Chu Tian to set off together. My mother is far from being comparable to you. What is there to be angry about? Huimei grimaced. The spot on her head where she had been struck throbbed faintly. It was merely a matter of inquiring about the method that had become so formidable. He was not unwilling to exchange something in return. Initially, when seeking to comprehend the eye of heavenly path with my elder brother, it was never this challenging. Just as Chu Tian returned to the main hall, the stooped elder appeared before him with a grave expression, his eyes tinged with a faint crimson hue. Young master, The young lady's internal demonic energy erupted yesterday, and she's been unconscious for an entire night. Chapter 61. Ingesting the White Tao Seed. Reversing the yin-yang technique outside the boudoir of Chu Tian in the main hall of the Holy Emperor Peak, an elderly servant stood vigil at the door. Young master, the old servant shall remain right outside. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. I will risk my life to ensure your safety and that of the young lady. Having received comfort from Chu Tian during their journey, the dark aura in the old man's slightly reddened eyes had dissipated. However, he remained enveloped in a heavy malevolence. Despite Chu Tian's attempts to soothe the old man's troubled spirit with an air of calmness, the reality was that they faced the formidable supreme yin-yang art, a terrifying technique left behind by the ancient demonic race that had ravaged the Hung Tian continent for millennia, leaving many formidable beings helpless in its wake. The old man could not relinquish his concerns, grasping Chu Tian's hand and repeatedly urging him to call for assistance should any unforeseen events arise. Finally, with a resolute determination, he turned his hunchback form to sit resolutely at the threshold of Chu Tian's boudoir. Rest assured, Elder Ta, for Chu Tian never embarks on endeavors lacking in confidence. Observing the old man's restless demeanor, Chu Tian could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. It was evident that Elder Tua had lived a life of solitude. Much like Xing Nu, having been raised by the Chu family, and had come to regard them as his own kin, viewing the four siblings as his spiritual support, akin to grandchildren. In the original narrative, the news of Jian Kongju's demise beyond the domain had devastated Chu Tian, shattering his spirit. Subsequently, after being reported by the Yi family and imprisoned, many families and powerful beings that had long relied on the Chu family sensed impending doom and turned their backs, fleeing or betraying them. Even within the Chu family, numerous direct descendants and powerful figures vanished. The collapse of the Chu family's grand vessel was an inevitable sight, with servants and attendants fleeing in droves from the once glorious Holy Emperor Peak, where the three Chu sisters had perished, leaving only the vengeful demon sovereign, who remained closely guarded within the main hall. Many who had dealings with the Chu family were eager to distance themselves, fearing retribution. In the end, only Xing Nu and Elder Ta, who initially had a significant chance of survival, remained by his side. Elder Tua had silently kept watch beneath the ancient tree at the main hall's entrance, just as he did now outside Chu Tian's boudoir. It was not until the news of Chu Tian's demise arrived, and he fell into the path of darkness, renaming himself the vengeful demon sovereign, that the elder suddenly ignited his life force, unleashing his peak power to forcibly create a temporal passage, allowing Chu Tian and Shou Nu to escape the territory of the Holy Heaven sect. In that final moment, the vengeful demon sovereign, pushed into the spatial rift by Elder Ta, glanced back to see the old man grinning at him amidst the flames, his prominent yellowed teeth starkly visible. Chu Tian harbored no doubt that had he faced any peril within the boudoir alongside Chu Tian, Elder Ta, having regained his emperor-level strength by consuming the divine transformation pill, would have undoubtedly chosen to embrace the darkness, confronting Yi Tianxiong at the Holy Emperor Peak. Upon closing the door, Chu Tian approached the bed, where he beheld Chu Tian's delicate skin, now veiled in a faint demonic aura. The smile that once graced her face had vanished, replaced by an expression of coldness, indifference, and ruthlessness. Her brows were gently furrowed, seemingly embroiled in a painful struggle against an unseen consciousness. Naturally, a chill crept into Chu Tian's gaze, and his heart ached with a desire to immediately exact vengeance upon Yi Feng. Yet, he recognized this impulse as a momentary surge of murderous intent, a natural response born from witnessing a loved one in agony. In his mind, the chaos pearl surged forth, transforming into a blade that severed this fleeting impulse. Having perused the true interpretation of the supreme yin-yang art, he understood that the practitioner who ingested the Black Tao seed would lose the ethereal tether that bound them to the secondary technique. It was akin to a wild horse breaking free, rampaging within Chu Tian's body. These energies were originally hers, accumulated subconsciously in her dantian after cultivating the supreme yin-yang technique. along with the various murderous thoughts that had taken root. This energy should have erupted simultaneously upon igniting her essence, only to be devoured by Yifeng, the practitioner of the primary technique. Fortunately, Elder Tuo had been discreetly monitoring Chu Yunshang. At the moment the demonic aura surged, he had sealed it away and returned her to her boudoir. Had the practice of demonic arts been exposed, Chu Yunshang would have remained unscathed. However, Chu Tian's plan to retaliate in kind would have been thwarted. Now, as long as Chu Yunshang consumed the white Dao seed, the demonic aura would be purified by its essence, transforming into her own power and granting her a monumental enhancement in strength. Yet, this was merely an appetizer. The true feast awaited when Yifeng ignited the divine fire uncontrollably, breaking through to the divine realm. At that moment, the torrent of Dao essence, divine power, and the myriad emotions would forge a crucible. Chu Yunshang would undergo a metamorphosis akin to rebirth. Chu Tian eagerly anticipated the transformation of his naturally gifted elder sister. Endowed with celestial bones, after consuming Yifeng's potent essence, he wondered just how formidable she would become. Yifeng would ultimately serve as the crucible for Chu Yunshang's cultivation, severing all ties to emotion and transforming into a vessel of ruthless slaughter. Gently assisting his sister into a seated posture, Chu Tian placed a white Dao seed into her mouth. He then closed his eyes, channeling his robust spirit like a mighty river, manifesting as countless intricate Dao runes that streamed into Chu Yunshang's body, aiding her in purifying the demonic aura. As the white Dao seed entered, it swiftly coursed through her meridians, reaching her dantian. In an instant, an outburst of Dao essence surged forth from her dantian, enveloping her in a snowy mist, gradually purifying the demonic aura that surrounded her, transforming it into her own strength. Meanwhile, Chu Tian sat cross-legged at the head of the bed, using his spirit to cleanse the meridians that had been tainted by the demonic aura. Without such intervention, relying solely on the white Dao seed to dispel years of accumulated malevolence would take at least 10 days or more. And if the aura persisted within her for too long, it could inflict hidden injuries, hindering her future breakthroughs to higher realms. Blessed with innate celestial bones and extraordinary talent, Chu Yunshang had nonetheless suffered some depletion of her cultivation due to the supreme yin-yang technique, yet she had still surpassed the harmonization stage, standing at a realm above Chu Tian. Although Chu Tian's spirit had become solidified and substantial, he had only recently transcended the spirit refinement stage, making this a considerable challenge for him. Having exchanged for a top-grade spirit refinement pill from the system's marketplace, Chu Tian discovered that after breaking through the spirit refinement stage, such exceptional elixirs yielded little effect, becoming nearly negligible in the face of his robust and refined spirit. The 3 great auras he had consistently renewed now felt insufficient, unable to sustain his energy in its most vibrant and complete state. Chapter 62. The Blueprint of the System. Complete and extraordinary solutions. Chu Tian was engaged in a dual task, meticulously grooming his elder sister, Chunsheng, while simultaneously pondering inquiries within his mind. Had anyone known that Chu Tian was focusing his mental energies on another matter while attending to her, they would surely be struck with horror, fearing for Chunsheng's very life. The human body is an intricate system, composed of countless meridians, acupoints, and vital organs. To navigate this complexity with mental concentration is fraught with peril. A moment's distraction could inflict irreversible damage upon Chunsheng's foundation. Chu Tian's father, Wang, had placed great emphasis on the fundamental knowledge of cultivation, imparting wisdom on this subject to him from a young age. Thus, Chu Tian possessed a wealth of memories pertaining to these principles. However, multitasking is a formidable challenge for most cultivators. For Chu Tian, it posed little difficulty. After all, while in the holy pool, he had simultaneously cultivated and employed his mental prowess to suppress Yifeng, severing his connection to the spiritual energy around him. At that time, his mental focus had yet to coalesce into substance. Now, however, his spirit had materialized, transforming into a chaotic pearl within his mind. This materialization bestowed upon him numerous profound advantages, rendering the act of multitasking trivial. Moreover, The technique of mental translocation, an insurmountable task for most cultivators, was as effortless as flowing water for him. Chu Tian had even experimented with executing two entirely distinct arcane symbols from the supreme yin-yang grand technique simultaneously, achieving peak efficacy without any detriment. At this moment, the system's gentle and melodious voice resonated in Chu Tian's ears, informing him that the God-refining pill was designed to hone the mental faculties of those in the bone refinement stage. Given that the host had now transcended to the spirit refinement stage, the God-refining pill had lost its efficacy. It could be exchanged for the supreme spirit concentration pill, one per day, which would consolidate mental power, facilitate breakthroughs, and assist the host in swiftly reaching the pinnacle of the spirit refinement stage without any side effects. The spirit refinement stage serves as the foundation for the birth of the divine soul and the ignition of divine fire, hence its nomenclature. With Chu Tian's spirit now materialized, a mere enhancement of his mental prowess equates to the efforts of countless others. Thus, this nourishing elixir is most suitable for his current state. As he cultivated his spirit, he began to touch upon the ethereal essence of the Tao and the natural order, laying the groundwork for understanding secret arts and preparing for the next stage of integration. In this stage, the spirit reaches every acupoint and meridian, drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refining the essence of the Tao within, and inviting natural forces to purify the body. The more profound the understanding of techniques and the essence of the Tao, the greater the impact on the host's subsequent breakthrough into the integration stage. This realm necessitates a balance of comprehension, essence, spirit, and physique. Each is indispensable. The system suggested that the host exchange for intermediate rings of enlightenment in these four aspects. The three intermediate rings of comprehension, spirit, and physique would ensure the host's physical form remains in an optimal state, while the intermediate Tao essence ring would expedite the host's understanding of the forces of nature. The Supreme Spirit Concentration pill costs 600 destiny points, while the four rings would require a daily expenditure of 1,200 destiny points, totaling 1,800 points. It was preliminarily estimated that within 3 months, the host could reach the pinnacle of the spirit refinement stage. Preparing for the breakthrough into the integration stage and comprehending 3 top-tier secret arts, achieving a state of perfection. It was recommended that before breaking through the integration stage, the host should cultivate at least 3 top-tier secret arts to an extraordinary level, preparing to ascend as the singular child of destiny in the realm. The system's soothing voice continued to resonate in Chu Tian's ears, sketching a blueprint for his journey within the spirit refinement stage. Achieving perfection in 3 top-tier secret arts within 3 months seemed a daunting task. As he tended to Chunshang, he mused about the last time he inquired about the system's exchange suggestions, which estimated a month for him to transcend the body refinement stage. Yet, it had taken him merely 10 days to attain a strength of 250,000 pounds and materialize his spirit, while simultaneously mastering the supreme yin-yang grand technique to an advanced level. It appeared that the system's projections were based solely on a steady and conventional approach to cultivation, lacking consideration for unforeseen circumstances. Chu Tian felt a surge of inspiration and opened the system panel before him. Host, Chu Tian Realm, Spirit Refinement Stage 1 Strength. 250,000 pounds, spirit materialized, truly. Even the young dragon cannot compare to you. The host is indeed the future, singular child of destiny. Physique, Chaos Demon Body Technique, Chaos Creation Scripture. 2nd Level Divine Art, Eye of the Heavenly Tao Secret Art, Supreme Yin-Yang Grand Technique, Advanced Treasure, Heavenly Emperor's Descent Talisman, granting 10 minutes of Imperial Combat Prowess. The Heavenly Void God Ring, requiring 1,000 destiny points for refinement, contains a trace of an ancient remnant soul and poses a certain threat. Caution is advised. Destiny points, 143,000 points. Unbeknownst to him, he had already elevated the supreme yin-yang grand technique to an advanced state. Chu Tian understood that this rapid progress was facilitated by Bing Bing's application of the technique in the holy pool, which aided him in solidifying the yin-yang Tao seed and deepening his understanding. Without her assistance, achieving such advancement in merely 10 days would have been improbable. even with his extraordinary talent and the support of the comprehension ring. It is well known that the understanding of divine arts is typically categorized into levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, mastery, perfection, and the unattainable extraordinary state, wherein one forges their own path based on the foundations laid by predecessors. Chu Tian was aware that many venerable beings at the celestial level spent their lifetimes confined within established boundaries, never managing to carve their own paths, perpetually refining techniques handed down to them. Countless prodigies dedicated their entire lives to mastering a single top-tier divine art, striving for transcendence. Take Yidiang Hong, a top-tier powerhouse of the Holy Sky sect, who devoted his existence to perfecting the reincarnation emperor technique, achieving remarkable proficiency. In just 10 days, Chu Tian had managed to elevate the supreme Dao clan's highest secret art to an advanced state within the body refinement stage. If word of this spread, numerous ancient beings would surely converge upon him, eager to dissect his methods and uncover the secret behind his rapid comprehension of supreme techniques. Without hesitation, Chu Tian resolved to exchange for the supreme spirit concentration pill and the 4 rings, with no pangs of regret. Swiftly converting resources into strength was his foremost priority. After expending 1,800 destiny points, the exchange was successful, confirmed by the system's gentle voice. Chu Tian immediately consumed the supreme spirit concentration pill, and in an instant, he felt a surge of immense power explode within his mind. Initially fatigued from the effort of channeling Chunsheng's meridians, he found his vitality restored to perfection under the influence of the 3 rings. In that fleeting moment, insights regarding the supreme Yin-Yang Grand technique flooded his consciousness, key techniques suddenly becoming clear and coherent. Chu Tian recognized that this was the effect of the Dao Essence Ring beginning to manifest its power. Chapter 63. Spirit amplified to the utmost, physical power exceeding 1,000,000 as night fell. The stars shone brilliantly, casting a celestial glow upon the sacred Emperor Peak. The entire mountain seemed to come alive, glowing faintly as it absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. Chu Tian sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed, channeling his spirit to cleanse Chu Yunshang of her demonic energy, while simultaneously guiding a strand of spiritual energy as thick as an infant's arm through the 9 great cycles within his body, utilizing the chaotic creation scripture. Following his breakthrough into the spirit refinement realm, the chaotic creation scripture also ascended to its 2nd tier, enabling him to draw upon even more celestial essence, which significantly enhanced the purification of his physical form. His skin shimmered with chaotic radiance, blood and energy circulating within him. In a moment of reverie, he seemed to perceive a tiny golden dragon meandering within his chest, gracefully winding its way to his right middle finger. With a hum, without opening his eyes, Chu Tian slightly raised his hand, and a golden divine dragon burst forth from his fingertip, illuminating the dim room. This dragon, the size of his arm, seemed alive, roaring as it surged forward, spiraling around him, occasionally emitting a deep, resonant dragon's roar that echoed powerfully, capable of overwhelming even a typical spirit refinement practitioner with its spiritual might. The dragon, vivid and fierce, left tangible traces in the air with its sharp claws, its attacking power immeasurable. This manifestation of blood energy alone could likely contend with Yi and even slay him. Such mastery over a supreme divine ability, combined with a profound focus of spirit, had brought him to a realm where the transformation and solidification of his divine powers persisted without dissipating. It was indeed a pinnacle secret art of the Emperor's scripture, renowned for its offensive capabilities. While it may not match the unpredictable nature of the supreme Yin-Yang great art, in terms of destructive potential, it surpassed many, even the Yi family's reincarnation emperor technique. As Chu Tian opened his eyes, he gazed at the spiraling golden dragon above, a flicker of understanding illuminating his gaze. He was practicing a supreme offensive secret art from the Emperor's scripture, the prison dragon sovereign technique. Through the comprehension of this art, Chu Tian grasped the profound benefits of solidifying his spirit, realizing it enhanced not only his physical capabilities, but also his divine techniques. In contrast, a prodigy like Yuan, despite appearing powerful, possessed a scattered spiritual essence. Thus, even though he may have comprehended advanced stages of his divine techniques, when unleashed, the techniques appeared formidable but were, in truth, frail and easily shattered. Thus, even though Chu Tian had reached the 10th level of spirit refinement, with physical strength estimated at 1,000,000 pounds, the spiritual amplification on his body barely exceeded tenfold, falling short of 10 million pounds. Even when paired with the advanced understanding of the reincarnation emperor technique, he could still obliterate Yuan with a single punch. One strand of my spirit could rival 10 or even 100 strands of his. If I reached the pinnacle of spirit refinement, the formidable concentration of my spirit could manifest a physical power exceeding 100 million pounds, making it possible to annihilate a divine being ignited with divine fire in a single blow. Currently, though, I have just broken through the spirit refinement realm, vanquishing Yuan. A practitioner at the 10th level is as effortless as eating or drinking. With just a casual deployment of the prison dragon sovereign technique, I could easily defeat someone of his caliber. Now, an average practitioner at the fusion stage could at most unleash 2 to 3 million pounds of strength, yet I could still overpower them. Chu Tian turned his gaze to Chu Yunshang, noticing that the demonic energy enveloping her had nearly dissipated. Through his spiritual perception, he sensed that her internal organs still harbored substantial demonic energy, but with just one night's effort, he could completely purify it. He closed his eyes once more, continuing to dispel Chu Yunshang's demonic energy while furthering his understanding of the secret arts. With the enhancement of the 4 great halos, he discovered he could now operate with a focused mind on 3 tasks simultaneously. Not only could he cultivate the 2 secret arts he currently possessed, but he could also concurrently alleviate Chu Yunshang's demonic energy with his spirit. Moreover, with the intermediate enhancement of both his spiritual and physical halos, he would never experience fatigue or excessive spiritual drain. The dragon that spiraled in the air began to gradually dissipate, yet the echoes of its roars lingered in the room, resonating endlessly. Meanwhile, outside the door, the old hunchback was astounded, his eyes widened in shock. Were it not for the fact that this was the young lady's private chamber, he would have rushed in to witness for himself whether the young master was indeed practicing divine arts. He stood outside, and, as an imperial elder, even without deliberate focus, he could sense the subtle fluctuations of divine energy emanating from within the room. As the aura of the young lady, Chu Yunshang, steadily intensified and the demonic energy gradually faded, he had begun to relax. Realizing that Chu Tian was not merely comforting him, but was genuinely assisting Chu Yunshang in dispelling her demonic energy. Throughout the entire afternoon, although the old hunchback was unaware of what exactly Chu Tian was doing in the chamber, he could perceive the fluctuations of Chu Tian's spiritual energy. It was evident that he was assisting Chu Yunshang while simultaneously delving into the comprehension of divine arts, likely the prison dragon sovereign technique from the Emperor's scripture. The old hunchback was astounded, his mouth slightly agape as he felt the fluctuations of the dragon technique within the room, which not only persisted but seemed to be continuously escalating. He deeply questioned whether the young master had just recently broken through the spirit refinement realm at the sacred heavenly pool. Yet, as an imperial elder, despite his failing eyesight and occasional lapses in clarity, he should not be mistaken. This level of spiritual control, the solidification and manifestation of the dragon, was beyond what many divine beings ignited with divine fire could achieve, and he could distinctly sense that in merely half a day's time, the young master's prison dragon sovereign technique had progressed from rudimentary to proficient and now to a tangible manifestation, undoubtedly having crossed the threshold into the intermediate stage. In just an afternoon, while multitasking to elevate a premier secret art from the Emperor's scripture to an intermediate stage, the old hunchback felt as though he had been overly concerned for the young lady's well-being, his mind stretched thin, leading to hallucinations. Having been in the Chu family for so long, he had witnessed many prodigies striving to master the prison dragon sovereign technique, expending 6 months to a year under the guidance of elders, yet failing to even grasp the basics. If the Chu family prodigies, who toiled endlessly without success, were to learn of this, they might very well perish from rage. They had been scolded by the elders as fools, spending countless nights doubting their worth, wondering if they were truly lacking in intelligence. And yet, Chu Tian had accomplished in half a day what had eluded others for so long, mastering the Emperor's Scripture's most formidable offensive secret art to the intermediate level. This was the remarkable potential of the chaotic, divine, demon body, the old hunchback mused, ultimately attributing it to the extraordinary nature of the chaotic, divine, demon body, one of the most formidable physiques in the history of the Heng Tian continent. Of course, the more exceptional Chu Tian became, the more gratified he felt. Chapter 64. As Chu Yunshang awoke, she resolved to remain silent for the night. The following day, at noon, her voice, tinged with a slight melancholy, reached Chu Tian's ears. "Xiao Tian, have you and old Tuo been concealing something from me all along?" Chu Tian opened his eyes to find his older sister, now conscious from her coma, leaning against the headboard, her gaze fixed vacantly on the ancient trees outside the window. Her eyes, once vibrant, now reflected a profound emptiness and desolation. Yesterday, her pallid complexion had transformed, now flush with vitality, her face radiant, a testament to the dissipated demonic energy from her cultivation of the supreme yin-yang technique, enhanced further by the Tao seed's essence. Yet the sight of her hollow eyes, devoid of the former liveliness, filled with deep anguish, caused a subtle tightening in Chu Tian's heart. He understood that this was a necessary ordeal for her to endure. In the original narrative, Chu Yunshang's love for Yi Feng was profound, unwavering even amidst the explosive revelation of the supreme yin-yang technique. Observing her pained and vacant expression, Chu Tian discerned that the recent surge of demonic energy, coupled with their previous conversation regarding the supreme yin-yang technique, had led her to suspect certain truths. Without responding, he stood and adjusted his attire, preparing to exit the room. He believed that many matters should unfold naturally, allowing for deeper understanding through personal reflection, rather than mere verbal explanations. Chu Yunshang was not only intelligent but also perceptive. It was merely her lack of experience that left her in the dark. The intricacies surrounding Yi Feng and the Yi family should be unveiled gradually, allowing her to comprehend and accept them in her own time. Speaking too much might yield contrary results. The supreme yin-yang technique was a sorcery of the supreme demon sect, a source of ire across the continent, leaving even the most formidable sects powerless. At that moment, Chu Yunshang's somber voice interrupted Chu Tian's thoughts, prompting him to pause and turn slowly. "Elder sister, you are aware of everything, aren't you?" he replied, his tone heavy with concern. Just then, old Ta entered the room, having heard their exchange. Upon seeing Chu Yunshang's pained and vacant gaze, his eyes brimmed with sorrow. "Miss, please don't feel this way. That Yi Feng is nothing but a refined beast, a scoundrel. I shall accompany you to sacred Emperor Peak at once, so you may avenge yourself by slaying that rogue." "Grandfather Ta, I do not wish to kill Yi Feng. I only seek the truth," Chu Yunshang responded, her voice trembling with a blend of despair and determination. "Xiao Tian, please share everything you know about the events that have transpired. I cannot remain oblivious and be a mere puppet any longer." Her voice was laden with an unbearable anguish, the kind that arises from shattered trust, discovering that she had been viewed merely as a pawn, a vessel, a mere piece on a chessboard. The emotional upheaval was indescribable. She was innocent but not foolish, and she possessed a sensitive disposition. The moment Chu Tian had confirmed the existence of the supreme yin-yang technique, she felt the chilling aura from her brother and sensed old Tuo's sudden, threatening presence, recognizing that something was amiss. The next day, she began to peruse the ancient texts stored in the sacred Emperor Peak's scripture repository. Upon discovering records of the supreme yin-yang technique within the dusty tomes of the demonic sect, she felt as if the very heavens were collapsing around her. Initially, she attempted to console herself, finding excuses for Yi Feng, perhaps believing he was unaware of the technique's sinister origins, or that he had intended for her to practice only its foundational principles. Yet, as the demonic energy erupted within her dantian, a primal urge for slaughter consumed her, overshadowing memories of her parents and the cherished moments with her siblings. All that remained in her mind was Yi Feng's figure, as her emotions faded into oblivion. Miss, if you feel the urge to weep, do not hold back. Old Tua trembled as he stepped forward, wanting to offer comfort. However, he merely placed a hand on Chu Yunshang's shoulder, understanding that he must adhere to the boundaries of their relationship. Grandfather Ta, what have I done to deserve this from Yi Feng? She sobbed, burying her face in his embrace. Sister, you have done nothing wrong. It is Yi Feng who deserves his fate, Chu Tian replied solemnly, recounting the recent betrayals, including the treachery of the Liu family and Yi Tianxiong's attempts to exploit their family. The Yi family, including Yi Hongwu and Yi Fan, conspired against you, Xiao Tian. Yi Tianxiong, who watched you grow, is a sworn brother of our father's, yet he seeks to harm you. Chu Yunshang's eyes, once devoid of life, now flickered with an unprecedented fury. These scoundrels from the Yi family not only plotted against me, but also against you, my little brother. That Liu Yin girl, who seems so docile, has proven to be utterly shameless. The Liu family has taken so much from us, and yet dares to conspire against us. Gritting her teeth, she continued, I have been perplexed as to why you suddenly defied Father's wishes and participated in the Heavenly Palace's test. It is clear now that Yi Feng received urgent word from Yi Tianxiong and hastily returned to join the test alongside other talented members of the Yi family. They're clearly plotting against us. Chu Yunshang's gaze locked onto Chu Tian's, and she declared, Xiao Tian, do you suspect that the Yi family wishes to undermine us, preventing our family from gaining prominence? Chu Tian maintained a calm composure, unable to divulge his knowledge of future events, but he nodded slightly. Sister, I too harbor suspicions, yet all signs point to the Yi family's machinations. I have made my decision. I shall join you in participating in the Heavenly Palace's test, Chu Yunshang proclaimed, wiping away her tears with newfound resolve. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian smiled gently, nodding in approval. He was pleasantly surprised by her rapid growth and intelligence. Currently, aside from him, the Chu family remained steadfastly committed to obeying the commands of Chu Tian Wang, maintaining a low profile. He was the sole representative of the younger generation on the heavenly rankings. Chu Tian understood that the younger generation of the Chu family did not lack ambition to shine brightly on the heavenly rankings, drawing admiration from all. However, the formidable reputation of their father, Chu Tian Wang, loomed heavily over them. Many young talents hesitated to act against his wishes, even as they were inspired by his achievements. Returning home, he had pondered how to shift the prevailing low-key atmosphere within the Chu family. As a founding lineage, the younger generation should command respect and wield influence, establishing the family's prestige. Remaining in obscurity would only signal to the outside world that the Chu family's youth were lacking. It was well known that Chu Yunshang had always been the most obedient daughter of Chu Tian Wang. Her ascent to the heavenly rankings would undoubtedly serve as a catalyst for revitalizing the current atmosphere within the Chu family. At that moment, a gleaming bald figure appeared at the door, and Hui Mei's voice trembled with excitement. Elder brother, my cousin has arrived at the Holy Sky sect. But upon learning that you have secured the top position on the Earth rankings, she has gone straight to the Heavenly Palace for the test. Chapter 65. Why are your words so unpleasant? The annoying little brother, as Chu Tian entered the Hung Tian Hall with Chu Yunshang and Hui Mei. He was met with a throng of shadowy figures filling the chamber. Within the hall, hundreds of sect disciples crowded around the Refining Spirit Hall and the Harmonization Hall, their eyes wide with astonishment, occasionally gasping in disbelief. The current generation of the Zihong sacred sect was undeniably filled with prodigious talents. The once dominant Hui Lian Saintess, who had ruled the harmonization rankings for 2 years, and the extraordinary Hui Mei, who had topped the bone forging rankings for many years, were now overshadowed by the emergence of a young saint. Their positions seemed unassailable, yet they now also found themselves displaced from the refining spirit rankings. After the young saint broke through to the refining spirit realm, not a single one of the 4 major rankings below the age of 18 bore the name of the Sheng Tian sect, marking an unprecedented humiliation. It seemed evident that the Huilian Saintess aimed to reclaim the top spot on the Earth rankings, hoping to surpass the young saint after 2 previous failures. This was her 3rd attempt. The young saint's exceptional prowess was demonstrated by his unyielding hold on the Earth rankings, where he had bested the Huilian Saintess not once, but twice. Within the Hung Tian Hall, whispers filled the air, a mixture of awe and envy towards the young saint, Chu Tian. Suddenly, a thunderous cheer erupted from the refining spirit hall. Lin Jie, having achieved the #1 position on the refining spirit rankings, had slain over 3,600 illusion nightmares, but still felt unsatisfied and re-entered the testing space. In just 10 seconds, he had dispatched 675 illusion nightmares, surpassing his previous record by 100. The prodigies of the Zihong sacred sect seemed to breed despair, consistently exceeding their prior achievements. Chu Tian looked up to see Lin Jie's name atop the refining spirit rankings. Lin Jie, the candidate young saint of the Zihong sacred sect, had reached the 7th level of the refining spirit realm, demonstrating a mental acuity of 70. With a record of slaughtering 3,640 illusion nightmares in a minute. Behind his name, a digital timer continued to count down, showing that he had already dispatched over 1,300 nightmares in merely 20 seconds. Meanwhile, Yi Guilong, who had previously held the top spot, was now relegated to 2nd place, trailing Lin Jie by a significant margin, with only 1,900 nightmares slain in a minute. It was no wonder that the Hung Tian Hall had drawn so many disciples. Yi Guilong had been the last bastion of the Shang Tian sect before Chu Tian's emergence. The Shang Tian sect, acknowledged as the most formidable sect in the Hung Tian continent, faced fierce competition for the 4 rankings below the spirit realm, representing the potential of a sect's future. Yet, with the 4 major rankings, only Yi Guilong barely maintained the lead in the refining spirit rankings. A meager advantage compared to the Zihong sacred sect's overwhelming dominance in the bone forging and harmonization rankings. Following Chu Tian's breakthrough, he had fallen off the bone forging rankings. And now, even the remaining recognition in the refining spirit rankings had been lost. Chu Tian recalled information about Yi Guilong, as he had been praised by the royal family on multiple occasions, being the grandson of Yi Hongwu, who had tragically taken his own life. However, Chu Tian did not dwell on this, for in the original narrative, the most significant figures within the Yi family were Yi Feng and Yi Fan. Beyond those two, even the top prodigy on the refining spirit rankings was not worthy of his attention. The Zihong sacred sect, particularly Hui Mei and Hui Lian, were the talents deserving of commendation. Lin Jie was merely a side character, one who would be effortlessly defeated by Yi Fan with a single punch in the original storyline. As he glanced at the harmonization rankings, he noted that the formidable Ice Queen continued to dominate the top position, fiercely determined to reclaim the Earth rankings. In the testing space, she was relentlessly slaying the Crimson Flame Golden Crystal Leopards, consistently resetting her records. In just 1 minute, she had slain 5,700 beasts, nearly doubling the count of the 2nd place. In contrast, Yi Feng, ranked 6th, had only managed 367. It seemed that unless she regained the Earth rankings, this relentless woman would not leave Hung Tian Hall today. This infuriating Ice Queen appeared to possess boundless strength. Chu Yanshang looked at the harmonization rankings and remarked, "Little Tian, although my elder sister has never attempted the harmonization rankings, I doubt she could match this prodigy." With a cheerful disposition, Chu Yanshang quickly regained her composure after departing from the sacred Emperor Peak. Upon learning from Hui Mei that her younger brother had decisively defeated Yuan, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she embraced Chu Tian, showering him with affection, vowing to reward him handsomely. Throughout their journey, she eagerly inquired about how Chu Tian had avenged her by defeating Yi Feng in the sacred heavenly pool, expressing her delight and enthusiasm. Chu Tian smiled gently, offering words of comfort to Chu Yanshang. He had never expected his elder sister to rival Hui Lian Saintess at this moment. He believed that once Yi Feng broke through and ignited the divine fire, transforming into a killing weapon, it might grant his elder sister the opportunity for a rebirth, allowing her to compete with Hui Lian. "Big brother, that Lin Jie keeps pestering my cousin. Despite my warnings, he remains undeterred and has even followed us to the Shang Tian sect. Just give me some time to break through a few levels in the refining spirit realm, and I shall surely sever his pathetic little pride," Hui Mei said scratching her shiny head, her teeth clenched in frustration as she stared at the refining spirit rankings. Heavenly Lord, 4,200 illusion nightmares. At that moment, the numbers on the refining spirit rankings came to a halt, eliciting gasps of admiration and envy from the disciples who beheld the list. Meanwhile, Lin Jie had surged into the 10th position on the Earth rankings, becoming one of the celebrated prodigies under 30 on the Chu Tian continent. From within the golden boulder of the refining spirit hall, a boy of about 13 or 14, clad in a blue-patterned robe, with sharp brows and bright eyes, emerged. Yi Guilong, there's no need to waste time testing. We are in entirely different leagues. Lin Jie said dismissively to a boy in black robes nearby, before striding towards Chu Tian. You must be the young saint of the Chu Tian sect, Chu Tian, Lin Jie remarked, casting a glance at Hui Mei before casually introducing himself. I am Lin Jie, candidate young saint of the Zihong sacred sect. I will be here alongside senior sister Hui Lian to contemplate the eye of heaven with you for a while. Rest assured, my Lin family will not neglect you. We shall provide sufficient benefits and rewards to your Chu family. His tone carried a hint of arrogance, not quite reaching the heights of Hui Mei's haughty demeanor, yet still laced with a condescension that suggested it was an honor for Chu Tian to train alongside him. Upon hearing his words, before Chu Tian could respond, Chu Yunshang interjected with irritation. You little brother, why do your words sound so disagreeable? You speak as if you know better. My brother hasn't even agreed yet. And does our Chu family truly need your meager offerings? Chapter 66, Tenfold Spirit. 99-fold Dragon Emperor art, our Lin family, stands as one of the most formidable clans of the Compassionate Voyage sacred sect, boasting a lineage that stretches back nearly 10 million years. As the young master of the Lin family, I am the most gifted individual in our lineage throughout millennia. Who among the entire continent would dare to refuse the opportunity to foster a relationship with me? Lin Jie casually retorted, then turned his gaze towards Hui Mei, saying, You little bald head, you are truly insufferable. Wherever you go, there you are. Be a good girl and roll back to the sacred sect. Otherwise, now that you have broken through to the spirit refinement realm, the days ahead will be filled with your suffering. I will make you understand just how vast the chasm between us truly is. You are truly an insufferable little brother. I do not like you. Chu Yunshang replied, her irritation evident. What kind of person is this so arrogant? Chu Tian's expression remained calm as he turned to Hui Mei and stated, Not every insignificant dog is worthy of standing beside me as a subordinate. Since you are from the Compassionate Voyage sacred sect, you should handle this. Hui Mei bared her teeth and waved her hands, insisting, Big brother, I am not familiar with this insignificant dog. He has nothing to do with me. I once vowed to sever his 3-inch little tail sooner or later. With that, Hui Mei's enchanting visage turned cold as she glared at Lin Jie, declaring, Did you hear that? My brother does not welcome you, so be quick and leave. Lin Jie's face darkened. He had not anticipated that Chu Tian would so brazenly disrespect him. Chu Tian, our sect's holy master, Tianyan Daozuan, has already reached an agreement with your Chu family for my visit. Have you considered the consequences of your words? Unfazed, Chu Tian calmly replied, while striding towards the spirit refinement hall. He had never had a habit of taking detours, and as his shoulder collided with Lin Jie's, the overwhelming force of his physique made Lin Jie stumble back 3 steps, gasping. He had never engaged in verbal sparring with inconsequential characters. The reason he accompanied his elder sister, Chu Yunshang, to the Chu Tian Hall was because he, too, needed to participate in the hall's examination. You are truly audacious. Lin Jie shouted angrily, his handsome face contorted in rage. No one had ever dared to treat him with such blatant disrespect. Chu Tian's physical prowess was terrifying. The unanticipated collision felt like being struck by a towering mountain, leaving Lin Jie feeling as though his entire body might collapse, his shoulder joints aching as if they were fracturing. Remember, my sister does not like you, so you are forbidden from stepping into the Holy Emperor Peak's main hall. Chu Tian calmly responded as he stepped into the spirit refinement hall. At that moment, Yi Guilong emerged from the golden boulder, his complexion pale, having just failed his test. Not only did he fail to surpass Lin Jie, but he did not even match his previous performance. Chu Tian, Yi Guilong blurted out, his face growing even paler. After all, his grandfather Yi Hongwu had been driven to suicide due to schemes directed at Chu Tian. Because of Yi Hongwu's downfall, their family's wealth had been entirely confiscated by the law enforcement hall, resulting in a significant decline in their standing within the clan. The resources allocated to him by the sect had also been drastically reduced, and he faced various investigations from the law enforcement hall. Had it not been for his exceptional talent as the #1 on the spirit refinement rankings, he might have already been forcibly taken away for interrogation. This was also the reason he had hurried to arrive upon learning that his old rival, Lin Jie, was attempting to claim the top spot on the spirit refinement rankings. He had not anticipated that after his failed challenge, he would encounter Chu Tian face to face. "What do you want?" Yi Guilong's voice trembled slightly, laced with fear. As he feared, Chu Tian sought revenge for his grandfather. He was also aware that Yi Wen had been killed by a single punch from Chu Tian. Although Yi Wen's strength was far inferior to his own, his background was significant. If Chu Tian sought an excuse to eliminate him, it would be all too simple. However, as Chu Tian approached, he bypassed Yi Guilong entirely, stepping directly into the swirling vortex of the golden boulder to begin his examination. Yi Guilong's expression turned ashen, but he felt a slight sense of relief, quickly followed by a profound humiliation. From Chu Tian, he sensed a palpable air of contempt, as if he lacked even the qualification to be regarded with a glance. Before stepping into the vortex, Chu Tian faintly heard gasps of astonishment emanating from the combined body hall. Seemingly, as the holy maiden Huilian had slain 6,500 scarlet flame golden crystal leopards, reclaiming the top spot on the Earth rankings. Buzz. As Chu Tian's vision shifted, a pitch-black space materialized before him, filled with the sounds of eerie and terrifying beast roars echoing in the boundless darkness. Suddenly, from the depths of the black void, pairs of blood-red eyes, larger than lanterns, opened wide, densely packed like horrifying crimson stars suspended in the sky. Amidst these blood-red stars, waves of crimson surged forth, embodying a powerful mental tempest, accompanied by various images that assaulted Chu Tian's mind, relentlessly clashing against his consciousness. The Dream Nightmare Beast, an ancient creature adept in mental assaults, capable of casting illusions, was exceedingly formidable. Buzz. Chu Tian maintained an expression of tranquility as the chaos pearl of his mind emitted beams of light, nullifying all mental attacks, instantly dispelling the illusions that had invaded his consciousness. His spirit was refined to the point of being tangible, and his will was unyielding. No illusion could disturb his resolve. Before Chu Tian, within the vast expanse above, loomed beasts with black wings that could envelop nearly 10 meters of sky, resembling bats. Their blood-red eyes and enormous mouths emitted sound waves, harboring powerful mental impacts. They soared through the heavens, while those in the spirit refinement realm were incapable of flight, limited to utilizing their mental powers to execute secret techniques to vanquish the dream nightmare beasts, thus restricting their physical prowess. This seemed to be a deliberate design by the founders of the Hung Tian rankings to more effectively evaluate the mental fortitude of the trial takers. Time flowed swiftly. Having entered for the first time, Chu Tian wasted 10 seconds merely observing the dream nightmare beasts. At this moment, the Hung Tian Hall was shrouded in silence, the disciples of the Sacred Heavens sect holding their breaths in anticipation. On the territory of the Sacred Heavens sect, the disciples of the Compassionate Voyage Sacred Sect had swept through the combined body rankings and the spirit refinement rankings, with the earth rankings also reclaimed by the holy maiden Huilian. They fervently hoped someone would rise to represent the Sacred Heavens sect and temper their arrogance. Yet, upon observing the complete stillness behind Chu Tian's name on the spirit refinement rankings for a full 10 seconds, their hopes began to dwindle into disappointment. The young saint has only just broken through to the spirit refinement realm. We must give him some time to adjust, a disciple murmured, attempting to comfort those nearby. Indeed, the young saint is still so young and has already ascended to the top of the earth rankings. His future is limitless. We must believe in him, a girl with a ponytail remarked. While those around her acknowledged her words, A lingering sense of disappointment still pervaded their hearts. Just then, the rankings on the golden boulder flickered, and Chu Tian's name suddenly moved. Chu Tian, 11 seconds, 965 dream nightmare beasts. Quickly, the time increment again. 12 seconds, 2,634 dream nightmare beasts. 13 seconds, 3,795. What? Instantly, those in the Hung Tian Hall who had been fixated on the rankings were left utterly bewildered. What was happening? Were they dreaming? At that moment, Lin Jie's face went rigid, and upon seeing the rankings, he was left speechless. What in the world? He had participated in numerous tests, fighting desperately, and had only managed to kill 4,200 beasts in a minute. Now, in just 3 seconds, Chu Tian had obliterated over 3,000? One absurd joke. In the testing space, a resounding boom echoed as Chu Tian harbored no intention of concealing his strength. The eye of the heavenly Tao at his brow opened, emitting a cascade of purple light. His condensed mental force erupted tenfold, radiating a soft purple glow that swept across the heavens, engulfing the void for miles. With a series of explosive sounds, countless dream nightmare beasts were obliterated in an instant, leaving a nauseating mist of blood hanging in the air. Enormous phantasmal nightmares loomed, their grotesque forms adorned with eyes resembling ominous red lanterns, brimming with malevolence. Yet, as if crafted from mere paper, they were effortlessly swept away by a torrent of tangible psychic energy, dissolving and shattering without a trace of resistance. A roar erupted. In that instant, Chu Tian's spirit surged, coalescing into 99 true dragons, their golden radiance piercing the dim expanse of the heavens. The resounding dragon roars reverberated, obliterating countless phantasmal nightmares. The true dragons soared through the air, their golden scales and sharp claws embodying the most formidable instruments of destruction. Like bolts of lightning, these 99 true dragons darted through the darkness. With every breath, hundreds, even thousands of nightmares were torn asunder, exploded, and transformed into a mist of blood by the thunderous dragon roars. Chu Tian's psychic prowess was terrifying. The power contained within a mere wisp of his spirit exceeded that of an ordinary cultivator by 100-fold, though he was only at the first layer of spirit refinement. The depth of his psychic strength surpassed that of a 5th-layer cultivator, and in direct confrontation, he could easily overwhelm so-called prodigies like Yi1, who had attained the 10th layer of physical refinement. Now, augmented tenfold by the eye of the heavenly path and employing the dragon's sovereign technique, each spirit-concentrated true dragon was scarcely weaker than an actual true dragon cub. Any single true dragon could easily crush Yi1, under the combined might of 99 true dragons. Even those at the integration stage would be annihilated in an instant. Within the testing space, the true dragons transformed into lightning, mercilessly slaughtering the phantasmal nightmares, while the sky was veiled in a shroud of blood mist. At that moment, within the Hall of Spirit Refinement, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Directly ahead, upon the golden stone of the Spirit Refinement ranking, it read, Chu Tian, 35 seconds, 39,700 phantasmal nightmares. Chapter 67. Not reaching the limit 35 seconds. 39,700. 40 seconds, 45,001. Impossible, impossible, how could this be? Damn it. Lin Jie trembled all over, muttering incessantly, his face as pale as death, his eyes wide with rage, on the brink of madness. The blow he suffered was indeed too great. In less than a minute, a nearly tenfold gap had emerged. Even more suffocating was the realization of the age difference between him and Chu Tian. Chu Tian had just broken through to the first level of spirit refinement, while he had already reached the 8th level. Having immersed himself in this realm for over 2 years, Chu Tian must have cheated. Even Sister Hualien, when she reached the 10th level of spirit refinement, had only slain 12,000 mirage nightmares. How could he possibly? Stop talking if you can't speak sense. My cousin had already reached the 8th level of spirit refinement when she claimed the top position, and she simply chose not to test thereafter. Do you think you are as useless as you appear? You struggled to kill a mere 4,000 with repeated tests at the 8th level. and yet you flaunt arrogance while suppressing Yi Guilong. Huilin shot Lin Jie a fierce glare, secretly reveling in his distress. After all, she had also experienced such a crushing defeat at the hands of Chu Tian during the bone forging rankings. The sense of helplessness from being overwhelmed by a significant advantage was now Lin Jie's to endure. I managed to kill the ancient mammoth in the bone forging rankings. Yet here you are, being defeated while still several realms behind by such a vast margin. You've brought shame upon the holy sect. If I were you, I would return to the holy sect to avoid becoming a laughingstock. Am I right, cousin? Huilin's enchanting face bore a charming smile as she scratched her head, glancing at a stunning woman not far ahead. You little bald head, are you spouting nonsense? Believe it or not, I'll. Lin Jie, infuriated, rolled up his sleeves, preparing to strike Huilin to vent his frustration. Silence, or return to the holy sect at once. The holy maiden Huilin, clad in a flowing white gown, radiated an icy beauty. Just her presence seemed to exude a chilling aura. Her eyes, sharp as ice blades, swept over Lin Jie and Huilin, causing both to instinctively shrink their necks and exchange a glare before falling silent. Huilin understood that although she had killed 11,000 mirage nightmares at the 8th level, at the 10th level, the maximum increase would only be 4 to 5 times. And Chu Tian was currently at the 1st level of spirit refinement. What could she possibly use to compare with him? Buzz. At that moment, the numbers on the golden stone solidified. Chu Tian, in 1 minute, had slaughtered 60,315 mirage nightmares. The spirit refinement rankings instantly refreshed, placing Chu Tian at the top. Chu Tian, 1st level of spirit refinement. Mental refinement level 100, slaughtered 60,315 mirage nightmares. The rankings continued downward. Lin Jie, 8th level of spirit refinement. Mental refinement level 70, slaughtered 4,000. A profound silence enveloped the area. The multitude of disciples gazed at the spirit refinement rankings, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within them. This was no mere chasm in achievement. It was a gulf of cosmic proportions, akin to the brilliance of stars compared to the flicker of a candle. The 1st place in the spirit refinement rankings had been reclaimed by the young saint, returning one of the 4 major rankings below the divine realm to the holy heavenly sect, somewhat restoring its honor. Yet many disciples felt a complex mix of emotions, sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy, excitement mingled with despondency, all tinged with bitterness. The young saint was simply too monstrous. Although Lin Jie possessed exceptional talent, they could at least see his silhouette. Yet, with the young saint, not even his heels were within reach. Initially, they had hoped to at least break into the top 10 of the spirit refinement rankings. Huilin, scratching her bald head as if trying to peel off another layer of skin, was now twitching at the corners of her eyes and mouth. What was the point of trying? Even if he were at the 1st level of spirit refinement, could he kill 1,000 mirage nightmares, perhaps 2,000 with effort? What good would that do? It was hardly enough to stave off the crushing defeat. Once, she had thought that breaking through to the spirit refinement realm would mean Chu Tian would call him brother, but now reflecting on that thought, Huilin's mouth twitched even more violently, realizing the road ahead was still long and arduous. Impossible, impossible. Chu Tian must have cheated. How could someone at the 1st level of spirit refinement be so powerful? That is inconceivable. Lin Jie's handsome face turned ghostly pale, disbelief etched across his features. How could his mental refinement level reach 100? My mental refinement level is 70. And even my father and the elders of the holy sect praise me as one of the rare talents in the sect's history. Even you, Sister Huilin, regarded as the most monstrous prodigy in the long history of our sect, had a mental refinement level of only 90, did you not? The icy demeanor of the holy maiden Huilin grew even colder, as if a layer of frost had formed upon her. The chilling aura she exuded caused the ground to freeze beneath her. She looked up at the ranking stone, only to see her name had fallen to 2nd place, while Chu Tian had ascended to 1st once more. After nearly 10 attempts, she had only just broken through her limits to reclaim the top position. Yet within a mere minute, she was once again surpassed. The magnitude of Chu Tian's achievement made her realize that even with minor breakthroughs, even if she were to kill an additional 1 or 2,000 Crimson Flame Golden Crystal Leopards, it would still be impossible to surpass him. Chu Tian is my younger brother, Chu Yunshang declared proudly, her voice ringing with confidence. Her brother's excellence bringing her greater joy than her own ascent to the top of the rankings. Emerging from the golden vortex, Chu Tian calmly glanced at the Hung Tian rankings, noting his dual first-place standings. There was no ripple of emotion in his gaze. He was acutely aware of his own limits. Achieving the top of the spirit refinement rankings was entirely within the realm of expectation. Quickly, Chu Tian turned and re-entered the golden vortex, returning to the testing space to undergo further assessments. The first test had squandered some time, and there were areas where he had not performed optimally. He wished to ascertain the extent of his limits, to discover how many mirage nightmares existed within the testing space and what would emerge upon their annihilation, whether it would be true dragon offspring or other ancient supreme beasts. This time, the name of Chu Tian swiftly appeared upon the golden stone. Chu Tian, 1 second, 1,278 mirage nightmares. 2 seconds, 2,560. 10 seconds, 14,800. Ultimately, the time froze at 1 minute. Chu Tian, in 1 minute, had slaughtered 74,816 mirage nightmares. Within the Hung Tian Palace, an utter silence ensued, followed by heavy breaths reverberating through the air. Though they understood that the young saint was likely not cheating, but rather genuinely accomplished, a lingering sense of disbelief persisted. A strikingly handsome and valiant man voiced his dissatisfaction. We are all extraordinary individuals, selected from countless candidates, even among millions, having undergone rigorous scrutiny from the holy heavenly sect's vast domains. How could the disparity be so immense? Previously, during the bone forging rankings, some had suspected the young saint of cheating, and even old monsters from outside had come to inspect our Hung Tian rankings, finding everything in order. Another man replied with a wry smile. Yet the young saint ultimately proved his strength, brutally defeating any peers in the bone forging realm, even single-handedly obliterating the son of the Internal Affairs Hall's master, slaying true dragon offspring in the testing space. At that moment, Chu Tian exited the golden vortex, casting a glance at the numbers on the spirit refinement rankings. He shook his head slightly, murmuring to himself in barely audible tones, "My realm is still a bit low. If I were to reach the 3rd level of spirit refinement or higher, with my mental prowess multiplied several times, I could undoubtedly slay 100,000. The 1st level of refining the spirit ultimately falls short of the strength limit envisioned by the creator of the celestial ranking. However, Chu Tian did not feel disheartened, for it was only at the 10th level of body forging that he managed to vanquish the ancient mammoth in a mere minute, piercing through 30 ancient fierce beast cubs. Chapter 68. To die. To fulfill Chu Tian's voice was barely a whisper, yet the surrounding disciples of the sect, possessing keen hearing, caught his words. Their already tenuous composure nearly shattered. To challenge the limits set by the Hung Tian ranking at the 1st level of spirit refinement. What did that imply for those who had reached the 10th level, who struggled to slay a few, let alone hundreds of spirit-refined beings? Would they be deemed worthless? Xiaotian, come here and let your sister give you a kiss. A fragrant breeze accompanied the delighted, tinkling laughter of Chunsheng. Moi, moi, rewarding my most exceptional little brother. She embraced Chu Tian and planted a couple kisses on him. Raising her chin slightly, she cast a haughty glance at the crowd, wrapping her arm around Chu Tian's shoulder as they exited the spirit refinement hall, seemingly declaring to all that he was her beloved brother. Chu Tian, I refuse to believe you are truly that powerful. Suddenly, a hoarse and deep voice resonated. Buzz. A dazzling purple light flickered, and a violet apparition surged toward Chu Tian. Let me see if you are genuinely this strong. Lin Jie, resembling a white tiger on the hunt, leaped into the air, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. He could not accept that Chu Tian, at the 1st level of spirit refinement, could surpass him by 10-fold. He was determined to unveil the facade of Chu Tian's supposed strength. With formidable energy surging, the purple light coalesced into a suit of white tiger battle armor that enveloped him entirely. He launched a devastating punch aimed at Chu Tian's cheek, a white tiger roaring behind him, its roar reverberating through the heavens. The terrifying aura of bloodlust sent chills through everyone present, causing the surrounding disciples to retreat in haste. This is the white tiger's sacred killing technique of the Zihong sacred sect, the pinnacle of offensive techniques, one disciple gasped. Lin Jie must have nearly perfected it. Suddenly, a resounding dragon roar pierced the sky, deafening in its intensity. A cold gleam flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as his blood surged, unleashing a mental tsunami from the chaos within his mind. He retaliated with a punch that resonated with an earth-shattering dragon roar. A sinuous, true dragon materialized, its scales shimmering with golden radiance, its eyes icy and its claws gleaming with razor-sharp brilliance, majestic and powerful. The clash of dragon roars and tiger howls erupted. In an instant, a terrifying whirlwind swept through, the shockwaves reverberating for hundreds of meters, tossing the nearby disciples who could not escape like ragdolls. The collision of their fists resembled not two diminutive figures, but rather the clash of two mountains, the thunderous sound akin to muffled thunder, capable of rupturing eardrums. Many spirit refinement disciples were severely injured by the residual force, spitting blood and suffering from grievous wounds, their spirits shattered. The more formidable disciples, aghast, intervened to shield against the aftermath of the collision. Chunsheng, feeling a chill in her heart, swiftly distanced herself, refraining from interfering in her brother's battle. Suddenly, Lin Jie's purple-white tiger battle armor began to crack with a resounding snap, his face pale as he staggered backward. However, he was undeniably stronger than Yuan. As the number one on the spirit refinement rankings, having slain over 4,000 illusory nightmares, he had not been instantly defeated despite initially falling at a disadvantage. Boom! With a frigid gaze, Chu Tian unleashed a punch, employing the Jinyu Dragon Emperor technique. Blood and spirit coalesced into three true dragons that surrounded Lin Jie in a fierce assault. At that moment, a torrent of profound principles surged forth, coalescing into grand Dao runes that transformed into a gigantic purple hand, crashing down, forcing Lin Jie to spit blood as the white tiger behind him let out a mournful cry. The three true dragons radiated divine light, encircling Lin Jie in their onslaught, leaving deep, bone-revealing gashes from their sharp claws. Lin Jie's eyes lost their ferocity. The white tiger behind him lamented continuously, and his battle armor lay in ruins. Reduced to mere defense, the Jinyu Dragon Emperor technique from the Great Emperor Scripture, combined with an unknown profound secret technique, left an astounded disciple exclaiming, "The little saint must have at least grasped the intermediate, if not advanced, stage of this technique, coupled with a 100% mental refinement. He has unleashed the might of a perfected secret technique, materializing three substantial true dragons." At this moment, a disciple from the Convergence ranking solemnly remarked, "Do not forget, the little saint's physical strength reached 250,000 pounds at the bone refinement stage. With the enhancement of spirit, he is now exerting nearly 15 million pounds of force, and with the Jinyu Dragon Emperor technique, he could obliterate Lin Jie, the second on the spirit refinement ranking, with a single punch." With so many factors in play, the little saint's combat prowess in the spirit refinement realm was approaching invincibility. The overwhelming physical strength, the fully refined spirit, and a mastery of two secret techniques at an advanced level. Heaven above, could anyone inform me if the little saint is truly just 8 years old? A man slapped his forehead in despair. "Are you even human? We are all born of the same parents. Why must you be this monstrous?" Huime watched in dry-mouthed awe, realizing that if he were to step into the fray, he would be utterly annihilated by his elder brother's single strike. Moreover, his own pride in understanding divine arts, having grasped the illusory dragon technique at an advanced level, was now eclipsed by his brother. How monstrous! Huime murmured helplessly, previously the target of such derision. He never imagined he would one day find himself in the same position. He turned to Saintess Huelien and said, "Cousin, perhaps you should refrain from competing with my brother. This monster, as the second on the Earth ranking, I should be able to secure third place without issue. I won't fall short of the Holy Sky sect." Upon hearing this, Saintess Huin's expression grew even frostier. Cold blue light flickered in her eyes, a layer of ice forming on her face as she stood frozen, staring unblinkingly at Chu Tian. Yet at that moment, Lin Jie, who had fallen into dire straits, gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Chu Tian, even if you were stronger than me, is surely limited. How could you possibly surpass me by tenfold, slaying over 70,000 illusory nightmares? You must have cheated on the Hung Tian ranking. You are utterly shameless, resorting to any means to ascend the Earth ranking." Chu Tian's gaze remained indifferent as he cast a cold glance at Lin Jie. Suddenly, a vertical pupil opened in his forehead, vibrant purple light enveloping him entirely. "If you desire death so fervently, then I shall grant it." Boom! In an instant, his mental power surged tenfold, enveloping his entire being. Terrifying blood energy erupted skyward, merging with his solid mental force, transforming above the Hung Tian Palace into a serpentine true dragon stretching 1,000 meters across the sky. Its colossal eyes shone like stars, its whiskers thrumming, causing the very heavens to tremble. Chu Tian stepped forward, mentally shifting to appear before Lin Jie, delivering a punch. Roar! The true dragon roared. The Jinyu Dragon Emperor technique's offensive might, combined with tenfold enhancement of mental power, propelled Chu Tian's original strength of 250,000 pounds to an explosive 50 million pounds. An astonishing 20-fold increase. As he launched the punch, the void quivered and the heavens seemed to shudder. 50 million pounds of force descended like a towering peak crashing from the sky, capable of collapsing anything in its path. Lin Jie's pupils constricted violently, enveloped in sheer terror. His mouth agape in a silent scream, for even his voice was consumed by the overwhelming power. Chapter 69. The delight of being revered. The golden rays of light gleamed intensely as the true dragon coiled majestically above the Hung Tian Hall, its roar resonating like thunder. Lin Jie's screams, filled with abject terror, were utterly drowned out. With unparalleled strength, all rules were obliterated. The space around him was constricted into a vacuum by the surging power. Before his fist could land, the immense pressure of the vacuum had already forced the blood from every pore in his body. Suddenly, a flicker of icy light appeared. The Saintess Huilien positioned herself before him, her hand crystallizing into ice to intercept Chu Tian's strike. A deafening boom reverberated, shattering eardrums and leaving the nearby disciples of various sects dazed, their ears, noses, and eyes bleeding from the violent shockwave. The terrifying mental aftershock, accompanied by a chilling aura, spread like a tsunami in all directions, sending dozens, even hundreds of people flying. In that moment, Lin Jie's scream of sheer horror pierced the heavens. Hiding behind the Saintess Huilien, he finally found his voice, imbued with an insatiable dread of death. He had never imagined that he might confront the specter of mortality. At merely 14 years of age, born into extreme nobility and possessing extraordinary talent, he had always been the center of attention, surrounded by admirers. The thought that he could be so close to death was unfathomable. Lin Jie sensed that if Chu Tian's fist struck, his demise was inevitable. A force surpassing 50 million pounds. It was as if a towering mountain were descending from the sky. He would be pulverized into a mere pulp, reduced to blood mist, leaving no trace behind. Trembling violently, Lin Jie gazed at Chu Tian, his eyes suddenly filled with boundless fear, pleading, and suffocating terror. "Please don't kill me. I was wrong, truly wrong." His voice quivered, hoarse, drenched in blood, for at 14, he had never encountered such a scene. The overwhelming bloodlust seeped into his very marrow, instilling a fear of Chu Tian that penetrated to the depths of his soul. He would likely never forget this moment of terror for the rest of his life. Brother, we're on the same side. This is my cousin, the Saintess Huilien." Huimei, fearing a conflict between her brother and cousin, hurried to mediate. However, she suddenly frowned, eyeing Lin Jie with disdain, having caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. The icy countenance of the Saintess Huilien also registered a slight frown. She stepped back from Lin Jie, then, upon noticing his repugnant state, waved her hand. unleashing a wave of cold that encased his lower half in a thick layer of blue ice. Get up. You provoked him and ended up like this. You've brought shame upon the holy sect. Lin Jie's eyes brimmed with fear as he struggled to rise, humiliation reddening his face, yet his legs trembled violently, unable to support him. As a prodigy in the harmonization stage, the extent of his fright was palpable. Soon, a figure clad in white robes from the compassionate current sect appeared, saluting the Saintess Hui Lian before hastily escorting her away from the Hung Tian Hall. He is my sect's candidate, Holy Son. How dare you attempt to kill him? The Saintess Hui Lian regarded Chu Tian with an unchanging, frosty demeanor, her exquisite visage devoid of any emotion. I merely fulfilled his desire to meet death. Chu Tian replied flatly, his vertical eye closing. The serpentine true dragon above the heavens vanished instantaneously. Moreover, the Lin family had the audacity to negotiate with him. Their demise would be of no consequence. His third uncle, Chu Tian Yun, had already informed him of the factions within the compassionate current sect that supported the extraction of his heavenly eye, which included the Lin family. Lin Jie's audacity to approach the Holy Heaven sect was beyond reckless, akin to consuming the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard. In Chu Tian's eyes, Lin Jie was merely a naive child, unworthy of his attention. Yet, since Lin Jie sought his own demise, he could only oblige him effortlessly. Having failed to kill him, Chu Tian had no intention of pursuing him further. Given his understanding of human nature, after experiencing such a moment, Lin Jie would likely lack the courage to even glance at him again. The Saintess Hui Lian's expression remained frigid, choosing not to elaborate further. As she had witnessed the encounter, it was evident that Lin Jie had initiated the confrontation. If he were to be killed for provoking a holy son on the Holy Heaven sect's territory, the Lin family would have no grounds for complaint. Little Tian, wait for me. I'll be right back, came the eager voice of Chu Yanshang, who had already entered the golden boulder of the harmonization hall to begin her assessment. Soon, her name appeared on the harmonization leaderboard. Chu Yanshang, 1 second. 3 scarlet flame golden crystal leopards. An unremarkable achievement at first. Yet, her results soon skyrocketed. Chu Yanshang, 5 seconds. 36 scarlet flame golden crystal leopards. 10 seconds. 82 scarlet flame golden crystal leopards. 20 seconds. 186 1 minute. 536 scarlet flame golden crystal leopards. Chu Yanshang's ranking soared to 4th place on the leaderboard, surpassing Yifeng. Gasp! Instantly, the disciples of various sects within the harmonization hall inhaled sharply, their mouths agape in shock. If I'm not mistaken, this must be Chu Yanshang, the legitimate daughter of the Chu family. This should be her first time participating in the Hung Tian Hall test. To achieve such a feat on her first attempt, slaying 530 scarlet flame golden crystal leopards, was a testament to her formidable talent. It seemed that Chu Yanshang was even younger than Yifeng. Whispers circulated among the disciples, recalling that she was rumored to possess innate holy bones, having been recognized by a passing holy being shortly after her birth. Taken as a disciple, and trained for 3 years before departing. The Chu family had always been low profile. Whether legitimate or collateral descendants, they remained obscure, yet had concealed such depth. By the heavens the disciples murmured in astonishment, their discussions fervent. Although Chu Tian's previous accomplishments set a high bar, this achievement was still remarkable. It was crucial to remember that Chu Yanshang was the second prodigy from the Chu family to participate in the Hung Tian Hall test, making her prowess all the more terrifying. What hidden talents lay within the younger generation of the Chu family? My goodness, Huime was taken aback, astonished that the seemingly innocent and unpretentious Chu Yanshang possessed such terrifying strength. Brother, your generation is truly formidable. Her talent surpasses that of that scoundrel Yifeng. The Saintess Hui Lian's gaze turned serious. While her achievements were still superior, she was also older than Chu Yanshang. Such prodigious potential, even if not equal to her own, was not far behind. Chu Tian smiled slightly, realizing that his elder sister had absorbed and transformed the demonic energy within her dantian, greatly enhancing her strength alongside the white Tao seed. After all, Chu Tian had previously practiced the supreme yin-yang technique, rendering her strength insufficient to match Yifeng's. Now, however, she had leaped ahead of him. If Yifeng were to succumb to corruption and become a weapon of slaughter for his sister, it would undoubtedly provide her with an opportunity to evolve and potentially rival the Saintess Huilian. At that moment, Chu Tian emerged from the vortex, her expression a blend of surprise and exhilaration upon witnessing her accomplishments on the harmonization leaderboard. She had not anticipated her own strength to be so formidable. The admiration in the eyes of those around her lifted her spirits. The sensation of being revered by many was indeed delightful. Chapter 70. The Shock of the Continent. Wait a moment, my younger brother. I did not perform well in my first test, Chu Tian declared, her fist raised in determination as her face radiated excitement. She turned once more and plunged into the testing space. In her second attempt, she managed to vanquish 630 Crimson Flame golden crystal leopards in 1 minute, yet she remained dissatisfied with her performance. The third attempt yielded 658, followed by subsequent attempts, leading her ninth result to reach 739, securing her place among the top 3 on the fusion ranking. With a crestfallen expression, Chu Tian approached Chu Tian and confided that the Holy Maiden of Huile was a prodigy beyond her reach. Chu Tian offered her a few comforting words, quickly restoring her spirits and bringing back her characteristic cheerfulness. At that moment, the atmosphere in the arena was suffocating. Spectators gazed in astonishment at the siblings, unable to comprehend how such extraordinary talents could emerge from one family, while ordinary individuals struggled to even produce a single prodigy. Witnessing Chu Tian's despondency left many feeling utterly frustrated. Was there no respite for them? Her achievements placed her among the top 3 in the entire Hung Tian continent, while the Holy Maiden of Huile was regarded as an unparalleled being. Had it not been for the emergence of a young saint, she would have been universally recognized as the unrivaled genius under 30, lauded as the strongest below the sacred realm, and praised by the sacred sect's lord, Tianyun Dao, as a once-in-a-million-year talent with the potential to surpass him and become one of the most formidable figures in the history of the sect. At this juncture, Chu Tian's name rose above Yifeng's on the Earth ranking, placing her third, just behind the Holy Maiden of Huile. In a succinct phrase, it was stated, Chu Tian, Sacred Heaven Sect, born with sacred bones, 17 years old, Fusion Stage 8, ranked 3rd on the Fusion ranking. The brevity of this statement belied its tremendous impact. The Earth ranking does not measure actual combat prowess, but rather assesses potential, and the shorter the description, the greater the implied potential. In a single test, the Hung Tian ranking acknowledged her immense promise. Similar to Chu Tian, who at the age of 8, shattered the bone-forging ranking by defeating 30 ancient beasts, including a true dragon cub, thereby claiming the top spot on the Earth ranking. Such an achievement is a monumental honor. Regardless of the sect, even within the Sacred Heaven sect, this would evoke awe throughout the entire organization, garnering the highest level of attention, substantial resources, focused cultivation, and possibly even invitations from the elite to become disciples. This would irrevocably alter the course of one's destiny. At this moment, the first and third positions on the Earth ranking were held by Chu Tian and Chu Tian, respectively. The silence that enveloped the Hung Tian Hall was palpable. The news of their accomplishments spread like wildfire throughout the sect, reaching the highest echelons and the Elder Council. The Sacred Heaven sect was shaken to its core. Concurrently, the Hung Tian ranking across the continent was refreshed, leaving countless top sects and ancient figures in stunned silence. On the ranking, the first, third, and fourth positions were all occupied by members of the Sacred Heaven sect, with the only distinction being the surnames, 2 belonging to Chu and 1 to Yi. Decades prior, the names of Chu Tianwang and Yi Tianxiong had constantly exchanged places within the top 3. An ancient figure murmured in a hidden domain of a top sect, wondering if the Sacred Heaven sect was destined to reclaim its status as the strongest sect on the Hung Tian continent. Could it be that the Chu family had garnered the favor of destiny? After years of obscurity, it was believed that this generation of the Chu family was on a path to decline. Yet, it appeared they had been biding their time, hidden in the shadows. And now their resurgence was profound. As Chu Tian and Chu Yunshang exited the Hung Tian Hall, accompanied by Hui Mei and Huile, they were unexpectedly greeted by a familiar figure descending from the sky. "Little saint, Miss Yunshang, allow this old man to extend my congratulations in advance," Enmu Lei said with a broad smile as he landed before them. "Uncle Lei," both Chu Tian and Chu Yunshang exclaimed in unison. After exchanging pleasantries, Enmu Lei shifted to the crux of the matter, his expression still bright. "Little saint, I have come specifically to invite you to the Festival of Heaven's Peak in the Grand Hall of Rewards. However, this time is different. Do not be too hasty in your rejection. Allow this old man to finish speaking. The Elder Council, after lengthy discussions over the past month, has approved your proposal, resulting in the following resolutions. First, the position of the Internal Affairs Hall Master, previously held by Yi Tianhong, has been revoked, with the duties temporarily assigned to me as the Deputy Hall Master. Second, Sect Master Yi Tianxiong has made a grievous error that severely impacts the unity within the sect, and he is hereby mandated to publicly reflect on his actions before the Elder Council and the higher-ups of the sect. Enmu Lei's smile remained unwavering as he continued. Your proposal has been fully endorsed by the Elder Council. Therefore, there is no need for the Internal Affairs Hall, Judicial Hall, and Enforcement Hall to conduct joint investigations any longer. I will personally oversee the duties of the Internal Affairs Hall for the time being. And since I have come to invite you, little saint, surely you can grant this old man a modicum of respect." Enmu Lei spoke without any intention to lower his voice or obscure it. Those around them could clearly hear his words. Upon hearing this, the Hung Tian Hall was enveloped in a suffocating silence. All disciples left in utter shock. This announcement struck like a colossal meteor from the heavens, leaving everyone dizzy. One of the major figures in the sect, the master of the Internal Affairs Hall, was dismissed. The sect master required to make a public reflection. Such revelations were earth-shattering, capable of generating waves of monumental proportions. In the history of the Sacred Heaven sect spanning 1,000,000 years, such an occurrence had never transpired. Heavens, am I dreaming? Two titans of the founding family, the Yi clan, facing such a fate, one dismissed and the other compelled to reflect, was utterly inconceivable. How could this be accomplished? The young saint's initial proposal merely called for an investigation into past events. Yet this had escalated into a decisive conclusion with punitive measures. The Yi family, though not entirely crippled, would suffer significant damage, especially with the sect master compelled to make a public reflection. The area surrounding the Hung Tian Hall was already densely packed with disciples, and upon hearing this news, many turned pale. It is essential to recognize the stature of these two individuals. The Sacred Heaven sect governs vast territories, home to nearly 100 billion people, and one is the supreme ruler of the sect, while the other is a figure whose mere footfall reverberates across the land. The mere fact that the sect's governing figure was forced to publicly reflect on his actions was an event of monumental significance, destined to create endless ripples. The dismissal of the Internal Affairs Hall Master involved colossal interests. Among the gathered disciples, many hailed from prominent families within the Sacred Heaven sect's domains, such as the Liu family, and they immediately relayed this shocking news to their families. For decades, the Yi family had basked in glory, and this was their first significant setback, one of such magnitude that it was truly unprecedented. Chapter 71. The Sovereign, O my heavens! Hui Mei was utterly bewildered, even forgetting to scratch his head, as was his habit, illustrating the profound shock that resided within him at this moment. Although he often lamented that one day he would personally eliminate Yi Tianxiong, it was merely idle talk shared in private. After all, this individual was a titan of the Hung Tian continent, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the revered Master Tianyun of the Zihong sacred sect, a figure who gazed down upon all of humanity. It was akin to someone whispering in Hui Mei's ear that his esteemed master, Master Tianyun, would one day be compelled to publicly reflect on his errors. Or imagine someone claiming that the paramount figure of his sect, responsible for overseeing the daily cultivation and management of millions of disciples and billions of lives, would suddenly be dismissed from their position. Hui Mei would not be angry. Rather, he would consider the individual to be utterly deranged. It was nothing short of a fantastical dream. Yet, Hui Mei had witnessed this scene unfold from beginning to end. observing how Chu Tian meticulously achieved this remarkable feat. My goodness! Chu Yunshang exclaimed, her eyes wide and mouth agape, left speechless by the astonishing revelation that it was her merely 8-year-old brother who had orchestrated these events. Who would dare believe such a tale? The ever-cold countenance of Saintess Hulian stirred slightly, instinctively glancing at Chu Tian. Uncle Lei, you are too gracious. Since you have personally extended the invitation, how could I dare refuse? Chu Tian replied with a calm expression, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I must also thank you and Uncle Duanmu for your unwavering support. Moreover, I extend my congratulations to you, as the control of the Inner Affairs Hall is now within your grasp, with the position of Hall Master within reach. Chu Tian understood that the Elder Council had been embroiled in disputes for nearly half a month without reaching a conclusion. This swift resolution was undoubtedly linked to his gaining the recognition of ancestor Duanmu, which aligned the Duanmu family with the Chu family. Upon utterance of these words, disciples surrounding the Hung Tian Hall who were privy to a hint of the underlying circumstances turned pale, nearly rendered speechless by fear. Those with a modicum of knowledge understood that for millennia, the Inner Affairs Hall had been the domain of the Yi family, with every hall master bearing the surname Yi. The mere notion of Chu Tian's statement being revealed would certainly terrify many. I cannot take credit for this, for I am merely acting in an interim capacity. Uncle Duanmu Lei chuckled, suddenly leaning closer to Chu Tian and whispering, you have no idea how fierce the struggle within the Elder Council has been. Had it not been for the news of you regaining the top spot on the Earth ranking, coupled with Yunshang's ascension to 3rd place on the combined body ranking, a significant number of the Grand Elders would not have been swayed. To achieve even one of these resolutions is a stroke of luck. Furthermore, we owe much to your father. His stance has wavered, reluctant to delve too deeply into the Yi family's affairs. It was only after the news of you and Yunshang arrived that he abruptly shifted his position, supporting the dismissal of Yi Tianhong and insisting that Yi Tianxiong publicly reflect on his conduct, assuring that such transgressions would not occur again. A smile graced Chu Tian's face as he replied, I have only made minor contributions externally. I cannot claim merit. It is the steadfast support of my uncles and the Duanmu family's invaluable assistance that truly deserves recognition. After a few exchanges of polite humility, Uncle Duanmu Lei erupted into laughter. Then, using his abilities to shield their conversation from external eavesdropping, he subtly instructed, you should assist your uncle in navigating family matters concerning the hall master position. Chu Tian's brows furrowed slightly as he quickly grasped that the Chu Tian Wang and certain members of the Chu family might still be hesitant to pressure the Yi family too harshly, fearing repercussions on the so-called stability of the sect, or even the possibility of the Yi family retaliating. After all, the position of Hall Master represented one of the Yi family's core interests. Rest assured, uncle, this position, aside from you, is one that no one else is qualified to occupy. The entire Chu family will undoubtedly rally in support, Chu Tian replied calmly. While the Duanmu family had allied with them due to ancestor Duanmu, regardless of the reasons, now that they had joined forces, it was imperative to offer tangible benefits to demonstrate that aligning with the Chu family would yield rewards rather than losses. As the patriarch, Chu Tian profoundly understood a fundamental truth. Only benefits are eternal. Without real gains or promises that inspired genuine belief in future rewards, no one would choose to align with you. With your words, dear young master, my worries are alleviated, Uncle Duanmu Lei chuckled heartily, lifting the barrier around their conversation. The ceremony of bestowal has been prepared. With Miss Yunshang ascending to 3rd place on the Earth ranking, we shall reward her accordingly. Let's proceed. This time, both you and Miss Yunshang have brought great honor to the Chu family. The Duanmu family is enviously green with admiration. Chu Tian nodded and instructed Hui Mei and Huilian to return to the sacred Emperor Peak, joining Chu Yunshang to follow Uncle Duanmu Lei toward the altar of heaven. The altar of heaven was a sacred site designated by the sacred Tian sect for various ceremonies and rituals, located not far away. With Uncle Duanmu Lei's formidable strength, they arrived at the pinnacle of the altar within mere breaths. The altar was sparsely populated, flanked by the black-armored heavenly ritual guards wielding great halberds, standing stoically like statues. arranged in 2 rows extending down to the foot of the mountain. At the base of the mountain, thousands of sect disciples had gathered, gazing up at the summit with yearning eyes, hoping to one day stand there, basking in the spotlight and enjoying such exalted honor. Yet, the reality was that such disciples might not appear even after many years. Only the upper echelons of the sect were permitted to tread upon the summit of the altar of heaven. At this moment, numerous grand elders and senior figures of the sect had gathered atop the altar, their expressions grave. As Chu Tian alighted on the altar, his gaze swept across the crowd, landing on the sullen face of Yi Tianxiong, who stood beside Yi Tianhong. Yi Tianhong was also watching Chu Tian, his eyes bloodshot, filled with intense resentment. His most outstanding son lay slain, another son rendered incapable of cultivation for an extended period. And he himself had become the first in the Yi family's history to be stripped of the Hall Master title, a source of immense disgrace. Casting his gaze aside, Chu Tian noticed his father, Chu Tian Wang, alongside his second uncle, Chu Tianxing, third uncle, Chu Tianyun, and a host of other senior members of the Chu family, many of whom he had never met before. The complexities in Chu Tian Wang's eyes reflected a mixture of exhilaration, pride, and inner conflict. The other members of the Chu family, without exception, stood tall and proud, their spirits soaring. Having 2 prodigies from the clan, ranking within the top 3 of the Earth ranking, was a first in the history of the Chu family and a first for the sacred Tian sect. This was an unparalleled honor for the family. By the resolution of the Elder Council, the upcoming ceremony of bestowal would be presided over by the sovereign himself, expressing gratitude to the heavens for bestowing such talent upon the sacred Tian sect. With a voice that echoed like thunder, Uncle Duanmu Lei proclaimed to all present before stepping down from the altar, respectfully addressing Yi Tianxiong, Sovereign, please. Chapter 72. What more could be done? Yi Tianxiong nodded, his eyes tinged with faint bloodshot, yet he revealed nothing of his inner turmoil. He ascended the altar and commenced the ceremonial rites, following the established proceedings. Before addressing the assembly with platitudes, everyone, for the sake of the sect's interests, endeavored together to uphold unity and stability within the sect. Asserting that diligent effort would yield the sects, then came the moment for rewards. Chu Yunshang, being the third on the Earth ranking, stepped forward to receive her accolades first. The sect scripture pavilion offered 3 sets of secret techniques, a weapon crafted by celestial-grade blacksmith tailored to her specifications, promotion to core disciple status, a doubling of the monthly sect stipend, and a quota for the holy heavenly pool. Upon breaking through to the divine level, she would receive the sacred vein as fruits, a lengthy list of rewards, akin to a meteoric rise for ordinary sect disciples. Yet, for Chu Yunshang, it was merely a formality, primarily aimed at encouraging those of humble origins beneath her. The holy heavenly sect's domain boasted a population exceeding 100 billion, while the direct descendants of the founding family scarcely numbered 500. The likelihood of being born into such a prestigious lineage was less than 1 in 10 million, making this status a distant dream for the common folk. The proceedings unfolded without incident. Chu Yunshang, devoid of ulterior motives, wore a radiant smile throughout, relishing the attention of the multitude at the foot of the mountain. After her accolades concluded, Enduring Wood's voice boomed across the heavens. Young Saint Chu Tian, having ascended to the first place in both the Earth ranking and the Bone Forging ranking, as well as the Spirit Refining ranking, has shattered numerous records in the history of the Eternal Heaven Hall, earning him renown across the continent. A testament to Heaven's favor upon our holy heavenly sect, please accept your rewards, young Saint Chu Tian. The gazes of numerous high-ranking sect officials and elders converged upon Chu Tian, scrutinizing this prodigious youth who had repeatedly defied expectations, shaking the very foundations of the sect and even altering the dynamics of sectal interests. Yi Tianxiong's eyes grew more bloodshot as his breathing became labored. Fixating on Chu Tian, in the sect's million-year history, he was the first sect master to publicly acknowledge a mistake and issue an apology, all while being a formidable emperor-level powerhouse. And all of this was due to this young lad, who, in a sense, had yet to fully mature. Saint Chu Tian, I have met with the Vice Hall Master and the Sect Master. Chu Tian approached with a calm demeanor, performing courteous gestures. Yet as his words fell, it was palpable that Yi Tianxiong's breath quickened, his expression darkening, fists clenching tightly, an almost imperceptible aura of menace swirling around him. The elders and high-ranking officials present were momentarily stunned by Chu Tian's remarks, which were akin to a blatant slap in Yi Tianxiong's face. For one must understand, the holy heavenly sect had established a stringent hierarchy over the course of 1,000,000 years, with the sect master being the supreme leader, deserving of all the accompanying respect and privileges. Such public decorum was a fundamental lesson for the scions of noble families, even those of lesser status. The highest ruling families, including the founding families, were particularly stringent in maintaining this established order. However, Chu Tian chose to bow to Vice Hall Master Enduring Wood first, then to Yi Tianxiong, thus blatantly undermining the latter's authority in this solemn public setting. Despite his youth, such behavior could not have been unintentional. It was evidently deliberate. Furthermore, Chu Tian's greeting conspicuously omitted the vice designation attached to Enduring Wood's title. In this context, compounded by his status as the young saint and the heir of the Chu family, it bore significant implications, hinting at a public declaration of support for Enduring Wood's ascension to the position of Internal Affairs Hallmaster. It was widely known that for 1,000,000 years, the position had always been held by someone bearing the surname Yi. The elders and high-ranking officials exchanged heavy glances, their hearts weighed down. Initially, they had hoped that Yi Tianxiong could mediate the situation between Chu Tian and the Yi family, as the ongoing friction between the two founding families was detrimental to the sect's unity and stability. Everyone had cherished the previous state of harmony and equilibrium, desiring to alleviate the tensions that had recently flared. To their astonishment, however, Chu Tian's entrance was saturated with hostility, clearly not inclined toward reconciliation. The elders and officials regarded Chu Tian with a mix of concern and expectation. After all, he had consistently endeavored to maintain stability at the upper echelons of the sect and nurture relations with the Yi family, with Yi Tianxiong being his sworn brother. Upon perceiving the gazes of the elders and officials upon him, Chu Tian's eyes reflected a bitter smile, laden with various emotions. The realization that his most obedient daughter, Chu Yunshang, had aligned with his son in defiance of his wishes to participate in the Eternal Heaven Hall-esque trials made him acutely aware that it was not only his son, but also his eldest daughter who harbored discontent towards him. Thus, he decisively allied with the Enduring Wood family and various supportive sect officials to oust Yi Tianhong and compelled Yi Tianxiong to publicly atone, allowing his children to vent their grievances and ease the familial tensions. Yet, from Chu Tian's demeanor toward Yi Tianxiong, it was evident that he was indirectly signaling that the Chu family would not revert to their former amicable relations with the Yi family. Chu Tian rejected and disapproved of his father's conciliatory strategies, and even his most obedient daughter, Chu Yunshang, had sided with Chu Tian in opposition to him. A sense of profound despondency surged within Chu Tianwang. With Chu Tian's open rebellion against him, a significant impact rippled through the family. Although the clan still adhered to his directives, maintaining a facade of humility, he could distinctly sense that a considerable faction within the Chu family, including Chu Tian and others, had developed a strong aversion towards him. During elder meetings, these individuals were resolutely in favor of Chu Tian's stance, advocating for a confrontation with the Yi family. While he had adopted a firm attitude, compelling Yi Tianxiong to relinquish various benefits and make numerous guarantees, it appeared insufficient to appease his son and the clan's expectations. With a heavy sigh, Chu Tianwang, aware of the intentions behind the gazes of the elders and high-ranking officials, understood they wished for him to step forward to alleviate the tensions and defuse the standoff between his son Chu Tian and Yi Tianxiong. Yet what more could he do? His children had already made their positions clear, disregarding his authority, and the majority of the clan as higher-ups also exhibited a discernible stance, albeit not formally aligned, yet supportive of Chu Tian's actions. Esteemed colleagues, I have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, Chu Tianwang turned and ascended into the skies, vanishing from the sight of the assembly in an instant. Chapter 73. Annulment of Engagement. The senior figures of various sects and the esteemed elders felt a profound shock upon witnessing the events unfold. What did King Chu mean by this? Was he relinquishing all family matters to the young Chu Tian? After all, in the direct lineage of the Chu family, apart from King Chu himself, the next successor was none other than the prodigious Chu Tian, designated as the holy son of the sect from birth, the offspring of two imperial parents. At this moment, a resounding echo reverberated in their minds, suggesting that the sect was on the verge of a monumental transformation. King Chu had entrusted the helm of a founding family's direction to an 8-year-old child, and it was evident that Chu Tian's stance was unwavering. He would not compromise with Yi Tianxiong, but would relentlessly pursue the matter to its conclusion. Yi Tianxiong stood in place, his expression dark and brooding, his eyes bloodshot as he watched King Chu depart. He understood that the situation had spiraled completely out of control. Ordinarily, King Chu would have intervened to reconcile the discord between him and Chu Tian, yet this time, he had opted to leave without a word. Master, everyone in the sect is watching. It's time for you to speak, Duanmu. Lei coughed softly, reminding Yi Tianxiong that it was his duty as the sect leader to offer some words of encouragement now that Chu Tian had completed his formalities. Yi Tianxiong's face was a mask of darkness, rooted to the spot, his mind turbulent with conflicting emotions. A heavy malevolence brewed in his gaze, as the aura of an imperial-level sage darkened the heavens above, stirring fierce winds and ominous thunder in the depths of the void. Having been challenged and disrespected by Chu Tian through the elders' assembly, if he were to bow his head now, not only would he lose his authority as the sect leader, but he would also find it impossible to justify his actions upon returning to his family. The position of the Internal Affairs Hall's master had already been stripped from Yi Tianhong, and, as the family head, he bore an undeniable responsibility. Yet at this moment, the entire sect, from the high-ranking officials and esteemed elders to the ordinary disciples, was looking on. Chu Tian had ascended to the top of the earth ranking, shaking the continent to its core and bringing immense glory to the sect. Thus, as the sect leader, he could not afford to lose his composure or simply turn away. Yi Tianxiong found himself trapped in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat, the bloodshot veins in his eyes growing more pronounced. At this juncture, he noticed Chu Tian's calm and indifferent gaze fixed upon him, as if to say, "I am aware of all your thoughts."